Blizzards, extreme cold, unbearable heat, earthquakes, tornadoes, molten lava from the Earth's core. After 4 years of struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, Qiao ultimately met her demise at the hands of ruthless raiders. Reborn on the very day when the apocalypse began, she seizes the opportunity to open a space. Buying and hoarding supplies, she sets out to confront those who wronged her, seeking vengeance where it is due. Fortuitously, within this space, she discovers a replication machine capable of infinitely duplicating resources. In this lawless world devoid of moral compass, her initial desire was to survive alone. Yet, fate intervenes as she encounters the proud leader of the base in City M, Gu Qianhan, the cold-blooded assassin Zhou Yi, and the offspring of the central base's elite, Shen Nanjin. Chapter 1. Rebirth Pain. Excruciating pain. Qiao collapsed, slain by the raiders' chaotic strikes, her blood staining the ground. She gazed at the approaching horde of raiders pouring through the base's entrance. Her body was numb from agony, and despair engulfed her as she closed her eyes. Perhaps death was a relief. She had long endured the darkness of this apocalypse, where every moment was a torment. Not only was she perpetually hungry, but relentless natural disasters persisted, and she had to be wary of others' treachery. She could no longer bear it. Exhaustion consumed her as her consciousness began to fade. But in the next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes. Before her lay her own room, illuminated by a small nightlight. Yet, the sensation of pain lingered, as if she bore hundreds of wounds. Sweat soaked her nightclothes, dampening the mattress beneath her. Had it all been a dream? No. It was all too real. Those events had genuinely transpired. The base's defenses had crumbled, and she resided nearby, overwhelmed by raiders who had mercilessly taken her life. She could have escaped. When the boy in the adjacent bunk fell, she had reached out to help him. Little did she know that he had pushed her toward the raiders to buy himself time to flee. In a world like this, being kind often led to dire consequences. So, what was her current situation? Was she truly reborn? She examined her delicate, fair hands. There were no signs of a life spent laboring, nor any scars from her brutal end. She had indeed been reborn. Turning on her bedside phone, the date read November 24th, 2034, 5:22 a.m. Qiao furrowed her brow. The cataclysm was set to commence with a blizzard at 8 p.m. this very evening. Thus, she had less than 15 hours to prepare. How absurd. If fate had granted her a second chance, couldn't it have given her a bit more time? There was no room for lamentation. As an old saying in Hua country goes, since you are here, make the most of it. Though she had no wish to relive the horrors of the dark apocalypse, she was alive now and couldn't afford to meet her end again. In her previous life, Qiao had perished in year 4 of the apocalypse, having endured blizzards, extreme cold, earthquakes, and unbearable heat. She was uncertain what other calamities awaited her, but it was always wise to be prepared. She quickly dressed, forgoing her morning routine, and rushed to the door to put on her shoes. Suddenly, as she donned her scarf before the mirror, she caught sight of the white jade pendant that had accompanied her since childhood. It was a simple token left by her mother, who had tragically died during childbirth, and was of little monetary value. She had lost it in the second year of the apocalypse, a lingering regret. Now, having found it again, she was nearly brought to tears. Then, a bold thought filled her mind. She hurried to the kitchen, retrieved a fruit knife, and pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. A faint white light enveloped her, and in her mind's eye, a vision of a house appeared, a 2-story villa with a small garden. She attempted to enter, and in an instant, she found herself standing in the courtyard. The yard was modest, a perfect square measuring 10 meters on each side. Ascending the steps, she found a wooden terrace, spacious enough at 20 square meters, adjacent to the villa's living room. Stepping inside, she was greeted by a warm, inviting decor, with all necessary appliances. The first floor contained a living room, kitchen, dining room, study, and bathroom. Ascending to the second floor, she discovered a bedroom on the left, a bathroom across the hall, and a glass greenhouse on the right. A quick glance revealed the greenhouse contained soil, pots, and other items, but no plants. Standing on the second floor, she noticed a virtual timer hovering above the small yard, 1 hour 51 minutes and 33 seconds. It appeared that the space allowed entry for only 2 hours each day. Whether this time could be accumulated remained uncertain. With this newfound space, hoarding supplies would be considerably easier, and she could seek refuge within it when danger loomed. With newfound resolve, she lifted her chin. This time, she would surely survive the apocalypse. Consequently, her plans for hoarding supplies would undergo significant changes. This time around, she had no intention of residing in the Hanyang community, a 7-story building without an elevator, where her home was on the 6th floor. Following the blizzard, the snow would easily reach 5 stories high, allowing it to spill through her windows. With no time to change into slippers, she dashed into the kitchen, retrieving several tubs of ice cream from the freezer and placing them in various spots around the garden, terrace, and villa. Casting a lingering glance at the home where she had grown up, she meticulously stored away everything inside, including 6 black and white photographs hanging on the wall. Descending the stairs, she exited the community and ordered a bowl of soy milk and 2 baskets of buns from a breakfast shop, inhaling deeply. She was famished. To be precise, her stomach was not empty, but her spirit was starved. When she had been killed, she had gone a day and night without food. In the apocalypse, resources were exceedingly precious. As a survivor at the bottom of the base's hierarchy, the points she earned daily were barely sufficient to stave off starvation. "Boss, another basket of beef buns, please." The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Qiao girl, how long has it been since you ate?" He Qiao did not respond but instead requested, "Boss, there's an event at school. Please pack up everything in the shop for me, 50 portions in thermal boxes, and I'll take them with me." The shopkeeper nodded in understanding. "Is this for a teacher's order?" He Qiao nodded absently. She glanced at the shopkeeper's medium-sized delivery vehicle and continued, "Boss, I want to rent your vehicle for a day. Name your price." The shopkeeper continued packing without missing a beat, nonchalantly saying, "Normally, I would deliver for free given such a large order, but I'm busy today, so you can take the vehicle without charge." "Fair is fair. I'm not merely renting it for breakfast delivery." He Qiao interjected, "I'll pay you 300 yuan, with fuel costs extra." Having just been reborn, she wished to avoid incurring debts or entanglements with others. Renting the shopkeeper's vehicle was a necessity, as rental shops were closed, and she was eager to stockpile supplies. Once the breakfast was packed and loaded into the vehicle, He Qiao drove away. When she reached a secluded spot, she swiftly stored 10 thermal boxes into her space. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. "Baby, for breakfast, I want soup dumplings and chocolate milk. Love you." From Mingyue Zioqiai. He Qiao scoffed. She was a local of City M, attending M City Normal University, currently in her 3rd year. Mingyue Zioqiai was her class representative, Wan Mingyue, also known as her good friend. On this day in her previous life, it was a Friday, and she would have normally attended classes. After school, Wan Mingyue had used the blizzard as an excuse, claiming concern for He Qiao's solitude, and insisted on staying at her home. Having been introverted since childhood, He Qiao had only ever had Wan Mingyue as a friend, making it impossible to refuse her request. Thus, she brought her home. However, the blizzard persisted without end. On the 3rd day, Wan Mingyue's cousin, Wan Weibao, also arrived. The two overstayed their welcome, consuming all her stored food and deceiving her in the process. He Qiao wished to avoid complications. Her primary focus now was to stockpile supplies. She replied, "I'm feeling unwell today and won't be attending class. Please help me take a leave of absence." The response was swift, "Okay." He Qiao smirked, noting how the other party didn't even inquire about her ailment, revealing their lack of genuine concern, merely a desire for free breakfast. In retrospect, she had unwittingly provided Wan Mingyue with complimentary breakfasts for half a year, foolishly believing she was sharing with a good friend. Fortunately, she would no longer be a victim of exploitation. She was eager to observe how these two individuals would endure the impending blizzard and frigid temperatures without her stockpile of provisions. As she contemplated the passage of time, she proceeded to inspect the various locations of the melting ice cream in her space. Except for the glass greenhouse on the 2nd floor, there were no signs of melting in any other areas. Now she could rest assured about her supplies. Suddenly, she noticed something resembling a vending machine in the corner of the courtyard. Chapter 2: The Golden Finger. Upon approaching, He Qiao discovered that the vending machine contained no products, but rather a touchscreen interface. 3 options were presented. The first was for payment, cash, card, or electronic payment. The second was for quantity selection, 1, 10, 100, 1000, and the third was a button labeled Start Copying. Following her intuition, she placed a bag of chips inside and inserted a 100 yuan note. Selecting the quantity of 1, she pressed the Start Copying button. The machine trembled slightly, and 3 seconds later, the door swung open, revealing an additional bag of chips inside. To her astonishment, she found 94 yuan at the change outlet. She recalled that the bag of chips had cost 6 yuan. Testing further, she inserted a pack of tissues, spending 2.1 yuan, which was precisely the price she had paid. This was astonishing. What a remarkable contrivance. With this copying machine, she no longer needed to hoard vast quantities of supplies. She could simply purchase a small amount of each item and be prepared with some extra cash. In the post-apocalyptic world, money had lost its original value. People had begun to barter. As she drove, she calculated her available funds, 1.08 million in cash, a 2-bedroom apartment located outside the third ring of M City, and a 2-story self-built house. Upon reaching this juncture, one might assume He Qiao was a wealthy heiress. Quite the contrary, He Qiao was a local from M City, her grandparents being ordinary farmers. When her parents married, they had no funds to purchase a home and lived in the house left to her mother by her maternal grandparents. Later, her biological mother tragically passed away due to complications during childbirth. Her father remarried, and her stepmother bore him a son. The 1.08 million was the remaining compensation from the deaths of her father, stepmother, and brother. The 2-bedroom apartment was inherited from her father, while the self-built house was inherited from her grandparents. In other words, all her kin had perished. Yet, she did not mourn. It was precisely because they had died that she finally began to have enough to eat. Before that, she had not even possessed her own bed. Let us not dwell on the past. Rather, let us return to the matter at hand. She glanced at her phone. 6:30 a.m. At this hour, the sky in M City had yet to brighten, and few shops were open. She knew of a 24-hour chain pharmacy not far away, and promptly drove there. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, pain relievers, cold medicine, fever reducers, diarrhea medication, immediate heart-saving pills, vitamins, calcium tablets, melatonin, alcohol, gauze, thermometers, masks. He Qiao recited from a downloaded list of essential post-apocalyptic medications to the bewildered clerk. "Excuse me, where are you planning to go?" the clerk asked, puzzled. He Qiao fabricated a response, "Africa." She scanned the QR code and paid a 1,000 yuan deposit. "Prepare as I have instructed. I will return in an hour." She had no time to linger. She needed to rapidly stock up on supplies. Some medications, like tetanus shots, were unavailable at the pharmacy. However, time was of the essence, and she could only stock up on what was accessible. The largest vegetable market in the vicinity was merely 3 blocks away, filled with a variety of vegetables, fresh fruits, seafood, poultry, meat, grains, cooking oils, spices, and an array of dried goods. She purchased everything she could find: eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, soy products, ready-made buns, pancakes, and cooked dishes. With the presence of the copying machine, her stockpiling process was significantly expedited. In the grain and oil store, He Qiao noticed grains spilled on the floor and smirked. "Boss, do you still want the rice that's fallen on the ground?" "No, it's fine," the boss chuckled. "Not only is there rice on the floor, but also plenty of red beans, green beans, and so on. You can take as much as you like. It's yours." He Qiao crouched down, collecting the fallen grains and peanuts, picking up 2 of each type. Upon exiting, she spotted a jug of homemade high-proof liquor and purchased it as well. She also acquired disposable food containers, various utensils, and cookware, especially selecting the sharpest knives available. Back in her van, she eagerly placed the gathered grains into the copying machine. 3 seconds later, she beheld an additional portion of grains and the exact amount of 100 yuan bills, nearly bursting with joy. She attempted to replicate a single potato into 1,000 copies, which also came at no cost. The copying machine charged not based on the intrinsic value of the items, but rather on the price she paid to acquire them. He Qiao hurried to the pharmacy to collect her medications before swiftly departing. She returned the van and transferred the rental fee to the owner. Turning, she boarded a taxi. She was headed to a location that required over an hour's drive. By taking a taxi, she could save time for other tasks. Although the copying machine could replicate items obtained at no cost, she dared not gamble with her survival essentials. Moreover, who could predict whether these supplies would still be available during a 0 yuan purchase? Upon arriving at her destination, He Qiao took out her phone and downloaded various banking apps. Indeed, she intended to apply for online loans. As she owned real estate, the verification process was remarkably swift, with approvals nearly instantaneous. Some loans took a few hours to process, while others were deposited in mere minutes. In this economic downturn, banks were eager to extend loans. She called customer service, using the same script. I want to buy a house. Please expedite the loan process. Upon hearing her intention to purchase property, the driver cautioned, "Young lady, housing prices are continually declining. Why would you want to take out a loan for a house? Don't be foolish." As the driver spoke, the car's radio broadcasted a blizzard warning. He Xiao chose not to respond to the driver's comments, but instead advised, "There's a blizzard warning for tonight. I suggest you stock up on food at home." The driver chuckled and shook his head. "I don't believe there will be a blizzard. Look, the sun is about to rise, and it's shaping up to be a beautiful day." He Xiao gazed longingly at the sun rising in the distance, wishing to savor the moment. After today, such a splendid sunrise would never be seen again. She scrolled through her phone and dialed a contact labeled as the big bully of the village. "I agree to sell you my grandfather's homestead, but I have one condition. I need to see the money today." The man on the other end spoke with a gruff tone. "At 11 a.m., you come back to the village, and we will sign the contract." He Xiao replied, "I have classes today and cannot return to the village. You need to come to the city to meet me." She sent him an address. The man called back, "You're being too hasty. I can only give you half of what we previously discussed. Moreover, if you don't buy from me, you won't be able to secure the homestead rights." He Xiao retorted with a cold laugh. "In that case, I won't sell." She had no time for back-and-forth negotiations. 5 minutes later, the man messaged her. "Let's stick to the original price. I'll come to find you. Don't try to pull any tricks." At the designated outdoor equipment store, He Xiao donned a baseball cap and mask, gazing at the enormous sign and the store, which was as large as a factory. This was the largest outdoor supplies store in the city, reputed to be among the best in the province. Chapter 3. Hoarding supplies. He Xiao approached a seemingly taciturn salesperson. "I am embarking on an expedition to the Arctic, and I require one of everything I need." "The Arctic?" The salesperson stuttered slightly. "That is the coldest region on Earth, where temperatures can plummet to minus 70 degrees. Are you preparing based on that standard?" He Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. During a snowstorm, global temperatures can drop by several degrees, and in M City, the lowest temperature can reach minus 55 degrees. Preparing for minus 70 degrees will certainly suffice. Items such as polar thermal clothing, ultra-warm down jackets, polar sleeping bags, and polar tents are essential and represent the latest technological advancements. I shall not elaborate on them further." The salesperson's cheeks flushed with excitement. This was undoubtedly a significant client, ensuring her monthly performance was secured. "Here are the tools you require as well. A first aid kit, oxygen tanks, polar gloves, snow boots, a windbreaker, a protective face shield, a thermal mask, climbing shoes, climbing ropes, a fire axe, a radio, a solar charger, and an outdoor water bottle." Before the salesperson could finish, He Xiao glanced at the list and interjected, "No need to read them out. I shall take all of them. Additionally, I require them to be in stock for immediate pickup today." The salesperson nodded cheerfully. "I will print the receipt right away. Please hold on." He Xiao stopped her. "I also need snowmobiles, skis, ski goggles, night vision goggles, life jackets, inflatable boats, kayaks, portable chargers, charcoal stoves, smokeless charcoal, powerful hand warmers, kerosene lamps, alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and portable toilets." She tossed over a downloaded supply list. "Prepare one of everything on this list." The salesperson was now exuberantly ecstatic. At that moment, the store manager was drawn over by the commotion. With warmth, he ushered He Xiao into the VIP lounge, offering snacks and coffee. "Esteemed guest, your requested items are quite numerous. Please allow me to accompany you while you await their preparation. Furthermore, since your purchase meets the promotional threshold, I can offer you a 20% discount." Without hesitation, He Xiao inquired, "Manager, does the store provide complimentary gasoline, diesel, kerosene, charcoal, hand warmers, lighters, and windproof candles?" "These items are consumables. If they can be obtained for free and replicated, it would save a considerable amount of money." The manager was about to regurgitate a standard response when He Xiao added, "A small portion of each item would suffice. I do not see quantity. But they must be free." Noticing her student attire and humble appearance, the manager deduced she was likely running errands for a wealthy peer. He donned an understanding expression. "Rest assured, my dear student, you shall be satisfied." He instructed his staff to prepare all available samples and gifts from the store for her. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. "Xiao Xiao, are you feeling unwell? Shall I accompany you to the hospital?" This message was from Wan Weibao. It seemed Wan Mingyue had informed him. Before He Xiao could respond, another WeChat message arrived. "My cousin has a class and as class monitor. finds it difficult to request leave, so I am here to look after you. I am worried about you being alone at home. He chuckled softly. Cousin? In the second year of the apocalypse, she inadvertently discovered the two were sharing a bed. Only then did she realize they were merely coincidentally sharing the same surname and were not actually cousins. They were from the same hometown and had gotten together during military training at university, fabricating the cousin story to facilitate their rendezvous and avoid dorm inspections. It was surprising that Won Mingyue would willingly sacrifice her boyfriend in pursuit of her. Yet it was also puzzling. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and Won Mingyue seemed to be subtly orchestrating a match between herself and Ron Weibao. Not only today, but she had been seeking opportunities for them to be alone together recently. Never mind. There was no time to ponder such matters. Hoarding supplies was the priority. Through the glass of the VIP lounge, He Qiao spotted discounted summer items. The apocalypse would bring not only extreme cold, but also intense heat. She quickly approached to select quick-drying sportswear, sun protection clothing, ice sleeves, and lightweight athletic shoes. Seeing her preference for economical and durable items further convinced the manager that she was indeed running errands for someone else and was now finally shopping for herself. Such individuals, he believed, deserved exceptional service, as they might assist other affluent peers in the future. People often exhibit a base nature. Spending someone else's money seldom evokes remorse. He further instructed his staff to prepare a gift package intended for Gold Card members, along with newly arrived portable chargers, USB drives, compressed biscuits, self-heating rice dishes, and mini hot pots. He Qiao continued selecting items: mountain bikes, anti-slip shoe spikes, and tire chains, ice makers, coolers, portable car refrigerators, and electric kettles were also on her list. For some reason, her gaze fell upon the RV parked in the yard. The manager promptly clarified, "That RV is not for sale. It is available for rent." Seeing He Qiao's lack of reaction, he smiled apologetically. Recognizing that an RV would likely not be of use for her Arctic journey, but perhaps could benefit other classmates. He Qiao understood the subtext, but chose not to clarify. "I would like to rent it for 2 days. What are the terms?" The manager's eyes lit up instantly. It seemed the student was indeed running errands for several affluent peers. Someone nearby reminded him, "Our RVs have a factory price of over 500,000, so we need to verify financial capacity." He Qiao retrieved her property deed, ID, university student card, bank card, and driver's license from her backpack. "Will this suffice?" The manager quickly affirmed that it was more than enough. Ultimately, all items were loaded directly into the RV, though several items remained unaccommodated, such as the snowmobiles. With a grand gesture, He Qiao declared, "I shall also rent an off-road vehicle, a business car, and a mini camping vehicle. But I require assistance in delivering them to a designated location." The manager nodded repeatedly. "That is certainly achievable." In a hushed tone, he added, "I have also prepared a complimentary supply of gasoline and diesel, each in 50-liter containers." Noticing He Qiao's furrowed brow, he quickly clarified, "All complimentary. Yours to use or transfer as you see fit." He handed her a business card with a slight bow, welcoming her to visit again. The initial salesperson who attended to her had been relegated to the sidelines, standing at a distance, her eyes no longer sparkling with excitement. He Qiao understood that the substantial commission from today's sales was likely already credited to the manager's account. Taking the card, she quietly asked the manager, "Do you have any tetanus shots available?" The manager looked up, sporting a knowing smile. "I will add you on WeChat and connect you with someone. He is a former pharmaceutical representative." He winked. "Rest assured, I will ensure he prepares an additional gift for you. By the way, do you or your friends require any security supplies?" He Qiao nodded. The manager was quite adept in business. Shortly thereafter, she departed the outdoor supply store.
En route.
She contacted a real estate agency to rent a nearby warehouse. All 4 vehicles were parked inside the warehouse, and she distributed a 100 yuan red envelope to each of the 3 staff members who assisted in driving. "This is for your taxi fare. Thank you for your efforts." The trio had been hastily summoned by the manager and were prepared to cover their own taxi fares back to the store, so the unexpected bonus was a delightful surprise. After closing the warehouse door, He Qiao ensured the power and surveillance were disabled before storing the vehicles and supplies in her space, leaving only a business vehicle for her hoarding needs. Initially intending to rent a vehicle immediately after leaving the outdoor supply store, this turn of events proved to be more convenient. The amount she had accessed through online loans was nearly exhausted, with only 30 to 40,000 remaining. She drove towards the largest shopping mall in the city. In the underground parking lot, she selected a spot hidden from surveillance cameras. Time, 11:27 a.m. The sun hung high in the sky, and temperatures soared close to 20 degrees. Many attractive young men and women donned light clothing, some even wearing dresses. She opened her phone and discovered numerous missed calls, all from the village bully. Returning the call, she instructed, "I will be waiting at the entrance of the supermarket on level B1. Without waiting for a response, she promptly hung up. She then located the WeChat contact provided by the manager of the outdoor supply store. She dispatched the items she desired to 2 individuals and instructed them to deliver them to the mall. Chapter 4. Stockpiling continues. The village bully arrived with 3 companions, creating quite a scene. He had never encountered anyone as fearless as He Qiao. At the entrance of the supermarket, the surveillance cameras stood vigilant, and with security personnel nearby. She felt no apprehension about being bullied. The village bully, accustomed to his domineering ways, had never been treated in such a manner before. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, He Qiao extended her hand, requesting the contract. The village bully's eyes blazed with fury. Who did she think she was to associate with influential figures? Had her audacity grown significantly? Hadn't she previously scurried away like a rat at the sight of others? He Qiao was not willing to waste a single moment. If a deal wasn't forthcoming, so be it. She turned and entered the supermarket. The bully's associates hurried to restrain her, urging, "He Qiao, don't stoop to the level of your uncle Dezhuang. He's a simpleton, harboring no ill intentions. He even carried you as a child." Carried? Ha! That was merely an act of bullying a child when he couldn't intimidate an adult. She focused on the contract, received her payment, and signed without delay, 400,000 in hand. With a 2-story self-built house and a 30-square-meter yard located not far from the provincial capital, it was ripe for demolition at any moment. According to market value, it should fetch at least 800,000. Yet, the land rights issue remained unresolved, still registered under her grandfather's name. Now, with the apocalypse looming, there were no better buyers than the village bully. Once the transfer was confirmed on her phone, she signed her name without hesitation and proceeded into the supermarket. Behind her, the village bully threatened, "If you dare backtrack or play tricks, I'll dig up your grandparents' graves." He Qiao thought to herself, "Do as you please." Her grandparents had always favored boys over girls, calling her derogatory names like worthless girl or money-losing child, never once uttering her name with affection. Before her college entrance examination, they even attempted to extort a hefty bride price to force her into marrying a fool. Fortunately, the school intervened, allowing her to sit for the exam. Even after her father's death, they sought to seize the property and compensation, leaving her with nothing, even denying her the chance to attend university. In the supermarket, she commenced a grand shopping spree. Toiletries, shampoos, conditioners, body washes, facial cleansers, soaps, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, she gathered them all. Sanitary products, sanitary pads, panty liners, tissues, and toilet paper were next. Household items such as towels, lip balm, mirrors, combs, thermos cups, water bottles, and slippers followed. Frozen foods including lamb rolls, beef rolls, dumplings, glutinous rice balls, sausages, hot pot meatballs, and steaks were also on her list. Kitchen essentials like enamel pots, iron pans, stone pots, clay pots, and stainless steel cookware were acquired, along with various utensils, aprons, and gloves. In the grains section, she eagerly picked up millet, glutinous rice, and black rice, which she hadn't found at the market. Suddenly, she recalled that her high school homeroom teacher had helped her connect with the principal. She quickly arranged for a delivery to his home address, sending 2 bags of rice, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, and 20 packets of salt and sugar. In the snacks aisle, she selected her favorite treats, ensuring to grab everything, especially the snail rice noodles, sour and spicy noodles, potato chips, spicy strips, and sunflower seeds. None could be overlooked. And the chili sauce, beef sauce, pickled vegetables, and olive vegetables were essential as well. She also picked up some discounted near-expiry foods. Milk and beverages of various brands and flavors were included, along with mineral water and bottled coffee. She spotted salt and sugar again. Although she had purchased some at the market, she couldn't resist the special offers on several varieties. In the apocalypse, salt was not merely a seasoning but a form of hard currency, almost equivalent to money. Sugar could swiftly replenish energy, making it a strategic resource of great importance. She bought brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar. Cigarettes and liquor were also necessities, as they too would serve as hard currency in the end times. At the checkout, she noticed condoms and purchased a few boxes. In the electronics section, She selected an air purifier, a fan, a hairdryer, a rice cooker, an induction cooker, an oven, a microwave, an electric heater, a desk lamp, and an air conditioner. She refrained from purchasing larger items, as she had no time to avoid detection, and she had already accumulated sufficient appliances in her small house, augmented by those from the two-bedroom unit she had stored away. With so many items, she enlisted the staff's help to push a cart and load everything into her vehicle. After securing her purchases, she approached the food court. One by one, she ordered from each stall, packaging everything to go: barbecued skewers, fried items, beef patties, pan-fried buns, rice noodles, handmade noodles, clay pot dishes, baked goods, roasted meats, marinated delicacies, sushi, pizza, fried chicken, hamburgers, and fries. At the sausage stall, she spotted a striking young man, towering at nearly 190 centimeters, clad entirely in black, exuding an imposing presence even from behind. Unfortunately, he seemed somewhat dim-witted, insisting on paying 5 yuan with a card. The vendor explained he had no POS machine, yet the handsome stranger remained adamant, holding up his card. Throughout the exchange, he spoke not a word, leading He Qiao to suspect he might be mute. To save time stockpiling, she generously told the vendor, "I'll cover his bill." At the milk tea shop, she made a point to order one of each variety available. While waiting for her food, she casually munched on a hamburger and ordered takeout online, selecting everything she could find from the food court. She also remembered a few small items she had forgotten to buy and arranged for delivery. Choosing the underground garage as the delivery address, she offered a security guard 200 yuan to keep watch over her car while she emptied a few breakfast thermos containers. Venturing inside the mall, she indulged in a shopping spree for winter apparel: down jackets, sportswear, sweaters, thermal pants, undergarments, sleepwear, socks, gloves, hats, scarves, and sunglasses. In the electronic section, she picked up USB drives, external hard drives, an iPad, and a phone. At the cosmetics store, she collected her usual skincare essentials, but opted out of makeup. In an apocalyptic scenario, there was little time for vanity. The sales associate, noticing her numerous shopping bags, offered a warm smile and provided several complimentary samples, including masks and hand creams. In the home goods store, she stocked up on bedding sets, down comforters, air conditioning blankets, thick cotton quilts, carpets, mats, and blackout curtains. She purchased a 20-centimeter thick single mattress and a compressible 10-centimeter thick double mattress, storing them away in her space. Once more, she donned her mask and switched her car to a different parking spot. The security company personnel arrived first, a burly man and woman resembling seasoned fighters. After loading 2 boxes of hard goods into the trunk, the short-haired woman inquired, "Are you heading to a combat zone?" He Qiao peered inside, her eyes widening in surprise. "You actually have guns?" She hadn't realized the outdoor gear store owner had such connections. The woman shrugged. "No way. That sort of thing is illegal in our country. We're a legitimate company, merely implying it can save your life." The man added, "Not actual firearms, but modified versions that shoot specially made metal pellets. They resemble toy guns and have a range of 20 meters. He Qiao understood. That would suffice within the country. The short-haired woman leaned against the car door, retrieving 2 packets of metal bullets from her pocket and handing them over. "Here, this is a gift for you, free of charge." He Qiao accepted them, satisfied, and placed them in the car. The woman continued, "The smaller ones are for toy guns, while the larger ones are suitable for slingshots. Just be cautious while using them domestically. Be wary of the authorities." He Qiao nodded. "What about the punching bag and the bobbing dummy I requested?" The man opened the car door and resumed unloading items, commenting, "You don't strike me as someone who practices boxing. Is this for a wealthy friend of yours?" Clearly, it was that gossipy manager. After they departed, He Qiao opened the cardboard box. The inventory includes a comprehensive array of items such as a mace, electric baton, nunchaku, bulletproof vest, arm guards, anti-cut clothing, Swiss Army knife, slingshot, chains, walkie-talkies, tear gas, illumination lamps, military rations, and compressed biscuits. The piece de resistance is a modified toy gun, which, despite its seemingly plastic exterior, is surprisingly heavy and meticulously altered internally. This security firm certainly upholds rigorous standards. Chapter 5. The temperature drops shortly thereafter. The delivery person arrived with the medications. Everything you requested is contained within this large box. Many items require a prescription, so there was a slight delay. The man, in his 40s, of average build, spoke amiably and with a smile. Following Manager Wang's suggestion, he presented a small box, stating, "This is a token of my appreciation. Complimentary for you." It contained not only a tetanus shot but also rabies vaccines, with hopes that she would be satisfied. He even assisted in placing some temperature-sensitive medications into the car's refrigerator. He Qiao was quite pleased and promptly transferred the payment. The man waved goodbye as he drove off, advising her to contact him via WeChat for future needs to avoid any inconveniences. He Qiao exited the vehicle and proceeded to the 5th floor of the shopping mall, which was filled with restaurants. She ordered her favorite dishes: garlic lobster, shrimp and tomato sauce, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, Peking-style shredded pork, barbecue sets, hot pot sets, and a seafood platter, all neatly packed. At the dessert shop, she selected various small cakes to take away. While awaiting her meals, she busily downloaded various materials online: satellite maps, encyclopedic knowledge, cultural technology, combat techniques, martial arts tutorials, and culinary guides. Upon leaving the mall, she noticed the sky had darkened considerably and the temperature had dropped significantly. Her next destination was the medical college adjacent to M-City Normal University. She headed straight for the bookstore, acquiring every medical book she could find, both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. In a post-apocalyptic world, finding a doctor would be challenging. Thus, she felt it prudent to learn as much as possible. Not far from the bookstore was a traditional Chinese medicine shop, where she purchased herbal ingredients. She then wandered to another street, where an old villa district housed numerous educated elderly residents who cultivated gardens, leading the grocery store to sell seeds. She collected various vegetable seeds, taking a packet of each. To her delight, the store also offered strawberry and grape seedlings. She bought some potting soil, planting pots, and tools. Glancing at her phone, it was 6 p.m. A blizzard warning chimed as the temperature approached freezing. Yet, no one seemed to mind. Everything remained calm and beautiful, without even a whisper of wind. Time was still on her side, so He Qiao ventured to the pedestrian street to grab more of her preferred snacks: egg pancakes, meat sandwiches, chicken rolls, donkey meat pastries, spicy hot pot, starch sausages, roasted sweet potatoes, and barbecued items. Some street foods simply cannot be replicated by the food court. She settled in a corner of the spicy hot pot stall, awaiting her order while reviewing her inventory checklist for any omissions. She purchased a portable toilet at an outdoor supplies store, but forgot to buy cat litter. She also needed to print out a detailed map of M-City and a national map. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "What on earth is this weather? It was nearly 20 degrees at noon, and I'm still in a thin jacket. It's so cold."
It was Wan Mingyue.
He Qiao subtly turned her head, noticing the pair had just taken a seat at the adjacent barbecue stall. Wan Weibao replied, "I reckon it's going to snow. Our dormitory has no air conditioning, and it will be freezing at night." He Qiao, with her back to them, wore a baseball cap, and the stall's positioning concealed her from their view. However, the pedestrian street was separated from the medical college by the entire campus, requiring a half-hour walk. Why would they choose to come all this way when there were plenty of barbecue stalls near the university? Wan Mingyue approached. "Why didn't you heed my advice and take care of He Qiao?" Wan Weibao, feeling a bit wronged, replied, "She doesn't respond to my WeChat messages. Why should I go out of my way for her?" He added, "Let's not talk about her, darling. Just give me a kiss. It's been a week since we've been together, and it's been torturous. Tonight, let us get a room. The dorm is unbearably cold." Wan Mingyue pushed him away. "What are you doing? Don't let anyone from our department see." He huffed. "I deliberately took the longer route to eat barbecue near the medical college to avoid our classmates." Wan Mingyue was speechless. Avoiding classmates is to properly strategize your pursuit of He Qiao. Do you understand? Wan Weibao bit into a lamb skewer. She is average-looking, dresses plainly, and lives in an old neighborhood. Are you sure she is wealthy? How could I be mistaken? Wan Mingyue clarified, in March of this year, M-City experienced an outbreak, and every student leaving school had to register their address and landlord. The property deed for He Qiao's residence is in her name. Moreover, when I visited her home, I secretly looked through a drawer and found an insurance claim document for over $1 million, signed solely by He Qiao. Do you really think she lacks money? He Qiao paused, realizing why Wan Mingyue had suddenly become so warm towards her 6 months ago, despite previously ignoring her. She had even helped reserve seats, lent her notes, and offered tutoring. It was absurd to think that her charm had finally been recognized. Wan Weibao, however, was indifferent. An old house and $1 million in savings isn't much. There are plenty of rich second-generation students in our department. Why focus solely on her? You're foolish. Wan Mingyue replied. Everyone else is family, but He Qiao is all alone. All her relatives have passed away. Even if she's in dire straits, no one would speak up for her. Our family is far away, your family favors your brother, and my father is a gambler. If we don't strive for ourselves, when will we ever establish ourselves in M City? He Qiao felt a chill in her heart. In her previous life, she had witnessed her best friend and boyfriend together. Apart from sadness, she held no hatred, for Wan Mingyue had been her first friend, providing warmth. Wan Weibao had saved her life, protecting her from harm. She had even believed they had only gotten together after the apocalypse, as no one would intentionally push their boyfriend onto someone else. In her past life, she had been too weak, never questioning why they betrayed her, merely slipping away quietly. Now, it appeared all was premeditated. They were always a couple. She was merely an outsider. Wan Mingyue continued, He Qiao's character is weak. She has been bullied by her stepmother, brother, and grandparents since childhood, making her easy to manipulate. A few kind words from me, and she lays her heart bare. He Qiao chuckled at the bitter truth of her life being encapsulated in Wan Mingyue's words. Her maternal grandparents had died in a car accident while her mother was in college, and her mother had died in childbirth. Her grandparents had resented her for being a girl and treated her poorly. Her father remarried when she was 2, and soon after, her brother was born. With a stepmother came a stepfather. Apart from tuition, her family provided her with no financial support. She was not even allowed at the dinner table, often waiting until they had finished to scavenge a few bites while clearing the dishes, perpetually hungry. When desperation struck, she rummaged through garbage bins for discarded food. During her menstrual cycle, she had no sanitary pads and had to resort to using toilet paper. She lacked spare clothing, wearing her school uniform daily. The odor is not hard to imagine. Isolated and often bullied at school, her childhood was marked solely by hunger and suffering, a woeful existence. She had cried silently into her mother's portrait countless times at night, contemplating ending her life, weary of mere survival. This grim reality persisted until she turned 18, when a turning point arrived. Chapter 6. The blizzard after the college entrance examination concluded. The school held a lottery. She won a luxurious vacation for 3. Her father, naturally, seized the prize, taking her stepmother and brother to indulge in the trip. However, during their travels, the 3 trespassed into a restricted area and were struck by a falling boulder, resulting in their deaths. The tourist site bore no full responsibility, and the compensation was limited, amounting to 1.05 million. Grandfather and grandmother sought to claim the entire compensation, but met with a tragic fate, colliding with a guardrail on their electric scooter on the way to sign the documents. The stepmother's brother also harbored similar intentions, but was struck by lightning before he could set out. In a surreal twist of fate, He Qiao unexpectedly inherited all the family assets. Not only was the house hers, but also the compensation and the savings of her relatives, amounting to a staggering total of 19 million yuan. That night, she lay in the master bedroom, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. It dawned on her what it felt like to sleep in such comfort, soft, cozy, and warm. Subsequently, she paid her university tuition, being frugal with her spending, allowing herself only modest meals while dressing unremarkably. Now, 3 years later, she still had 1.08 million yuan remaining. Meanwhile, Wan Weibao was persuaded, contemplating whether he should send a WeChat message to inquire about He Qiao's well-being. Wan Mingyue swiftly interrupted, urging him to appear genuinely concerned. He Qiao received a message from Wan Weibao. Qiao, how is your health? I'm worried. You can't even attend classes properly. I fear you have no one to take care of you. Wan Mingyue, dissatisfied with the message's contents, seized Wan Weibao's phone and began typing. Qiao, I truly feel for you. Let me take care of you. In fact, I want to look after you not just today, but forever. Living alone must be quite hard for you. He Qiao smirked coldly. Initially, she intended to sever ties with these two, but found herself reconsidering. She responded, I just woke up after taking fever-reducing medication. The duo next door rejoiced. He Qiao had replied, I told you she wouldn't ignore us without reason. She must not have seen our messages. He Qiao continued typing, Brother Weibao, I feel so unwell. Please come keep me company. Their excitement soared at her response. Astonished by how smoothly things were progressing, Wan Mingyue sniffled, insisting she would join them, thinking of the air conditioning and the snacks at He Qiao's home. Wan Weibao pulled Wan Mingyue close, kissing her lightly. All right, I'll bring you along. He replied, I'll have Mingyue accompany me. Her presence will surely make you feel more at ease. Rest assured, I am a gentleman and would never take advantage of you. He Qiao sent a shy emoji, neither affirming nor denying his words. The old house had long been emptied by her. Even the air conditioning unit had been removed, leaving no trace behind. They decided against having barbecue and hastily settled their bill, seemingly heading for a taxi. He Qiao gathered some snacks, purchased cat litter, and went to a printing shop to print the maps she required. She cast a final glance at the serene street before driving away. On her journey, she noticed small snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky. Time: 7:20 p.m. Temperature: -3 degrees Celsius. She recalled that in her previous life, it had started snowing around this hour while she was at home watching television with Juan Mingyue, thus she had overlooked it. Pedestrians on the street cheered at the snowfall, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Some were taking photos and videos to share online, captioning them as the first snow of the year. Young couples were capturing moments in the snow, proclaiming their desire to grow old together. He Qiao shook her head. In just a few hours, such sentiments would fade. The radio intermittently broadcast storm warnings, urging citizens to return home for safety. While waiting at a traffic light, her gaze lingered on the M City Library. The impending blizzard, accompanied by frigid temperatures, would soon render those books useless, their knowledge wasted. Months later, survivors would likely burn them for warmth. During her high school summer, she worked part-time at the library and was familiar with the electrical room and surveillance switches. With determination, she avoided the cameras and parked her vehicle by the roadside. In the process of hoarding supplies, she discovered a small courtyard with unlimited height, allowing her to stack items indefinitely. She changed into a different coat, donned a mask, and stealthily slipped into the darkness. The library closed at 6 p.m., and by now, it was deserted, save for a security guard in the office, watching television. Who would dare to steal from the library? The guard, reassured, lay comfortably on his bed, covered with a quilt, neglecting his patrol duties. Inside the library, darkness enveloped everything. He Qiao donned night vision goggles and disabled the surveillance. She transferred the bookshelves along with their contents into her space. Books are humanity's treasures. Containing invaluable knowledge she could gradually learn after the apocalypse. Rather than being burned as firewood, it was far better for her to safeguard them, preserving a fragment of civilization to eventually return to the state. The library had 4 floors, and it took her a full hour to collect everything. During this time, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She hid in a corner, savoring a warm meat bun to replenish her strength. Outside, the howling wind lashed against the blizzard, creating a chaotic scene where even the usually distinct streetlights appeared blurred. The distant city was engulfed by the storm, its outline indistinguishable. Instinctively, she glanced at her phone screen, alarmed to see that both the blizzard and low-temperature warnings had reached their highest levels. The news urged everyone not to linger outdoors and to seek shelter at home. In the community group chat, messages flooded in. Some remarked that a timely snow signifies a bountiful year, while others commented that such a heavy snowfall was a rare occurrence, likely not a good omen. There were predictions that if the snow continued all day, the city would be submerged, and Monday would likely see no work or school. Some cheered, claiming they were finally liberated. In the class group chat, the messages were equally abundant. Many complained about the cold and the lack of air conditioning in their dorms, calling the school stingy. Others expressed concerns that the blizzard might snap power lines, resulting in outages, with several people deeming such comments as crow's mouth. At that moment, Juan Mingyue sent a message to the class group. Taxi drivers are taking advantage of the situation, charging exorbitant fares. Accompanying this was a screenshot of a payment record, 280 yuan. The chat erupted with discussion. Some shared their own experiences of being overcharged upon returning to their dorms and planned to file complaints. Others inquired about the class monitor's whereabouts and questioned the steep taxi fare. Juan Mingyue followed up with a photo of Wan Weibao's profile. I'm accompanying my cousin to visit the ailing He Qiao. Her high fever is truly worrisome. He Qiao scoffed, uninterested in the woman's ulterior motives. She was subtly creating a narrative for everyone to believe she and Wan Weibao were in a romantic relationship, even sharing the payment record in hopes of reimbursement. Just as before. Not a chance. She turned off her phone and continued collecting items. In addition to books, she also gathered a laser printer, A4 paper, adult and children's desks and chairs. When she emerged, it felt as though the blizzard had suddenly intensified. The world before her was torn apart by the snowstorm. Visibility reduced to less than 4 meters. The ornamental trees outside swayed helplessly in the wind, resembling defeated soldiers on a battlefield. Some tree trunks, unable to withstand the strain, snapped with a crack, dancing wildly in the wind, becoming sharp fragments that mercilessly struck parked cars or lodged into nearby shop windows. At that moment, the apocalypse had officially begun. Chapter 7. A fortune. The stone pillars beside the library had been shifted by the wind. He Qiao collected a few to store in her space for potential use as weapons. She also took the stone lions flanking the entrance, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. The business vehicle was no longer viable due to the risk of skidding. She opted for an off-road vehicle instead. Inside the car, her phone incessantly buzzed. Calls and WeChat messages bombarded her. Without looking, she knew it was the faux siblings turned lovers. They must have reached her doorstep but were unable to gain entry. She answered the call, and Wang Mingyue's voice came through, frantic. He Qiao, why aren't you opening the door? Don't you realize it's snowing and freezing outside? We're about to freeze to death. He Qiao's voice was tinged with grievance. Brother Wei Bao is visiting our home for the first time. I thought to buy some delicacies to entertain him, but I never expected the blizzard to be so severe that I would be trapped outside. Wang Mingyue was at a loss for words, while Wang Weibao took the phone, saying, He Qiao, you are unwell, and still went out to buy us things. I am truly touched. Wang Mingyue activated the speakerphone. He Qiao, your home is stocked with so much food that the three of us could eat for half a month. Why would you go out? Are you foolish? She seemed to realize her tone was inappropriate and quickly added, What I mean is, your health is far more important than buying groceries. Wang Weibao asked, Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. He Qiao replied, No need to come for me. I just got a ride and will be home shortly. After hanging up, she scoffed. Wang Mingyue was indeed well aware of her family's situation. In her previous life, the provisions at He Qiao's home were sufficient to sustain the three of them for a full half-month. Having experienced hunger from a young age, she had developed an almost obsessive attachment to food. Her home must be stocked with abundant supplies. Without it, she felt insecure. Not to mention rice, flour, and oil. She had several boxes of instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, and bread. She hung up the phone, her expression devoid of emotion as she headed towards the Mingri Jiayuan community. This community was located on the outskirts of a city and had previously been abandoned. It was only recently taken over by a company, and even then, the facilities such as housing, property management, electricity, and plumbing were far from complete. Particularly after a heavy rain, the community was submerged, and a power room leak led to the deaths of 2 residents. The property management vanished overnight. Consequently, many owners sold their properties at a loss, some even below half of the original price. Due to the low prices, many citizens unable to afford burial plots eyed the properties. Gradually, the doors and windows of the houses were sealed, turning the community into a true ghost town. A few households that still resided there moved away upon witnessing the situation. From then on, Mingri Jiayuan was referred to as the ghost community. She was not visiting to pay her respects, but rather for monetary gain. In the second year of the apocalypse, after parting ways with Wang Mingyue and Wang Weibao, she formed a temporary team with others to search for supplies. In this community, they discovered millions in cash hidden in a house disguised as an aerial burial site. It was said that the money belonged to a certain mob boss. Others claimed it was the work of a corrupt official. However, by that time, the money had long been rendered worthless, and they burned it as firewood. Now, it fortuitously benefited her. Time, 9 p.m. Temperature, -8 degrees Celsius. The ferocity of the blizzard far exceeded previous storms. The fierce winds snapped tree trunks as thick as a thigh in half, sending them swirling through the air. Visibility plummeted to less than 2 meters. The world was shrouded in a heavy curtain of snow. The streets were deserted, with only vehicles struggling through the expanse of white. Each step seemed a contest against death, striving for the possibility of moving forward. Along the way, she spotted a gym on her navigation. The glass doors had been shattered by the blizzard, so she entered directly. Avoiding the still-operating surveillance, she collected treadmills, stationary bikes, rowing machines, sandbags, dumbbells, barbells, yoga mats, and other equipment. Next door was a hardware store, where she gathered a nail gun, hammer, nails, pliers, and other essential tools. She reminded herself not to be greedy. The blizzard intensified, and danger lurked everywhere on the roads. In the sky, branches, shards of glass, metal sheets, bicycles, and even trash cans darted about like uncontrolled darts, creating an atmosphere of terror. She knew she had to evacuate immediately. At Mingri Jiayuan, there was no security at the entrance. The entire community was cloaked in darkness. She drove directly in. After donning a tactical jacket, night vision goggles, and a helmet, she stepped out. The hurricane struck her like a ferocious beast, seemingly intent on uprooting her and pulling her into an endless vortex. She quickly returned to her vehicle, strapped heavy sandbags to her legs, and carried rice on her back. Upon exiting again, she managed to stand with great difficulty, stumbling forward step by step. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew towards her, and Hiqiao swiftly crouched to avoid it. It turned out to be a car door. That was close. She nearly got cleaved in half. Finally, after a grueling trek of several dozen minutes, she exerted her last ounce of strength to slam the unit door shut. With a resounding thud, the raging wind and snow were sealed outside. While she collapsed against the door, gasping for breath, filled with relief at having survived, she removed her helmet and called out into the darkness ahead, "Greetings, esteemed spirits. My name is Hiqiao, and I wish to take a few items. I hope I am not disturbing you." With that, she began to ascend the stairs. Initially, she did not believe in such things. If ghosts truly existed, then why had her mother never come to see her? Why did she not protect her when others bullied her? However, having died once herself, she was uncertain after her rebirth. Yet, even if ghosts did exist, she was unafraid. Some people were far more terrifying than ghosts. Despite these thoughts, when she stepped into the pitch-black corridor, the only sounds were the howling blizzard outside and the echo of her footsteps in the emptiness. This solitude and unease made her heart race involuntarily. Just then, her phone vibrated unexpectedly, like a thunderclap in the midnight silence, nearly scaring her to death. It was a call from Wan Mingyue, but she had set her phone to Do Not Disturb and continued to ascend the stairs. After a laborious climb to the 8th floor, she donned gloves, took out her tools, and began to pick the lock. This was a skill she had learned after the apocalypse. Hiqiao, already slender, had grown even more gaunt and emaciated under the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, her cheeks hollowed. In such a state, she lacked the strength to fight. So she had to acquire more skills to survive. Otherwise, no one would be willing to team up with her. Upon opening the door, a musty, damp odor wafted out, clearly indicating that no one had been there for a long time. In the living room, there was a photo and memorial tablet of an elderly man. Regardless of its authenticity, she bowed deeply to the elder. From her storage space, she took out incense for her mother, lit it, and placed it respectfully. "Grandfather, I will only take a few items and leave. This is earthly money, which you have no use for." At the bay window of the master bedroom, she brought down a heavy hammer. After several dozen strikes, the wall broke open, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills inside. They were neatly sealed and arranged. Hiqiao collected the money into her storage space. Before departing, she carefully wiped the elder's photo clean and placed fresh fruit beside it. "Grandfather, I am leaving now. Thank you for your generosity." Just as she was about to drive out of the community, Hiqiao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Chapter 8. Living next to ghosts, of course. How had she not thought of this before? She could easily live here. Being neighbors with ghosts was far safer than living alongside humans. Due to her detour to the library, she had lost time. Following her original plan, she could have obtained the money before the blizzard struck and then sought refuge in a nearby hotel. After the snow ceased, she would find an empty house near the future M-City base and wait for the base to open its doors, becoming one of the first residents. The M-City base was established a year after the apocalypse, initially guarded by soldiers, thus providing a sense of security. However, by the 4th year of the apocalypse, the remaining soldiers were few and far between, leading the base to gradually become privatized. The upper echelons became preoccupied with internal strife, neglecting the safety of ordinary survivors, and their laxity allowed raiders to invade the base. Her original plan was to stay at the M-City base until the 3rd year, when the extreme cold and earthquakes would have ceased, allowing her to confidently head towards the capital of Huagua. There, the central base, the most advanced and orderly in Huagua, would ensure her safety through the apocalypse. But now, with her storage space and provisions, why should she feel compelled to live within the confines of the base? Even in the central base, she was reluctant to enter unless absolutely necessary. Resolute in her decision, she chose Building 13 and stepped inside. This building was not only distant from the community entrance and the money-stealing structure, but it also did not occupy the extreme edge of the area. Ultimately, she selected room 01 on the 11th floor and began to pry open the door. The situation at Mingri Jiyuan was peculiar. Any door inhabited by spirits bore some distinction. Thus, she could easily locate an unoccupied unit. As for her avoidance of the top floor, the 12th, it was primarily due to concerns about potential leaks. Even if there were no leaks, the harsh blizzards coupled with extreme cold had persisted for nearly 2 years. The thought of large ice formations overhead was unbearable, akin to living within a freezer. After some time spent prying the door, she was mindful not to damage the lock, as she intended to stay for an extended period. Once inside, and having confirmed the absence of occupants and surveillance, she swiftly entered her concealed space. First, she utilized her replicator to duplicate essential supplies, such as modified toy guns and metal bullets, as well as food and medicine. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, she resolved that even if the replicator malfunctioned, she could still venture out for a zero-cost acquisition later. Particularly, the items obtained for free were stored separately, allowing her to simply press for 1,000 copies. Fortunately, Lady Luck was on her side. The replicator worked continuously for an hour without issue. By the time the replicated supplies formed a substantial pile, she felt assured that she would have enough to last a century. With that, her mind was finally at ease. Exiting the space, she took her time to examine the apartment, a layout of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a balcony. Due to its long vacancy, the utilities had been cut off: electricity, water, and gas. All the furniture was covered in white cloth, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. She had no time for a detailed inspection, hastily drawing the curtains in the living room whose view opened onto the balcony. She felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that turning on the lights might expose her to the outside. From her space, she retrieved sandbags collected from the roadside and replicated dozens of them, sealing the balcony windows tightly to block out any light. This not only obstructed visibility, but also shielded against the wind and snow, making the interior significantly cozier. She checked her phone. It was 11:30 p.m., and the temperature had plummeted to -12 degrees Celsius. No wonder she felt so cold. She pulled out an old quilt from her space, brewed some hot tea, and nestled into the sofa. Powering on her portable charger, she activated the floor lamp and electric heater. There were 42 missed calls, all from Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao, with an additional 99 messages on WeChat. Clearly, they must have been anxiously waiting for her. She replied, "My taxi broke down halfway, and I barely found a place to escape the storm. It's freezing outside." No sooner had she sent the message than Ruan Mingyue called. She declined, messaging instead, "It's too noisy here. I can't hear anything, and my phone is running low on battery." Ruan Mingyue messaged back, "What is going on at your place? Why is there nothing there?" He Qiao smirked, certain they were impatiently attempting to pry their way inside. She explained, "The furniture and appliances at home are old. I wanted to replace them, so I discarded everything, which is why I'm exhausted and feverish." Ruan Mingyue replied, "Why didn't you say so earlier? There's no air conditioning, we're cold and hungry, and there's nowhere to sit." He Qiao thought to herself, "This is precisely what I wanted." She responded, "It's precisely because there's nothing at home that I braved the storm to buy you food. Don't worry, I've stocked a camper full of provisions. The new furniture is scheduled for delivery tomorrow, and they'll install it." Ruan Mingyue's demeanor shifted. "You're sick, yet you're thinking of us. Truly, you are my dear best friend. My cousin and I are waiting at home for you. If they wish to wait, then wait they shall." He Qiao tossed her phone aside, choosing to ignore them. No questions, just the truth. Her phone had been lost. She opened her iPad and laptop, embarking on a frenzied download of various materials. Though she had managed to download some during the day, the vast wealth of useful information worldwide was far too extensive for just a couple of hours. Her stomach growled with hunger. She unpacked a takeout hot pot meal, complete with dual broth and pot, and set up the induction cooker. Eating hot pot while downloading data, she worked tirelessly for over 10 hours, her arms growing weak. Even holding chopsticks became a challenge. Yet, gazing at the abundance of supplies around her, she felt no fatigue, only a profound sense of security. Now, she had become neighbors with the spirits. The entire community was devoid of any living souls, amplifying her tranquility. She dared not sleep, knowing that the signal would deteriorate further, compelling her to download materials with every fleeting second. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It was well past midnight when she entered her space. The timer displayed 2 hours, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. She had intentionally left a little time and used the day before, eagerly awaiting today's results. Time within the space could indeed accumulate. Remarkably, it could accumulate. This realization brought her greater joy than her acceptance into university. He Qiao's eyes sparkled with determination. In this life, she was resolute in surviving until the very end. Outside, the wind howled like a wild stallion, rampaging uncontrollably. It carried blizzard-like snow, unleashing a chaotic fury upon the surface of Blue Star. In this realm governed by the storm, everything appeared minuscule and fragile. Only the howling wind and the relentless snowflakes served as constant reminders of nature's immense power and majesty. Hundreds of download tasks queued on her computer and iPad, while her 5T hard drive had already filled with numerous files. Morning was approaching, and fatigue overcame her. She succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Chapter 9. The collapse of Persona upon awakening the next day. It was already 11 a.m. He Qiao's phone had automatically shut down due to a dead battery, likely drained by those two. Outside, the hurricane mercilessly swept away everything within sight. The entire landscape was blanketed in white. Ice flowers adorned the windows, with the outdoor temperature plummeting to minus 20 degrees Celsius. No wonder she felt chilled upon waking. She hurriedly turned on the living room air conditioner and donned a thick down jacket. The portable charger was sufficiently powered. If it ran low, she could simply recharge it in her space without hesitation. After a quick wash and a breakfast, she resumed her downloading spree, focusing primarily on entertainment materials today: novels, television dramas, films, variety shows, and short videos. Being alone necessitated some form of spiritual sustenance. Otherwise, she would surely go mad. After charging her phone, she discovered over 100 missed calls. The sockets at home were still functional. Those faux siblings undoubtedly brought their chargers. In the news live broadcast, the anchor's voice trembled, eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gravely reported the catastrophic scenes unfolding across Huagua. The magnitude of this blizzard, its widespread devastation, was unprecedented and deeply distressing. Railways were paralyzed, roads were frozen. Once sturdy buildings swayed precariously in the face of the storm, while crops lay buried beneath thick layers of snow. Ports suffered severe damage, and both transportation and livelihoods were critically impacted. The anchor's tone was fraught with urgency and concern as he implored the nation, "Please, everyone, remain indoors for your safety and await rescue. Avoid going outside, and together we shall withstand this ravaging blizzard." Every moment of waiting is a testament to the respect for life and the steadfastness of hope. He Qiao sighed, realizing that this was merely the beginning. Things would only worsen from here. The class group chat had erupted in chaos. The dormitory lost power early this morning. The wires were severed by the storm and won't be repaired anytime soon. Who can fix anything in this dreadful weather? The cafeteria is closed. What are we supposed to eat? Without power in the dorm, we can't even boil water. We can't even have instant noodles. The supermarkets are closed outside. It's as if the heavens have turned against us. Later, it was the counselor who intervened to pacify the individuals, bringing a semblance of calm. However, the respite was temporary. The dormitory experienced a power outage, rendering mobile phones incapable of charging, thus necessitating judicious use of battery life. The wireless internet was also inaccessible, and mobile signals were sporadic. At that moment, Juan Minuer emerged, sharing a screenshot displaying her phone's full battery, accompanied by the caption, "Though I cannot indulge in instant noodles, at least I still have power." This prompted some to recall that the class leader was at He Qiao's residence. Astute classmates began inquiring about the address of He Qiao's home. Juan Mingyue, wishing to flaunt rather than reveal her ignorance, withheld the information. She was still contemplating her scheme for Wan Weibao to pursue He Qiao. In her view, He Qiao was too foolish to deceive her and would soon return with supplies. If the class discovered the location, there would not be enough to share. Yet, some determined individuals managed to locate a photo of Wan Weibao from previous discussions, which inadvertently revealed the name of the community, Hanyang Community. Class leader, you are being rather unkind. Hanyang Community is merely 5 kilometers from our school. While you enjoy sumptuous meals at He Qiao's, you still wish to keep us in the dark. Class leader, you were never like this before. One must not be so selfish. I truly misjudged you before. Juan Mingyue hurriedly clarified that He Qiao's home was under renovation, devoid of any furnishings, save for functional power outlets. She even sent a photograph, but skepticism prevailed. Frustrated, she pounded her thigh, lamenting how her carefully cultivated image as an exemplary class leader was crumbling due to He Qiao. How could she maintain respect moving forward? He Qiao, that harbinger of misfortune, had brought her this calamity. Setting aside her plot for Wan Weibao to seduce He Qiao, she promptly shared the house number in the class group. How could I possibly be so selfish? This is He Qiao's home, not mine. I cannot decide for her. Fortunately, after my insistence, He Qiao finally agreed to disclose the house number. Upon this revelation, her classmates began showering Wan Mingyue with praise. Some even criticized He Qiao for being stingy and unsupportive, highlighting that as a local resident, she should have readily assisted in sharing her address. Some remarked that she deserved to have no friends or family. Wan Mingyue exclaimed, "If you wish to visit He Qiao's, please do come. At least there is electricity and internet." She was eager for her classmates to arrive. Firstly, it would preserve her virtuous image as a class leader, validating her honesty and ensuring her efforts were remembered. Secondly, she was famished. Since consuming a few bites of barbecue yesterday, she had not had a drop to drink. If He Qiao did not return soon, would she starve in this predicament? She reminded her classmates, "Please bring your own snacks. Let us not trouble He Qiao too much." The comments below were filled with praise for Wan Mingyue, while the true host, He Qiao, was disparaged for her perceived stinginess, failing to properly host her classmates. Meanwhile, Wan Weibao felt a surge of irritation. "Mingyue, what are you implying? Aren't we here to win over He Qiao? How can we cultivate our feelings if you invite your classmates over?" Wan Mingyue shivered in the cold, muttering angrily about He Qiao's mysterious absence. She was already running a fever. She won't freeze to death out there, will she? After all, it was now 20 degrees below zero, and she likely did not dress warmly when she left. They were indoors, warming themselves by the fire, and even they felt a chill. What of her? Wan Mingyue stared blankly at the burning wooden furniture, which they had pilfered from the corridor. Her expression darkened as Wan Weibao spoke. The house had not been transferred, and their savings were not yet secured. How could He Qiao possibly die? She dared not. Yet. At this juncture, it was too late to voice any concerns. After class, she and Wan Weibao headed out for barbecue, clad only in jackets, neglecting to wear thermal leggings. Outside, a blizzard raged, and the temperature plummeted. In such dreadful weather, venturing out to procure food was unthinkable. It was better to wait for those foolish classmates to come to them. Meanwhile, He Qiao was oblivious to the commotion. She was busy tidying up. Sleeping in the living room was not a long-term solution. The master and secondary bedrooms were furnished with beds and wardrobes, and she felt awkward about occupying them. There was also a small study, a mere 8 or 9 square meters, which was empty. She cleaned it out, laid down a carpet, placed a thick mattress, and set up her own bedding, transforming it into a cozy sleeping space. The smaller the room, the warmer it felt. She also tidied the living room, bathroom, and kitchen, especially the living room, which was covered in carpets, double-layered carpets, with the bottom layer acquired for free from the library's lounge and the top layer purchased from a mall. Walking barefoot on it was both soft and warm. At the entrance, she fortified the door with flood sandbags, ensuring her safety. Even if someone attempted to force entry, they would be thwarted. However, she was the only living soul there who would come knocking. If spirits wished to enter, they could likely pass through walls. Once she finished, she retreated to her space for a hot shower. After a simple lunch, she resumed downloading content on her electronic devices while contemplating physical exercise. Currently, she lacked nothing except for physical strength. Chapter 10. The Argument in the Afternoon. He Qiao set up the treadmill and began running for an hour. This body, unaccustomed to exercise, could only manage about 10 minutes at a low setting before fatigue set in. Having endured malnutrition during her youth, her limbs were frail. In university, aside from attending classes, she spent her time indoors binge-watching videos and playing games, exhibiting a complete lack of activity, a true homebody. Now, she could no longer allow herself to remain weak. Gritting her teeth, she persevered and finally completed the hour. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the carpet, gasping for breath. In the class group, the deputy class leader, Yu Ming, organized a group to seek refuge at He Qiao's home from the snowstorm. 10 individuals signed up, only 2 of whom were female. He Qiao noticed that these were the very people who had criticized her for being stingy. The class instructor vehemently opposed the idea, urging everyone to stay in the dormitory for safety. The wind is fierce, and the roads are treacherous. There are no vehicles on the streets. Even the subway and buses have ceased operations. Are you planning to walk? If anything were to happen outside the school gate, the institution would not be liable. Please, do not act rashly. The school is working on a solution and will provide hot water shortly. Furthermore, power restoration is underway and electricity is expected to resume by evening. However, the students had grown weary of such evasive reassurances after an entire day of waiting. Being young, they were filled with vigor, eager to take action. Won Mingyue expressed her warm welcome to everyone and reminded them not only to bring food but also to pack their blankets from the dormitory to guard against further drops in temperature. Little did they know that upon their arduous trek to He Qiao's residence, they would find it entirely bare. Their anticipated electricity and internet would likely vanish by the next day, leaving them to ponder their emotions in such a predicament. After a brief rest, He Qiao began practicing with a weighted mace, which had been modified to be twice as heavy as a standard mace. After only a few swings, her arms began to feel heavy. Biting her lip, she envisioned the apocalyptic scenarios where resources were seized from her and she was slain by marauders, driving her to persist in her training. By evening, He Qiao discovered that the air conditioning had ceased to function. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to 30 degrees below zero, freezing the external unit. She turned on 2 heaters directed towards herself and began practicing her shooting skills. The toy gun, black in color, was affectionately nicknamed Blackie. The living room, being rectangular, had a maximum distance of 9 meters between its 2 far corners, a sufficient range for her current level of practice. The punching bag was adorned with a layer of sandbags and bore a human silhouette drawn as a target. She practiced slowly, unfazed by the metallic bullets that were free and could be replicated infinitely. With a series of sharp reports, she discharged over 100 rounds, 2/3 of which struck the target, while the remaining bullets scattered on the carpet, too tiresome to retrieve. She would collect them all in a couple of days. She moved her computer and iPad to her small study and found hundreds of download tasks awaiting her attention. Sipping on milk tea, she nestled into her blankets. The windows of the study were similarly barricaded with sandbags. Outside, a frigid winter enveloped the world, while inside was a warm and cheerful refuge. She lay in bed, perusing her phone. Won Mingyue and Won Weibao had only sent a few perfunctory WeChat messages of concern, with no missed calls to be found. These two likely assumed her phone had died and that she would return home once the blizzard passed, showing little inclination to seek her out. Alternatively, they might have thought themselves lost to the storm, unable to return. In the class group of 10 students, only 6 had safely reached He Qiao's home. Among them, 2 female classmates regretted their decision the moment they exited the school gates and turned back. 2 male classmates, reportedly, had vanished along the way. The group intentionally avoided mentioning their disappearance, subtly acknowledging the grim likelihood of their fate. After all, the combination of blizzards, low temperatures, and trekking was a lethal one. The 6 students who had safely arrived at He Qiao's empty house erupted in curses, directing their ire at the class leader for having lured them there. Meanwhile, Won Mingyue, finally able to gnaw on some instant noodles, devoured them ravenously, a stark contrast to her usual poised demeanor. With a muffled explanation, she insisted she had previously mentioned the emptiness of the house, and it was their disbelief that led to this predicament. The classmates were unwilling to accept her reasoning. They had come expecting comfort, only to find themselves delivering supplies instead, leading to an argument. Those left in the dormitory were initially regretful for not having left with their peers, but soon felt relieved, even beginning to make snide remarks. When you left, you spoke of going to He Qiao's for hot pot. Was the hot pot delicious? You nearly emptied the dormitory, only to end up providing for others. After consuming a pack of instant noodles, Won Mingyue felt less famished, and her mind began to clear. She started to explain in the group chat, casting blame upon He Qiao. However, her classmates no longer engaged, and some even raised doubts. He Qiao hasn't spoken a word from the beginning, and no one knows if this is truly her home. The house is empty, not a single piece of furniture. It clearly isn't inhabited. Even if this were He Qiao's house, does she know you're here in an empty place? Did she consent to your entry? Upon hearing this, Yuming rushed to check the front door, sending a photo of pried open locks to the group chat. A collective realization dawned. So the class leader actually broke in. He Qiao probably wasn't even aware you were coming, yet you claimed to be visiting a sick person. Would a patient reside here? Class leader. What were you and your cousin doing in an empty house? Surely, it wasn't anything immoral or unethical. He Qiao observed the lively discussions in the chat with a cold gaze. She had not anticipated Won Mingyue would disclose the address. nor that classmates would show up at her door. In her previous life, during a power outage in the dormitory, classmates had sought refuge, but she had been deterred by Juan Mingyue, who insisted that the journey was dangerous and that she, as class leader, must prioritize their safety. In this life, however, she had invited classmates over. Everything had changed. Yesterday, He Qiao had been utterly exhausted and fell asleep. Tonight, she lay down with a clear mind, expecting insomnia due to the ethereal neighbors, yet to her surprise, she slipped into a deep slumber almost instantly. Meanwhile, within He Qiao's home, voices rose in urgency, urging everyone to hurry as they were starving. Juan Mingyue swiftly altered her demeanor, feigning good humor, assuring, "It will be ready shortly, everyone, please be patient." On the third day of the harsh winter apocalypse, the morning dawned with biting winds and a bitter chill, the temperature plummeting to -40 degrees. When He Qiao arose, she discovered her phone had completely lost signal. Undeterred, she opened her iPad and laptop, only to find that the download tasks had ceased as well. The internet, once a lifeline to the world, had now severed completely. Fortunately, she had already downloaded the crucial materials she needed. After hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast, He Qiao commenced her daily regimen of exercise. In this world where the strong survived and the weak were culled, every moment was vital. She needed to maximize her efforts to seek a glimmer of hope amid the relentless darkness. Unbeknownst to her, during the previous night, the city of M had succumbed to a complete power outage, plunging it into darkness. The relentless cold had obliterated the already fragile power grid. Upon awakening, Yu Ming and others found that both electricity and internet had vanished, with the blizzard still raging and temperatures continuing to drop. Their treatment of Juan Mingyue and her companion grew increasingly disrespectful, treating them as mere servants, no longer even addressing her as class leader, but simply by her name. Juan Mingyue, clean up the sunflower seed shells on the floor. Juan Mingyue, make the beds. Juan Mingyue, go heat some water. Finally, Juan Mingyue could no longer hold her tongue, declaring, "I am the class leader, not your servant." Yu Ming scoffed, "How did you become class leader? Should I spell it out for you?" Juan Mingyue fell silent. Her ascension to class leader had indeed been less than honorable. During the voting, she had enthusiastically assisted the teacher, taking the chance to swap her own name onto the ballots. Otherwise, Yu Ming would have been class leader. And her actual votes were woefully few. Juan Mingyue, why are you still standing there? Go gather some branches. Can't you see the fire is about to die? Juan Weibao quickly pulled Juan Mingyue away, fearing she might lose her temper and cause a scene. Now, they were outnumbered, and their adversaries had 6 people at their disposal, making them no match. Wrapped tightly in blankets, Juan Mingyue and Juan Weibao secured themselves with ropes against the biting cold. They clung to one another for support, barely managing to maintain their footing against the merciless storm. Yet even so, their courage was only sufficient to stagger a few meters forward. Stepping away from the precarious entrance of the building, each stride was accompanied by a profound dread of being swept away by the tempest, lost amidst the vast, swirling snow. They battled against the blizzard, dragging along branches torn from trees by the raging winds, using them as markers as they painstakingly moved toward the building. Juan Mingyue's cheeks were sliced by the biting wind, growing numb to the point where she could scarcely feel anything. At long last, they returned to the refuge of the building. After a considerable pause, Juan Mingyue could finally muster her voice. She angrily struck Juan Weibao's arm, accusing him of merely watching as others bullied her. Juan Weibao sighed, explaining that their numbers intimidated him from intervening. He urged her to endure a little longer, assuring her that once the storm abated, everything would return to normal. Meanwhile, He Qiao busied herself with physical training and organizing her supplies, which had been haphazardly stored due to the pressing need to stockpile. Following the resources duplicated the previous night, her small courtyard had become utterly chaotic, leaving no space to maneuver. As she organized, she meticulously documented the supplies by category on paper for future reference. Unbeknownst to her, the time slipped away until nightfall. The days she had accumulated were now spent, her space-time forcibly severed. She resolved to be more strategic in the future, recognizing the necessity of conserving her space-time for the perilous challenges that lay ahead. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the devastating hurricane finally subsided, leaving only relentless snowfall in its wake. The ground floor of the community was completely blanketed in snow, with only the upper windows barely visible. The temperature had plummeted to a bone-chilling -50 degrees. Each breath of air felt frozen, the cold slicing through the world, sculpting it into a desolate, icy expanse. This silence was not one of peace, but rather the unique stillness of doom, as if time itself had been frozen, instilling both awe and despair. Beyond the community, the once bright streetlights that illuminated paths home had long since toppled under the hurricane's wrath, now buried beneath layers of snow. The ancient, dilapidated structures could not withstand the pressure of 3 consecutive days of blizzards, collapsing into heaps of rubble. Cars lined the streets, ravaged by the storm, their glass shattered and now lost beneath the snow, never to see the light of day again. People, believing the hurricane's fury had subsided, thought the disaster had passed. However, as time wore on, the snowfall continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting. Although the temperature no longer dropped, it remained at a frigid -50 degrees. Within the community, lives were being lost to the cold, bodies left carelessly at doorsteps, merely covered with a thin sheet. In some cases, entire families perished, leaving no one to collect the remains. The population of Blue Star dwindled to less than a third of its pre-apocalyptic numbers. It became evident that this was no mere snowstorm. It marked the beginning of the end. The quicker survivors began to venture out in search of supplies, while those still clinging to hope chose to remain home, awaiting rescue. Hiqiao's days were abundantly filled. In addition to her physical training, she began preparing meals. As the snow was expected to last for another fortnight, cooking at this time concealed the smoke beneath the snow, keeping her actions hidden from others. Since the first grade, she had been responsible for her family's meals, making simple home-cooked dishes second nature. Stir-frying, stewing, frying, preparing noodles, buns, rolls, and porridge, she meticulously packaged them in disposable containers. Not only did using disposable containers spare her from washing dishes, but it also reduced costs when duplicating the food. She also brewed a pot of ginger tea, storing it in thermoses for convenience. A kettle of hot water was prepared for instant noodles and tea. A week later, with little to occupy her, boredom set in. After completing her exercises, she gazed out at the falling snow, lost in thought. The snow had now accumulated to the 3rd floor. What had she been doing on this day in her past life? She had extended her hospitality to Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao, sharing all her resources. She pondered whether in this lifetime, they too were well fed. At that moment, Ruan Mingyue, dragging branches back to the 6th floor, suddenly sneezed. "Damn it. I've definitely caught a cold," she cursed. That night, Hiqiao nestled in bed, watching a documentary about life in Antarctica, when the sound of a helicopter echoed overhead. Could it be a rescue drop? Did the pilot not realize this was a ghost community? With not a single living soul around, who was the drop intended for? Initially, she had no intention of getting up to investigate, but then a loud bang reverberated through the air. Was that a gunshot? She quickly rose, extinguishing the lights, moving aside the sandbags, and donning her night vision goggles to peer outside. The helicopter did not linger. It swiftly jettisoned a human-shaped object before departing. The figure plummeted straight down, landing atop the roof of the adjacent building. Hiqiao cursed her own misfortune, lamenting her earlier remarks about boredom, realizing she had unwittingly invited trouble. Chapter 12. A man falls from the sky. Once the sound of the helicopter faded completely, Hiqiao dared to shift. The temperature by the window was frigid, prompting her to don a down jacket as she continued to observe the rooftop through her binoculars. Curiosity, they say, killed the cat. She had no intention of checking on the stranger nor offering assistance. In her previous life, her overly kind heart had cost her dearly, and she was determined not to repeat that mistake. Besides, in this weather, anyone capable of deploying a helicopter to the Tomorrow Garden to commit murder and dispose of a body was certainly not someone she could contend with. That gunshot had been real, and her skills would be no match for it. She remained hidden behind the window for several minutes, watching as the figure showed no signs of movement. The snow continued to fall upon the shadow, gradually concealing it. It seemed inevitable that the stranger would not survive. Even if he had not perished from the gunshot, the fall from such a height would surely have been fatal, and lying in extreme cold for so long would likely lead to freezing to death. Thus, she would have yet another ghostly neighbor. Just as Hiqiao prepared to step away from the window, the shadow on the rooftop began to stir. Was he still alive? She silently gave a thumbs up, marveling at his resilience. The man staggered through the snow, making his way into the nearest building. Judging by his stature, he was a tall man, and she felt a twinge of concern, uncertain of what consequences this stranger might bring. His assailants had firearms. Did he possess one as well? Would those who hunted him return, discovering his absence and searching the community? In recent days, she had grown accustomed to living alongside ghosts. The sudden presence of a living person felt disconcerting. What if he discovered her and attempted to seize her home and supplies? He Qiao barricaded the sandbags and lay down, her mind heavy with worries. Starting tomorrow, she resolved to train more rigorously, enhancing her strength. Fear was of no use. Only by becoming stronger could she face any challenges. In building number 7 on the top floor, room 1202, the man exerted himself, kicking the door open with force. He cradled his injured arm, unsteadily entering the room. Inside the living area, he found 4 makeshift beds, likely a collective effort from several families pooling resources. He spotted offerings on the table and hastily devoured them. His tenacity kept him alert, but the extreme cold had rendered his body numb, forcing involuntary tremors. Frost formed on his eyebrows, cascading down as he shook. After consuming a few hard egg cakes and a withered apple, he felt somewhat better. Entering the bedroom, he found a small makeshift altar with several blankets, evidence of a recent death and a simple funeral service. Without hesitation, he wrapped himself in one of the blankets, unbothered by the thought of those who might return to find the body missing. Those who have realized the impending apocalypse are frantically hoarding supplies. Shot in the chest. He plummets from a helicopter, enduring frigid temperatures of -50 degrees. No one would believe he is still alive. Just before departure, he sensed something amiss and donned a bulletproof vest beneath his clothing. Fortunately, the cold dissuaded the others from inspecting his wounds. Otherwise, they would have discovered the truth. When he was cast from the aircraft, he exerted a bit of cunning, or he would have met his demise upon impact. Though the ground was covered in snow, it had long since solidified, rendering it hard as rock. A fall onto such a surface would undoubtedly be fatal. He landed atop the building and retained consciousness. He waited until the helicopter had distanced itself, mustering the strength to remain still until he was certain the group would not return before daring to move. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but as he lay on the rooftop, he felt a gaze piercing through him. Initially, he feared it belonged to his would-be killer. But upon observing the situation in the community, he wondered if it was truly a specter. That night, He Qiao found little rest. Early in the morning, she stacked another 2 layers of sandbags at the door. With 3 layers of sandbags inside and out, not even a submachine gun could breach this barrier, ensuring her safety. She then commenced a regimen of rigorous training. As she wielded a spiked club, she bound sandbags to her arms. While running, she secured sandbags to her legs. During shooting practice, her arms bore not only sandbags but also a bottle of mineral water. By the end of the day, she had exhausted herself to the point of being unable to worry about anything else. She rubbed her sore, swollen muscles, gritting her teeth in pain. In Building 7, the man awoke and assessed his injuries. His arm bore only a bruise. Miraculously, his bones were unbroken. He moved his body and began to scour the building. The entire structure contained 2 units, comprising 48 apartments, 39 of which were inhabited by spirits. This meant he had 39 households from which to scavenge. He meticulously collected all usable supplies, food, drink, clothing, into one place. In his haste during the previous night, he had entered the top floor indiscriminately. In retrospect, it was far too cold there. Moreover, with no indication of when the heavy snowfall would cease, he resolved to take residence on the 11th floor, room 1102. This apartment was devoid of spirits and furnished simply, making it far warmer than the ground. He deposited his gathered supplies inside, though they would not last long. The so-called spirit house, Mingri Jiyuan, was notorious throughout M City, yet this was his first visit. Isolated and shunned due to its spectral occupants, the surrounding area lacked not just residents, but even shops. Before the apocalypse, city dwellers would have avoided this place altogether. For 2 kilometers in every direction, there was no sign of life. While the solitude was peaceful, it was not conducive to stockpiling resources. The man's gaze drifted toward other buildings. He Qiao occasionally used binoculars to scan for movement in Building 7. She observed no one emerging from within, aside from the windows sealed shut. The other vacant apartments had their curtains drawn, revealing no signs of activity or light. If the man had not succumbed to the cold, he possessed remarkable counter-surveillance skills. Most would instinctively seek warmth in such extreme conditions. Yet, Mingri Jiyuan was stocked with candles and lighters. Finding a source of fire would not be difficult. His ability to resist the temptation to warm himself indicated extraordinary physical resilience. If this continued, it would be quite agreeable. Neither would disturb the other, and they would remain unseen. However, fate had other plans. Close to midnight that evening, He Qiao spotted the man emerging from Building 7. Through her binoculars, she noted his imposing stature, sharp features, and that his collar obscured his eyes. He strode purposefully, his broad shoulders slightly trembling with each step. This man was undeniably formidable, though unarmed. She could not ascertain if his black winter coat concealed a weapon. He approached Building 13, where He Qiao stood, heart racing. She had no desire to engage with someone so intimidating. Indeed, she had contemplated erasing her traces, masquerading 1101 as an uninhabited apartment. But why should she? She had taken residence first, and had not wronged anyone. In an instant, clarity struck her. They would inevitably confront one another. Why not do so now? If he harbored ill intentions, she could summon a stone from her space to crush him. Conversely, if he meant no harm, they could coexist peacefully in their respective buildings. As his footsteps drew nearer to the entrance of Building 13, she positioned herself behind the door, her right hand gripping her weapon while her left was poised to release a stone should the need arise. The initial tension had faded, replaced by excitement. If the man were indeed armed, she could acquire a genuine weapon. While her current armament was commendable, it could not rival a true firearm. Yet, just as she prepared herself for the man's arrival, he unexpectedly veered away from Building 13 and exited the community altogether. Disappointment washed over her. She pouted, stowing her weapon and retrieving a copy of the Huangdi Neijing to peruse. It was not until dawn approached that the man returned. He bore a massive iron door, approximately 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, reminiscent of a warehouse entrance. It was piled high with supplies, secured with rope and slung over his shoulder. Gas canisters, branches, blankets, flour, rice, oil, and down jackets. The haul was substantial and heavy, leaving deep drag marks in the hardened snow. This man had surely engaged in a zero-cost procurement. She mused that had it not been for her space's replicator, she might have braved the storm for a zero-cost haul herself. Fortunately, her store of supplies was ample, ensuring she need not risk her safety. Thankfully, the blizzard raged on, quickly covering the man's tracks. Otherwise, she would have been apprehensive about attracting unwanted attention. Observing the man return to Building 7 without any trailing company, He Qiao stifled a yawn and fell into a restful sleep. In the days that followed, the man remained hidden in Building 7 during the daylight hours, venturing out at night to gather supplies. Each time he returned, he was laden with bounty. Much to her delight, as the only living neighbor in the community, the more resources he amassed, the safer she felt. Perhaps having surveyed the area for dangers, the man began to warm himself by a fire on the third day of his stay in Building 7. The drawn curtains obscured his activities, revealing only a flicker of light. Meanwhile, He Qiao diligently continued her physical training within her own confines, honing her strength. She indulged in reading, hot pot, barbecued meats, shellfish, and milk tea. Her days were positively luxurious. She had also been accumulating time in her space, wasting none of it. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, the relentless blizzard finally ceased. By this time, the snow had engulfed the height of 5 stories. People rejoiced, streaming out of their shelters, arms raised high as if to disperse the lingering gloom. They believed they had finally arrived at the dawn of relief from the prolonged snow disaster. The cessation of the snowfall should herald the sun's return, that warm and brilliant light of redemption. They looked forward to the gradual melting of the snow, the accompanying rise in temperature, and the end of this wretched cold. In Hongyang community, the emaciated Ruan Mingyue had been bullied to the brink of despair by Yu Ming and his cohorts. Her cousin, Wan Weibao, also expressed concern for her plight. Upon witnessing the snow's end, they exchanged genuine smiles. They could finally escape this cursed place and return to school. She was determined to inform her teachers of their misdeeds and ensure that those who wronged her faced dire consequences. However, as time ticked by, the sun remained elusive, like a mirage drawn by a greedy artist. The sky remained overcast, shrouded beneath a heavy veil, robbing the world of its vibrant colors and vitality. Worse still, the temperature did not rise as they had hoped. Instead, it continued to plummet. As people gradually came to understand that this extreme cold was not a fleeting phenomenon, despair crept into their hearts like an insidious frost. The supplies at home had dwindled to nothing, and the remaining furniture capable of providing warmth was scarce. In the neighborhood, Household after household quietly vanished under the relentless onslaught of the bitter cold. Doors were pried open, and the meager resources within were ruthlessly plundered, leaving not a trace behind. Even more harrowing was the fact that the bodies of the unfortunate victims received no semblance of respect. Their clothes were stripped away by those driven by greed and desperation, as if the last vestige of dignity had been torn from their lifeless forms. Only the cold, shivering bodies remained, whispering tales of the world's cruelty and indifference. The primal instinct for survival compelled individuals to step outside, embarking on a quest for resources. However, those who had sensed the looming crisis had already begun a frenzied collection of supplies before the snow had ceased its fall. The survivors now emerging were undoubtedly lagging behind in the race for survival. Clad in the heaviest garments and wielding sticks, kitchen knives, and other makeshift weapons, they ventured into the city in search of anything that could be of use. Shops had long been broken into, and supermarkets had been stripped bare, leaving only empty metallic shelves. Yet, even amidst such desolation, people clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. Suddenly, someone discovered a forgotten packet of instant noodles tucked away in a corner, igniting a fervent spark of hope within all. They surged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle for the precious packet, fists and feet intertwined, screams and curses echoing, the darker sides of humanity laid bare in that moment. Outside the shopping center, a solitary piece of firewood lay quietly in the snow, as if awaiting the arrival of some fortunate soul. Yet, this seemingly insignificant log ignited another fierce conflict. People raced towards it, stumbling and falling, some even willing to risk their lives for this last source of warmth. In this apocalyptic world, weapons in hand transitioned from rudimentary sticks and kitchen knives to more lethal instruments. Long blades glinted ominously, while modified spiked clubs exuded a chilling aura, becoming tools of reckless abandon for some. Amidst this chaos, acts of murder, robbery, and the victimization of women proliferated like weeds, omnipresent and insidious. Every moment saw someone succumbing to darkness, while others struggled in despair. Social order had crumbled, the authority of law obliterated in the face of extreme circumstances, replaced by a frenzied scramble for survival resources and a profound test of humanity's limits. While the outside world descended into chaos, the Tomorrow Garden where He Qiao resided remained eerily serene. The community was already remote, with no inhabitants for several kilometers even before the apocalypse, and the peculiar nature of the spirits ensured that no one would think to search for supplies here. He Qiao had begun cultivating strawberries and various vegetables in her glass greenhouse. The growth rate was akin to that outside, so it would be a while before she could savor the fruits of her labor. Yet, she was not anxious. The space was replete with fruits, strawberries, grapes, durians, apples, bananas, cherries, all in abundance. While preparing pumpkin porridge, she saved some pumpkin seeds to plant in a pot. She also attempted to cultivate sweet potatoes and potatoes, having gathered books on planting from the M-City Library to learn the art of seedling cultivation. As she pushed open the kitchen window, each breath felt like ice crystallizing in her lungs. After the snow ceased, the temperature dropped once more. Today's reading, -53 degrees. She donned a mask and grabbed her binoculars. In the distance, small blacks moved slowly across the snowy expanse. She understood that true chaos would erupt once the snow ceased. During the snowfall, people still harbored illusions, believing that once the blizzard stopped, everything would return to normal.
Now,
she merely hoped that the tranquility of Tomorrow Garden could endure a little longer. Yet, fate often defies our desires. That afternoon, a young couple moved into the community, taking residence in Building 8. This building was adjacent to the man's residence in Building 7, effectively across from He Qiao's home. Each family occupied a separate building, forming a triangle, living in harmony without disturbing one another. The couple was particularly ostentatious, arriving in a nearly new off-road vehicle that roared as it entered the community, its thunderous sound echoing throughout, as if announcing their arrival to the world. He Qiao wondered whether the spirits would find it noisy or cover their ears. The snow, frozen hard by the intense cold, was extremely slippery, but the off-road vehicle was equipped with anti-skid chains, showing no signs of fear. The windows had been specially modified, gleaming with a bright sheen. Both were clad in high-end winter gear, the heavy materials and professional designs far superior to what He Qiao had hastily purchased. Clearly, they were well prepared. Why refer to them as a couple? They were constantly entwined, even moving in together while embracing, an intimacy that seemed excessive for mere roommates. The woman, slightly shorter than He Qiao, wore a mask and hat, obscuring her features. The man, around 175 centimeters tall, donned glasses and had a lean physique. It appeared they already knew that Building 8 was vacant, as they did not inspect the upper floors but instead unloaded the abundant supplies from their vehicle directly into the building. He Qiao observed them through her binoculars, noting that they had settled into the 7th floor. They drew back the curtains, revealing furniture draped in white cloth, everything looking quite familiar. Could they be the owners? He Qiao speculated idly. That night, as usual, the man from Building 7 left the community, heading towards the city center, with the newly arrived couple following closely behind in their vehicle. He Qiao hid behind the curtains, munching on strawberries as the off-road vehicle gradually caught up to the man. The vehicle paused momentarily, and the man entered their car. Were they partners? Planning to team up to scavenge for supplies? He shook her head, dismissively returning to her bed. In her previous life, during the 2nd year of the apocalypse, after parting ways with Wan Mingyue, she had briefly teamed up with others. But it had not been a fruitful endeavor. In the apocalypse, no one could be trusted completely. Today as ally might become tomorrow as backstabber over a mere packet of instant noodles. During the 2 months spent with those teammates, she had often been deliberately forgotten to minimize her share of supplies. Dangerous situations where she was set up to take the fall were countless. She could not even close her eyes in sleep. Constant vigilance against external threats was required, as well as wariness and calculation concerning her teammates. This weight and fatigue were nearly suffocating. Thus, she ultimately chose to walk alone. Even upon entering the official base in M City, she maintained her solitude, participating only in official tasks without forming any alliances. Within 3 days, He Qiao noticed a quiet influx of unfamiliar faces into the community. They arrived in groups or brought their families along, with no one acting alone. In her previous life's memories, Tomorrow Garden had remained sparsely populated until the 2nd year of the apocalypse. When she and her teammates sought construction supplies here, they had scarcely encountered any living souls. This time, however, things were undeniably different. What was particularly striking was the absence of elderly individuals among the new survivors. It was likely that those older had not survived the brutal onset of the extreme cold. Fortunately, those who chose to reside in Tomorrow's Garden arrived burdened with heavy luggage, concealing a wealth of supplies. He Qiao speculated that they were either affluent individuals or, like the resident of Building 7, had stockpiled provisions in anticipation of the relentless blizzard. Otherwise, why would they forsake the resource-rich city center at such a critical juncture to move into this obscure community? It is well known that the city center is teeming with supplies. Moreover, many resources lie buried beneath the thick layer of snow, and with effort, one could unearth a glimmer of hope for survival. As He Qiao savored spicy duck snacks while watching a variety show, she reflected on her past life with a pang of nostalgia. At that time, their household supplies had been depleted by 3 individuals, forcing her to venture out with her Wan Mingyue and Wan Weibo in search of sustenance. They hurried to the nearby supermarket, sweating profusely as they dug through the snow in pursuit of a fleeting chance at survival. Yet, the provisions they painstakingly uncovered could be snatched away before they even reached their lips. Some would not only seize your supplies, but might also take your life. After all, resources are finite. Only by reducing the number of living beings can one claim more for oneself. The closer one gets to the city center, the greater the number of survivors, resulting in heightened chaos. Thus, these individuals sought refuge in Tomorrow's Garden for some semblance of tranquility. He Qiao remained ensconced in her own little corner, diligently training her physical abilities. It was heartening to note that her marksmanship had improved significantly. She could now hit the target consistently from a distance of 9 meters across the living room. Each day, she dedicated 20 minutes to honing her skills at longer ranges, saving the rest of her time for more critical moments in the future. Late at night, she observed an SUV departing the community gate. Today, it was driven by a man from Building 7, with a young couple seated in the back. She understood that these newcomers were likely drawn in by the trio. Their daily departures and returns, laden with goods, could hardly go unnoticed. It was quite bothersome. Where there are people, there is conflict. Were it not for the pressing nature of her rebirth, she might have sought refuge in the deep mountains, hiding away until the apocalypse concluded. The number of residents in the community was steadily increasing, with nearly every unit housing 3 to 4 families. Seizing the opportunity, she removed the sandbags blocking her windows, signaling that this abode had an owner. He Xiao reminisced about the tranquil moments shared with the spirits as neighbors. However, with the influx of new residents, her door had been knocked upon numerous times. As she enjoyed her wasabi shrimp balls, her spirits lifted, and she shouted out to the door without much emotion, continuing her lunch. Yet, over an hour later, the knocking resumed. This time, it annoyed her, forcing an interruption in her physical training. She scribbled a note that read, "This house is occupied. Please do not disturb," and affixed it to the door. At last, there was silence. The community held many vacant homes, and such actions to seize a property were unnecessary. However, barely 2 days later, the door was knocked upon again. At that moment, He Xiao was practicing her marksmanship with 20-pound sandbags strapped to her arms, so she could only shout out briefly. The note still clung to the door. "This house is occupied." She initially assumed the note had fallen off or had been taken by a careless neighbor to burn as fuel. But the persistent knocking outside alerted her to something amiss. The footsteps were disordered, and the breath did not belong to a single individual. She removed the sandbags, readied her firearm, and stealthily approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw only a woman outside, clad in insufficient clothing and shivering uncontrollably. Her left hand was steaming from her breath, while the right hand knocked at the door. However, a pair of men's shoes was visible in the corner, poorly concealed. Chapter 15. Murder. He Xiao addressed the woman outside the door, stating, "This house is occupied. You should seek another." The woman, her tone gentle, replied, "I'm a new resident without any tools for breaking in. I merely wish to borrow." He Xiao coldly retorted, "I have no tools for breaking in. I am the original owner and possess the keys. There is no need to break in." The woman persisted, feigning helplessness. "My child is merely 3 years old, waiting downstairs in her father's arms. She is freezing. Please have mercy on us. We only need tools, nothing else. Let us help each other as neighbors." He Xiao responded firmly, "No, leave." The woman fell silent and departed from the doorway, and the man's shoes followed suit. Unsettled, He Xiao lingered by the door. Not long after, the woman returned, this time with 2 packets of instant noodles in hand. After knocking, she said, "My child is so cold. Can we borrow some hot water?" She held up the noodles, hastily adding, "We want to take the hot water for free. We'll trade it for these 2 packets." In a world where the apocalypse had barely lasted a month, firewood was easy to find, and snowmelt was abundant. Who would trade hot water for mere noodles? He Xiao knew these people would not relent easily. "I have no hot water and do not want her noodles," she declared. The individuals outside grew increasingly impatient. A tall man shoved the woman aside, discarding any pretense, and declared, "Why waste time talking to her? Let us just break down the door and take the house." Another man stepped forward, brandishing a machete, boasting, "Look, it's just one woman inside. What's there to fear?" The original woman, expressing frustration, said, "You two are too eager. It would be better to coax her into opening the door. Breaking it will ruin the lock." The tall man raised his hammer dismissively. "Locks can be repaired. Besides, we have 3 men. Who should we fear?" The machete-wielding man urged the woman back, stating that all the furnished homes in the community had been taken, leaving only those inhabited by spirits, which contained no furniture. "Enough of this chatter. Let us seize this house quickly. I'm freezing to death." There were 3 of them. Excellent. A cold smile crept across He Xiao's lips as she had danced around the woman for so long merely to ascertain their intentions. To dare seize her home was tantamount to courting death. The living room and small study had been meticulously arranged by her. The floors were covered in carpets, and the walls were insulated with a layer of protective material. She had intended to endure the extreme cold here, yet unwelcome intruders sought to force their way in. They would soon learn the consequences of their folly. Outside, the tall man raised his hammer, ready to smash down the door, only to see it swing open with a loud click. He chuckled victoriously. "Looks like you're sensible. As long as you're not too ugly, we can keep you." His lewd grin widened as he yanked the door open. However, as the door fully opened, he froze in shock. A wall of sandbags stood before him, rising to his height. Just as he was about to curse, he found himself staring down the barrel of a dark gun. The man behind him, wielding the knife, sneered, "You think a toy gun will frighten us?" Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out, and a sharp pain pierced his neck. In disbelief, he reached up to touch the wound, his hands slick with blood. Though the bullet was not a real one, it was crafted from metal, and while it would not kill him instantly, he would soon succumb to blood loss and the harsh cold. Panic surged within him. He had no idea whether it was a real bullet, Terror caused him to lose control, and he collapsed backward. The woman beside him screamed in horror. Murder! Murder! Meanwhile, the tall man closest to the door, seeing the chaos, disregarded his companion's fate and sought to flee. He Qiao had no intention of letting him escape. The reason she had first shot the man in the distance was to prevent them from scattering. She squeezed the trigger again, and the fleeing man fell, a metal bullet striking true at the back of his neck. In extreme cold, where people were bundled in heavy clothing, only by targeting the neck could she achieve a lethal shot. Fortuitously, the distance had been close. Had it been farther, her marksmanship might not have sufficed. The woman outside had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Although she had been in the company of the two men, her role in the post-apocalyptic world primarily revolved around guarding supplies, occasionally aiding in lookout duties during robberies, but she had never laid eyes on murder before. At this moment, she found herself crumpled on the ground, paralyzed by fear and unable to flee, pleading for mercy. "I'm sorry, we shouldn't have taken your home. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I have supplies and a vehicle just downstairs. I can give them to you, please." She sobbed. It was their idea. It had nothing to do with me. He Qiao, whose heart was as hard as stone, aimed her gun once more at the woman's temple. She was acutely aware that should these three manage to breach her door, she would face an unimaginable fate. Being robbed of her supplies and expelled from her home would be the best outcome. Far worse would be the possibility of being victimized by these two men, leading to her inevitable demise. Though the two men were not dead, they lay weakly on the ground, attempting to crawl up the stairs to escape. He Qiao stepped out of her door wielding a machete and delivered a fatal blow to each of their necks, ensuring that no chance of survival remained. In her previous life, it was not until the second year of the apocalypse that she had endured the terror of taking a life for the first time. Yet in this life, less than a month into the apocalypse, her hands had already been stained with blood. However, she felt no remorse. The only regret she harbored was that her firearm was a mere imitation, lacking the lethality she desired. She yearned for a genuine handgun. Had she possessed one during this ordeal, there would have been no need to step outside to finish them off. She piled the three bodies at the stairwell of the 11th floor, using them as a deterrent. This way, no one would dare to disturb her. Peering out from the corridor window, she indeed spotted a dilapidated van parked below. From the tall man, she retrieved a set of car keys. Returning to her room, she donned a warm coat, took her knife and the gun, and cautiously made her way downstairs. The corridor was eerily silent. The new neighbors, usually so boisterous, were now hushed in fear. They had heard the gunshots and the woman's screams. There's been a murder. Terrified, they hid behind their doors, peering through peepholes at He Qiao as she descended. This woman was terrifying. She possessed a gun. She was audacious enough to kill, and not just one, but 3 people. How could she not fear that the authorities would come knocking after the frigid chaos? Outside the community, while people might resort to murder and pillaging for survival, they concealed their identities, remaining strangers to one another. After committing their crimes, they would swiftly flee, knowing that once order was restored, the police would have no leads on the perpetrators. But this woman was different. She had brazenly committed murder within the community. They knew her apartment number and could easily find her. Yet some still clung to the naive hope that the apocalyptic freeze would come to an end. He Qiao's eyes were icy, and she remained vigilant, attuned to any sounds behind the doors on each floor. Should anyone foolish enough dare to confront her, she would not hesitate to stain her hands with more blood. Upon reaching the ground floor, she unlocked the van's door with the keys. The vehicle had only 3 seats, the rest filled with supplies, blankets, warm coats, down jackets, as well as food, medicine, charcoal, and firewood. She transported the food, medicine, and charcoal up in 2 trips, taking only a piece of wood for its utility. The rest of the supplies remained in the van, which she parked in the underground garage. After securing the garage door, she returned home to warm herself. The underground garage had several independent parking spaces with doors, clearly modified by previous owners, which conveniently allowed He Qiao to conceal her vehicle. Even if it were stolen, it mattered little, as there were other cars in the vicinity. With the bodies piled at the entrance, no one dared to disturb her, and she enjoyed 2 days of peace. However, on the 3rd day, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 16. New neighbors. Outside the door stood a man and a woman. The woman wore a bright red winter coat, while the man sported glasses. They were the ostentatious couple from Building 8. He Qiao frowned. What business did they have with her? She replied, "Someone lives here. You should go elsewhere." Upon hearing her voice, the woman removed her scarf, revealing a charming round face. With a smile, she said, "Hello, we're your neighbors from Building 8. My name is Lin Feifei, and this is my boyfriend, Lu Chen. We'd like to discuss something with you. Could you please open the door?" Uncertain of their intentions, He Qiao was reluctant to open the door. Moreover, she had no idea whether the man from Building 7 was hiding behind it. They were three, and she was alone, not knowing if they possessed firearms. There was no way she would let them in. He Qiao replied, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening." Lin Feifei pouted, surprised by the rejection. Clearly, she had shown her face to indicate that she posed no threat. Lu Chun, sensing He Qiao's wariness, stepped back with Lin Feifei, exposing his empty hands and even making a gesture to show he meant no harm. "Look, we are unarmed and have no ill intentions. We are here to discuss a collaboration." Despite his words, He Qiao remained unyielding. What collaboration? Lu Chun was not offended. In these dire times, it was wise to be cautious. Had he been in her position, he too would have hesitated to open the door. He Qiao's cautious demeanor pleased him, fueling his determination. Lin Feifei interjected, "There has been an influx of survivors in the community over the past few days. They are not only stealing supplies but also homes. Many neighbors have been ousted, and some even killed." He Qiao was well aware that 3 bodies still lay at the stairwell. The community had descended into chaos, with frequent sounds of fighting and cries echoing throughout. Tomorrow's garden, once a peaceful enclave, was no longer safe. Lin Feifei continued, "We, along with a gentleman from Building 7, wish to move in and become your neighbors." He Qiao frowned. The man from Building 7 had a complicated background, and she did not wish to associate with him. She remembered well how he had arrived in the community. If there were neighbors next door, it would only serve to heighten her discomfort. Growing increasingly irritable, she snapped, "The house isn't mine. If you want to move in, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me." Lin Feifei detected her impatience and turned to her boyfriend with a pout, complaining, "She's right. It's not her house. We can move in if we want. Why bother with her?" Lu Chun gently patted his girlfriend's shoulder, soothingly saying, "Feifei, let us focus on the matter at hand. If you were at home and someone knocked, would you dare to open the door?" Lin Feifei's pout softened as she considered the state of the community. She certainly would not dare to open the door, not even to stay there alone. She raised her gaze, approaching the door once more, and spoke sincerely through the peephole. "Sister inside, I was wrong earlier. We truly are here to discuss collaboration. The 4 of us can team up to scavenge for supplies and look out for one another. We found a safety gate outside the community that can be installed at the stairwell, preventing anyone from coming up, thus adding a layer of security." Lu Chen added, "At this point, I won't hide anything. We heard about your actions, and after careful consideration, we decided to approach you. You have the strength, but do not bully others. Your character is commendable. As for the 3 of us, we have ample supplies and a 4-wheel drive, and the man from Building 7 is even stronger. Together, we can navigate this perilous new world." He Qiao, being the first resident of Tomorrow's Garden, had observed these 3 closely. They were indeed stronger than most residents, yet they had never acted oppressively, focusing solely on searching for resources outside the community. The matter of forming a team can be set aside for now. However, having these individuals as neighbors is undoubtedly preferable to others. Rather than allowing chaotic strangers to occupy the adjacent residence, it would be far better to welcome them. Additionally, the installation of a security door at the stairwell would serve her interests well. She spoke, "Please move in first. Once the gentleman from Building 7 arrives, we can discuss other matters." Lin Feifei, revealing her charming little tiger teeth, added, "No rush. Let's install the security door on the 10th floor first before moving, as it wouldn't be safe otherwise." Before long, He Qiao heard the sound of a power drill emanating from downstairs. She had attentively listened at the door and discerned no one lurking. Following the noise, she ascended to the 10th floor and found Lin Feifei holding the sliding door while Lu Chen was busy with the drill. The drill was connected to a portable power source, and a toolbox lay sprawled on the ground, indicating thorough preparation on their part. It subtly suggested that, regardless of her agreement, they were determined to move in. Upon spotting He Qiao, Lin Feifei exclaimed, "You look so young. How come you look so different from what I imagined?" In Lin Feifei's mind, facing 3 individuals, 2 of whom were large men, would require a formidable opponent, perhaps a boxer or someone alike. Yet the woman before her appeared even younger, with a delicate oval face and a tall, slender figure. However, When her gaze fell upon the weapon in the woman's hand, a modified toy gun and a bloodied machete, she opted for silence. Finally, the cold demeanor and icy gaze of the woman sent a shiver down her spine. The woman's aura was formidable, rivaling that of the man from Building 7, inducing fear. "I am He Qiao," she introduced herself. Lin Feifei found her voice melodious, crystalline in its clarity. "He Qiao? What a lovely name. I'll call you Sister Qiao," she declared, brimming with familiarity. He Qiao inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Lu Chen, undeterred, continued his work, stating, "The door is almost installed. We'll move our belongings shortly. You can stay here and keep watch, all right?" He Qiao nodded. Lin Feifei now regarded He Qiao with admiration. She had single-handedly taken down 3 people, making her an idol in Lin Feifei's eyes. Although the man from Building 7 was impressive, his height and build diminished his impact on her compared to this woman. Lin Feifei chattered incessantly, "Don't be fooled by my boyfriend's glasses. He's not a nerd. We often go rock climbing, camping, and embarking on adventures. Installing a security door is a trivial matter for us. We've even set up tents on the edge of cliffs, relying on just a wire. Far more challenging than this." Recognizing He Qiao's aversion to noise, Lu Chen hastily completed the installation of the security door and took his girlfriend away. "Let us head back to move our things." Chapter 17. Moving. He Qiao stood inside the sliding door on the 10th floor, gripping her weapon firmly, its cold barrel aimed outward. The residents of the 9th floor cautiously peeked out, only to hastily retreat upon encountering He Qiao's frosty gaze. Who would dare provoke that female menace, who had already claimed 3 lives? After approximately half an hour of silence, heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. The steps were measured and unhurried. A tall figure gradually materialized in the hallway. In He Qiao's line of sight, the first thing that caught her attention was a mountain of supplies tightly wrapped in 2 bed sheets. Following that was a face marked by sharp brows, deep-set eyes, and a commanding presence. Despite the heavy burden he bore, the man displayed no signs of distress, exuding a sense of reassurance and strength. He Qiao recognized him as the man who had been dropped from a helicopter. He stood there casually, yet emanated an undeniable aura of pressure. She slowly opened the security door to grant him passage. However, he did not step in immediately. Instead, he paused, his voice low and aloof. "Gu Qian." He Qiao met his gaze without flinching, responding, "He Qiao." Gu Qian's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes still piercing. "You were the one observing me from the rooftop, weren't you?" After a moment of silence, He Qiao chose not to deny it. Gu Qian continued, "Rest assured, I won't be a nuisance." He Qiao shrugged inwardly, thinking, quite the opposite. Were it not for his frequent excursions in search of supplies, would Lin Feifei and Lu Chen have been drawn here? Would numerous survivors have flocked to Mingri Jiyuan, disrupting the peace? Yet, she reminded herself that this place was never truly hers, and she had no right to complain. With the situation as it stood, she would refrain from growing obstinate and questioning anything. Her sole desire was to find a glimmer of hope within this apocalypse and survive. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Qian seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered him before. However, being an ordinary person who had never mingled with influential figures, how could she possibly recognize someone of his stature? She suspected she might be mistaken. Gu Qian brought the supplies into room 1002 on the 10th floor. He Qiao observed coldly, offering no assistance. She pondered that having such a capable man on the 10th floor as the first line of defense was advantageous for her. Gu Qian then removed the 3 bodies from the 11th floor and set them outside the security door, continuing to stand guard. His tone was cool. Yet there was a hint of appreciation. "Your marksmanship is commendable." After leaving that remark, the man departed, likely to return to Building 7 for more items. Soon after, Lu Chen and Lin Feifei moved in. Lin Feifei chattered incessantly about their move, recounting how they had encountered several unsavory characters along the way, which was quite bothersome. "Fortunately, my boyfriend Lu Chen drove right through them, and no one dared to block the car. Moreover, just as we exited our house, it was claimed by someone else." Lin Feifei glanced toward the 11th floor. "Darling, let us reside in room 1102 next to He Qiao. With Qian Go on the 10th floor. He is so formidable that living alone won't frighten him." Lu Chen cast a glance at He Qiao, seemingly seeking her approval. He couldn't quite comprehend why. Despite He Qiao being several years his junior and a woman, he felt compelled to seek her consent. He Qiao nodded. Lin Feifei continued. The vacant apartment on the 10th floor can serve as our activity room for meetings and gatherings. Lu Chen added, room 1001 will serve more purposes. Given the current circumstances, we need to arrange night watches, and this room will be just right for that. After they finished moving their belongings, they set off to assist Gu Qian. After all, he needed to transport the furniture, and relying solely on him would be a lengthy endeavor. By 6 o'clock in the evening, they had settled in and gathered in room 1001. In the living room, 2 memorial tablets were present, and they each bowed before taking their seats. Originally an empty shell of a house, devoid of furniture, it now resembled a proper abode thanks to Gu Qian, who had provided a set of tables and chairs along with a 3-seater sofa. Noticing the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Lu Chen took the initiative to speak first. The afternoon was rather rushed. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lu Chen, with the character Chen meaning dust. I am currently in my 3rd year of graduate studies, 25 years old, from City K, with hobbies that include road trips and rock climbing. Lin Feifei also stood. I am Lin Feifei, and Lu Chen is my boyfriend. We grew up as childhood sweethearts. I am currently a senior, 22 years of age. We happened to pass through while on a road trip, but got stranded in M City due to a snowstorm. Building 8 belongs to a friend of mine, and we borrowed the key to escape the extreme cold. My friend mentioned this place was haunted, which excited me even more. However, we got lost due to a navigation failure, but thankfully, we spotted Qian Ge collecting supplies outside the community and followed him here. Lin Feifei attempted to continue her story, but was interrupted by Lu Chen. Feifei, you're talking too much. Others need to speak too. Embarrassed, Lin Feifei smiled shyly, revealing her little tiger teeth. I'm sorry. I tend to be a chatterbox. I'll keep quiet now, and let the 2 gentlemen speak. Gu Qian began. I am Gu Qian, 28 years old. An ordinary person, without any formal occupation. The man stood casually, though he intentionally restrained his brilliance, his aura remained formidable. He Qiao knew that much of what he said was likely a fabrication. How could an ordinary person be deliberately flown here by helicopter to be disposed of? These 2 sentences contained no truth, and even his name might be a ruse. But what did it matter to her? If Gu Qian's enemies came knocking, she could simply leave Mingri Jiyuan. The world is vast. There would always be a place to stay. Since others had introduced themselves, she could not remain seated in silence. I am He Qiao, a local resident. Currently a junior at M City Normal University, aged 21. Lin Feifei wore an expression of admiration. But wait, 21? Lin Feifei exclaimed again. Aren't you a year younger than me? I just called you sister. What a blunder. But thinking of He Qiao's cold demeanor while addressing her as Feifei Jia, she shivered. From now on, let us just call each other by our names. He Qiao did not respond. She had no desire to call anyone sister. Lu Chen quickly interjected. You don't need to call me brother. Just use my name. Gu Qian waved his hand. Let us get down to business. I know of a hidden pharmaceutical factory. We need to discuss the matter of obtaining supplies at 0 cost tonight. Chapter 18. Temporary team formation. He Qiao had no intention of teaming up with them. She lacked supplies and certainly did not wish to encounter another betrayal from a teammate. Staying at home, indulging in snacks and novels was far more appealing than braving the cold outdoors. However, the mention of a pharmaceutical factory swayed her decision. She possessed basic medicines in her space, but who would turn down more? There were many special medications that she did not have. Moreover, the medicines in her space were purchased with money. Duplicating them required expenditure, unlike the 0-cost acquisition they were discussing. Gu Qian continued, the community is chaotic now, but not utterly disorganized. I suggest we leave 1 person to guard the base, while the rest accompany me to retrieve the supplies. With the apocalypse upon us, it will only grow more chaotic. We must seize this opportunity to stockpile sufficient resources. Lu Chen agreed. What Brother Qian says is correct. Everyone is focused on the supplies in the city center, and few think about the factories. Lin Feifei, ever quick to speak, asked if someone stays behind to guard. How will we distribute the supplies found? Gu Qian turned to He Qiao. What do you think is a fair distribution? He Qiao replied, the one guarding can rotate, and the supplies should be divided equally among us. Agreed. Gu Qian nodded. Guarding the base is equally important. We will split the supplies among the 4 of us. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei had no objections. Among the 4, the 2 of them were at a disadvantage, possessing only an off-road vehicle. Otherwise, they would have no face to share the supplies. Besides, most of the information about the resources came from Gu Qian, making them akin to freeloaders. After discussing, they unanimously decided that Lin Feifei would stay behind to guard today. Gu Qian stood up. I have locked the door to the rooftop terrace and blocked it with heavy objects from the inside. The key is in the living room of room 1001. Anyone who needs it can retrieve it. They each returned home to prepare, planning to reconvene at 8 p.m. Upon returning home, He Qiao turned on the electric heater in her small room and conjured barbecue, handmade noodles, and milk tea from her space. They were all still warm from when she had packed them, and the replicator produced them at the same temperature. She squinted her eyes, savoring the food while watching a variety show on her tablet, completely carefree. She felt no anxiety about the night's search for supplies. Having already survived 4 years in the apocalypse in her previous life, she knew how to protect herself. Even in the worst-case scenario, should Gu Qian and Lu Chen betray her, she would not be afraid. In a one-on-one close combat, she might not be able to defeat Gu Qian. However, she had 2 stone lions weighing several thousand pounds, which she had collected at the entrance of the library in her space. Releasing them to crush the 2 of them would be child's play. If all else failed, she could always retreat to her space. After finishing her meal, it was still early, so she went into her space to tend to her glass greenhouse. The tender shoots of her baby bok choy had already emerged from the soil, vibrant after watering, looking quite adorable. The pumpkins had also sprouted. In a few months, she would have an abundance of them. She swallowed, craving pumpkin red bean cakes. The strawberry plants had grown significantly taller, with one even sporting a flower bud. The temperature in her space felt like late spring or early summer, perfect for plant growth. At 8 p.m., the group gathered. He Qiao spoke up. I have a van, a bit worn, but it runs, parked in the underground garage. Do you need it? Lu Chen was overjoyed. Of course we need it. With 2 vehicles, we can carry more supplies. We searched outside for a long time but found no abandoned vehicles, and Brother Qian is unwilling to steal from others. Gu Qian pointed to a body outside the security door. Is that theirs? He Qiao nodded slightly. Lin Feifei tugged at Lu Chen's arm. Honey, you must come back safely. I will wait for you at home. Lu Chen comfortingly patted her head. Are you scared? Lin Feifei nodded, her fingers nervously fidgeting with Lu Chen's clothing. This is my first time alone at home. I am a bit scared. She looked up. But I know it's more dangerous outside, so I will guard our base well. He Qiao noticed the watermelon knife in Lin Feifei's hand, returned home, and brought down a 2-meter-long iron rod. Tie the watermelon knife to the iron rod with a rope. If anyone attempts to intrude, you can hide behind the security door and stab them through the gap. Lu Chen gratefully accepted it. Thank you. I will tie it securely. Lin Feifei nodded timidly. I've never killed anyone. I just have to encourage myself. Don't be afraid. I can do this. Gu Qian, deep in thought, added, when we return, we can build a half wall behind the security door for cover. The word cover struck He Qiao as particularly professional, causing her heart to skip a beat. Gu Qian's identity was undoubtedly complex. In the underground garage, Gu Qian drove the off-road vehicle, leading the way. Lu Chen followed in the dilapidated van, with He Qiao in the passenger seat. The 2 vehicles were connected by a tow rope. Once outside the community, He Qiao donned her night vision goggles, holding binoculars to observe her surroundings continuously. She occasionally glanced back to check if any vehicles were following them. Lu Chen noted her caution, and instead of mocking her, felt more at ease to focus on driving. When with Lin Feifei, his nerves were always taut, needing to look after the naive Feifei. But now, fighting alongside He Qiao, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. He increasingly believed that teaming up with He Qiao was the right choice. Qian Ge said that He Qiao was the original owner of Mingri Jiyuan and had likely lived in the community before the apocalypse. Initially, he feared that He Qiao might be a homebody, a potential liability. Now, his thoughts had completely changed. Just as Lu Chen's mind wandered, He Qiao's sudden action interrupted his reverie. She swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie, her voice calm yet urgent. Gu Qian, there are vehicles following us, not just one. They must be from the community. A wave of tension washed over Lu Chen. Although Gu Qian and He Qiao were formidable, they could not withstand a large number of pursuers. Would they be able to successfully obtain the supplies tonight? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Gu Qian's voice was steady and commanding. Stay close, don't fall behind. Before he finished speaking, the off-road vehicle surged forward like a wild horse, dragging the van into the night's embrace. He Qiao gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, maintaining communication with Gu Qian while keeping an eye on the pursuing vehicles in the rear-view mirror. Those cars clearly had not anticipated their swift reaction, momentarily losing some ground. Yet He Qiao knew this was only temporary. Unless they found a way to shake them off quickly, they would inevitably be caught. Lu Chen focused intently on driving the van, fully aware that any moment of distraction could prove fatal. The off-road vehicle was a significant investment he had modified, intended for desert trails, boasting immense power. If the van did not maintain enough horsepower, the tension on the tow rope could cause it to snap. He was an outsider, entirely unfamiliar with the terrain of M-City. If he were to be abandoned by the off-road vehicle, the people in the community would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rob the van, leaving him with no chance of escape. That foolish girl, Fei Fei, was still waiting for him in the community. He could hardly bear to imagine the fate that would befall the little girl he had cherished since childhood if he were to die. The demons in the community would surely pounce on her. He regretted allowing Fei Fei to remain alone in the community. Chapter 19. The pharmaceutical factory. He Qiao sat in the passenger seat, displaying no signs of panic. She continually communicated via the walkie-talkie, updating on the pursuers behind them. In her previous life, she had faced blades pressed against her throat on multiple occasions. Now, at the very least, there was the protection of a vehicle. So what was there to fear? As she observed the pursuing vehicle drawing nearer, an exhilarating thrill surged through her veins. The familiar terrain brought back memories of a week-long extracurricular activity she had participated in during her freshman year. Not far ahead lay a community designated for relocation. To save space, the developer had constructed the buildings with minimal distance between them. Now, due to the accumulated snow, a narrow alley had formed. Towering ruins flanked both sides, creating a natural barrier. Gu Qian, at a 45-degree angle, 200 meters ahead there's an alley. We can use it to shake them off. He Qiao urged through the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian immediately adjusted the vehicle's direction, maneuvering the off-road car deftly towards the alley's entrance. The van followed closely behind, both vehicles squeezing into the narrow passage. The pursuers, evidently caught off guard, slowed down at the alley's entrance, searching for alternative routes. However, the other end of the alley turned out to be a dead end. Gu Qian, anticipating this, executed a sharp turn at the alley's end, nearly brushing against the wall, and accelerated out onto the main road. The van followed suit, albeit with a bit more clumsiness, but thanks to Lu Chen's efforts, it managed to turn around successfully. When they re-emerged onto the main road, the pursuers had already been left far behind, their distant headlights flickering like dim stars in the night. Wonderful, we've lost them, Lu Chen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. An hour later, they arrived at an expansive, desolate expanse of snow. He Qiao glanced at the detailed map within her space. Indeed, there existed an old pharmaceutical factory here, established over 30 years ago. Being an old facility, the workshops and offices were only 4 stories high, now buried under snow. However, a heavier revelation, like a block of ice, froze He Qiao's heart. The map indicated a tranquil village should be located 3 kilometers east of the factory. Yet, as she looked around, all she could see was a towering mass of snow, engulfing all signs of life and completely burying the village beneath an endless white expanse. The snow-covered surface lay barren, as if even time had been frozen by this profound silence. He Qiao's heart sank deeper with her gaze. In her previous life, during 4 years of struggle in this apocalyptic world, she had never truly contemplated how the villagers living in those lowly houses managed to survive against the relentless blizzards and biting cold. Perhaps they had long since perished beneath the snow. The picturesque snow scene, which should have been pure and peaceful, felt instead like a vast white shroud, weighing heavily on her spirit. Gu Qian walked slowly across the pristine snow before finally stopping, gazing down at his feet. Beneath me lies the factory's office building. Digging down from here will be the quickest way. One of them remained vigilant in the wind and snow, observing their surroundings, while the other 2 gripped their cold shovels, commencing their battle against the bitter cold and time, shoveling away at the thick layer of snow. They took turns and finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Chen seized a moment to ask Gu Qian, Brother Qian, given the factory's remote location and its old, cramped buildings, how can you be certain it was operational before the blizzard? Gu Qian did not elaborate, simply replying, I am certain. At that moment, in the dead of night, the temperature plummeted to a chilling -54 degrees, making the air feel as though it had solidified. The snow was as hard as iron, and every shovelful was a dual test of their physical strength and willpower. The short depth of 3 meters took them over 2 hours of relentless effort to breach. When they finally penetrated the last layer of snow and touched the cold, solid concrete floor, Gu Qian swiftly retrieved a small flashlight from his backpack. He crouched down, meticulously examining the cracks and old traces on the ground, seemingly searching for something. Here, he pointed to a spot where the elements had eroded deeper. Hitting here with a sledgehammer will be the quickest way into the office building. The snow was too hard. Searching for a window could consume most of the night. As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, Lu Chen quickly picked up the previously prepared sledgehammer from the snow. 1, 2, 3. Under Gu Qian's command, the sledgehammer struck heavily against the eroded spot he had indicated. Each impact resonated with a dull thud and scattered debris. After several rounds of effort, the seemingly indestructible concrete surface finally revealed cracks, followed by a distinct shattering sound as a piece of concrete was successfully pried loose. Seeing this, the three increased their efforts, and eventually, a hole large enough for a person to pass through was opened. Gu Qian, wearing a headlamp, was the first to crawl inside, followed closely by He Qiao. Lu Chun remained outside, holding the walkie-talkie to keep watch. As soon as her feet touched the ground, He Qiao took a moment to observe their surroundings. They had entered the office of the pharmaceutical factory, specifically the finance room. Gu Qian was not far away, and He Qiao restrained herself from quietly collecting supplies into her space. The man's identity was unclear, and he was cautious, his eyes always giving off an inscrutable aura. She did not wish to expose her space. She constantly reminded herself that today was for collecting free medicines, other items could wait. After all, the medicines obtained today would be shared equally, and she did not ask for much, just one of each type would suffice. In the future, if more were needed, she could replicate them using her space. In the office corridor, there were promotional posters for cardiovascular and heart disease medications. Perfect, these were not in her space. As she passed the director's office, she considered going in to see if there were any valuable items, but was coldly stopped by Gu Qian. Let us focus on the task at hand. The first floor contained a sample display area where all the factory's medications were essentially available. Antibiotics, antiviral drugs, anti-inflammatory medications, and pain relief disinfectants. These were all present in her space, and she had no interest in them, leaving them for Gu Qian to collect later. She advanced further inside. Cardiovascular drugs, such as antihypertensives and anti-angina medications. Respiratory system drugs, such as cough suppressants and asthma treatments. Digestive system medications, such as antacids and anti-diarrheal drugs. Psychiatric medications, such as antidepressants and anti-anxiety drugs. In her previous life, she had suffered from severe depression in the second year of the apocalypse. This time, she was well prepared. She retrieved a snakeskin bag from her backpack, joyfully filling it without leaving a single item behind. The bag quickly became full, prompting her to start on a second one. Even if she only acquired one bottle or box of each medication, she was unperturbed. On the return journey, she could utilize the replicator to generate more, returning the original medications to their places. Lu Chen, not as alert as Gu Qian, was rather easy to deceive. She opened an old refrigerator that had long ceased to function and was astonished to find anti-radiation medications, various vaccines, thrombin, adrenaline, and more inside. These were also absent from her space, making this outing truly worthwhile. Her effort shoveling snow in the biting wind had not been in vain. Regardless of the circumstances, she diligently packed everything into the snakeskin bag, careful not to let any fragile items break, oblivious to the probing gaze of the man behind her. Gu Qian narrowed his eyes, meticulously calculating the volume of the bag. To his surprise, this woman did not attempt to hide any items for herself. Could it be that he was mistaken, and He Qiao truly lacked any hidden space? Chapter 20. Suspicion. It is no wonder that Gu Qian harbored doubts about whether He Qiao possessed a hidden space. After all, a single woman living alone, who had not stepped outside her home even once during the month of chaos brought by the apocalypse, appeared remarkably well off, as if she lacked for nothing. He even speculated that had they not approached her to invite her to join their team, she might have continued to seclude herself within her home. What further fueled Gu Qian's suspicion was He Qiao's unerringly calm demeanor after taking a life. Her composure suggested she had anticipated the apocalypse, fully aware that in this chaotic world, one could kill without consequence. The world had completely lost connectivity 3 days after the apocalypse began. How could a woman who had never ventured beyond her door learn of its arrival? How could she be so certain that the law had ceased to exist and that killing would bear no repercussions? Before the apocalypse, Gu Qian had been a busy man. never having delved into the realm of web novels, much less heard of such supernatural occurrences as hidden spaces. However, all his confusion stemmed from Lin Feifei. Each time they ventured out to gather supplies, she would inadvertently lament, "If only I had a hidden space, collecting supplies would be so much easier." Such casual remarks planted seeds of doubt in Gu Qian's mind. As they nearly emptied the exhibition hall of its supplies, He Qiao intended to return the way they had come. However, Gu Qian halted her, suggesting they head to the warehouse instead, where more supplies awaited. He Qiao refrained from questioning his familiarity with the pharmaceutical factory, acknowledging that everyone harbored their own secrets. Following the snowstorm alert, the factory had closed, leaving the vast premises deserted. Even the security guard had fled home the day after the storm hit. The two strode confidently toward the warehouse. Gu Qian instructed He Qiao to gather more antibiotics, antiviral medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers, especially alcohol, an invaluable asset in the apocalypse. He Qiao merely nodded, dutifully filling the snakeskin bag with the items Gu Qian specified. In truth, she had already secured what she needed in the exhibition hall, so her excitement was muted. Meanwhile, Gu Qian observed every movement she made with keen interest. Even in the face of a warehouse brimming with supplies, He Qiao showed no inclination to secretly stash anything away. This left him slightly disheartened. Indeed, she possessed no hidden space. Otherwise, she surely would have discreetly concealed some medications. Everyone understood the significance of pharmaceuticals in the apocalypse. He clapped his hands. "That should suffice. Let us head back." He Qiao complied, finding it more convenient to operate from inside the vehicle. Lu Qian awaited them above, enduring the biting cold in the snow. Gu Qian instructed He Qiao, "Switch places with Lu Chen. You'll be on lookout duty." He Qiao's face remained placid as a still pond, yet internally, she was elated at the prospect of being left alone. Gu Qian glanced at the shivering Lu Chen with disdain, a grown man proving so ineffectual. He turned to He Qiao, saying, "You can take your time moving the supplies to the vehicle to save time, but remain vigilant." Noticing the abundance of supplies, Lu Chen asked He Qiao, "Do you need my help?" Both Gu Qian and He Qiao replied simultaneously, "No need." Gu Qian swiftly entered the pharmaceutical factory's office. His tone urgent and uncompromising. "No time to waste. The warehouse is teeming with supplies waiting for us. We must return to the community before dawn, or we will surely attract unwanted attention." He Qiao meticulously transported the supplies to the off-road vehicle in 4 careful trips. 8 bulging snakeskin bags filled the vehicle to capacity. Even the passenger seat was stuffed full. She comfortably settled into the driver's seat, appreciating the vehicle's excellent insulation against the cold. It was warm inside, far preferable to standing in the biting wind. Moreover, she had a more clandestine plan in mind. Once the vehicle was filled, any subsequent supplies collected would undoubtedly be piled into the van, facilitating her operations. Ensuring there were no surveillance devices within the vehicle, He Qiao cautiously surveyed her surroundings while quietly storing the supplies in her hidden space, duplicating them in the process. After accomplishing this, her thoughts began to drift. She recalled Gu Qian's ever-watchful gaze in the pharmaceutical factory. The intensity of his scrutiny was impossible to overlook. Initially, within the exhibition hall, she had assumed he was merely an employee trapped in the factory, but upon realizing the entire facility was deserted and all surveillance equipment was non-functional, she concluded that the gaze belonged to Gu Qian. She did not indulge in the fantasy that Gu Qian was enamored with her. She did not consider herself particularly striking. Despite her efforts over the past month to eat well and exercise, striving to shed her former frailness, she remained an ordinary person. She could not shake the feeling that Gu Qian's identity was anything but ordinary, and with his appearance and physique, he had undoubtedly encountered countless beautiful women. She hardly expected him to fall for her at first sight. Of course, she did not harbor any self-deprecating thoughts. She was quite content with herself. After much contemplation, she concluded that Gu Qian's persistent gaze was likely due to her prolonged isolation, coupled with her seeming lack of scarcity in supplies, raising his suspicions. This did not worry her. After all, even before the apocalypse, she had always been a stockpiler. She remembered a winter break during her sophomore year when she had not left her house for an entire month, yet her stockpiles had barely diminished. Not to mention her previous life, where she, along with Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao, had managed to survive for half a month solely on their stored provisions during the apocalypse. In this world, there were always those who cherished hoarding supplies. It seemed to provide a sense of security that was hard to articulate. Was that truly a crime? She reminded herself to place some supplies in a conspicuous spot in the kitchen upon returning home, to dispel any doubts others might have. After all, in this apocalyptic world, unusual behavior would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. Gu Qian and Lu Chun made their final rounds. In the warehouse, Gu Qian instructed Lu Chun, "You go ahead. I'll bring up the rear." As Lu Chun trudged forward, burdened by several snakeskin bags and completely unaware of what lay behind him, Gu Qian waved his hand, and the nearby supplies began to vanish from sight. Chapter 21. Do you wish for us all to perish here? Just moments ago, Gu Qian had opted to send Lu Chun into the pharmaceutical factory, leaving He Qiao behind to keep watch, not out of any chivalrous sentiment, but simply because Lu Chun's reactions were somewhat sluggish and easier to manipulate. In contrast, He Qiao was too sharp and alert to allow for any covert stashing of supplies. Despite carrying 7 or 8 snakeskin bags, Gu Qian moved with unusual steadiness, though a slight furrow formed on his brow. The 200-square-foot space felt exceedingly cramped for him. He could only manage to collect a third of the towering stockpiles of medications, filling the limited space to its brim. He had to prioritize the most essential items. Indeed, Gu Qian too possessed a hidden space, one that he had activated just before their departure that very night. This was the root of his lingering doubts regarding He Qiao. After Lin Feifei repeatedly mentioned the concept of space, he attempted to let his blood drip onto the ring passed down by his mother, yet after 2 attempts, there was no response. He chuckled at the absurdity of it all, pondering how such bizarre events could exist. Surely, he must have been driven mad by the sudden onset of the apocalypse. However, after meeting He Qiao during the day, everything underwent a dramatic transformation. Upon returning to room 1002 and tidying up his belongings, he accidentally cut his finger, causing blood to splash onto the ring once more. In that instant, a miracle occurred. The space had indeed been unlocked. Although this space was not vast and could not accommodate a person, it was an incredibly fortunate existence amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. Reflecting on the singular change that had occurred, he realized it was his encounter with He Qiao that had set everything in motion. Connecting her peculiar actions, he became increasingly convinced that she must also harbor a space, one far larger than his own. Yet after a night of testing and observation, he was disappointed to discover that no such space existed within her. Otherwise, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, even the calmest of individuals would find it hard to resist the temptation of stashing away medicines. Now, he could only attribute his previous failures to insufficient blood. Even a person as composed as he was could not help but feel regret. Had he activated the space sooner, he could have amassed more supplies. Gu Qian, a person of cool demeanor and resolute nature, had never shown weakness or hesitation before anyone. Yet, in the face of this sudden betrayal and the end of days, he found himself contemplating the what-ifs. But soon, he shook his head in self-deprecation. In this world, what is there to speak of in terms of what if? My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven. As long as he remained alive, there would always be a chance for a turnaround. Those who had previously plotted against him better pray not to succumb to the bitter cold, for they would still be alive to face his wrath and vengeance. He would surely avenge his grievances. One day, he would reclaim what belonged to him. Upon returning to the ground, Gu Qian was surprised to find He Qiao sitting atop an off-road vehicle, keeping watch. With a darkened gaze and a cold tone, he commanded, "He Qiao, get out of the car. Your vision and hearing are obstructed inside. Do you wish for us all to perish here?" Anger surged within him, sharpening the intensity in his eyes, rendering Lu Qin beside him too intimidated to speak. He Qiao, however, calmly nodded, harboring no resentment. Apologies were in order. Gu Qian's reasoning was sound, and considering the medicines at stake, she acquiesced. As He Qiao had surmised, Gu Qian and Lu Qin had placed the medicines they retrieved into the van. There remained some gaps unfilled. They would need to head to the office building for additional supplies. Lu Chun was off to scavenge for snacks, knowing how much Lin Feifei adored them. Meanwhile, Gu Qian entered the factory director's office, quickly locating several canisters of fine tea and tea sets. Observing the nameplate on the desk that read Gu Xingqiao, he could not help but smirk coldly. Later, both vehicles were filled to the brim with an assortment of snacks, A4 paper, pens, and more. Lu Chun, brimming with excitement, suggested, "Qian, should we return tomorrow night? With so many medicines, even if we trade with others for food, it would sustain us for several years." However, Gu Qian was less optimistic. "The heavy snow has ceased. Tire tracks will remain. After we leave, Countless vehicles will trace our path back here. Not only tomorrow, but even if we returned immediately to the community to deliver the medicines and came back, this place would have been emptied long ago. Lu Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his optimism, proclaiming, "We are fortunate enough to have obtained so many medicines." He began to flatter. Qian Ge is the great contributor, knowing the address and situation of the pharmaceutical factory. His gaze fell upon He Qiao, adding, "And we must thank He Qiao. If it were not for your familiarity with the terrain, we wouldn't have been able to shake off those tailing us." Gu Qian had already stepped into the off-road vehicle, declaring, "Stop chatting, let us head back to the community. Until we return home, everything remains uncertain." As they departed from the pharmaceutical factory, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence. "I told you, who would venture out to rob in the dead of night in such frigid conditions? If one possessed the tenacity to commit robbery at such an hour, they could succeed at anything. Why resort to theft?" Just as Lu Chen finished his musing, two figures emerged ahead, followed by a throng of others wielding machetes and clubs. Lu Chen's lips twitched. Is M-City truly this cursed? I shouldn't have spoken. I'll keep quiet. The leader, a young man reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic social youth, displayed a tattoo beneath his ear. "Everyone out of the vehicle. We seek only supplies, not lives. Be sensible and do not resist foolishly. Our weapons are not blind." These robbers appeared ill-equipped with deadly weaponry, armed only with machetes, kitchen knives, and clubs. Perhaps it was because the real bosses always operated from vehicles, brazenly flaunting their power in broad daylight. Who would willingly endure hardship? Yet, in this critical moment, the trio did not choose to stop and negotiate. Instead, they resolutely pressed the accelerator. Gu Qian, especially, drove the off-road beast as if to unleash all the pent-up fury within him into the boundless night. His tires mercilessly crushed beneath them, leaving behind gruesome trails of blood that stained the pristine snow a shocking crimson. Two individuals were directly run over, their insides spilling forth. Several others were struck aside by the vehicle, sustaining serious injuries. In such extreme conditions, the only outcome was death. Lu Chen, following closely behind, was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that the typically composed, reserved, and reliable Qian Ge could exhibit such a bloody and brutal side. The splattering blood seemed to narrate a tale of savagery, sending chills down one's spine. He Qiao, however, was not surprised. It was as if the Gu Qian before her was the true essence of who he was. Although Gu Qian had concealed himself well, she had discerned from the very first glance that this individual harbored a cold heart, capable of decisive actions. It was even possible that he had taken lives before the apocalypse. Recalling his demeanor while transporting corpses on the 11th floor, Gu Qian's eyes reflected no sign of turbulence, as though he had long grown accustomed to such scenes. In the end, the trio managed to arrive at the community safely, albeit with a sense of foreboding looming overhead. However, at the Gemming Garden community below Building 13, He Qiao sat in the car, her gaze piercing through the throng of people, fixating on the entrance tightly, surrounded by dozens. In truth, it could not even be called an entrance. Rather, it was the shattered window of the 6th-floor staircase. Transformed into an entryway, she revealed a cold smile. Gu Qian's words had proven true, as long as they had not returned home and closed the door. Everything remained uncertain. At the forefront of the crowd stood a middle-aged man, clad in a military overcoat that revealed a hint of a security uniform beneath. His voice echoed among the throng, imbued with an undeniable firmness. "We ask for little. Leave behind half of your supplies, and you may return home." After his words hung in the air for a while, no one responded. The man's expression darkened, yet he forced a smile. "Look at me, freezing and muddled. I haven't even introduced myself. I am Li Wanhao, the representative of the survivors selected from the community. You may call me Brother Li." In this bitter cold, everyone was both starving and freezing, having run out of supplies at home. "They had chosen me to negotiate with you. We are all from the same community. Surely, you wouldn't abandon us in our time of need." The words sounded pleasant, but did negotiations require weapons? Did they need to block the door? Everyone understood the implications. Without surrendering half their supplies, they would not be permitted to leave. But would relinquishing half of their supplies guarantee a safe exit? Lu Chen, filled with anxiety, gripped the steering wheel tightly as his hands trembled. What should we do? What shall we do? They have so many people, at least 20 or 30. What can we do? Fei Fei is still upstairs. I wonder how she's doing? Has she been bullied? These individuals now reside in tomorrow's Elegance Garden. Is a conflict imminent? Will they unite against us? If they remain true to their word, even half of the supplies would suffice, as we have already garnered much today. He Qiao, perturbed by the noise, fell silent. Lu Chun turned to look at the composed He Qiao, and his heart found solace. Indeed, with He Qiao and Qiange present, a solution was assured. Just then, the intercom crackled to life with Gu Qian's impassive voice. He Qiao, what are your thoughts? He Qiao replied, the supplies must not be given. Once we concede, it will set a precedent. Gu Qian smirked, I share your sentiment. Lu Chun pondered whether he should also voice his opinions to assert his presence. However, neither the calm Gu Qian nor the piercing-eyed He Qiao seemed inclined to seek his counsel. The intercom again transmitted a brief yet commanding inquiry. Are you ready? He Qiao responded, always. Lu Chun wished to inquire further about this riddle, but then witnessed the off-road vehicle charging like a wild beast towards the crowd obstructing the entrance of the building. Li Wanhao, quick to react, narrowly evaded a deadly collision but was still knocked to the ground by the immense force. He shouted in frustration, damn it, I'm going. Lu Chun gasped, while He Qiao had already leapt onto the roof of the van. Equipped with night vision goggles, she brandished a firearm and began precise shooting at the scattering crowd. The night enveloped them like ink, and the people, clad in heavy garments, were impervious to the metallic bullets. It appeared they had anticipated her. Their necks were tightly wrapped in scarves, leaving only their eyes exposed. He Qiao took a deep breath and aimed for the eyes that peeked through. Ah! It hurts. My eyes. Cries of agony reverberated through the night. Ahead, the vehicle rampaged like a monstrous beast, ruthlessly crushing everything in its path. Behind, He Qiao's accurate shots inflicted torment upon the enemies. Li Wanhao's eyes widened in fury as he watched his comrades fall beneath the wheels, while others writhed in pain from their eye injuries, fleeing in terror. He bellowed, commanding the remaining men go. Bring that woman down from the van. Unfazed by the approaching thugs, He Qiao calmly stowed her firearm and retrieved a spiked club from her backpack. With a gentle press, the club instantly extended to 3 times its original length. She shouted to Lu Chun, drive, ram through. Then, wielding the spiked club, she struck fiercely at the heads of the advancing thugs. This weapon, modified for combat, appeared as ordinary plastic on the outside, but encased a hardened iron core within. Its true weight and power rendered each blow potentially lethal. Thanks to a month of rigorous training, He Qiao's strength had surged. Otherwise, wielding such a heavy club would have been exceedingly arduous. With one swing, skulls shattered, brains splattered. Blood gushed forth, staining the van and splattering onto He Qiao's face and attire. Yet, she seemed impervious to it all. Her gaze coldly fixed on the thugs daring to approach. Lu Chun maneuvered the vehicle aggressively through the throng of thugs. In the rearview mirror, he caught sight of the heads crushed by He Qiao's strikes, sending a chill through him. In his eyes, He Qiao at this moment seemed even more formidable than Gu Qian. Meanwhile, Gu Qian, immersed in the thrill of the chase, glanced at He Qiao atop the van. A flicker of admiration crossing his visage. Realizing the tide had turned, Li Wanhao hurriedly retreated with his scattered remnants, abandoning even the injured comrades left on the cold ground. Their fates uncertain. In a frenzy, Lu Chun, driven by rage, yearned to pursue, but He Qiao's voice grounded him. Don't chase a desperate foe. Are you not concerned about Lin Feifei? Lu Chun suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, smacking his forehead in realization. He turned to He Qiao, his tone laced with respect. Sister Qiao, I shall head upstairs. He did not notice that his address to her had subtly shifted. She merely nodded. I will remain here. You two go check the situation upstairs. There may be others at the security door and the top floor's small exit. The 2 men, armed and resolute, swiftly ascended the stairs. Lu Chun, consumed by anxiety, sprinted ahead, fervently praying for Lin Feifei's safety. Gu Qian, however, inexplicably glanced back. He beheld He Qiao, standing alone on the van, her black spiked club still dripping with blood. Clad in a white cold-weather suit, it was now speckled with crimson stains, reminiscent of a red plum blossoming amid snow. Tragically beautiful. Particularly striking was a streak of blood across her face, slicing through her pale complexion, accentuating her eyes and lending her an eerie allure. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they indeed found individuals present, but merely lowly henchmen. The commotion below had driven them to flee, now hiding in unoccupied apartments. Though Gu Qian had only moved in half a day prior, he was well acquainted with the residents of the building. He dragged those hiding thugs out and dealt with them harshly. Those who resisted met a swift demise. Discarded down the stairs. Chapter 23. Who are you really? Together, they transported the heavy supplies into the living room of room 1001, intending to distribute them by daylight. Gu Qian proposed, though we have repelled those intruders, we cannot guarantee they will not return. We must remain vigilant tonight, reinforcing the security door and the upper floor's defenses. The others nodded in agreement. This was a matter of life and death that required immediate action. They swiftly set to work, electrifying the security door. Behind it, they constructed a robust half-wall with bricks, ensuring that even if the enemy's weapons could reach through, they could not harm those inside. The top floor was fortified with a heavy iron door, the key divided into 3 parts. By the time they completed all preparations, morning had quietly dawned, the clock striking 8. Perhaps due to the ferocity of last night's battle, everyone was acutely aware of the casualties within the community. The entire building was unusually silent, as if to avoid disturbing a vengeful specter. Not only Building 13 but the entire neighborhood lay in eerie stillness. Even those seeking supplies remained indoors. The 4 shared a simple meal of instant noodles, distributing the supplies collected the previous night. The resources were divided equally among them, momentarily alleviating the fatigue and tension of the night. He Qiao was pleased to receive 2 boxes of premium tea and a complete tea set, while Lin Feifei clutched snacks tightly, exclaiming, "Spicy strips? Oh, how I've missed you. And chocolate, preserved plums, I adore them." Gu Qian spoke again. The community has descended into chaos. From this moment forth, we must take turns on watch to ensure our safety. I shall begin. 3 hours later. His gaze inadvertently swept across He Qiao's face, revealing an unmistakable pallor. Lu Chen took my place, and the others followed suit. Had He Qiao known that her complexion would evoke sympathy and unnecessary pity from others, she would have disdainfully curled her lips. She was naturally fair-skinned, and her aversion to going outdoors rendered her devoid of color. Over the past month, she had made considerable efforts to eat more, even feeling a slight increase in her flesh. Otherwise, how could she have so effortlessly cracked open another person's skull in a moment of peril? In the afternoon, after completing her physical training, He Qiao held the snowboards and ski poles she had purchased from an outdoor supplies store, donned her ski boots, and prepared to practice skiing on the rooftop. The frigid weather made vehicular travel inconvenient and accompanied by noise. However, skiing, in this snow-covered realm, had become a swift mode of transportation. Before the apocalypse, He Qiao was an ordinary person, utterly ignorant of skiing and having never experienced it. Now, she relied solely on online tutorial videos, exploring and experimenting little by little. Initially, falls were inevitable. Yet, unafraid of pain, He Qiao would quickly rise after each tumble. Resuming her practice. After much effort, she could barely glide 2 or 3 meters. Just as she removed her ski goggles, intending to rest for a moment before continuing, an unusual sound suddenly reached her ears. The building where He Qiao resided had 2 units, and at that moment, 2 furtive figures were stealthily approaching from the exit of the other unit. These newcomers, having moved in that morning, were entirely oblivious to He Qiao and her companion's reputation. Nor did they know the dangers they had previously faced. They had merely come to the rooftop to fetch snow, but accidentally discovered He Qiao diligently practicing skiing alone in the snow, and dark thoughts began to stir within them. He Qiao sensed something amiss through her ski goggles, but did not turn immediately. Instead, she tightened her grip on the snowboard. She understood that she had been careless by venturing out without her Wolf Fong club and Black's Eye by her side. Uncertain if others were watching her, she refrained from easily retrieving her weapon from her space. The 2 figures drew ever closer. He Qiao took a deep breath, suddenly pivoted, and raised her snowboard, sweeping it with all her might. The thin snowboard sliced through the air like a sharp blade, instantly severing the throats of the 2 men, blood gushing forth. They fell in unison. He Qiao gazed at the snow-stained crimson, a wave of regret surging within her. This was the meticulously groomed ski path she had created, now marred by the intrusion of these unwelcome guests. With a soft sigh, she was about to tend to the bodies when Gu Qian's voice unexpectedly rang out. "Need any assistance?" He Qiao looked up to see Gu Qian standing not far away. Alongside her usual indifference, there was now a hint of vigilance and scrutiny in her gaze. How had this man approached so silently? How long had he been standing there? What had he witnessed? Gu Qian seemed to read her thoughts and explained, "I came to call you for a meeting in the small living room." He Qiao nodded. "I'll be there shortly. I'll handle the bodies myself." As Gu Qian descended the stairs, The image of He Qiao's swift execution lingered in his mind. And he mused, this woman was even more efficient than Shun San and the others. When he had arrived, those two sneaky men were still 7 or 8 meters away from He Qiao. He refrained from warning her, wanting to ascertain her true capabilities. He had underestimated her. Yet now he harbored doubts regarding her identity. What manner of person was she? In room 1001, the group convened. Gu Qian announced, tonight, we will head to the canning factory. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Lin Feifei eagerly inquired, are we talking about fruit cans or meat cans? Gu Qian frowned, irked by the noise, fruit cans. He Qiao felt a spark of interest. While fresh fruits were plentiful in their space, they genuinely lacked canned fruits. In truth, had the apocalypse not occurred, few would have thought of canned goods. Lin Feifei sensed her words were unwelcome, yet the prospect of fruit cans left her little room for disappointment. She clung to Lu Chen's arm, exclaiming, darling, did you hear? It's fruit cans. I haven't had fruit in half a month. I can't help but drool. Seeing his girlfriend's joy, Lu Chen felt elated as well. We'll find the cans. I'll ensure you get your fill, my little glutton. Lin Feifei pouted. You shouldn't always indulge me. You should eat too. We're in the apocalypse now. I can't keep relying on you and become a burden. Lu Chen affectionately ruffled Lin Feifei's hair. All right, whatever you say. He had grown up with Feifei, even helping her change diapers as a child, and his love for her had deepened over the years. How could he not pamper her? He only wished to care for her and ensure their safety in this world turned upside down. Lin Feifei had already learned of He Qiao's heroic deeds from her boyfriend, and her admiration was nearly palpable, her curiosity about He Qiao intensifying. She subtly shifted her seat, leaning closer to He Qiao. Sister Qiao, I heard from Qian Ge that you are a native of Mingri Jieyuan, having lived here even before the apocalypse. He Qiao keenly sensed the subtle change in address, but chose not to address it, merely nodding casually. Lin Feifei's excitement grew. Aren't you afraid? Qian Ge said you were the only living person in this community before he arrived. He Qiao's expression remained calm. I'm not afraid. I'm not alone. My entire family is here with me. My grandparents, parents, and younger brother. They have always been by my side. The others exchanged puzzled glances, for they had not heard any signs of life from above. It was clear that He Qiao lived alone. However, they soon recalled the community's nickname, the Ghost Community, and understood. He Qiao's family must have passed away, quietly accompanying her in another form. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Lin Feifei quickly shifted the topic. Sister Qiao, how did you become so skilled? Have you practiced martial arts before? He Qiao noted Gu Qian's attentive listening, recognizing the need for a thoughtful response. With a composed demeanor, she replied, after my grandfather passed, he left me a self-built house in the suburbs of M City, which was later announced for demolition. The village bully, Gadajwang, sought to seize it, constantly troubling and bullying me. To protect myself, I trained my body and acquired weapons. Gu Qian's expression grew complex. No wonder this woman was so strong, vigilant, and fierce. Lin Feifei gazed at her in admiration. Sister Qiao is so impressive. I can only imagine that the outcome was him being utterly defeated. No, He Qiao replied with a bitter smile and a shake of her head. I was but a solitary individual, unable to contend with him. In the end, I sold the land for half the market price to the village bully. He Qiao's calm words tugged at the hearts of those present. Reality could often be cruel. Unsure how to comfort He Qiao, Lin Feifei redirected the conversation. In this apocalypse, it wouldn't matter if you obtained that self-built house. It's long been buried beneath the snow. But with money, you could still stock up on supplies. At this point, Lin Feifei's excitement surged. Sister Qiao, did you use that money to stockpile a lot of resources? He Qiao sighed and shook her head once more. I had no inkling that the apocalypse would arrive. How could I have stocked up in advance? She produced her phone, which still had a sliver of battery life, and opened the banking app. Unfortunately, the app ceased to function without an internet connection, leaving her with a blank screen. She could only retrieve a screenshot from the second day of the apocalypse, handing it to Lin Feifei. Look, my bank account still shows a balance of over $1 million. Chapter 24. We want to move to the 10th floor, Lin Feifei exclaimed once more. I've never seen so much money. Sister Qiao, you are so wealthy. Gu Qian, having also seen the screenshot, confirmed that there were no signs of tampering. He Qiao explained, part of it is compensation for an accident, along with the proceeds from selling the self-built house, all of which are here. She wore an expression of vexation, reflecting on how, Had she foreseen the apocalypse's arrival? She would have converted all her possessions into supplies sufficient for a lifetime. Lin Feifei, perplexed, inquired, Sister Qiao, if you never ventured out for supplies after the world ended, how did you manage to eat? He Qiao lifted her head and replied earnestly, I am a homebody who despises going out. Moreover, with the local bullies causing trouble, I prefer to stockpile essentials. I typically purchase rice, flour, and oil in bulk for several months, along with snacks by the box. Her gaze grew distant, as if lost in a far-off memory. During the winter break of my sophomore year, I didn't step outside for an entire month. Upon hearing this, Lin Feifei was overwhelmed with an inexplicable pang of sympathy. The winter break encompassed the spring festival, yet He Qiao endured it alone. While countless families celebrated joyously, she remained isolated in her home, surrounded by black and white photographs. She was the only living soul in the entire compound, a thought that tugged at the heartstrings. Outside, the local bullies lurked, eager to torment her. It was truly pitiful. Unable to contain herself, Lin Feifei stepped forward and embraced He Qiao, saying, Sister Qiao, you shall never be lonely again. We are all your good friends. He Qiao lowered her head, silent, seemingly accepting this warm embrace. However, there was no warmth in her eyes. Was she lonely? She did not perceive herself as such, especially in the aftermath of the apocalypse, where she was even more reluctant to engage with anyone. Just like now, her choice to temporarily team up with these individuals was solely based on the resources in Gu Qian's possession. Should these individuals ever pose a threat, she would not hesitate to withdraw completely. In this lifetime, she would trust no one. Gu Qian, who prided himself on his understanding of people, realized that He Qiao's earlier words bore no trace of deceit. After numerous tests and observations over the past 2 days, he finally set aside his suspicions regarding her. Yet, he was unaware that, while He Qiao had not lied, she had skillfully disrupted the sequence of events, distorting the truth and blurring the lines of reality, a classic example of a montage-style deception. Lin Feifei scanned the group and then asked, Tonight, who will stay behind at the base while we head to the canned goods factory? He Qiao, observing the hopeful gazes of Lu Chen and Lin Feifei, understood their reluctance to part. Regardless, she would receive her share of canned goods, so it mattered little whether she stayed or not. She volunteered, I will remain. Gu Qian's gaze fell, obscuring his expression from view. This time, he was certain that He Qiao indeed lacked spatial abilities. Otherwise, no woman in the apocalypse could resist the allure of canned fruit. He concluded that the probing could cease. As night fell, Gu Qian, Lu Chen, and Lin Feifei exited the compound to gather supplies from the canned goods factory. Meanwhile, He Qiao, having slept extensively during the day, was not fatigued and leisurely perused the Huangdi Neijing. This ancient text contained the essence and mysteries of traditional Chinese medicine on every page. He Qiao carefully studied it, beginning with the foundational concepts of yin-yang and the 5 elements. After an entire month, she had barely managed to grasp this challenging material and gained a preliminary understanding of the underlying logic of traditional Chinese medicine. The balance of yin and yang, the interactions of the 5 elements, these seemingly abstract concepts contain profound insights into human physiological functions, pathological changes, and the laws of nature. Today, she delved into the chapter on pulse diagnosis. This is a remarkable skill in traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis, allowing practitioners to discern a patient's internal qi and blood conditions through pulse examination, thereby assessing their health. However, a vast chasm always lay between theory and practice. He Qiao toiled through the night, confronted by the dense text on the pages, feeling utterly lost. Her head felt ready to burst. Each subtle description of the pulse seemed like a lighthouse in the fog, elusive and hard to grasp. If only there were a teacher to guide her step by step. Relying solely on her reading, she felt that it would take a decade or even several decades before she could pulse diagnose effectively. Rubbing her weary eyes, she closed them for a brief respite. After the tumult of the previous day, she expected no disturbances tonight. Yet, unexpectedly, strange noises emerged from beyond the safety door. He Qiao set aside her book, grabbed her black dog, and stood behind the wall, calling out, "Who's there?" 2 women stood outside the safety door. The elder of the 2 spoke, "I am Xia Xue, and this is my sister, Xia Xiu. We live in apartment 901 below you." He Qiao, feeling impatient, replied, "Get to the point." Xia Xue hastily continued, "We wish to move into apartment 1001. He Qiao retorted, "Not possible." Xia Xiu, witnessing her sister's rejection, quickly interjected. Why won't you agree? I know that apartment is vacant. He Qiao replied, because I am domineering and authoritarian, and thus I refuse. Xia Xiu exclaimed, but her sister pulled her behind her, pleading, we can cook and clean. If you allow us to move in, we can do these tasks for free. No need for supplies in exchange. He Qiao responded, we can manage these tasks ourselves. We don't need your help. You may leave. The elder sister, now frantic, pleaded, I implore you, have mercy on us. A few men moved into apartment 902 and have been harassing us. Last night, they even attempted to break in. The older lady on the 8th floor wants to steal our food, and there are bad people from the neighboring building. He Qiao stared at them expressionlessly. What happens after you move in? The sister's eyes lit up. Once we move in, they will naturally not dare to bully us. He Qiao pressed further, and then? The sister was taken aback, unsure how to respond. He Qiao clarified, after that, we would not only need to protect you two from bullying within the compound, but we would also have to take you out to gather supplies, ensuring your safety outside as well, correct? The elder sister harbored such hopes. But upon He Qiao's articulation, she found herself at a loss for words. However, the younger sister stepped forward. You are so capable. Acquiring supplies must be easy for you. Can't you just take care of us? He Qiao, finding the situation amusing, replied, absolutely not. In this apocalypse, relying on others is futile. You must stand on your own. Others have no obligation to assist you. Furthermore, acquiring supplies is no simple task. It involves risking our lives. I don't believe you didn't hear the sounds of fighting last night. He Qiao ceased her engagement with them and returned to the living room of apartment 1001 to continue reading by the fire. In her past life, she too had sought help from others. Yet, in the end, one always paid back 1,000-fold. She hoped her words would resonate with these two sisters. In the apocalypse, only by becoming strong could one find a way forward. She was uncertain why she had said so much. Perhaps because she saw in the elder sister's eyes not just a plea for help, but also a fierce will to survive. The sisters lingered outside the safety door, pleading for some time longer. When He Qiao did not emerge, they realized their hopes of moving to the 10th floor were dashed and left in disappointment. The elder sister, Xia Xue, contemplated He Qiao's words, while the younger sister's eyes flickered with malice. They were clearly formidable, yet they refused to aid them. They were all villains. Just like the men in apartment 902. Chapter 25, Moral Coercion. Hearing commotion outside, the door to apartment 902 swung open from within. Several men's voices echoed from downstairs. Haha, they were turned down, weren't they? You are utterly useless, yet aspire to move to the 10th floor? Dream on. They don't want you. The brothers do. You better stick with the brothers. You'll be treated to good food and drink, never going hungry again. And you won't have to search for supplies. We'll take care of you. One of them added, I've never had a chance to play with sisters. I wonder how that feels, followed by a round of lewd laughter. He Qiao remained unfazed, continuing to peruse her book. She was no saint. Besides, if the sisters could not manage such trivialities, they might as well not live. Things would only become more arduous. Downstairs, the elder sister, Xia Xue, retrieved a kitchen knife and waved it wildly, declaring, all of you, get away from us. Don't touch us. She shielded her younger sister behind her and shouted, if I catch you trying to pry open my front door again, I will sever your hands. Do not assume we are easy to bully. Even a rabbit will bite when provoked. You may be numerous, but if I catch just one of you, I will certainly strike him down. At worst, we perish together. The men across from her seemed taken aback, unable to accept the sight of their gentle sister in such a frenzy. Xia Xue pushed her sister inside and swiftly closed the door. He Qiao, hearing the loud thud of the door shutting, smirked. This was more like it. Inspired by the dynamic duo from room 901, the matron from room 801 ascended the stairs in less than half an hour, followed closely by an elderly gentleman, who held a 5-year-old boy tightly in his arms. She appeared graceful, yet wore a bitter expression, pleading, kind souls, please allow us to move to the 10th floor. Tears brimmed in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks. He Qiao mused that the elderly lady had aged beautifully, her tears flowing gracefully. Alas, such tactics would not sway her. Her heart was as unyielding as a stone in a cesspit, foul and hard. The elderly woman continued, the apocalypse is harsh. We elders and the little ones will surely perish if you abandon us. Was this moral coercion? He Qiao chose to ignore her. Who wasn't he struggling in this world? The little boy seemed to pick up on some signal and began to cry as well. Yet, He Qiao remained unmoved, coldly observing them. The boy's cries escalated, becoming heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, He Qiao stood firm as a statue, her gaze devoid of any emotion, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. The elderly couple bore sorrowful expressions, but their former nobility was hard to conceal. Before the apocalypse, they must have been affluent individuals. Noticing the boy's shoes, He Qiao recognized them as a creation from a renowned foreign artisanal brand, worth no less than 20,000. She could identify them thanks to Wan Mingyue, who had once waved a magazine in front of her, prompting her to remember. At the time, she had thought that such shoes could feed her for a year. Unable to fathom the spending habits of the wealthy. In hindsight, Wan Mingyue had intended for her to purchase them for her. But she had been too dense to grasp the hint. When He Qiao's thoughts returned to the present, the little boy had cried himself to sleep. Curled up in the matron's embrace. The matron, looking pitiful, implored, "If you won't let us move, at least provide us with some supplies. We are not greedy. Just a few packs of instant noodles would suffice." "Just a few packs of noodles is not greedy?" He Qiao scoffed inwardly. Leaning against the doorframe, she watched the matron with keen interest, eager to see what further tactics this elegant, wealthy woman would employ. The matron seemed to perceive He Qiao's thoughts. She gently placed the boy in the gentleman's arms and then dramatically sat down on the ground, adopting a posture as if to throw a tantrum. Clearly, she intended to use noise as a means of psychological attack. Abruptly, He Qiao felt a surge of annoyance. She no longer wished to watch. With a swift motion, she drew out a black firearm and aimed it at the matron, commanding leave. The matron's voice caught in her throat, unable to advance or retreat. Yet, she was a sensible woman. Without a word, she seized the elderly gentleman and fled, not lingering for even a second. Inside the canned food factory, Gu Qian discovered an abandoned generator in the storage room. Lu Chun, donning a headlamp, examined it closely and exclaimed, "I've checked. I can repair the damaged parts. From now on, electricity will cease to be an issue for us." Gu Qian added, "We can double the power for the safety door." Late into the night, Gu Qian and his companions still had not returned. He Qiao felt a flicker of impatience and slowly approached the window. The outside world was no longer the familiar scene of glimmering lights from her memories. Without streetlights or the guidance of the city, the world seemed to have fallen into a suffocating and profound silence, every breath of air permeated with the desolation and despair of the apocalypse. Occasionally, a faint glimmer would flicker in the distance, perhaps the light from a car venturing out late at night. Flickering lonely in the snow like a lost ant on a vast snowy expanse, small and helpless. This light, though insufficient to dispel the surrounding darkness, inexplicably stirred something soft within He Qiao. In this apocalyptic world, even the most insignificant existence was tenaciously proclaiming the resilience and persistence of life. Suddenly, He Qiao's attention was drawn to an unusual movement in the snowy ground below. In the moonlight, shadowy figures pressed against the wall, moving with an almost ghostly grace, seemingly striving to avoid making any sound. She quickly donned her night vision goggles, and the scene before her became distinctly clear. It was none other than Li Wanhao and his group. This scoundrel still harbored thieving intentions. Having already lost many men the previous day, he dared to provoke them again. Their group appeared well prepared, carrying a stout half-log, undoubtedly intended as a weapon to smash through the safety door. These individuals exhibited a semblance of cunning. They had evidently discerned Gu Qian and his companions' whereabouts, choosing this moment to launch an assault when Gu Qian was out gathering supplies, leaving her alone to guard the base. He Qiao feigned ignorance and quietly ascended to the top floor, barricading the door with sandbags. 5 layers of bags would withstand even a cannon's blast. Alone, she had to prepare thoroughly. Returning to the 10th floor, she noticed that the invaders had yet to ascend, seemingly lingering at the entrance of the unit, deliberating their strategy. How slow. She pretended to call down the stairs. "This dreadful weather is too cold. Why should I stay awake guarding the door at such an hour? Who would come by? I might as well sleep." Carefully, she shut the door to room 1001, then concealed herself behind the half wall of the safety door, patiently awaiting the arrival of these unwelcome guests. Chapter 26. The Assault on Building 13. Building 13. At the entrance of the unit, Li Wanhao meticulously arranged their tactics. "When we ascend the stairs, we must be cautious and make no noise, lest we alert anyone." This anyone included all residents.
Liu Quan whispered.
"What if the neighbors on the 9th floor detect our movements and tip off those on the 10th? Li Wanhao snorted coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes. They dare not. He then added, but it never hurts to be cautious. At each floor, ensure to cover the peepholes securely to prevent any mishaps. Their group ascended the stairs with utmost care. The night was as dark as ink, and they dared not switch on any lights, fearful of being discovered by the 10th floor. They bore a hefty log, long and cumbersome, which necessitated a slower pace. He Qiao had been crouched behind the safety wall for quite some time, her legs growing numb, yet the figures remained out of sight. These individuals were indeed prudent. Had they shown such caution the previous night, her side might not have fared so well. Their numerical superiority was their greatest advantage. Finally, after a prolonged wait, a faint and chaotic sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Moments later, a group of shadows stealthily appeared outside the push-pull door. 10 burly men, bearing the log, looked tense. They were not only covered up to their necks but also shielded their faces, sporting various protective gear. Some donned heavy goggles, while others wore welding masks. This was to guard against the metal bullets fired from the black firearm. They were adjusting their positions, preparing to break through the safety door in one decisive charge. He Qiao concealed herself behind the wall, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She had just counted at the window, and there were indeed 12 of them. Li Wanhao had grown clever this time, opting to hide behind the scenes and direct from the shadows. Just as the 10 men were poised to charge forward, He Qiao stepped out. Why complicate matters? The door is broken. It can be repaired. Whatever you desire, just speak. And we can negotiate. Outside, the burly men were momentarily stunned. They believed their actions were clandestine, unaware they had already been discovered. Their earlier caution now seemed a farce. Recalling He Qiao's display from the previous night, blinding shots, brain matter splattering, blood gushing, they hesitated. After all, what they sought was merely supplies. No one wished to lose their life. At that moment, Li Wanhao's chilling voice echoed from downstairs. Stop wasting time with her. Just break down the door. She was merely stalling. There was only her alone upstairs. If they did not attack now, when Gu Qian and his group returned, the opportunity would be lost. We'll seize the supplies and flee. Gu Qian wanted to catch up to us. It became clear that their intention was not to capture the place, but simply to rob it. The thick tree trunk was once again raised high, akin to a beast preparing for its final charge. Unfazed, He Qiao called down. Since it's for supplies, there's no need for such a commotion. I shall open the door for you. Isn't that far more convenient? The men bearing the trunk exchanged glances, wondering if they were being toyed with. Why had she remained silent until they had hoisted it? Li Wanhao could no longer contain himself. He stepped forth from the shadows, still hiding behind the trunk, revealing only half his face. What do you mean by that? He Qiao smiled slightly, her tone laced with sincerity. You must know that I've always lived alone, avoiding contact with anyone. Only yesterday did those 3 move in, claiming to form a team. I am not familiar with them at all. Now, with just me guarding this place, I cannot possibly fend you off, and I will eventually be overrun. It's better to open the door willingly. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Wanhao's eyes. Would you genuinely be so kind? He Qiao spread her hands, displaying them as empty to signify her goodwill. But I have one condition. Do not damage my home, nor harm me. Li Wanhao pondered for a moment, then mustered the courage to step forward from the crowd, positioning himself a short distance from the safety door. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, for He Qiao's marksmanship had left a lasting impression on him. He scrutinized her hands and pockets, confirming that the black modified toy gun was no longer on her person. He also noted the absence of the mace. Suddenly, he realized that the gun and mace had likely been taken by Gu Qian and his group in search of supplies. After all, the world outside was far more perilous in this apocalypse. With the threat to his life diminished, Li Wanhao finally took the time to appraise He Qiao before him. She was young and beautiful, her skin fair, a stark contrast to the haggard and wrinkled women in the neighborhood. Yet, her icy demeanor seemed to repel everyone. This, however, did not instill fear in Li Wanhao. On the contrary, a glimmer of greed and desire ignited in his eyes. To him, it was merely a sign that she had yet to experience the charms of a man. If he could overpower her, he was certain he could strip away her aloof facade. He navigated through the thick trunk and the clustered men, heading straight for the sliding door. Feigning seriousness, he declared, "It's a deal. You open the sliding door and we will spare you and your home." Through the sliding door, He Qiao did not see Li Wanhao's trusted henchman, who must be hiding on the 9th floor. That man was quite cunning. She feigned terror and asked, "Are your people all here? Can I trust your word? Will the others take advantage of me?" Li Wanhao, consumed by visions of the soon-to-be-acquired supplies and beauty, was already impatient. He glanced back, not seeing Lu Quan, and felt a surge of anger. "Lu Quan, get up here. Stop slacking off." Moments later, a shifty-eyed man in his 30s scampered up.
"Boss,
"Wasn't I following your orders to block that caddis peephole?" Li Wanhao recalled the task of blocking the neighbor's peephole, casting Lu Quan an approving glance. Once they had secured the supplies and the beauty, they would leave Mingri Jieyuan without delay. Gu Qian was a tough opponent. If they couldn't fight him, fleeing was no disgrace. His underlings had already used binoculars to ascertain that the supplies transported yesterday were all pharmaceuticals. 2 entire trucks of medicine, priceless treasures in this apocalypse. With these supplies, they could head north to the neighboring city. As long as no one saw them, even if Gu Qian suspected their involvement, what of it? By the time Gu Qian returned, they would have already vacated M City, and he would not be able to track them down. With just these medicines, they could lead a carefree life in the apocalypse. And with over 10 subordinates willing to follow him, he would become a local emperor. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been a mall security guard, looked down upon by others. Now, he was eager to show everyone that he was not to be underestimated. Chapter 27. Leaving no one behind. Lu Quan's voice was not low. Though he did not explicitly mention the peephole, He Qiao pondered briefly and understood its implication.
Liu Quan.
Observing the agitated Li Wanhao, felt an uneasy premonition. The peephole had been blocked long before they ascended. There was no need to descend again. He simply regarded He Qiao as too dangerous. As long as the sliding door remained unopened, he had no intention of ascending to the 10th floor. However, Li Wanhao's volatile nature left him no choice but to comply. He still wished to enjoy the spoils in the neighboring city. He could not afford to defy Li Wanhao. At that moment, Li Wanhao stood before the sliding door, with Lu Quan behind him, followed by 10 burly men. They had already set the thick trunk aside, no longer intending to break down the door. Li Wanhao rubbed his hands together, his tone urgent. "This lovely lady. Everyone is here. Can we open the door now?" He Qiao stood behind the sliding door, her hands empty. She surveyed the group before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Of course, I shall open the door for everyone." With a soft click of the lock, the sliding door slowly opened. Li Wanhao's gaze instantly transformed into one of greed. His bloodied hands instinctively reached forward, attempting to grasp He Qiao's hand resting on the sliding door. He sought to hasten the door's opening and take advantage of the moment. However, before his fingers could brush against the warmth, an irresistible force abruptly yanked him backward. Li Wanhao was enveloped in darkness, feeling as though a heavy weight had crashed upon him. Pain seared through his chest as he was violently flipped over, rolling down the cold, hard concrete staircase. Each collision of his head against the steps brought excruciating agony. He Qiao unleashed a barrage of stone pillars from her space, watching as they slammed into Li Wanhao and his group like bowling balls. These stone pillars were her creations, gathered from outside the library and replicated using her machine. "Help!"
Ah!
The sounds of screams and heavy objects crashing intertwined, until all 12 men collapsed, blood gushing from their mouths like a fountain. He Qiao emerged from the sliding door, wielding a cleaver, her steps cold and unyielding. Starting with Li Wanhao, she methodically approached each individual, delivering merciless fatal strikes to their necks. Li Wanhao had already succumbed before the final blow, yet she still granted him one more, collecting the stone pillars and delivering the finishing blows. Her movements were fluid and efficient. Lu Quan's eyes widened, unblinking in death. He Qiao merely cast a dispassionate glance before turning away. A stone pillar accidentally rolled down from the 9th floor, and without hesitation, she chased after it. The doors of the 2 households on the 9th floor were tightly shut, with peepholes obscured by foreign objects. She confidently stowed the stone pillar away, ensuring that no one would witness it. Li Wanhao and his companions had ascended with utmost caution. The neighbors below likely hadn't heard a thing. However, the earlier commotion surely hadn't escaped anyone's notice. Everyone simply chose to remain silent. He Qiao returned to the 10th floor, confirming once more that Li Wanhao and his group had no chance of survival. Everything unfolded so smoothly that she couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. She secured the sliding door and ascended to the rooftop, retrieving the sandbags that had propped the door, fearful of leaving any trace. Ultimately, Once she had thoroughly ensured that everything was foolproof, she slowly stepped into the living room of room 1001. There, the fire crackled warmly. Books were splayed open, as if nothing had ever transpired. At 5 in the morning, the sound of an off-road vehicle echoed from below. He Qiao recognized it to be Gu Qian and his two companions returning. She swiftly scanned the staircase, ensuring that the arrangement of bodies was flawless. The sturdy timber that Li Wanhao's group had painstakingly brought upstairs was now cleverly positioned atop the corpses by He Qiao. The tree trunk bore splatters of blood, some from the heavy impact of the stone pillar and others from the sharp blade as swift cut. The blood sprang forth as the necks were severed. The entire trunk appeared to be enveloped in a thick, crimson shroud. There was no need for further inquiry. The truth was singular. These individuals had attempted to break down the tightly shut door with the timber, only to miscalculate, causing the trunk to slip and mercilessly crush them into a bloody pulp. Those who were fortunate enough to survive could not escape the deadly blow of He Qiao's blade, ultimately meeting their demise. Gu Qian and his two companions slowly halted their vehicle in the shadow of Building 13. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the empty entrance of the unit, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Today had gone too smoothly. They hadn't encountered any robbery on the road, and the residents of the community hadn't caused any trouble. Yet, Gu Qian's expression suddenly turned grave. His attention was drawn to the entrance of the 6th floor, where several fresh scratches were faintly visible. Gu Qian quickly exited the vehicle, gripping his weapon tightly, and barked, "Something's amiss. We need to head upstairs immediately. Lin Feifei, stay here." Lu Chen glanced toward the window of room 1001, where a faint glow of fire emanated. Seemingly tranquil. Qian Go. This Gu Qian meticulously examined the chaotic footprints on the 6th floor, noting that there were only ascending tracks and no signs of descent. The situation was dire. Moreover, the traces between the windows and the corridor were likely caused by the rough timber, probably used to batter the sliding door. Lu Chen's heart leapt into his throat. The disorderly footprints indicated a considerable number of individuals. "Sister Qiao," Gu Qian cautiously ascended the stairs, coldly replying, "She's a woman. Even if captured, she wouldn't be killed immediately." He understood all too well the thoughts that would arise in the minds of those frenzied men upon encountering the delicate and enchanting He Qiao. Gu Qian's gaze darkened, but as long as she was alive, there was still hope. Lu Chen's heartbeat thundered, fear trailing closely behind him as he closely followed Gu Qian. As they ascended further, the scratches in the corridor became increasingly discernible. He hesitated, his voice trembling. "We found quite a few cans today. It should last us for a while. The supplies upstairs can be left. We can find more medicine. But there's only one life. As long as we're alive, we need not fear running out of resources." Gu Qian abruptly turned, his gaze icy. Lu Chen's words caught in his throat, ultimately dissolving into silence. He knew this thought was unjust, but he had Lin Feifei to protect, and his parents were far away in City K. He couldn't perish here. Tick-tock. A faint dripping sound echoed from above, jarring in the stillness of the night. Gu Qian reached out, his fingertips brushing against the warm drops of blood. On this frigid night, with temperatures plummeting to below 50 degrees, only a copious amount of fresh blood could remain liquid at such low temperatures. Yet to have not yet congealed. He deduced something and hastily proceeded upstairs. Though frightened, Lu Chen eventually sighed heavily. "Qian Go, wait for me." Chapter 28. Heartbeat. Gu Qian swiftly made his way to the 9th floor. On the staircase lay several bodies sprawled in disarray, drenched in blood. The contorted positions of the corpses narrated tales of their struggles, with deep and grotesque wounds at their necks, exposing glimpses of bone. Some were connected to their bodies by mere strips of flesh, as if ready to sever and scatter upon the ground. Gu Qian continued upward. At the corner of the 9th floor, the scene became even more gruesome. Bodies piled high, blood staining the stairs, leaving no place to tread. Thick timber was interspersed among the corpses. Amidst this sea of death, Gu Qian suddenly recognized the familiar figure of Li Wanhao. His eyes were wide open, his face twisted, as if still enduring the torment of his final moments. A chill surged through Gu Qian. After last night's battle, Li Wanhao had dared to provoke him. Ultimately, he had underestimated the madness and cruelty of these desperate individuals. Fortunately, it was He Qiao who remained. Were it anyone of Lu Chen or Lin Feifei, they would have likely succumbed to this ferocious onslaught, losing their stronghold. His own room 1002 was currently filled with the medical supplies released from his space. His storage was limited, and to gather more cans today, he had to clear out room. If Li Wanhao and his gang were to seize this place, all his efforts would go to waste. The outside scene was horrific, yet He Qiao was nowhere to be found. Was she injured? Or had she truly been victimized? He climbed the stairs to the sliding door. The door to room 1001 stood ajar, faint firelight spilling out. Through the crack, Gu Qian glimpsed He Qiao. She had her head bowed, engrossed in the book she held. Her delicate neck glimmered in the firelight, partly obscured. Her profile flickered in the glow, seeming to stand in stark contrast to this brutal world. Her fingers, long and strong from practice, exuded an inexplicable transparency in the flickering light. Outside lay a mountain of corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood, making it unimaginable what kind of brutal battle this woman had just endured. Yet, at this moment, she appeared to exist in an entirely different realm, unfazed by the chaos and uproar beyond the door. She quietly read, as if everything outside was of no concern to her. He gently pushed open the sliding door and stepped into room 1001. Inside, He Qiao lifted her head, her cold and tranquil visage meeting Gu Qian's deep gaze. Noticing nothing amiss, she shifted her gaze back to her book. Gu Qian understood that it was improper to stare so openly at He Qiao. Such behavior was far from gentlemanly. Yet his eyes betrayed him, unable to tear away from her presence. Unobserved, the corner of his mouth subtly turned upward. However, this tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, an abrupt sound of retching shattered the serene atmosphere. Lu Chen, who had been closely following Gu Qian, found himself overwhelmed as the stench of blood intensified while ascending the stairs. To conserve heat, the staircase windows had been tightly shut, rendering the air stifling and almost suffocating. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Lu Chen could still maintain a semblance of composure at the sight of a few scattered bodies. However, upon arriving at the 9th floor half-landing and witnessing the mountain of corpses before him, his psychological defenses finally crumbled. Heads hung limply from necks, eyes wide open, seemingly recounting their fear and despair from life. The overwhelming stench of blood and the visual shock surged forth like a tide, compelling him to vomit. Gu Qian frowned. How useless. He noticed that He Qiao was disturbed by the sound of retching, her brow slightly furrowed. He stepped back from the living room, leaving behind the words, "Don't mind it. Continue reading." As soon as his words fell, he deftly shut the door to room 1001, effectively blocking out the clamor from outside. He then swiftly lifted the limp figure of Lu Chen from the floor and made his way toward the 9th floor, whispering a command, "Make no sound when you vomit." Lu Chen's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his legs quivering, yet his mind was filled with confusion. What? What does that mean? What on earth is he trying to say? Gu Qian opened the stairway window, tossing the bodies out one by one. Gazing at the mottled bloodstains on the ground, he furrowed his brow once more. He hurried to the rooftop, filled a wooden bucket with snow, and scattered it on the staircase, diligently cleaning away the grotesque remnants. When Lu Chen finally expelled the discomfort from his stomach and looked up again, he was met with the sight of Gu Qian bent over, scrubbing the stairs. He could understand the disposal of the bodies, but the act of cleaning the bloodstains with snow in the dead of night struck him as profoundly strange about his brother Qian. Earlier, when he and Lin Feifei had squandered a moment dusting off the car seats, Gu Qian had chastised them for their procrastination. Yet now, as he watched Gu Qian ascend once more to retrieve snow, he could not help but voice his concern. "Brother Qian, Feifei is still downstairs. And the canned goods are still in the car. Can I go down first?" To his surprise, Gu Qian nodded. "Go ahead." Gu Qian surveyed the relatively clean staircase with a satisfied smile. He remembered that He Qiao's winter coat was white. This time, it should be less prone to getting dirty. Gu Qian, a man inherently frigid and aloof. Before the apocalypse, he had resembled a caged beast, his tailored suit a shackle of self-imposed restraint. He forced himself to blend into this seemingly glamorous yet hypocritical world, while internally, he resembled a volcano, ready to erupt. He immersed himself in boxing and close combat training, each punch and grapple a release of pent-up frustration, a yearning for freedom and wildness. However, these measures were merely superficial. The beast within him still stirred restlessly. Eventually, the apocalypse descended, plunging the world into chaos and disorder. The beast within Gu Qian seemed to have found its outlet for release, as he wielded his blade with abandon, slaying the greedy bandits and assailants. A cold light flickered in his eyes, a mixture of disdain for the apocalypse and a release of his primal instincts. Now he encountered He Qiao, a woman whose exterior resembled a doll, yet her heart was ice-cold and merciless. He had witnessed her kill thrice, each act more shocking than the last. It was only natural that he found himself captivated by her. During the distribution of supplies, Gu Qian, claiming his aversion to canned goods, exchanged his 2 boxes of canned food for a printer that was meant for He Qiao. In her mind, He Qiao pondered, is this guy seeking something from me? Why is he so agreeable today? Or is this yet another test? It seemed relentless. Fortunately, she had no shortage of printers in her space, so it mattered little. Lin Feifei and Lu Chen, observing the strange atmosphere, could not decipher Gu Qian's intentions. After all, Gu Qian had previously exhibited coldness and suspicion towards He Qiao, showing no signs of affection. Moreover, Gu Qian's expression remained as frosty as ever, leaving anyone unaware to believe that someone owed him money. Chapter 29. Appeasing in the afternoon. The 4 gathered in room 1001 for a meeting. They sat in a circle, focused on an unfolded map, their attention fixed on tonight's target. A remote meat processing plant. It harbored the various frozen pork products they desperately needed. When the discussion turned to the arrangement of personnel to remain behind, Lu Chen exchanged a glance with Lin Feifei. Gathering his courage, he quietly asked, I have a suggestion, but I'm unsure if I should voice it. Gu Qian nodded slightly. Lu Chen then deliberately looked at He Qiao. Upon seeing her nod, his anxiety eased a fraction. The gruesome scene from the stairwell the previous night had completely subdued him to He Qiao, placing her on a pedestal alongside Gu Qian. Feifei and I are aware of our limited capabilities. Even if we stay behind, in the face of a crisis like last night, we would struggle to ensure the safety of the base. Lu Chen's words were earnest. Gu Qian gestured with his eyes for Lu Chen to continue. Brother Qian, you possess a wealth of information and are well acquainted with the locations of hidden supplies, making you the natural choice for the leadership role. Lu Chen's tone grew more resolute. As for Sister Qiao, her strength is formidable. No one in the community could match her, making her the most suitable candidate to remain at the base. After speaking, Lu Chen cautiously observed He Qiao's reaction, relieved when he saw no sign of anger from her. He continued, as for Feifei and me, we are merely drivers and porters. It would be a stroke of luck if we could follow the team without hindering them. Gu Qian harbored similar calculations in his heart. However, due to the burgeoning feelings he harbored for He Qiao, his mindset shifted, and he refrained from allowing Lu Chen to voice his thoughts, fearing that He Qiao might perceive it as a precaution against her. The room fell into silence, Gu Qian's gaze resting on He Qiao, who appeared to be lost in thought. He gently inquired, what do you think? He Qiao was preoccupied, contemplating whether to have hot pot or crayfish for dinner. She replied nonchalantly, then I'll stay at the base. Her tone carried an air of indifference. Being a homebody who despised venturing out, staying indoors by the fire was far more comfortable than braving the cold winds outside. There was a thought she left unspoken. Although Gu Qian was cautious around her, he would not withhold the supplies that rightfully belonged to her. She could stay home, warm herself by the fire, and read while obtaining her share of supplies. Indeed, a fortunate situation. Observing the compliant He Qiao, Gu Qian felt a pang of heartache. She never refuted others' words, nor did she deny any requests made of her. Her character so soft, she would surely suffer in the apocalypse.
Libano.
Crushed into a pancake. Do you want to hear what you're saying? He had even begun to harbor resentment towards the village bully who had previously tormented He Qiao, a man named Ge Dazhuang. He recalled how, during their last encounter at the pharmaceutical factory, he had harshly ordered He Qiao to keep watch outside the car. He truly felt like a scoundrel. Lu Chen spoke again. Feifei and I have discussed it. Given our abilities, we are not entitled to 2 shares of supplies. From today onwards, we only require 1 share. Gu Qian readily agreed. In the days that followed, He Qiao seemed to revert to the time when it was just the 4 of them in the community. Apart from exercising, she indulged in reading, playing games, and binge-watching shows, living a most delightful life. After Li Wanhao and his subordinates met their demise outside the sliding door, the once restless residents of the community became like startled birds, no longer daring to provoke them. Even the elderly lady from the 8th floor ceased her inquiries, and the subject of instant noodles was no longer broached. He Qiao relished her newfound tranquility, while Gu Qian, Lin Feifei, and Lu Chen ventured out in search of supplies. She remained alone in room 1001, arranging her time as she pleased. The living room of room 1001 now housed a multitude of supplies, such as mooncakes, duck necks, and jelly, items that were either difficult to divide or in excess. Since they needed to evenly distribute 3 shares of supplies, Gu Qian had suggested placing them in the living room for communal use. As the one who had spent the longest time in this place, He Qiao naturally became the largest beneficiary of these provisions. The only discomfort she felt was that Gu Qian seemed perpetually inclined to probe into her private space. Today, he had used his dislike for potato chips as an excuse. Tomorrow he claimed to have an excess of dried tofu, and later he insisted on giving her canned goods, asserting there was no place to store them. The man, burdened with heavy boxes, stood outside her door, persistently knocking, as if he would not relent until she opened it. He Qiao was at a loss for words. This man had yet to lower his guard around her. However, even if he entered, he would discover nothing amiss. She had long concealed anything inappropriate within her space and had strategically placed unremarkable supplies in the kitchen. Yet, she had no intention of accepting his offerings. She had long grasped the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, through the door, her tone was brusque. I refuse. Undeterred by the third rejection, Gu Qian pondered while stroking his chin. What does He Qiao truly enjoy eating? At that moment, Lin Feifei and Lu Chen were hiding in front of their own door, one straining to eavesdrop on the commotion outside, while the other peered through the peephole. Once Gu Qian's figure vanished at the end of the corridor on the 11th floor, Lin Feifei asked uncertainly, Darling, do you think Qian Ge has feelings for Qiao Jia? Absolutely not. Lu Chen shook his head, his tone resolute. Qian Ge is no ordinary person. He must have an ulterior motive for delivering gifts to Qiao Jia. Likely an attempt to investigate her home. Lin Feifei exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that so? Lu Chen nodded. During our time at the pharmaceutical factory, Qian Ge was quite harsh with Qiao Jia. Look at how gentle I am with you. He wouldn't treat her any differently. So, Qian Ge definitely has no romantic interest in Qiao Jia. After hearing Lu Chen's analysis, Lin Feifei found it quite reasonable. Now that you mention it, Qian Ge does seem rather aloof. He doesn't treat Qiao Jia any differently than us. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Meanwhile, Gu Qian was at home, gazing at the map of City M, contemplating. Tonight, at the location for gathering gasoline, there is a small snack factory nearby, which should contain items that He Qiao enjoys. In the dead of night, He Qiao felt an inexplicable twitch in her eyelids, as if foreboding some ominous event. Clutching her binoculars tightly, she scanned the road outside the community, eagerly awaiting the arrival of headlights that never came. Please let nothing go awry, He Qiao silently prayed. It was not until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon that an off-road vehicle, dragging a van, slowly entered the community. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei have both been injured. He Qiao, come down to lend a hand. Gu Qian's voice remained calm over the intercom, though it barely concealed a hint of fatigue. Chapter 30. Real guns. Gunshot wounds. He Qiao's heart tightened, and she hurriedly inquired, What about you? Are you injured? She understood that if Gu Qian fell, she would be the only one left unscathed among the 4 of them. The restless forces within the community would undoubtedly pounce like wolves, shattering the hard-won tranquility of their lives. Hearing He Qiao's concern warmed Gu Qian's heart. I am fine. He Qiao sighed with relief. I'll be right down. Upon descending, the sight before He Qiao caused her heart to clench. The front of the off-road vehicle was crumpled, the headlights missing, and a significant portion of the rear was torn off. One tire of the van was flat, and 2 windows were shattered, crudely covered with clothing against the cold. It was as if the remnants of a night's harrowing ordeal were laid bare. He Qiao could imagine the fierce battle they had endured. Inside the van, Lu Chen lay silently in the passenger seat, his face as pale as a sheet, deep in unconsciousness. Blood had soaked through his entire winter coat at his right shoulder, where the wound had been hastily bandaged. In the biting cold, had it not been for timely treatment, he would have succumbed to death long ago. Lin Feifei's left arm was also injured, her face bruised. Yet she had managed to drive the van back. Now, with tear-filled eyes, she gently touched Lu Chen's face, her worry surging like a tide. He Qiao opened the car door, and a wave of warmth enveloped her. Inside, an electric heater hummed softly, plugged into a power source, evidently turned on to prevent Lu Chen's injured shoulder from freezing. It was clear that Gu Qian was responsible for this. Only he possessed the capability to manage such serious injuries. Without him, Lu Chen would likely not have made it back to the community. Gu Qian had not discarded Lu Chen like a burden, but had taken the time to treat him, which surprised He Qiao. In her past life, When she teamed up with others, even a slight delay in reaction could lead to abandonment. In this apocalyptic world, those deemed useless could be callously discarded at any moment. Upon seeing He Qiao, Lin Feifei's suppressed tears finally flowed freely. Xiao Jia, it's all my fault. Lu Chun was injured while trying to protect me. I fell by accident. It's my fault for being so weak. He Qiao quickly made a silencing gesture. Don't shout. Do you want everyone to know that we have someone seriously injured here? Lin Feifei immediately grasped He Qiao's intent and closed her mouth tightly. Gu Qian carried the unconscious Lu Chen, while Lin Feifei assisted with her uninjured right hand. He Qiao stood watch in the snow, vigilantly observing their surroundings as they guarded the two vehicles laden with supplies. The community was rife with danger, a far cry from the desolate pharmaceutical factory. She could not afford to be careless, merely sitting in the car on lookout. As the dawn light brightened, visibility improved. He Qiao suddenly noticed two inconspicuous marks on the off-road vehicle's window. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be bullet holes. She hurriedly checked the van and discovered bullet holes on the door as well. The penetrative power of these holes was formidable, clearly made by a standard firearm rather than a modified hunting rifle or toy gun. Could it be that Lu Chen's injuries were gunshot wounds? He Qiao's heart sank instantly. The apocalypse had persisted for a month and a half. The border had become virtually non-existent, and firearms had finally fallen into the hands of ordinary survivors within the borders of Huagua. In her past life, upon entering the official base of City M, she had heard a police officer from before the apocalypse mention that, on the 6th day of the blizzard, all organized firearms and ammunition had been strictly controlled by the authorities and would not circulate among the populace. Therefore, in this new world after the apocalypse, He Qiao had dared to forge ahead with only her dagger and wolf fang club, as she knew ordinary survivors were not armed with real weapons. Gu Qian was an exception. Those who wished to kill him even possessed helicopters. He could hardly be considered an ordinary person. However, the fact that the ordinary survivors outside the community now had firearms indicated that the future would be far more chaotic. After much effort, they finally managed to secure Lu Chen and transport all supplies to the 10th floor. At this moment, the truth was clear. The marks on the vehicles were indeed bullet holes. Lu Chen's shoulder bore gunshot wounds. In the living room of room 1001, the remaining three sat together, the atmosphere tense. Gu Qian's expression was as dark as stormy waters. We must have been targeted. They ambushed us on our way back to the city. He Qiao added, in this post-apocalyptic world, you go out daily to search for supplies. It was inevitable to attract attention. It's best not to venture out for the next few days. Gu Qian nodded. The situation outside the community has become even more chaotic. The group we encountered today not only carried handguns, but also had submachine guns and other heavy weaponry. Had it not been for our off-road vehicle's special modifications, which made it exceptionally robust with bulletproof glass, we might have met our demise at the gas station. Lin Feifei looked remorseful. Qiao Jia, the van's engine is completely wrecked. I'm truly sorry. He Qiao shook her head. This isn't your fault. You were injured, yet still managed to bring the vehicle back. That is commendable. Blood still stained Lin Feifei's face, her eyes a mix of fear and concern. He Qiao had just visited Lu Chun in room 1102. Based on her past experiences, he should be out of immediate danger. After all, there was plenty of charcoal burning brightly in his room, and the necessary medical supplies were well prepared. Gu Qian had even meticulously treated Lu Chen's wounds a second time, changing his bandages and clothing. She spoke reassuringly. The bullet did not strike any vital areas, and the wound was promptly treated. You need not worry excessively. I will keep watch tonight. You focus on caring for Lu Chen. However, Lin Feifei wiped her tears with her sleeve, her resolve firm. No, Lu Chen can no longer keep watch. I cannot evade my responsibilities any longer. If we do nothing and merely rely on others, why should you all choose to team up with us? I cannot continue to be a burden to you all. Gu Qian's gaze towards Lin Feifei was no longer filled with disdain. Since that is the case, you stay here, and I will go downstairs with He Qiao to handle the car. We should refrain from going out for the next few days. All the tires must be removed. Otherwise, if we leave them in the garage, they might be stolen. In the garage, He Qiao and Gu Qian worked together to remove all the tires, placing them onto a small cart. Gu Qian also took off several crucial components, ensuring that even if someone found replacement tires, they would not be able to drive away. He Qiao stood at the garage entrance, her hands trembling slightly as she locked the cold padlock. To ensure safety, she unhesitatingly added 2 more locks. The garage was enveloped in a thick layer of snow, and the temperature was chilling to the bone. After only a brief moment, she felt the cold wind seeping through the seams of her clothing. He Qiao stomped her feet, attempting to dispel the cold. At that moment, a sudden, delightful female voice pierced through the silence. Gu Qianhan? Mr. Gu, is that truly you? Chapter 31. The disguise unveiled, He Qiao turned around, silently repeating the name, Gu Qianhan. She had not anticipated that Gu Qian's surname was indeed Gu. However, the difference between Gu Qian and Gu Qianhan was merely 2 characters, yet they sounded remarkably similar. This false name was altered in vain. Despite having his true identity exposed, Gu Qianhan remained composed. He glanced at the calm He Qiao, likely having already suspected that his name was a fabrication. He intended to explain, but with outsiders present, he could only deal with them for now. Gu Qianhan maintained a stoic expression, his voice cold. You've mistaken me for someone else. Despite his outward calmness, He Qiao keenly detected a hint of displeasure flickering across his brow. The woman hurried over, removing her scarf, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. I understand, Mr. Gu has his own considerations. He Qiao's gaze fell upon the woman's face, yet a tempest brewed in her heart. Was that not Wan Mingyue? Having not seen her in a month and a half felt akin to a century, He Qiao barely recognized Wan Mingyue's voice. Why was she here? According to her memories from her previous life, at this moment, Wan Mingyue and Wan Weibao should still be huddled in their old house in Hangyang community. He Qiao's gaze swept past Wan Mingyue, but she did not see Wan Weibao. Only a few unfamiliar men nearby were busily repairing vehicles. One tall man, upon seeing Wan Mingyue approach, followed closely behind. Clearly, Wan Mingyue had some connection with these strangers. These men bore menacing expressions and were significantly older than Wan Mingyue. He Qiao, clad in a black winter coat with a scarf covering most of her face, revealed only her eyes. After enduring this period of tribulation, she was no longer the fragile woman she once was. Her body had grown strong, and her steps resolute. Wan Mingyue was naturally unable to recognize that the woman before her was the formerly meek He Qiao. Wan Mingyue gazed eagerly at Gu Qianhan. Captain Gu, hello. I am Wan Mingyue, and these gentlemen are my teammates. All quite capable. I wonder if we might have the honor of joining your team? Gu Qianhan's expression remained impassive as he coldly replied no. After speaking, he grabbed the small cart and turned to leave. Wan Mingyue bit her lip, a flicker of hurt passing through her eyes. She was already quite attractive, and at this moment, her appearance was even more appealing. The man behind her, witnessing her distress, stepped forward angrily. Who are you? How can you treat Mingyue this way? She merely wanted to team up with you, because you are few in number. Yet you are so ungrateful. Gu Qianhan coldly uttered, get lost. Jiao Chun, seizing the wrench in his hand, was about to act, but Wan Mingyue quickly grasped his hand, softly saying, Brother Chun, don't get agitated. Captain Gu is merely not good with words, he means no harm. Seeing his goddess speak to him so gently, Jiao Chun's anger gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan turned back to see He Qiao observing the scene with evident interest, clearly enjoying the spectacle. He grasped He Qiao's arm and led her away. Wan Mingyue watched their intimate demeanor, her mind racing with speculation about their relationship. Jiao Chun looked at his goddess, puzzled, and asked, Mingyue, why are you being so courteous to that Gu fellow? Wan Mingyue offered a perfunctory smile. He is someone quite formidable. Collaborating with him brings only benefits and no drawbacks. Jiao Chun believed her words wholeheartedly, yet glancing at his companions who were repairing cars. He hesitated. My brother might not agree to join someone else's team. A fleeting coldness crossed Wan Mingyue's eyes as her gaze shifted towards Jiao Bin, who was working on the vehicle. Jiao Bin, aged 42, was Jiao Chun's elder brother, recently released from prison before the apocalypse, and was quite a ruthless character. She couldn't manage someone like him, and his subordinates were former cellmates who hardly paid her any mind. Currently, the only person she could rely on was Jiao Chun. She tightened her grip on Jiao Chun's hand, softly coaxing him. Could you first gauge the situation for me, please? Afterward, she suggestively bit her lip. Jiao Chun understood her meaning and pulled her aside, pressing her against the wall for a fervent kiss, passionately saying, All right, whatever you say. Yet within Wan Mingyue's heart, a cold smile blossomed. Once I take down Gu Qianhan, who will pay you any mind. Upon returning to the 10th floor, Gu Qianhan entered the room, his gaze directly landing on Lin Feifei, who was sweating profusely on the treadmill. You go upstairs and look after Lu Chen. Lin Feifei, having become increasingly adept at reading the room, keenly sensed the urgency concealed beneath Gu Qianhan's calm facade. Without a word, she swiftly concluded her workout and ascended the stairs, not forgetting to carefully close the door behind her. Turning around, Gu Qianhan settled He Qiao onto the living room sofa and promptly handed her a steaming cup of ginger tea. The garage is quite cold. Warm yourself. He then moved a chair to sit across from He Qiao, his expression serious. My real name is Gu Qianhan, the eldest son of the original spouse of the president of Huaheng Group. The Huaheng Group operates in numerous sectors, including construction materials, healthcare, chemicals, AI technology, and food processing. On the first day of the blizzard, I was inspecting operations in a neighboring province. Later, while returning by helicopter, I was ambushed and shot by my father's mistress and her son, my body discarded in Mingri Jiyun. You're already aware of the events that followed. He Qiao gazed at the formidable man before her, silently admiring him. Indeed, he was domineering, wealthy, and possessed an extraordinary aura. However, prior to the apocalypse, she had never taken an interest in the world of the affluent, thus had never heard of Gu Qianhan. In truth, she still harbored doubts. At the time of Gu Qianhan's fall from the top floor, he had endured for several minutes in the snow before daring to move, and had withstood the biting cold for 3 days without seeking warmth from flames. With his capabilities and vigilance, how could the mistress and her son have succeeded so easily? Yet she wouldn't voice her inquiries. Her curiosity was not so overpowering. Gu Qianhan seemed to sense this, stating, I was already aware of their plot at that time, and feigned being murdered on purpose. A cold smile crossed his lips. The Gu family is quite chaotic now. It is best to avoid it. He Qiao shrugged at his words. The world of the affluent was indeed unfathomably complex. Gu Qianhan's gaze deepened. Do you have any questions? He Qiao gently shook her head. Regardless of Gu Qianhan's true identity, it was of no consequence to her. After all, in this apocalypse, the more one knew, the greater the peril often became. Gu Qianhan refilled He Qiao's cup with hot tea, obediently sitting beside her. He Qiao recognized that the term obedient did not align with Gu Qianhan's image. Yet, at this moment, he appeared remarkably fitting. He had shed his previous coldness and ruthlessness, becoming exceptionally gentle. He Qiao tightly clutched the warm tea in her hands, steam swirling around her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had never witnessed Gu Qianhan serving tea to Lu Chun or Lin Feifei. Reflecting on the peculiar behaviors exhibited by Gu Qianhan during this period, he appeared at her doorstep unannounced, bearing an array of snacks. He exchanged a couple of boxes of canned fruits for an antiquated printer. During the allocation of supplies, he consistently prioritized her needs. A sense of suspicion arose within her. Could it be that Gu Qianhan was pursuing her? Chapter 32. Is this courtship? As He Qiao lifted her gaze once more, she found herself captured by the depths of Gu Qianhan's eyes. In that moment, the coldness that once characterized his gaze was replaced by an intensity akin to fire. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, although she had never truly experienced love, she was far from naive. She could easily discern the affection hidden within his gaze. At that instant, she was certain this man was indeed courting her. Yet, rather than feeling the slightest hint of shyness, an icy wariness instantaneously encased her heart. He Qiao was acutely aware that Gu Qianhan was a man of unfathomable depths, fraught with danger. Her mind began to race. Why was Gu Qianhan behaving this way? What was the purpose behind his apparent affection for her? What ulterior motives lay behind his pursuit? The last man who had sought her affection was Wan Weibao, whose intentions were to conspire with his girlfriend to seize her house and savings. So, what could Gu Qianhan's motives be? Money had lost its purchasing power in the apocalypse, and he was a wealthy magnate who lacked for nothing. Was it for her supplies? No, that seemed improbable. Her resources were, on the surface, far inferior to Gu Qianhan's own reserves. A more terrifying thought suddenly surged within her. Had her spatial abilities inadvertently been revealed to Gu Qianhan? In the pharmaceutical factory, had he been keeping a close watch on her to ascertain the extent of her powers? This notion coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. He Qiao lowered her gaze, her heart racing in a tumultuous rhythm, her fingers instinctively clenching into fists. She quickly calculated her options, a singular thought emerging: eliminate Gu Qianhan. Her spatial abilities were her bottom line, and no one was permitted to encroach upon them. At that moment, Gu Qianhan was alone. If he returned to the Gu family, she would be unable to contend with him. She set down her teacup, intending to summon a stone block from her space. At that moment, Gu Qianhan sat directly across from her, making it an opportune strike. However, before the teacup could leave her grasp, Gu Qianhan reached out to take it. His voice gentle. The tea is cooled. Allow me to add some hot water. Skillfully, he took up the thermos to refill her cup, his back entirely unguarded before her. A thought sparked within He Qiao. Why not launch a surprise attack from behind? A heavy blow to the back of his head would surely end his life. Just as she was about to quietly rise, Gu Qianhan suddenly voiced his complaint. That woman in the basement nearly pressed against me earlier, and you didn't help. You merely stood by to watch. She was taken aback. Could Gu Qianhan's head be under surveillance? Every time she considered taking action, he seemed to miraculously evade her attempts. The opportunity slipped away as Gu Qianhan resumed his seat on the sofa. He looked at He Qiao's cold expression and explained, I have no relation to that woman. I've never even met her before. Upon mentioning Wan Mingyue, He Qiao recalled something. In the basement, Wan Mingyue had referred to Gu Qianhan as Mr. Gu and Captain Gu. However, looking back to her previous life, it was not until the second year of the apocalypse that various factions began to form a balance of power. And squad names became popular, such as the Wolf Warriors and the Peak Capture Team. The title of captain emerged alongside this. Currently, although she, Gu Qianhan, Lu Chun, and Lin Feifei were temporarily grouped together, they bore no official name, and Gu Qianhan was simply addressed as Brother Qian out of respect. Wan Mingyue's calling him Captain Gu felt rather jarring. What further perplexed He Qiao was Wan Mingyue's penchant for boasting. If she had known someone as prominent as Gu Qianhan before the apocalypse, how could she possibly refrain from flaunting it? Reflecting on the first half of the apocalypse, she and Wan Mingyue had been inseparable, yet she had never heard her mention Gu Qianhan's name. Now, gazing at the imposing figure of Gu Qianhan, his features became increasingly distinct. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She finally understood why he seemed familiar upon their first encounter. After the apocalypse, the official base in M City gradually became privatized, with the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families rising to prominence, each governing their own domains. She had once caught a distant glimpse of the Gu family's leader. Now, it was clear that this man was undoubtedly Gu Qianhan. At that time, the heat had been oppressive. Gu Qianhan had altered his hairstyle, and he was surrounded by many people. Thus, she had not scrutinized him closely. Observing him now from a distance, it was evident that he was the future leader of the Gu family. It was rumored that the Gu family leader commanded a formidable task force known as the Cold Wind Team, established in the second year of the apocalypse. Consequently, the Gu family leader was also referred to as Captain Gu. Yet, at that time, she was merely a lowly survivor on the outskirts of the base, struggling for basic needs, with no time to investigate the true identities of these upper echelon figures. Therefore, her knowledge of the Gu family leader's past was scant. Could it be that Wan Mingyue, in calling Gu Qianhan Captain Gu, was also a reborn individual? Otherwise, how could she be so well acquainted with Gu Qianhan's identity? Moreover, her nonchalance regarding Gu Qianhan's presence in Mingri Jiyuan was curious. Did she possess prior knowledge of his future status as a powerful figure, thus seeking a preemptive encounter? Noticing He Qiao's unusual demeanor, Gu Qianhan inquired with concern, "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" At that moment, He Qiao's mind was in disarray, and she had no desire to engage. She offered a perfunctory response. "I'm not feeling well. I'll head upstairs to rest for a bit." Gu Qianhan, with evident concern, replied, "Please rest upstairs. The electric heater and the coal basin are both on." He further advised, "Do not skimp. I will bring you something later." However, as soon as He Qiao's figure vanished around the staircase corner, Gu Qianhan's expression grew cold. Having weathered many storms in the business world and encountered countless individuals, how could he fail to recognize the mixture of bewilderment and wariness in He Qiao's demeanor? His intrusive and aggressive actions of entering her world, being shot, and concealing his true identity had undoubtedly intensified her suspicions. He could only manage a wry smile. Previously, he had doubted He Qiao's possession of spatial abilities, and now she was on guard against him, a tit-for-tat exchange. Yet, even though he had deceived her, He Qiao remained as docile as ever, never uttering a word of inquiry. Her meekness only served to heighten his anxiety as he worried about her vulnerability in such chaotic times. Voiceover. In truth, she was contemplating your demise and had already set her plans in motion, yet you remain concerned for her? And then there was that woman named Wan Mingyue. He was unequivocally certain that he had never crossed paths with her, either before or after the apocalypse, nor had he ever heard her name. The familiarity with which she addressed him, coupled with an unmistakable air of calculation in her gaze, made him question her intelligence. Could it be that she was affiliated with Gu Qianchen? Were there people stealthily closing in? It seemed he had underestimated this illegitimate child. It appeared that his plans to return to the Gu family would need to be expedited. Chapter 33. All is retribution. He Qiao curled up in the warmth of her small room, tightly clutching her pillow, her mind swirling with thoughts. In her previous life, at the M-City base, she had caught a distant glimpse of Ruan Mingyue and Ruan Weibao. This encounter occurred at the beginning of the 4th year of the apocalypse. At that time, they still posed as cousins, deceiving others as they roamed the base. Soon after, Ruan Mingyue ingratiated herself with the head of the task distribution department, while Ruan Weibao began a romance with the director's sister. As Ruan Mingyue was closer to the upper echelons than He Qiao, she likely had knowledge of Gu Qianhan's true identity. In her past life, she perished due to an assault on the base by raiders, while Ruan Mingyue had likely survived, having stayed in the inner circle with the task distribution department head, outliving her by a considerable margin. Moreover, the urgency with which Ruan Mingyue seeks to align herself with Gu Qianhan suggests that he has led the Gu family to a triumphant victory in the struggle for power within the base, thereby establishing himself as the true leader. If she has experienced reincarnation herself, then the possibility of Ruan Mingyue's rebirth cannot be dismissed. However, reflecting on Ruan Mingyue's various actions in this lifetime, He Qiao deduces that her rebirth must have occurred after the internet was severed in the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would never have been easily deceived by a mere phone call into an empty house. Rather, she would have been preoccupied with hoarding supplies in preparation for the impending end of the world. Yet, the ever-present Ruan Weibao is conspicuously absent from her side at this moment. He Qiao cannot help but wonder if he too has undergone a rebirth. All of this looms over her like a dense fog, leaving her in a state of profound bewilderment. Gu Qianhan, the future overlord of the apocalypse, cannot be eliminated just yet. He Qiao is acutely aware of the vast influence of the Gu family and wishes to avoid being relentlessly hunted. Currently, Gu Qianhan feigns affection and compliance towards her, providing her with a temporary sense of safety. However, the question of Ruan Mingyue's potential rebirth must be investigated thoroughly. After all, Ruan Mingyue died later than herself. Does she possess knowledge of the forthcoming natural disasters? He Qiao's heart races as she feels she stands before a monumental enigma, the key to which may well be hidden within Ruan Mingyue herself. In Building 2 of the Tomorrow's Garden, Jiao Bin and his group firmly occupy 4 apartments on the 7th and 8th floors of Unit 1. In the master bedroom, Jiao Bin sits rigidly in an esports chair, his brow furrowed, the curling smoke from his fingertips materializing the tumultuous thoughts within his mind. As the elder brother of their small group, he has his own room, complete with several unopened packs of cigarettes on the nightstand and a haphazard pile of supplies scattered about the room. Jiao Chen stands opposite him, nervously speaking up. "Brother, have you considered my proposal?" Jiao Bin, irritated, presses the cigarette butt harshly into the ashtray. "Who came up with the idea of aligning with Gu Qianhan?" Jiao Chen replies. "It was my own idea." Jiao Bin raises his gaze, intrigued. "Oh? How did you come to that conclusion?" Jiao Chen explains. Gu Qianhan is powerful, frequently venturing outside the community and consistently returning with significant rewards. He must know many secret locations for resources. If we could partner with him, we would surely acquire a substantial amount of supplies. Partnering? At this, Jiao Bin's anger flares, and he grabs the ashtray, ready to hurl it. Jiao Chen quickly raises his hands in defense, terrified of being struck. If he were to be disfigured, he would be even less worthy of his goddess. Nevertheless, the ashtray ultimately does not leave Jiao Bin's grasp, for the affection he harbors for his brother prevents him from acting out. Jiao Chen is the late-born child of their parents, 19 years his junior, raised like a son. How could he bear to harm him? He slowly sets the ashtray down, his gaze filled with helplessness at Jiao Chen's naive ignorance. His heart is heavy. Before Ruan Mingyue entered this community, they had no inkling of who Gu Qianhan was. Little Chen, Ruan Mingyue is cunning and not to be trusted. "Brother, this has nothing to do with Mingyue. I just think Gu Qianhan is so formidable that we should consider the opportunity." Under Jiao Bin's piercing gaze, Jiao Chen's conviction began to wane. Jiao Bin takes a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. Have you ever considered how an ordinary female university student like Ruan Mingyue came to know the young master of the Gu family? Upon hearing this, Jiao Chen immediately leaps to defend his goddess. Mingyue said it was because of a university club activity. She once visited the Gu family's tech company. which is why she knows what Gu Qianhan looks like. Jiao Bin shakes his head. Little Chen, when we first encountered Wan Mingyue, she was with a group of classmates. Upon learning that we lived in Tomorrow's Garden, she was the one who suggested joining us. Don't you find that too coincidental? Jiao Chun, blushing shyly, responds. Mingyue said she felt I was someone she could rely on, which is why she wanted to move into Tomorrow's Garden with me. Mingyue said, yet again. Jiao Bin waves his hand dismissively, unwilling to debate with a love-struck mind. He internally sighs, recognizing this as karma. It is all his fault for having been a scoundrel with too many women in his youth, breaking too many hearts, and now his own brother is paying the price. He can only analyze the situation from a different perspective. Little Chen, Gu Qianhan comes from a prestigious background and is ambitious. He will never settle for being subordinate. If we were to collaborate with him, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. I cannot call a mere kid my brother. Seeing Jiao Chen still unconvinced, Jiao Bin continues, even if I were willing to humble myself, he is the young master of the Gu family and will eventually return to his clan. He possesses great strength, has his own allies, and controls many coveted resources in City M. Why would he want to collaborate with us, mere unknowns? Jiao Chen misinterprets his brother's wavering as doubt and quickly interjects. Mingyue said that as long as you agree, she has ways to persuade Gu Qianhan to accept us. Observing his stubborn brother, Jiao Bin feels a headache coming on. He dismisses Jiao Chun and promptly calls upon his trusted confidant, seeking a suitable opportunity to discreetly eliminate Wan Mingyue without letting Little Chen know it was them. Wan Mingyue cannot be allowed to remain. Previously, he was willing to support such a woman because she was beautiful and a university student, hoping that her relationship with Little Chen would secure a future for the Jiao family. If a child were born, inheriting even a fraction of Wan Mingyue's intellect and appearance would elevate their family's lineage. With his advancing years and a history of reckless indulgence, he can no longer expect to have descendants. He relies entirely on Jiao Chen to produce several offspring. Wan Mingyue's ample figure would ensure that any child would not go hungry. However, Wan Mingyue now seems entirely focused on persuading him to align with Gu Qianhan. What manner of existence is Gu Qianhan? The fate of Li Wanhao is fresh in his memory, a warning to keep his distance from that perilous man. How can he not comprehend Wan Mingyue's ulterior motives? That woman lacks both power and resources. Attempting to align with Gu Qianhan is akin to chasing a delusion. Thus, she has set her sights on Little Chen, attempting to persuade him to lead his followers into Gu Qianhan's camp, hoping to gain leverage for her own position. Such fanciful dreams. Chapter 34, A Funeral for Pursuing Love in the Afternoon. Gu Qianhan knocks on the door of He Qiao's home. He Qiao, disinterested in entertaining him, pretends to be asleep. Her thoughts are solely focused on the imminent night reconnaissance operation. She plans to infiltrate Wan Mingyue's hiding place under the cover of darkness to uncover the truth. During the day, she managed to catch a glimpse of Wan Mingyue through the gap in the curtains with binoculars. She had previously known that Building 2 housed a small group, with complex membership and considerable strength. Their conduct exudes a wild and unrestrained spirit reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, comprised of either individuals with criminal records or those accustomed to the underworld. Among them, one man, comparable in height to Gu Qianhan, stands out. Yet his presence pales in comparison to Gu Qianhan's. He Qiao recognizes him as the large, foolish man accompanying Wan Mingyue. The frigid weather has everyone bundled up tightly. And since she did not anticipate Wan Mingyue's appearance in Tomorrow's Garden, she failed to scrutinize the only woman among them. However, she is now certain that Wan Mingyue resides with this group in Building 2. Judging by Wan Mingyue's behavior in the basement earlier that morning, it is evident that she has come for Gu Qianhan, remaining blissfully unaware of He Qiao's existence. He Qiao contemplates that, within this entire community, aside from Gu Qianhan, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei who know her name, there is no one else. And these three are preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and physical training. In the face of the apocalypse, people are guarded and will not easily divulge information about others. She now begins to understand why Gu Qianhan chose to adopt a pseudonym. It certainly spares him considerable trouble. Why did she not think to change her name as well? Outside the door, Gu Qianhan's knocking grew increasingly urgent. Yet there was no response. After a moment of hesitation, he gently placed the supplies at the doorstep, intending to turn away. But concern for He Qiao's safety lingered in his mind. What if something unfortunate had occurred, such as her fainting without anyone knowing? With that thought, he inhaled deeply and softly declared, "I apologize for the intrusion." He then stepped back, preparing to kick the door open. However, upon hearing his words, He Qiao sensed trouble. She quickly reacted. Behind the door lay her meticulously arranged three-layer sandbag defense, not easily breached. Thus, she hurriedly called out, "I'm fine. I just fell asleep." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan immediately retracted his poised leg, a hint of embarrassment absent from his expression. "May I come in to ensure your well-being?" he inquired. He Qiao pondered internally. If she did not allow him to see her now, he might return later, and if she were not home then, it would surely raise his suspicions. The four of them had formed a team, agreeing that anyone going out must report their whereabouts, yet she wished to keep her nighttime exploration a secret. Wait a moment. He Qiao decided to open the door. She swiftly checked the living room and kitchen to ensure no evidence remained and quickly stored the sandbags behind the door. As the door creaked open, Gu Qianhan was met with the sight of He Qiao, her complexion slightly pale, clearly having just risen from bed. "Go lie down. I'll handle the rest," he said, his brow furrowing slightly. He Qiao glanced past him at the supplies he had brought: an electric heater, smokeless charcoal, a thermal bag, instant noodles, canned goods, and sausages. "I don't need these supplies. Take them back," she asserted, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she shut the door. Gu Qianhan stared at the unyielding door, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He had not anticipated that the seemingly indifferent He Qiao could be so endearing in private. Clad in cartoon pajamas adorned with a creature sporting two horns, she was just a young girl of 21, still in university. If he was not mistaken, a plush carpet covered the living room floor. He noticed that she wore only socks, her delicate feet peeking out. Desire surged within Gu Qianhan. Throughout his life, he had never failed to obtain what he desired. Yet He Qiao was not merely another investment or subordinate. He needed to approach her gradually, lest he frighten her away. Gazing at the supplies on the floor, he contemplated. He recalled that his family's business included a division producing carpets, high-end exports to the European royal family, worthy of being tread upon by He Qiao. He resolved to procure additional warm carpets for her. Although he recognized that his feelings for her were merely possessive at this stage, it was his first experience of such emotions, and he yearned to provide her with more comforts. At 8 in the evening, it was Lin Feifei's turn for night watch. As she brushed past Gu Qianhan, her legs felt weak, as if she might kneel. Today, she learned that Gu Qianhan was the eldest son of the president of Huaheng Group. Known for its prominence in City M, it was also a household name in her hometown of City K. The towering office building in the heart of City K and the bustling shopping mall bore the Huaheng Group's logo, silently declaring its sphere of influence. Rumors of unspeakable secret dealings associated with Huaheng filled the air with apprehension. Lin Feifei had never imagined she would team up with someone of such illustrious status and complex background. Reflecting on Gu Qianhan's distant demeanor, she suddenly understood that his identity and power far exceeded her expectations. Gu Qianhan's expression remained indifferent as his cold gaze swept over Lin Feifei's curious face. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to quickly change her tone, her voice trembling slightly. "Han Ge." Gu Qianhan nodded slightly, saying nothing more. But the chill radiating from him sent another shudder through Lin Feifei. She patted her chest, thinking how every encounter with Han Ge left her feeling frozen by his aura. Yet, recalling the afternoon's events, she believed Gu Qianhan was not entirely unapproachable. He was, after all, a normal human being. Through the peephole, she observed the tenderness he showed He Qiao, the meticulous care he offered, leading her to connect the dots about Gu Qianhan's recent unusual behavior. She finally realized that Han Ge indeed had feelings for Sister Qiao. The male god had descended from the clouds, falling for her idol, a truly incredible turn of events. Lin Feifei recounted Gu Qianhan's attentiveness to He Qiao and his commanding words from earlier. "Go lie down. I'll take care of everything." She had eavesdropped at the door, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she were about to swallow this explosive revelation. What a sensational scoop. She had yearned to wake her beloved Lu Chen from his slumber to share the shock, but he had only briefly awakened at noon to take medicine before falling asleep again. There was no way she would disturb him over mere gossip. Yet, knowing Lu Chen had awoken and that his gunshot wound was not fatal, she felt free to indulge in her newfound intrigue. She also recalled that Lu Chen had previously mentioned Gu Qianhan's stern demeanor and wariness towards He Qiao. She was eager to witness the dynamics of this romantic pursuit. Chapter 35. Remarkable stamina. Gu Qianhan returned to his residence. After a hasty meal, he plunged into training. Following 100 push-ups, he unhesitatingly shed his heavy outer garment. leaving only a snug thermal shirt that clung to his muscular frame, accentuating every contour of his physique. Yet this was merely the beginning. He was far from satisfied. He leaned down again, embarking on another round of push-ups that pushed his physical limits. Encased in the thermal shirt, his sculpted abs were sharply defined, and the contrast between his broad shoulders and taut waist exuded an indescribable strength. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering heavily onto the cold concrete floor. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, he had already cultivated a daily exercise routine and had undergone professional combat training. Otherwise, on that frigid night when he was abandoned from a helicopter, he might have become just another lost soul in this new world. After the apocalypse, aside from venturing out for supplies and necessary rest, he devoted every moment to training, never allowing himself a moment of slack. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped the world, He Qiao opened her window, securely tying a sturdy rope to a boulder below, then skillfully descended along the rope. Having practiced multiple times on the exterior walls of the small villa in her space, she wore professional climbing shoes, each step assured. Now, her feet touched the powdery snow on the ground. The snow retained its frigid indifference, showing no signs of melting. The 5th floor had been mercilessly consumed, rendering the 6th floor the new ground. The distance from the 11th to the 6th floor was not particularly daunting. She pressed against the wall, stealthily making her way towards building number 2. The entrance to that unit was obstructed, with 2 men stationed at the door. From the outset, He Qiao had no intention of taking the stairs. Even the slightest sound in the staircase could invite disaster, a truth she understood well. Moreover, she knew little could be heard in the stairwell. She stealthily approached the hidden side of Building 2, a blind spot from the view of Building 13. From her backpack, she retrieved the professional climbing gear purchased at the outdoor supply store, and thus began her vertical ascent. Each step was taken with utmost caution, silently commending her earlier decision to invest wisely rather than save money. After much effort, she reached the 7th floor and was about to take a moment to catch her breath when an abrupt and ambiguous sound pierced the silence. The woman's voice, sultry and lingering, starkly contrasted with the steady composure of Wan Mingyue she remembered from class. Thick curtains completely obscured the view inside, with only a few indistinct silhouettes flickering behind them, igniting the imagination. He Qiao swiftly adjusted her position to remain concealed, her ear instinctively pressed against the wall. 10 minutes later, the fervent, hurried breaths gradually subsided. Then, Wan Mingyue's satisfied yet slightly flirtatious voice broke the quiet. "Chenge, you are truly remarkable." After a brief silence, her words carried a hint of urgency. "What did your brother say? Is he willing to ally with Mr. Gu?" Jiao Chen's response seemed somewhat dismissive. "My brother said he would think it over." Before the words could settle, Jiao Chen eagerly leaned in to kiss Wan Mingyue again. Filled with yearning, "Mingyue, let me cherish you once more." Wan Mingyue, unable to push away this clumsy giant, resigned herself to his whims, knowing she needed him at that moment. Soon, the room was filled with Wan Mingyue's delicate moans and Jiao Chen's heavy breaths. Half an hour passed, yet it showed no signs of ending. Hanging on the wall, He Qiao silently lamented, "Such stamina." Another 10 minutes elapsed before the sounds subsided once more, as if tranquility had returned. Afterwards, Wan Mingyue nestled weakly against Jiao Chen's chest. "Have you found any news about the woman I asked you to look for?" Jiao Chen feigned innocence, remaining silent. Wan Mingyue grew anxious, propping herself up to push him. "Speak up." Reluctantly, he replied, "I searched according to the characteristics you provided. Approximately 1.7 meters tall, long hair, pale skin, timid disposition, but I truly found no one." Wan Mingyue's expression darkened instantly. "Did you genuinely search?" He Jiao, hidden outside, scoffed silently. Were those characteristics not a perfect description of herself? Yet, Wan Mingyue was seeking her. Why? In this apocalyptic world, why would she be looking for her? She had lured her and Wan Weibao into an empty house without leaving any evidence. Was this her way of seeking revenge? Jiao Chen quickly sat up, raising his hand in a vow. "I not only searched Mingri Jieyuan, but also scoured the vicinity. No one has seen this woman." Wan Mingyue's expression turned as cold as ice. "If no living soul has seen her, then what of the corpse?" Jiao Chen cautiously studied Wan Mingyue's face, whispering, "Who exactly is she to you? Why is it so imperative that you find her?" Wan Mingyue suddenly realized her lapse in composure. Swiftly regaining her composure and donning a petulant smile as she nestled back into Jiao Chen's solid chest, "She is my cousin's girlfriend. After the apocalypse began, she audaciously stole my cousin's heirloom, a jade pendant. My cousin, in his efforts to retrieve it, unfortunately met with an accident and lost his life. I must avenge him. He Jiao's eyes turned to ice upon hearing this. What more was there to understand? Wan Weibao had never possessed any so-called heirloom pendant. The jade pendant Wan Mingyue spoke of was undoubtedly the relic left to her by her mother, the key to her spatial abilities. In her previous life, the pendant was lost during the second year of the apocalypse, causing her great sorrow for an extended period. Reflecting back, it was highly likely that Wan Mingyue had covertly stolen the pendant, thereby unlocking the space. Otherwise, who would go to such lengths to search for a mere low-quality jade pendant in a world already in ruins? He Jiao couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Her former self had been pathetically naive. She had once considered Wan Mingyue a confidant and Wan Weibao a lifelong partner. After the apocalypse, she had exhausted all her efforts to gather supplies solely to sustain the two of them. Yet, she had never anticipated that her reward would be betrayal and deceit, or that they would so ruthlessly seize her very space. At that moment, another memory surfaced in He Jiao's mind. In the base, Wan Mingyue had attached herself to the head of the task distribution department, yet her demeanor was astonishingly unfazed by the apocalypse's brutality. Her skin glowed as if she had never endured hardship. Now, it seemed evident that she and Wan Weibao had orchestrated a scheme, deceiving countless individuals to acquire resources for their lavish lifestyle. Undoubtedly, those supplies were hidden within her space. Chapter 36. Mr. Gu is not so superficial. At this point, He Jiao was certain that Wan Mingyue was undoubtedly a reincarnated soul. But what of Wan Weibao? Had he also been reborn? Or did Wan Mingyue reveal the events of their previous lives to him? Wan Mingyue claimed he was dead, but He Jiao remained skeptical, fearing he was lurking somewhere, waiting to collaborate with Wan Mingyue. Inside, Wan Mingyue's voice rang out once more, laced with pleading. Chen Ge, you are all I have left. In this world, I have no other support. Only your love and kindness matter. You will help me, won't you? Jiao Chen could not resist Wan Mingyue's charms. Having lost his parents early and endured suffering during his brother's imprisonment, he had struggled to survive, working construction, assisting in restaurants, delivering takeout, and even running errands. He had faced disdain, never having the opportunity to engage with someone as beautiful as Wan Mingyue, let alone hold her close. Despite his awareness that he was unworthy of her and sensing her ulterior motives, he remained indifferent. What mattered most was that this woman belonged to him at that moment. Even if she demanded his heart, he would willingly offer it. Jiao Chen fervently vowed, Mingyue, your cousin is my brother. I will surely help you avenge him. I will find that woman, whether alive or dead. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wan Mingyue's eyes. I knew it, Chen Ge. You are the best to me, a reliable man. She wrapped her arms around Jiao Chen's neck, offering her luscious lips. Meeting you in this life is my greatest fortune. Jiao Chen's heart soared as he reveled in the rare initiative of his goddess. While entwined under the covers with Wan Mingyue, he inquired further about the woman's characteristics. Meanwhile, Wan Mingyue, eyes closed and arms limply draped over his sturdy shoulders, appeared to be entranced, yet her heart remained as cold as ice. Gu Qianhan had not been able to climb to success, and He Jiao had vanished without a trace, leaving her anxious. The man before her was tall, but not particularly astute. He not only deferred to his brother in all matters, but also held little sway within the team. The loyalty of his brother's subordinates was merely a facade, not genuine respect. For now, he would only serve as her temporary support. He Jiao chose not to eavesdrop any longer and quietly returned to her own residence. Once home, she swiftly prepared for her duties and descended to meet Lin Feifei for the night watch. Upon seeing He Jiao, Lin Feifei eagerly set up a small stool nearby, her face brimming with curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she had a barrage of questions she wished to clarify. Sister Jiao, what do you truly feel for Han Ge? Before Lin Feifei could finish her sentence, the door of room 1002 slowly creaked open, and Gu Qianhan strode into the living room of 1001 with his long legs. Lin Feifei, meeting his indifferent gaze, immediately swallowed her words. Sister Jiao, I think I'll head upstairs to tend to Lu Chen. With that, she swiftly disappeared from the living room. Once Lin Feifei left, He Jiao felt the atmosphere in the living room grow quiet and desolate. She took out the Huangdi Neijing and continued to immerse herself in its depths, completely disregarding the fervent gaze of Gu Qianhan across from her. Since that fateful night, Gu Qianhan had ceased to conceal his feelings. His eyes meticulously traced every contour of He Qiao, her flowing hair, crimson lips, delicate neck, and slender fingers. The love between adults is often laced with an indescribable desire. Gu Qianhan had always looked down upon the female companions arranged by his business partners. After every collaboration, they would meaningfully present him with beautiful women. However, he found such gestures both tedious and distasteful, never allowing himself to indulge. His desires were inherently subdued. Rather than the entanglements of romantic affairs, he relished the fulfillment derived from his work and the satisfaction of strategic planning. Therefore, he toiled relentlessly, striving for more collaborative projects to elevate the Gu Corporation to greater heights. Although his father held the title of president, the majority of the lucrative decisions fell to him. The young and beautiful women who eagerly sought his affection had never stirred his heart. Later came the familial arrangements for marriage. Among the thick stack of profiles, he chose a pleasing heiress who had just returned from studying abroad, agreeing to the union without even meeting her. He had forgotten her name, only recalling her surname, Zhou. Had the apocalypse not occurred, they would have been engaged next month. Yet now, upon encountering He Qiao, his thoughts were consumed by a desire to be with her, even yearning to share intimate moments. His gaze was unreserved, direct, and passionate. He Qiao lifted her head from the book, casting a calm glance at Gu Qianhan. "Mr. Gu, it seems tonight is not your turn to keep watch." Gu Qianhan replied with a slight smile, "I simply wish to spend more time with you." He Qiao remained unchanged in her tone. "I do not require it." Gu Qianhan smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by her indifference. He added several sweet potatoes to the fire and carefully arranged some canned fruits beside them, hoping to warm them slowly. Then he stood up, returned to his home, and retrieved a small pot, placing brown sugar and red dates inside before setting it over the charcoal fire to simmer. "I consulted Lin Feifei. She said this would be good for your health." Although he appeared somewhat clumsy with these trivial tasks, his composure and grace remained intact. His eyes were focused and profound, carefully pouring in the brown sugar. As he stirred, his expression was one of utmost seriousness, akin to reviewing a contract worth millions. He Qiao's brows furrowed slightly, a wave of confusion rising within her. She was genuinely perplexed. Previously, when Wan Weibo pursued her, seeking her property and savings, he had never gone to such lengths. He feigned concern while being utterly stingy. Before the apocalypse, he had ordered takeout for her, but insisted on cash on delivery. What then was the intention of this illustrious Gu Qianhan? Hours earlier, she had hung outside Building 2, the cold air allowing her to analyze the situation calmly. She was certain her secret space had not been exposed. As long as she stepped out of room 1102, she had never utilized her space or extracted anything from it. The only exception was when she eliminated Li Wanhao and his associates, but she had cleaned up meticulously, leaving no trace. Having endured 4 years of strife during the apocalypse in her previous life, her experience could undoubtedly deceive Gu Qianhan and others. He could not possibly know of her spatial abilities. Although Wan Mingyue was aware of her spatial pendant, she was unaware that it had been activated. After all, in her past life, she had not unlocked her space until the second year of the apocalypse. Moreover, since Wan Mingyue sought to claim this spatial pendant, she would be unlikely to divulge that secret to anyone. Wan Mingyue must have feared that any leak would attract more competitors. Wan Mingyue had instructed Jiao Chen to seek her out, providing numerous physical features, yet never revealing her name, her intentions becoming glaringly apparent. She even kept Jiao Chen at bay, showcasing her meticulousness, making it even less likely for her to confide in Gu Qianhan. Thus, she found herself questioning what exactly Gu Qianhan sought from her. Was it merely a romantic entanglement? She shook her head, internally dismissing the notion. She believed that Gu Qianhan, having held a high position before the apocalypse, had encountered countless women and was not so superficial. Gu Qianhan. Indeed, I am that superficial. Just as He Qiao was lost in thought, a knock echoed from the sliding door. Who could it be, knocking at this hour? Chapter 37. Mr. Gu, I beseech you to shelter me. Listening to the persistent knocking from outside, Gu Qianhan's eyes flashed with impatience. He had no intention of responding, but the incessant sound continued. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was already 1 a.m. Who was the fool disturbing his and He Qiao's precious time together at this hour? Just then, a delicate voice called from outside, "Mr. Gu, are you inside?" He Qiao rolled her eyes internally. Wasn't that Wan Mingyue? This neighborhood was truly uncanny. She had just been contemplating Wan Mingyue, and there she appeared. Shouldn't she be discussing life with Jiao Chen in bed? How had she arrived at Building 13 so quickly? How could Jiao Chen have let her go?
Outside.
Wan Mingyue caught the steady, rhythmic footsteps emanating from within and smirked.
Coming.
In a flurry, her slender fingers wove through her hair, taming the disarray caused by the cold wind. She shed her down jacket, holding it in her hand, revealing her slender waist. In an instant, a purple off-shoulder sweater came into view. The delicate fabric clung gently to her graceful form. The hint of red lingerie peeking through under the dim corridor lights added an air of indescribable allure. She believed that this would surely capture Gu Qianhan's attention. Damn Jiao Chen, he had truly made her suffer. After downing half a bottle of white wine, she had finally managed to escape. Before arriving, she had meticulously wiped her face and neck with wet wipes, erasing any traces left by Jiao Chen. She had even changed into a new outfit and spritzed on perfume to mask the scent that belonged to him. She had carefully observed Building 13 from outside. Rooms on the 10th and 11th floors had their lights on, with rumors suggesting one of the male teammates had sustained injuries. She speculated that the person keeping watch on the 10th floor was likely Gu Qianhan. Now it seemed her gamble had indeed paid off. He Qiao had not yet been found, and she needed to quickly secure a connection with Gu Qianhan. Otherwise, once he returned to the Gu family in a few months, her opportunity would vanish. According to the precise information she had received from the head of the task distribution office in her previous life, Gu Qianhan would return to the Gu family during the early establishment of the base in the second year of the apocalypse. By then, with his cold wind team and resources amassed, he would firmly establish his position within the Gu family, sidelining his biased father and confining his half-brother born of his stepmother. In her past life, when she entered the base, Gu Qianhan was already the true power within the Gu family. By the 5th year of the apocalypse, he had defeated the Zhou and Qin families, solidifying his dominance within the base and becoming the indisputable leader.
Now,
she aimed to cultivate a good relationship with him before his rise. Gazing at the extraordinary Gu Qianhan before her, Wan Mingyue felt a flutter in her heart. She belonged with someone like Mr. Gu, destined to become the future matriarch of the M-City base. A common man like Jiao Chen was utterly unworthy of her. Just as Gu Qianhan approached the sliding door, Wan Mingyue coyly called out Mr. Gu. She deliberately pulled down the neckline of her sweater, revealing more of her fair skin in an attempt to attract his attention. However, Gu Qianhan merely paused and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Wan Mingyue's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure. With her makeup done and dressed elegantly, she appeared entirely different from her earlier self in the underground parking lot. No wonder Gu Qianhan failed to recognize her. Deliberately raising her voice, she said, "I am Wan Mingyue. We met previously in the underground parking lot." However, Gu Qianhan coldly retorted with a single word, "Get lost." Wan Mingyue was taken aback, watching as Gu Qianhan turned away, a sense of panic rising within her. She hastily continued, "Mr. Gu, my team consists of over 10 exceptional individuals who wish to join your squad." Yet, Gu Qianhan's pace remained unyielding. Clenching her teeth, she boldly declared, "If you don't want them, I am willing to join alone." Gu Qianhan finally halted. Believing her words had made an impact, Wan Mingyue quickly added, "I assure you, my relationship with Jiao Chen is merely that of teammates. Please do not misunderstand. I am still single." At last, Gu Qianhan turned, his icy gaze locking onto Wan Mingyue. The look was filled with hostility, as if he regarded her as nothing more than a piece of decaying flesh. Wan Mingyue was rendered speechless by this piercing glance, afraid to even breathe. "Get lost," Gu Qianhan reiterated, his tone as frigid as before. Before retreating to the living room of room 1001, in an effort to attract his attention, Wan Mingyue had deliberately left her heavy military coat and thermal pants on the 9th floor. Now clad only in a thin purple sweater and black leggings, she shivered in the biting cold. With Gu Qianhan's silhouette fading from view, she could no longer concern herself with her appearance. Her teeth chattered as she hastily donned a nearby down jacket, then rushed back to the 9th floor to retrieve her coat and pants. It was crucial to note that the weather was exceedingly frigid, with outdoor temperatures plummeting to over -50 degrees. Even in the stairwell of the building, the temperature was alarmingly low, hovering around -40 degrees. Yet, upon her breathless return to the 9th floor, she was astonished to discover that her military coat and thermal pants had mysteriously vanished. Engrossed in observing the commotion on the 10th floor and later distracted by Gu Qianhan's appearance, she had completely overlooked any sounds from below. Who stole my clothes? Return them to me immediately." Wang Mingyue shouted angrily, pounding on the door of room 9. After a considerable wait, room 901 remained silent. However, from room 902, heavy footsteps echoed within. Soon, several men appeared before her. Upon seeing Wang Mingyue's alluring form, their eyes glimmered with avarice. "Well, look what we have here." A little beauty who has just dropped by, one man teased. "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I promise to make your experience unforgettable." Another chimed in. Wang Mingyue felt a surge of panic at their overwhelming presence. Forgetting her coat and pants, she swiftly turned and fled down the stairs. He Qiao, upstairs, listened to the raucous noise below, pondering, surely Wang Mingyue will behave herself for a few days now. In a few days, the military will arrive in M City. They will begin preparations for establishing a base and will distribute supplies to each community in the early stages. At that moment, Gu Qianhan observed He Qiao, lost in thought, showing no signs of jealousy over another woman seeking his attention. "What do you think?" Gu Qianhan suddenly asked. He Qiao returned her thoughts to the present, looking up at Gu Qianhan's composed face, and cautiously replied, "Does that woman know your true identity? Will she reveal it? After all, when you arrived at Mingri Jieyuan, you were nearly murdered and left for dead. If those people discover your current whereabouts..." Realizing she had nearly divulged too much, she quickly corrected herself. "I meant to say, is your situation dangerous?" He Qiao had intended to ask whether they would find him and pose a threat. However, considering the recent supply of resources, she opted for a different question. Gu Qianhan, maintaining his icy demeanor, replied, "If I were truly concerned about my identity being exposed, that woman and her teammates would not have left the underground parking lot alive." He Qiao was taken aback, gazing at Gu Qianhan in astonishment. "You did it on purpose?" Gu Qianhan nodded slightly. "I will return to the Gu family sooner or later. Rather than going back voluntarily, I would prefer they force me to." He Qiao couldn't help but marvel at the intricacies of the world of the affluent. Chapter 38. The military arrives a week later. He Qiao was immersed in intense physical training, sweat cascading down like raindrops. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted within the community, jolting her from her focus. She abruptly ceased her movements, breathless, and instinctively moved toward the window. Peering outside, she saw the long-awaited figures. The military had arrived in M City. Various military vehicles lined the streets. They drove trucks laden with supplies, methodically distributing them to each community. Survivors formed long lines, their faces alight with anticipation and hope. It soon became known that each person was allowed to receive only one portion. Yet, this allocation was sufficient to provide them with a greater assurance of survival in the apocalypse. When some survivors caught sight of the familiar military figures, tears of joy welled in their eyes as if they had glimpsed the dawn of life. In the hearts of the people of Huagua, the military was akin to guardian angels, omnipotent and always stepping up in times of dire need. The arrival of the soldiers brought not only the urgently needed supplies but also boundless hope, rekindling the courage and confidence to endure in the face of despair. At this moment, people deeply felt that the nation had not abandoned them. He Qiao did not rush downstairs. Instead, she kept her gaze fixed on the exit of Building 2, patiently waiting. Finally, Wang Mingyue, clad in a pink down jacket, slowly emerged from the door of Building 2. He Qiao's lips curled into a cold smile. She had been awaiting this moment. Accompanied by Jiao Chen, Wang Mingyue joined the line for supplies. Observing this, He Qiao quickly donned her cold weather gear, including a hat and scarf, and made her way downstairs. As she passed room 1001, the living room door was wide open, and Lin Feifei stood vigil. Meanwhile, sounds of training emanated from the adjacent room 1002, indicating that Gu Qianhan was preoccupied and would not conclude his activities for some time. Moreover, given Gu Qianhan's extensive stockpile of supplies, he likely had no interest in the meager offerings from the military and would not venture downstairs. As for Lin Feifei, balancing the care of Lu Qin and her duty to guard the door, she would certainly not act impulsively. This was an excellent opportunity. She had a significant matter to resolve. Seeing He Qiao descend, Lin Feifei asked Sister Qiao, "Are you going down to collect supplies?" He Qiao nodded slightly, while pushing open the sliding door. Lin Feifei, naturally drawn to excitement, also wished to go down and take a look. However, understanding her responsibilities at this moment, she reluctantly said, "Sister Qiao, once you finish collecting the supplies, could you watch the door for a bit? I would like to see what's happening." He Qiao readily agreed. For her, staying on the 10th or 11th floor made little difference. Upon reaching downstairs, He Qiao noticed that the line for supplies had formed 2 long queues. She intentionally chose a different line from Wan Mingyue's. To ensure Wan Mingyue noticed her quickly, He Qiao even removed her scarf to reveal her face. Wan Mingyue, waiting in line with boredom, actually did not need these supplies. Jiao Chen pampered her, ensuring that she received whatever resources were available first, rendering the military's scant provisions unworthy of her attention. However, she still wished to try her luck and see if she could encounter Gu Qianhan. Ever since that night of rejection, her padded coat and trousers had been stolen, and she had been frightened by the men on the 9th floor, leading her to run back to building number 2, where she developed frostbite. To make matters worse, she had also been discovered by Jiao Chen. After much coaxing and some humiliating tactics, she managed to placate him. Since then, she had refrained from recklessly seeking out Gu Qianhan in building number 13. Now, if she wished to attach herself to the grand ship that was Gu Qianhan, it could only be through Jiao Chen. She hoped that Jiao Chen would persuade his brother Jiao Bin to join Gu Qianhan's ranks, but she had yet to receive a definitive response. Moreover, Jiao Bin's increasingly ominous gaze toward her in recent days had stirred a sense of unease within her. Just then, she caught sight of a familiar face. The woman, clad in winter attire, appeared statuesque from the side, entirely unlike the timid He Qiao she knew. Yet that pale, delicate face unmistakably belonged to He Qiao. Before the apocalypse, she had envied He Qiao's fair complexion and her oval face. Having seen that face countless times, how could she possibly mistake it? At the moment the woman across from her lifted her head, Wan Mingyue quickly turned away, attempting to shield her view with Jiao Chen's tall frame. Jiao Chen, concerned, asked, "Mingyue, what's wrong? Are you cold? I told you not to come down. We have everything at home." Wan Mingyue, hiding in Jiao Chen's embrace, cautiously glanced at He Qiao. So similar. Truly, it was remarkable. But the difference in their mental states was stark. She lowered her voice and inquired, "Did you see the woman in the white winter attire from the neighboring team? They lag behind us by about 10 people. Have you ever seen her?" Jiao Chen glanced at He Qiao, shaking his head. "No, I haven't." It was no wonder Jiao Chen did not recognize He Qiao. Since the apocalypse began, He Qiao had only ventured out once, and that was at night. Though she had fought valiantly atop a delivery van, the darkness and her scarf had concealed her true identity from everyone. In the underground garage, her face had never been revealed. Upon hearing Jiao Chen's response, Wan Mingyue speculated that He Qiao might not reside in Mingri Jiyuan. She recalled a temporary shelter established by the military outside the community and surmised that He Qiao could be living there. The shelter was not far from here, and He Qiao might have come to Mingri Jiyuan to queue for supplies. She glanced at Jiao Chen, who was dutifully shielding her from the wind, and said, "I'm a bit cold. Could you go upstairs and fetch me a hand warmer?" Jiao Chen hesitated. "There are too many people here, and some petty criminals are lurking about. I don't want to leave you alone," he added. "Besides, we aren't short on supplies. If you're cold, we can just go home." However, Wan Mingyue watched the line slowly moving forward, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Jiao Chen. "Good Jiao Ge, wonderful husband, you're the best. Just bring me the hand warmer, okay? After all, there are soldiers maintaining order here, armed with guns, who would dare to cause trouble." This was the first time Wan Mingyue had displayed such affection for Jiao Chen in front of others. Jiao Chen felt a rush of dizziness, obediently turning back toward building number 2. As for He Qiao, despite maintaining a low profile in the queue, she was keenly aware of her surroundings. Sure enough, once Jiao Chen's figure faded from view, Wan Mingyue could no longer contain herself and quietly approached her. Her expression was exaggerated, her tone filled with incredulous delight. "He Qiao? Is it really you? You're alive. That's wonderful." Chapter 39. Where is your pendant? He Qiao played along, mimicking Wan Mingyue's exaggerated demeanor. "Mingyue, it's you. I finally see you." However, Wan Mingyue sensed something peculiar in He Qiao's behavior. Her usual demeanor had never been so unrestrained. Yet, preoccupied with the pendant's whereabouts, she had no time to investigate He Qiao's changes. She forced a smile. "I've been searching for you all this time." She tightly grasped He Qiao's hand, eagerly leading her out of the community. "Let's find a quiet place to catch up." He Qiao scoffed internally but maintained a calm exterior. "Mingyue, don't rush. Let's collect our supplies first." Wan Mingyue, however, shook her head resolutely. "There's no hurry. The supplies will be distributed all day. We can get them later." He Qiao feigned helplessness, reluctantly following her lead. The two chatted as they walked, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. Suddenly, He Qiao halted and asked, Mingyue, where is your cousin? Does he live in Mingri Jiyuan as well? Wan Mingyue's gaze flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. My cousin? He's with classmates from our class, he's safe. He Qiao understood that it was difficult to extract more information at this moment, so she quickened her pace in search of a secluded spot. Ultimately, they stumbled upon an abandoned house and stepped inside. Wan Mingyue cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before gently closing the door. As soon as the door clicked shut, she eagerly interrogated, He Qiao, where's your pendant? He Qiao, already aware of her intentions, feigned confusion. Are you referring to the pendant my mother left me? Wan Mingyue nodded vigorously. Yes. He Qiao countered. Why do you want to know about it? Wan Mingyue stammered. You always said that it was the only keepsake from your mother and very important to you, right? Instead of answering directly, He Qiao posed a question. Mingyue, don't you want to know how I survived during the apocalypse? Wan Mingyue, feeling anxious, realized that her earlier eagerness had raised He Qiao's suspicions. This He Qiao was no longer the easily deceived person she once knew. She was evidently on guard. Wan Mingyue quickly adopted a softer tone, attempting to mend the situation. Look, I'm so excited to see you that I forgot to ask about you. I was worried when you went to get supplies during the snowstorm and never returned. He Qiao fabricated a lie. I was hiding in the supermarket, and a kind person took me away to avoid the blizzard. I ended up here by chance. He Qiao began to meander in conversation, reminiscing with Wan Mingyue while deliberately avoiding the topic of the pendant. Half an hour later, Wan Mingyue could no longer endure it. She glanced outside to confirm that no one was around, her expression suddenly changing as she pulled out a sharp fruit knife, pointing it at He Qiao. Shut up. Hand over the pendant. He Qiao looked shocked, fear evident in her eyes. Mingyue, what are you doing? Her seemingly helpless demeanor was reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic days when she was easily bullied. This only fueled Wan Mingyue's arrogance. She had nothing left to lose. Don't you understand? Hand over the pendant your dead mother left you. Upon hearing Wan Mingyue's insult toward her mother, He Qiao's expression turned icy, and she no longer felt the need to engage in pretense. Wan Mingyue keenly noticed the shift in He Qiao's demeanor, but before she could react, He Qiao kicked the knife from her hand. In the next moment, Wan Mingyue found herself forcefully knocked to the ground, dazed and unable to move. She seethed with anger. Damn, He Qiao, have you lost your mind? Ignoring her outburst, He Qiao swiftly bound Wan Mingyue with rope. Just as Wan Mingyue was about to scream for help, He Qiao coldly interrupted. Go ahead and shout. Bring others here. I'm curious to know why you so desperately want my pendant. At this, Wan Mingyue quickly shut her mouth. She had been counting on obtaining He Qiao's pendant to unlock the space, allowing her to reign supreme during the apocalypse. In her past life, she had activated the space too late, missing the optimal time to stockpile supplies, and had barely managed to survive. This time, she was determined to acquire the space early and firmly cling to Gu Qianhan's support. Upon her return to the Gu family alongside Gu Qianhan, she ascended to the esteemed position of the base matriarch, where opulence and splendor became hers. He Qiao observed the fervent longing in her eyes, surmising that she was undoubtedly scheming something grand. This woman, even when bound tightly, exhibited no fear, likely still fixated on the space and Gu Qianhan. How utterly inept had she been in her past life to allow Wan Mingyue such unrestrained audacity, without a shred of fear towards her.
Moments later,
Wan Mingyue finally emerged from her reverie, her tone softening considerably as she acknowledged her circumstances. He Qiao, I apologize for my impatience. I merely wished to see the pendant your mother left you. He Qiao remained silent, her gaze fixed upon her. Wan Mingyue conjured another scheme. He Qiao, I genuinely admire your pendant. How about I trade you some supplies for it? Tell me, how much do you require? Would 10 pounds of food suffice? Weary of the pretense, He Qiao let out a cold laugh. You think 10 pounds of food can exchange for the space pendant? How utterly fanciful. At her words, Wan Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that He Qiao had unraveled the secret of the space pendant?
Impossible.
She recalled that in her past life, it wasn't until the second year of the apocalypse that He Qiao had unlocked her space. She had secretly hidden the pendant, struck by its beauty, and only accidentally activated it when she cut her finger. It was still the early days of the apocalypse now. There was no way He Qiao could know its secrets. This foolish woman, even until her death in her past life, had no inkling that the pendant had been stolen by her. Wan Mingyue had been discreet, and He Qiao would only presume it had been lost in the search for supplies. Feigning calm, Wan Mingyue replied, He Qiao, are you jesting? What space? Have you read too many novels? He Qiao's unwavering gaze pierced through her facade, revealing the disarray hidden beneath her composed exterior, a cold smile gracing her lips. She approached Wan Mingyue slowly, her eyes ablaze as if to penetrate her very soul. Do you believe I am unaware? You desire my pendant solely to unlock the space. Do you not? He Qiao's voice was low and powerful, each word striking Wan Mingyue's heart like a hammer. Wan Mingyue attempted to mask her trepidation with words. Forcing a smile, He Qiao, you must be mistaken. How could I steal your pendant? I am simply curious about it. Yet, He Qiao disregarded her feeble defense. Have you forgotten the events of our past life so swiftly? Would you like me to assist you in recalling them? This declaration struck Wan Mingyue like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her complexion paled, fear evident in her expression. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, cascading down like pearls. He Qiao's mention of the past life. Could it be that she too had been reborn? In that instant, Wan Mingyue truly grasped the essence of fear, as if an invisible hand had tightened around her heart, rendering her breathless. Yet she still endeavored to resist. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Are you delirious from hunger, imagining things? In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Wan Mingyue invoked her connections. He Qiao, allow me to be honest. I am currently with a man named Jiao Chen, whose brother, Jiao Bin, wields considerable power and commands a legion of followers, hoarding vast supplies. Why not join us? I assure you a life of abundance, filled with luxuries. What else would you like to know? I will tell you everything. The Jiao brothers have hidden supplies outside the community, on Hungbin Avenue. However, He Qiao astutely sensed Wan Mingyue's unusual anxiety, which seemed to transcend mere fear. Although you and Wan Weibao conspired against my savings and property before the apocalypse, neither in this life nor the last did you achieve your goals due to the onset of the apocalypse. You two were lovers, yet falsely claimed to be cousins, and ultimately failed to inflict any substantial harm upon me. The only matter you ought to fear is the theft of my pendant. Yet by your own reasoning, you merely took the pendant and did not cause me harm, so why are you so terrified? Given my understanding of you, you should not react in this manner. In your heart, you have never been wrong. The blame always lies elsewhere. With every utterance from He Qiao's lips, Wan Mingyue's complexion grew paler. At that moment, Wan Mingyue was unequivocally certain that He Qiao had indeed been reborn. She understood that speaking further would only exacerbate her predicament, leading her to plead, the reason for my fear, you have already articulated. It is because we once conspired against your inheritance and deceived you. Beyond that, there is nothing else I have concealed from you. Truly, I swear, after we parted in the second year of the apocalypse, I did not see you again. What harm could I possibly inflict upon you? My fear stems from your own rebirth, which naturally instills dread within me. He Qiao slowly crouched down, her gaze frigid as she scrutinized Wan Mingyue. Look, your sweat has soaked your clothing. If this continues, you will surely freeze to death here. Will you not speak the truth? Wan Mingyue was resolute in her refusal. I am afraid because I believed I was the only one reborn, the protagonist. And now I appear as a mere supporting character. I truly did not deceive you. If I did, may I meet a gruesome fate. He Qiao scoffed, thinking if oaths had any value, there would be far fewer souls in this world, long gone. She gently caressed Wan Mingyue's smooth cheek before suddenly pressing it against the frigid snow, such a delicate visage. If it remains in close contact with the snow for too long, I fear that within minutes, circulation will cease, leading to a gradual necrosis. Wan Mingyue was filled with dread. She needed this face to ensnare Gu Qianhan and could not afford any misfortune. He Qiao, I beg you, release me, and I will speak the truth. Yet He Qiao's grip remained as unyielding as iron. Wan Mingyue eagerly insisted, I will tell you everything right now. In our previous life, when we ventured out from Hanyang community to search for supplies, you were besieged by robbers and nearly met with disaster. It was, in fact, Wan Weibao's scheme. He sought to stage a hero's rescue to win your unwavering affection. He Qiao did not relent. Wan Mingyue continued to argue. This was all Wan Weibao's idea. I had no part in it. I even advised him against such actions. Though He Qiao believed the hero's rescue was a ruse, she did not accept that Wan Mingyue was innocent. Both she and Wan Weibao were cut from the same cloth, yet Wan Mingyue often led their schemes. Many of their nefarious ideas had originated from her. He Qiao's voice was as cold as ice, whereas Wan Weibao now. Wan Mingyue's cheek remained pressed against the icy ground, the frigid temperature robbing her of sensation, leaving only an overwhelming fear to fester in her heart. She feared for her appearance. He Qiao, if you release me, I will tell you everything. He Qiao retorted with a chilling smile. If you were truly sincere, you would have revealed the location of Wan Weibao's burial site by now. Wan Mingyue stared at He Qiao in shock. How do you know about him? He Qiao's eyes brimmed with mockery. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, you two still masqueraded as cousins while conspiring within the base, seeking allies and stealing supplies. Yet in this life, you have diverged from him. It appears an irreconcilable conflict has emerged between you. Given your nature, how could those who offend you expect a favorable outcome? A look of resentment twisted Wan Mingyue's features as she hissed through clenched teeth. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, he conspired with others to seize my space. We ultimately perished together. The very first thing I did upon my rebirth was to kill him. His body lies buried in the snow of Hongyang community. You need only to look right beneath your residence. He Qiao, I have told you everything I know. Now please release me. Wan Mingyue's voice was laced with urgency. Yet, a flicker of contemplation passed through He Qiao's eyes. She had many unanswered questions and would not easily let Wan Mingyue slip away. At that moment, an anxious call echoed from outside. Mingyue, where are you? It was Jiao Chen's voice, searching for her. Wan Mingyue, with no time to consider the spatial pendant, yearned to escape the clutches of He Qiao. He Qiao had transformed, becoming a stark contrast to her former self, as if she were a different person entirely. If Wan Mingyue's suspicions were correct, He Qiao might have been reborn even before the apocalypse arrived. It was no wonder that, prior to the end times, He Qiao had not attended school as she had in her past life. Instead, she had orchestrated a scheme to trap both Wan Mingyue and Wan Weibao in a vacant house, leaving them to suffer from hunger and cold. He Qiao must have been reborn at that time and had proactively activated her spatial abilities, amassing a wealth of supplies. With substantial savings, He Qiao undoubtedly hoarded a significant amount of resources. Wan Mingyue silently vowed that she would eventually seize that spatial pendant, claiming the resources within as her own. In her previous life, the space had belonged to her. In this life, it should rightfully be hers as well. Fate had granted her rebirth for the purpose of becoming the protagonist of this world. With the mountain still standing, there would be no fear of firewood running out. The most crucial task now was to survive. Only by living could she hope to reclaim everything that belonged to her. Wan Mingyue, filled with hope, opened her mouth, ready to call out Jiao Chen's name. However, He Qiao would not grant her such an opportunity. In a swift motion, He Qiao struck Wan Mingyue's neck with a precise chop, causing her vision to blur and her consciousness to fade into darkness. He Qiao quickly retrieved a towel from her space to muffle Wan Mingyue's mouth, then crouched down to peer through the door crack. Outside, she saw Jiao Chen, along with his brother Jiao Bin and a group of menacing followers, standing several meters away. Chapter 41. Fear Mingyue. Mingyue, where are you? Jiao Chen called out desperately, his face etched with worry. Yeah, my Mingyue, please respond. Jiao Bin and the group of followers trailed behind Jiao Chen with varying expressions, yet they maintained a cautious demeanor. Were it not for his concern for his brother's safety, Jiao Bin would never have stepped outside the community. After all, the entire city of M was under tight military control, and their past actions of looting, killing, and robbing left them feeling uneasy. Jiao Chen's gaze fixated on the small house ahead, and without hesitation, he hurried forward to investigate. His brother quickly reached out to stop him, saying, "Why are you being so reckless? We don't even know if anyone is inside that small house." Determination flickered in Jiao Chen's eyes, regardless of whether anyone is there. "I must go in. Mingyue is missing." Jiao Bin scoffed. She's an adult now, and many people saw her leave with another woman. Most likely, they're old acquaintances reminiscing in some corner. Jiao Chen's emotions heightened. "Brother, you don't understand. Mingyue is so frail. If she encounters someone with ill intentions, how could two girls possibly defend themselves?" Seeing his brother's agitation, Jiao Bin ceased to obstruct him and signaled to his followers. They all shook their heads. And Jiao Bin understood that Mingyue's disappearance had nothing to do with them. They hadn't acted yet. Jiao Chen arrived at the small house and gently knocked on the door, his voice trembling. "Is anyone inside?" "Inside." He Qiao cast a glance at the unconscious Wan Mingyue on the floor and chose to remain silent. Jiao Chen knocked harder, but outside, silence enveloped the air. He Qiao's heart raced, sensing danger. She hastily pulled Wan Mingyue into the space. Once inside, she quickly found a cloth and tightly covered Wan Mingyue's eyes. She needed to ensure that even if Wan Mingyue woke up, she wouldn't be able to glimpse the secrets of the space. It was truly a stroke of luck for Wan Mingyue. He Qiao had never intended to allow anyone to enter this private domain. However, she had not anticipated how deeply Jiao Chen cared for Wan Mingyue. After a mere half-hour apart, he had recklessly rushed out of the community, bringing his brother and followers along. Outside, Jiao Chen's patience waned, and he began to kick the door forcefully. His imposing physique caused the door to crash down. Yet, when he burst into the house, he found it utterly empty. Panic surged within him as he scanned the room, filled with unease. Jiaobin followed him inside, surveying the barren space. "I told you, you're being paranoid. There's no one here." Jiao Chen paced the room anxiously, delivering a powerful punch to the wall. What if Mingyue is in danger? Jiaobin secretly relished the situation. He would be pleased if Wan Mingyue encountered trouble. To him, that woman was cunning, clearly using his brother as a stepping stone. Only his foolish brother could believe she was a gentle and kind-hearted woman, maintaining a facade of calmness. He said, "Don't panic. Let's go back to the community and drive around to search. This way isn't going to work." With that, he pulled Jiao Chen away from the small house. Only after their figures vanished from sight did He Qiao release Wan Mingyue from the space. With a sharp slap, she abruptly awakened the unconscious girl. Wan Mingyue slowly opened her eyes. The sharp pain on her cheek initially brought her joy. Pain meant her face still had sensation and was unharmed. However, this joy quickly transformed into anger as she realized the source of the pain. "He Qiao, how dare you hit me?" Wan Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that the once timid and insecure He Qiao could now strike her. Collecting her thoughts, she urgently inquired, "Where is Jiao Chen? Where is he?" "He's already gone," He Qiao replied tersely. Upon hearing this, Wan Mingyue's anger flared, and she erupted in a torrent of curses. "That fool Jiao Chen. Why didn't he think to come inside and look for me? What a useless waste." He Qiao observed her tirade with a cold gaze, pondering deeply. At this moment, Wan Mingyue should have deduced that it was He Qiao who had activated the space beforehand. Yet, why did she not suspect that He Qiao had hidden her away in the space, instead blaming Jiao Chen for not searching the house? Was she feigning ignorance, attempting to deceive herself to escape? He Qiao smirked inwardly, no longer wishing to engage in this dance of words with Wan Mingyue. If Jiao Chen could find this place, so could others. She slowly approached Wan Mingyue, the dagger in her hand glinting ominously in the dim light. As Wan Mingyue observed He Qiao closing in, her curses dwindled. "He Qiao, what exactly do you intend to do?" she asked, fear gripping her voice. He Qiao ignored her pleas, instead crouching down to roughly tug at the sleeves of her down jacket. Wan Mingyue's arms were tightly bound behind her, and she could not see He Qiao's actions. But terror like ice seeped into her heart. She could not fathom He Qiao's intentions, but she knew her current predicament was perilous. "He Qiao, I have already told you everything I know," she called out urgently. "As for the spatial pendant, I admit I stole it. But when I took it, I truly had no idea it contained a space. Otherwise, I would have returned it to you." He Qiao paused, raising her head to fix a piercing gaze on Wan Mingyue, who was spewing lies. "You are lying. In the 4th year of the apocalypse in the M-City base, you clearly saw me. Why didn't you return the pendant?" Wan Mingyue was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering her explanation. "I intended to give it back." But Wan Weibao disagreed. He Qiao's expression turned icy in an instant. Realizing she had misspoken, Wan Mingyue hurriedly fell silent, but it was too late. He Qiao coldly remarked, "Not long ago, you claimed that after we parted in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, you never saw me again. Now, you have acknowledged that you saw me at the base in City M." As he spoke, He Qiao stood up and pressed a dagger against Wan Mingyue's chin, gently lifting her face. In that moment, Wan Mingyue was engulfed by a profound fear, her nerves taut to the breaking point, tears threatening to spill. Gazing at the terrified and guilt-ridden Wan Mingyue, He Qiao's mind drifted back to scenes from her past life. She recalled seeing Wan Mingyue and Wan Weibao from a distance at the base, both resplendent and aligned with the director of the task distribution office. Meanwhile, she herself was steeped in poverty, struggling to meet even the most basic needs, relegated to the edges of the base, sleeping in the most squalid dormitories. In those days, Despite her intense hatred for their deception, she had lacked the power to retaliate or confront them. Her sole desire was to survive. Her body, weakened by prolonged hunger, could only partake in the most rudimentary tasks to sustain herself. To avoid offending the director of the task distribution office, she had to swallow her anger and pretend not to see the two of them, even going so far as to avoid them. In her memory, Wan Mingyue should have never seen her at the base in City M. Yet now, Wan Mingyue deliberately concealed the truth of their encounter. Especially when the mention of the base arose, the fear and guilt etched on Wan Mingyue's face only deepened He Qiao's suspicions. Could it be that you are the insider? He Qiao's words pierced like ice. Wan Mingyue felt a sharp pain as something keen sliced through her wrist, warm liquid spilling forth. She was too terrified to speak, her eyes pleading for mercy. Yet, He Qiao's tone grew ever more sinister. After I saw you at the base, the gates were breached by raiders under the cover of night. Reflecting on it now, it is evident that there must have been an insider, allowing them to infiltrate without alerting the sentinels. He Qiao's actions did not cease. She tugged at Wan Mingyue's other sleeve. Bound tightly, Wan Mingyue could scarcely move, unable to evade her fate. The dread of death consumed her like a black hole, rendering her mute. Her mind was rife with pleas for mercy and justifications, yet she lacked the courage to voice them. She was terrified, to the point that breathing became laborious. So, you are indeed the insider, aren't you? He Qiao's chilling words resonated. Wan Mingyue felt her other arm slice open by the blade's edge. The frigid temperature, hovering around -50 degrees, rendered the dilapidated cabin nearly defenseless against the cold. In such weather, coupled with her bleeding arm, she feared she could not last even a minute. Suddenly, she found her voice. He Qiao, it wasn't me, it was Wan Weibao. However, He Qiao interpreted this as Wan Mingyue admitting her guilt. With a cold tone, she replied, after you saw me at the base, you feared I would remember the pendant, so you plotted to kill me in advance, didn't you? Wan Mingyue vehemently shook her head in denial, but He Qiao remained unmoved. She continued, in truth, had you not sought your own demise by attempting to seize my pendant, I would have remained oblivious to the truth. In our past life, I was already aware of the deceit between you and Wan Weibao, yet I refrained from exposing you, remembering the debt of gratitude I owed you for saving my life. When I first reincarnated, I had no intention of crossing paths with you again, nor of seeking revenge. I merely wished to live peacefully. It was you who insisted on drawing near, repulsing me. Wan Mingyue realized it was futile to plead, regardless of what she said. He Qiao would not believe her. She felt her life ebbing away rapidly, her blood flowing out, and the light of life dimming. With a desperate flicker of her eyes, she implored, He Qiao, I wronged you in my past life. If you kill me in this life, we will be even. Before I die, I have a small wish. Could you, for the sake of our past as classmates, fulfill it for me? Without waiting for He Qiao's response, she continued, I wish to see your stockpile before I perish. In my previous life, when I accessed my space, it was already the end of the second year of the apocalypse, and I could scarcely gather any supplies. Moreover, Wan Weibao, being lazy, consumed most of what I managed to collect. In this life, you were reborn much earlier. You must have amassed a considerable stockpile. I wish to see it, so that I may die in peace. Yet, He Qiao remained unfazed. Whether you find peace or not is of no concern to me. Wan Mingyue was left speechless. A flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes before it vanished, replaced by a tone of desperation. After I die, could you place my body in your space? I do not wish to be discarded in the snow. The extreme cold will mar my corpse beyond recognition. He Qiao understood that Wan Mingyue was still coveting her space, perhaps hoping to draw near to it for a chance to be reborn. However, no matter Wan Mingyue's thoughts, He Qiao would not acquiesce. Their bond had long since dissipated, and they were now enemies across 2 lifetimes. For Wan Mingyue, nearing death, her complexion pale as paper from blood loss, summoned her last ounce of strength to whisper, He Qiao, I beg you to take my body into your space. I am truly sorry. If there is a next life, I will surely make amends to you. Her words were laden with sincerity and sorrow, as if she had finally come to terms with her misdeeds. Gradually, she closed her eyes, falling into a tranquil slumber. In that moment, she shed all her calculations and cunning, resembling a wilting flower about to be swept away by the wind. They say that when a person dies, it is like a lamp extinguishing, all grievances dissipating into the breeze. Yet, He Qiao knelt beside her, striking Wan Mingyue's face with a blade. Her voice dripped with mockery. Quite the performance. Even in death, you desire to enter the space and seize it. Wan Mingyue exhibited no reaction. He Qiao pressed her face into the icy snow, and still, she remained unresponsive. For the sake of the space, she was willing to sacrifice her most cherished beauty. He Qiao rose, bringing the knife down, severing a finger from Wan Mingyue's hand. Suddenly, Wan Mingyue let out a piercing scream, her eyes snapping open. Filled with hatred for He Qiao, "You wretched creature." He Qiao smirked coldly. "I merely grazed your arm with the back of the knife, not even breaking the skin. If you are to feign death, at least do it convincingly." Wan Mingyue shouted in fury. "Why won't you just let me go?" He Qiao crouched down again. Her gaze complex. "I would like to pose that question to you. In my past life, I never harmed any of you. Why did you relentlessly pursue me? Stealing my pendant and seeking to end my life?" Wan Mingyue exhibited no remorse. "You brought this upon yourself." She was acutely aware that He Qiao would never let her off easily and understood that her time was short. Thus, she cast aside her pretense, her countenance contorted. "Why? Why was I born in that patriarchal little county? You needn't lift a finger to possess a house and a fortune of millions. Was it merely because of your good fortune, born into a fortunate family? I refuse to accept it. Throughout my life, I have ranked first in every exam. Yet due to a single misstep on the college entrance exam, I lost the chance to attend my dream university. Even after graduating, finding a job is so arduous. The teaching positions are no longer secure. And you spend your days idly playing games and scrolling through your phone, doing nothing, with savings and rent enough to squander for a lifetime. Thankfully, fate opened my eyes and granted me your pendant, allowing me access to that space. You, the harbinger of misfortune, the heavens could no longer bear to see it, hence they bestowed your pendant upon me. Had it not been for encountering you at the base, had it not been for your ill fortune plaguing me, I could have enjoyed a carefree life thanks to that space. All of this is your fault." In the depths of Wan Mingyue's eyes flickered a maniacal light, as if she intended to unleash a lifetime of resentment and bitterness in this final moment. That scoundrel Wan Weibao occupied her thoughts entirely. She had even divulged the secrets of her space to him. Yet he conspired with others against her, not only seizing her space but also plotting her demise. All of this is your fault. Had you not appeared at the base, had we not crossed paths again, none of this would have transpired. I loathe you. Chapter 43. Departure. He Qiao stood with her arms crossed, silently observing Wan Mingyue's descent into madness. Her eyes betrayed no emotion. She understood all too well that this person would never confront her own errors, nor would she reflect sincerely upon them. He Qiao's patience had long since worn thin. She had no desire to engage in a futile argument over right and wrong with her Wan Mingyue. The past grievances, the deep scars etched into her heart, could not be soothed by simple apologies. Wan Mingyue's hatred was little more than a fleeting breeze to He Qiao, inconsequential and trivial. He Qiao's gaze gradually turned frigid. With swift precision, she grasped a knife and approached Wan Mingyue. The distance between them was so close that she could discern the twisted fury in Wan Mingyue's eyes, brimming with resentment and madness. Without hesitation, she swung the dagger, a silver arc slicing through the air, precisely severing Wan Mingyue's throat. Blood gushed forth like a dam bursting, an overwhelming torrent. He Qiao nimbly sidestepped the splattering blood. Unwilling to position herself behind Wan Mingyue, she desired to witness the light fading from those once hate-filled eyes, avenging her past self. Wan Mingyue's body began to convulse involuntarily before finally collapsing to the ground, blood continuing to pour from her throat, staining her garments crimson and dyeing the earth in hues of death. He Qiao observed coolly, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she were witnessing a drama in which she had no part. When Wan Mingyue's body lay still, He Qiao slowly wiped the dagger clean on Wan Mingyue's clothing before sheathed it at her waist. Only the dead could eternally guard the secrets of the space. From the moment she had hung from the exterior wall of building number 2, she had harbored no intention of allowing Wan Mingyue to live. She casually dug a pit in the corner of the small room, burying Wan Mingyue as if disposing of an inconsequential object. Standing within the confines of the small room, He Qiao gazed upon the blood-stained earth, her heart tranquil. She knew that it was finally over. She had avenged herself and cleared the obstacles to her future. After the act of killing, He Qiao did not plan to return to Mingri Jiyuan. Firstly, Jiao Chen and the others were still searching for Wan Mingyue's whereabouts. After all, She had left the community alongside Wan Mingyue. It was only a matter of time before Jiao Chen and his companions would realize this. Although dealing with them was not a formidable challenge, the military had now stationed itself in M-City, and she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Secondly, there was the presence of Gu Qianhan. Her intuition warned her that Gu Qianhan was an exceedingly dangerous individual. She merely wished to navigate this apocalyptic world in peace, without entangling herself with such complex characters. This decision took He Qiao a mere 3 seconds to reach. There was no need for hesitation, no room for doubt. Although the house in Mingri Jiyuan had been meticulously crafted, everything within the space was backed up and could be replicated at any time. Her acquaintances, Lin Feifei, Lu Chen, and the others, were still relatively new. No emotional ties bound her to them. Thus, the decision to depart came naturally. She released an all-terrain vehicle from her space, crashing through the already fragile back wall and speeding away in a direction entirely opposite to Mingri Jiyuan. She did not look back. Everything here was but a transient encounter for her. Whether it was Wan Mingyue in the snow or Gu Qianhan waiting for her in building number 13, in her eyes, only survival held significance. In the downloaded materials, she had harbored a yearning for a place called Taiwei Mountain, spanning nearly 10,000 square kilometers. Taiwei Mountain was a vast expanse. Yet, within this grandeur lay a forbidding restricted zone, occupying 2/3 of the total area. Before the apocalypse, the terrain here was complex and ever-changing. The undulating mountains and towering peaks resembled nature's carefully sculpted masterpieces, yet concealed endless peril. Within the restricted zone, toxic gases swirled like phantoms in the air, deterring any who dared to tread lightly. Poisonous plants flourished abundantly, appearing as the Earth's malignant tumors, exuding a deadly allure and danger. These toxic flora and gases wove an invisible web of death, rendering Taiwei Mountain's restricted zone a true forbidden realm. As the apocalypse descended, the world succumbed to chaos and upheaval. In the struggle for survival, humanity flocked to resource-rich metropolises, searching for the last sanctuaries. Yet, the restricted zone of Taiwei Mountain seemed a forgotten corner, overlooked and unapproachable. The relentless snowfall and extreme cold buried the poisonous insects, plants, and gases beneath 5 stories of snow, igniting He Qiao's adventurous spirit. She examined the map. Taiwei Mountain lay approximately 1,000 miles away. Now that the heavy snowfall had ceased, the snow surface had hardened and smoothed due to the low temperatures, and her all-terrain vehicle was equipped with anti-skid chains, allowing her to traverse sparsely populated areas and reach her destination within a few days. She planned to retreat into the depths of the mountains, seeking refuge from the clamor and turmoil of the apocalypse. Within her space lay an abandoned shipping container, which, with a little arrangement, could serve as a decent refuge. The vehicle carved an elegant arc across the pristine snowy landscape, mirroring the buoyant and unrestrained emotions coursing through He Qiao's heart. However, in the living room of room 1001 in building number 13 of Mingri Jiyuan, the atmosphere was heavy. "Are you sure He Qiao merely went downstairs to collect supplies?" Gu Qianhan's voice, as deep as ever, caused Lin Feifei to tremble involuntarily. She timidly glanced at Gu Qianhan and nodded. Yes, Sister Qiao said she would return shortly. Gu Qianhan glanced at his wristwatch. He Qiao had been gone for a full hour. An ominous premonition quietly stirred within him. He picked up binoculars and meticulously scanned the crowd lining up for supplies within the community. However, He Qiao's figure remained elusive. He returned to the adjacent room 1002, starting to pack essential supplies into his space. During these days, aside from exercising, he had been busy unboxing and reorganizing supplies, compressing space to maximize its utility. Even though he was unclear about why he was doing this, or why he felt compelled to take supplies while searching for He Qiao, he had no time for further contemplation. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, he might never see He Qiao again. Mingri Jiyuan was already situated on the outskirts of M-City. After driving for several minutes, He Qiao could no longer see the outline of M-City in her rearview mirror. Just as she exhaled in relief, preparing to continue onward, she suddenly noticed a vague black in the darkness ahead. Drawing closer, she slammed on the brakes and swiftly grabbed her binoculars to observe. The lens revealed a well-equipped, menacing convoy. Their attire was starkly different from that of the official military, resembling more of a private organization. Chapter 44. Finally in hand, He Qiao maintained her concealment. Recalling the harrowing experience Jiao Chen and the others had faced days prior with armed robbers, along with the bullet holes in their vehicle and Lu Chen's gunshot wound, she couldn't help but speculate that these individuals might be the masterminds behind it all. With the military firmly in control of M City, these nefarious forces would naturally not dare to act recklessly within the city. They could only lurk in the surrounding areas, waiting to prey upon travelers like her. However, it was now too late to turn back. They had already detected her presence and were swiftly closing in. He Xiao gazed intently at the approaching convoy. Yet her heart remained untroubled. Raising her binoculars, she was swept away by a wave of excitement at the sight before her, those coveted treasures of firearms she had longed for. Pistols and submachine guns gleamed ominously in the hands of these individuals. Even more exhilarating was the figure hanging from the car door, with grenades conspicuously strapped to his waist. He Xiao wiped an imaginary drool from the corner of her mouth. Those weapons were hers for the taking. The thought of being able to replicate them for free filled her with joy. Who could dare challenge her? Whoever dared to provoke her would receive a grenade in return. Just the thought made her giddy. However, after the initial thrill, He Qiao quickly regained her composure. She recognized that the opposing convoy consisted of 3 vehicles, an SUV, a van, and a small truck. The interiors of the SUV and van were difficult to discern, while the truck's cargo area was utterly empty, evidently designated for transporting goods. He Qiao estimated that there were around a dozen adversaries, while she stood alone. Not only did they outnumber her, but they also wielded an array of firearms, whereas she was unarmed. Her club and the black dog seemed almost child's play in comparison to their weaponry. Yet, He Qiao did not falter. Silently, she opened the car door and stealthily slipped to the rear of the vehicle. She was acutely aware that her opponents likely possessed binoculars, capable of detecting her every movement. However, this was precisely what she desired, to make them believe she had abandoned her vehicle and relax their vigilance. She took refuge beneath the SUV, using it as a natural concealment to stealthily enter the space. Yet the entry point to this space was also her exit. Thus, she could not remain in the driver's seat, for it would hinder her ability to engage in combat. Inside the space, she could clearly observe her surroundings within a 5-meter radius. She awaited the arrival of her prey in silence. The convoy halted 20 meters away, failing to advance further. Although He Qiao could not see their actions, her ears functioned like radar, capturing every minute sound. The screech of brakes, hushed whispers, and the faint echo of footsteps quickened her heartbeat, instilling a sense of urgency. "Boss, why is there no movement? Should I get out and check?" A slightly impatient voice suggested. Moments later, a deep, authoritative voice responded, "Go ahead." He Qiao focused intently on the view beneath the vehicle, observing 2 individuals cautiously approach, beginning to inspect the interior and surroundings, not overlooking even the smallest corner beneath the car. Her heart raced, yet she maintained her composure. "Boss, there's no one here. They probably ran away after seeing us," one of them reported. "This car is nice. It looks brand new. I wonder which rich kid ventured into M City only to be scared back," the other jested. Sure enough, a moment later, the man referred to as the boss approached. "I saw through the binoculars that there's a woman inside, and she looks quite decent. Otherwise, we could chase her down for some fun. We haven't had any excitement since the military moved into M City a couple of days ago." He Qiao internally scoffed, realizing her opportunity was at hand. From her vantage point under the vehicle, she observed countless legs moving about. She counted 9 in total, but she knew there were likely others still inside the vehicles. Nevertheless, this did not deter her plan. She focused intently on the outside, searching for the optimal moment to strike. Finally, she spotted the individual adorned with the most weaponry. He had a pistol holstered on his thigh, a submachine gun in his right hand, and 2 grenades hanging from his waist. This man was her target. As he wandered behind the SUV alone, He Qiao seized the moment. She swiftly grasped his foot, yanking him into the space. Outside, a terrified scream pierced the air, abruptly cut off. Within the space, she coldly gazed at her captive. The man had yet to comprehend the sudden turn of events when He Qiao wielded a heavy stone slab, bringing it down forcefully upon his head. A dull thud echoed, and then silence fell, leaving only a chaotic scene and a foreboding dark red stain. She quickly stripped him of his pistol, submachine gun, and grenades, tossing them into the replication machine. The machine whirred to life, churning out identical weapons. Faced with a mountain of firearms, she displayed the most genuine smile she had felt since the apocalypse began. However, the danger outside remained unresolved. The group was anxiously calling for their missing companion, Yu Bo. their weapons clutched tightly in hand, with some even peering beneath the vehicle once more. But how could He Qiao be found there? She remained hidden within the space. Boss. This car is truly cursed. We should leave quickly. That woman can't possibly be a demon, can she? What do you mean, demon? Do you think this is a TV show? The apocalypse has arrived. Even animals could have evolved. As the person referred to as the boss decided to retreat, He Qiao recognized her moment had come. She pulled the pin from a grenade, stowed the SUV in the space, and hurled the grenade out with force. 1, 2, 3. She kept throwing grenades until all the enemies surrounding the SUV were obliterated. Their vehicles remained parked 20 meters away. Some began to sense something amiss and attempted to turn back. But at that moment, He Qiao possessed astonishing strength. A mere 20 meters was no challenge for her. And she easily tossed grenades into the convoy. With a series of deafening explosions, the convoy was instantly engulfed in flames and smoke. Initially, He Qiao had intended to gather their vehicles and supplies into the space, yet she understood her strength was insufficient for such a feat additionally. She was curious if they concealed even more formidable weapons. Regrettably, she had no opportunity for exploration. However, none of that mattered any longer. She had finally acquired that which she had yearned for. She discarded the corpse from the space, subsequently releasing the SUV, and continued her journey. A glance at the pistol lying quietly in the passenger seat caused a smile to curve her lips. Yet, before her smile could linger, the convoy reappeared ahead. Chapter 45. Danger, damn it. He Qiao couldn't help but mutter under her breath. The convoy before her was unprecedentedly large, 10 vehicles advancing in a formidable formation, far surpassing the previous trio. Particularly alarming were the 2 massive trucks, brimming with pilfered goods, and armed personnel keeping vigilant watch. Judging by their attire, vehicles, and weaponry, this was undeniably the stronghold of the earlier group. Perhaps the dozen or so individuals were merely the vanguard of this larger convoy. And the man dubbed the boss was merely a minor squad leader. It was possible that the main force had come to reinforce after hearing the earlier explosions. He Qiao understood that confronting this group head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Without hesitation, she made the decision to flee. She swiftly reversed and sped off in the opposite direction. The earlier tactic of using fewer to defeat more might have worked against a smaller group, but facing an estimated 70 to 80, perhaps even 100 adversaries, she had no chance of success. Suddenly, 3 heavily modified SUVs broke away from the convoy, relentlessly tailing her vehicle. The engines of these SUVs roared with a speed far exceeding her own, the distance between them diminishing mercilessly. He Qiao's palms were slick with sweat, the surrounding expanse of white snow offering no refuge. Was she truly to retreat into the space under the watchful eyes of so many? If they guarded her exit, would she be trapped forever? A hasty glance at the space timer revealed less than 5 days remaining. She could not allow herself to be ensnared by these pursuers. However, the off-road vehicles behind her were drawing ever closer, even beginning to fire upon her. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, and He Qiao dodged left and right with remarkable agility, yet her vehicle ultimately fell victim to a stray shot. Time was of the essence in this rebirth. She had been preoccupied with stockpiling supplies, leaving no opportunity to modify her vehicle. With the incessant gunfire echoing around her, the rear window shattered in an instant, followed closely by the front window meeting the same fate. The vehicle skidded violently, as if the tire on the right rear had been hit. She exerted all her strength to maintain control of the steering wheel. Thankfully, she had previously replicated a new off-road vehicle in her space. Otherwise, the loss would have been unbearable. Just days prior, she had stumbled upon a fascinating discovery. Small objects could be directly placed into the replication machine, while larger items, such as her off-road vehicle, could be shrunk simply by placing a hand upon them and concentrating on their replication. Astonishingly, they would revert to their original size when retrieved. At that moment, she glanced in the rearview mirror at her pursuers' vehicles, also black off-roaders, but with superior speed, collision resistance, and bulletproof capabilities far surpassing her own. How splendid it would be to secure one of those vehicles into her space. Yet, the opportunity seemed exceedingly slim. Resolutely, she thought, after all. Only 3 off-road vehicles were pursuing her. They might have surmised she possessed weaponry, yet they could never fathom the existence of her miraculous replication machine. He Qiao gradually reduced her speed, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while clutching a grenade in the other, biting down to release the safety pin, preparing to hurl the explosive backward. A life-and-death struggle was about to unfold. Just as the tension peaked, A military green off-road vehicle appeared ahead. Was that a military vehicle? But why was there only one? She glanced again in the rearview mirror, observing that her pursuers showed no signs of hesitation, seemingly dismissing the solitary military vehicle entirely. These individuals were truly audacious, reckless to the extreme. If they were ordinary people, the sight of a military off-roader would have sent them fleeing in terror. How could they dare to continue their pursuit? The gunfire from behind grew increasingly intense, even beginning to spread toward the military vehicle in front. On the icy expanse, the military green off-road vehicle faced off against 4 black ones, the atmosphere thick with tension. Without hesitation, He Qiao tossed the grenade backward, then quickly grabbed her binoculars to survey the approaching vehicle. To her astonishment, it was Gu Qianhan, though she could not discern the expression on his face. She could feel the suffocating low pressure radiating from him, palpable even at a distance of several hundred meters. She would not naively believe he had come to find her. Emotions in this apocalypse were complex and fragile, unable to transcend life and death. Even if he truly sought her out, she would not rejoice. His appearance had completely disrupted her plans. She could have used the bomb to obliterate the 3 vehicles behind her, then slipped into her space amidst the smoke of the explosion, evading the onslaught. But what could she do now? She could not possibly detonate him alongside the others. Though she was ruthless, she had yet to descend into indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, she had no desire to offend the Gu family. Turning her gaze back, she saw the 3 off-roaders still trailing behind her, and scathed. Just moments ago, her distraction caused by Gu Qianhan had prevented her from accurately throwing the bomb. Indeed, his presence only hindered her ability to eliminate her enemies. Amidst the relentless barrage of gunfire from behind, He Qiao's vehicle narrowly brushed past Gu Qianhan's military off-road vehicle. In that fleeting moment of intersection, Gu Qianhan shouted, "You go first." Upon hearing those words, she caught a glimpse of the urgency, worry, and a complex mix of emotions on his face, causing her heart to tremble slightly. This man had truly come for her. With no time for contemplation, she instinctively sprang into action. She swiftly tossed the submachine gun and grenades from the passenger seat into Gu Qianhan's vehicle. Time was of the essence. She could spare no words. Yet, she clearly perceived the look of joy that blossomed in Gu Qianhan's eyes during that brief exchange. In the rearview mirror, his military off-road vehicle surged forward like an enraged beast, colliding violently with one of her pursuers, sending the massive vehicle tumbling to the ground. An exhilarating spectacle. However, the other 2 pursuers remained undeterred by Gu Qianhan's ferocity, continuing to doggedly pursue He Qiao. He Qiao pressed down hard on the accelerator, and ahead loomed an abandoned factory. Witnessing this, Gu Qianhan promptly turned his vehicle around, chasing after the remaining 2 black off-roaders. With his right hand firmly gripping the steering wheel and his left propped the submachine gun against the window, he unleashed a torrent of bullets at the enemy ahead, the gunfire pouring forth like a relentless storm. One of the off-roaders became entangled with Gu Qianhan, but the other still closely shadowed He Qiao. The vehicles behind her pursued frantically, bullets raining down incessantly, a deafening chorus of destruction directed at her. Gripping the steering wheel, He Qiao felt a strange thrill rise within her. This scene was nothing short of cinematic, exhilarating in its intensity. Bang! A resounding blast. A bullet whizzed past her ear, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. The rearview mirror shattered in an instant, shards scattering in every direction. She felt as though her ear had been seared by fire, an unbearable pain striking her and causing her to gasp sharply. Warm blood trickled down, staining her cheeks and clothing, filling the vehicle with the heavy scent of iron. Chapter 46. Truly exhilarating. Pain. It hurt immensely. He Qiao had no time to tend to this minor wound. In the apocalypse, merely surviving was a tremendous blessing. What did it matter if she lost an ear? As long as she had breath, there remained hope. Moreover, she could still hear the deafening roar of the engines behind her and the sharp crack of bullets slicing through the air. This meant she had not lost her hearing. Yet the distance was great, and the force of the shots was astoundingly powerful. It could not be the work of a mere submachine gun. Was it a sniper rifle? A wave of indescribable elation surged within her. She had to obtain that sniper rifle. She slammed down on the accelerator, her off-road vehicle hurtling into the abandoned factory like a wild stallion, heedless of all obstacles. Inside, the factory was dim and silent, the occasional clanging of metal echoing in the vast space, adding an eerie atmosphere to the desolation. The gaping holes in the roof resembled eyes peering down from the sky. Snowflakes drifting down and blanketing portions of the machinery, enhancing the desolate scene. He Qiao quickly retrieved some chicken blood from her space, pouring it over herself without hesitation. Then, she climbed out of the off-road vehicle, crimson streaks trailing down the door, culminating in the horrifying sight of a body lying on the ground. She lay prone in the cold snow, holding her breath and concentrating, waiting patiently for the pursuing vehicles to draw near. Momentlate. The pursuing off-road vehicle slowly entered the factory, still 100 meters from her position. Yet, the wheels did not cease their movement, continuing to roll forward slowly. Inside, apart from the driver, there were 3 others, each armed to the teeth. One man in the back seat, slightly overweight, fidgeted restlessly, his hand hovering over the door handle as if ready to jump out and investigate. In the front passenger seat, a lean man with hawk-like eyes coldly advised, "Be cautious." He raised his sniper rifle without hesitation and fired a shot at the prone He Qiao. The gunshot rang out, yet the woman on the ground remained utterly still. In the back seat, a slightly plump man reported to the passenger seat, "Wu Ge, this woman is likely dead." However, they were oblivious to the fact that at that very moment, He Qiao was concealed within a spatial realm, merely half a meter away from the lifeless body on the ground. With a racing heart, she patted her chest, grateful that she had made the necessary adjustments in time. Initially, she had planned to lie on the ground, seizing the chaos to stow away her sniper rifle and their modified off-road vehicle into her space, then release explosives to ensnare them all. Yet, at a critical moment, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within her, a gut feeling, a warning emanating from the depths of her soul. Perhaps it was the vigilance and caution that had become second nature to her over 4 years of survival in the apocalypse that now came into play. Thus, she found a doll within her space, dressed it in clothing, adorned it with a wig, and meticulously disguised it as a body lying on the ground. Veusha, seated in the passenger seat, instructed, "Drive closer. Let us see if her vehicle is still operational. It looks quite new. If we can drive it back and modify it a bit, it should serve us well." The vehicle came to a slow halt. The door swung open, and 2 men clad in black, armed with weapons, cautiously exited the car. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance, as if prepared to confront any sudden danger. Wu Zhe followed suit, carefully inspecting the factory interior before declaring, "The factory is secure. There are no signs of living beings." Upon hearing this, the 2 men in front finally relaxed. They understood that Wu Zhe was a top-tier assassin from before the apocalypse, with unparalleled reconnaissance skills. If he deemed the factory safe, then it surely was. Even the driver felt reassured enough to step out of the vehicle. He had been fixated on the car ahead, and was well aware that the driver was a woman, and a rather attractive one at that. With 2 months having passed since the apocalypse began, beautiful women had become increasingly rare. Since she had only recently perished, her body should still be warm. The 3 of them would likely not find her appealing, which meant he might benefit from her demise. The 2 men in the back seat conducted a meticulous search of the surroundings, leaving no stone unturned, even inspecting He Qiao's battle-damaged off-road vehicle, riddled with bullet holes and shattered glass. Eventually, their gazes converged on the submachine gun tightly gripped in He Qiao's hand. "Look. She still has plenty of bullets in that gun," the slightly plump man exclaimed excitedly. However, Wu Zhe's expression darkened in an instant. He immediately recognized that weapon as belonging to their team. "Fool, that gun belongs to you, Bo," Wu Zhe replied coldly. "Oh, veuillez. Are you saying this woman single-handedly took down Bo Zai and Captain Hao along with the others?" The other man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Just her alone?" Wu Zhe nodded gravely, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. "It seems so." He continued his analysis. "As you can see, that military off-road vehicle only appeared later. Prior to that, it was just this woman. This means she managed to single-handedly defeat over 10 of us with 3 vehicles." Wu Zhe's mind began to conjure images of a fierce confrontation between him and this woman, igniting a flicker of curiosity and anticipation within him. He wondered who would emerge victorious in a duel between them. What a pity, Wu Zhe murmured to himself, contemplating that if this woman were still alive, he would certainly plead with Boss Xie to admit her into their ranks, given the scarcity of formidable female team members in their current group. However, as he cautiously lifted the wig covering her head with a sense of respect, he was met with the sight of a remarkably ordinary doll. The doll seemed to bear a mocking smile, taunting his overconfidence and negligence. "Damn it, we've been fooled." He had never anticipated falling victim to a woman. "Stay hidden." The four seasoned veterans quickly reacted to this sudden turn of events, each seeking cover. Wu Zhe excelled among them, his movements agile and decisive, swiftly assessing the severity of the situation. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. The most likely scenario was that the enemy was not alone. They must be concealed nearby, and this woman was merely bait to lure them in. No wonder she could take down over 10 of them. It turned out she was not alone at all. How careless they had been. Yet, despite the absence of tire tracks around the factory, where could they possibly be hiding? The doll's position was a mere 2 meters from He Qiao's off-road vehicle. The four men instinctively chose to take refuge in this vehicle as a temporary sanctuary. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. There was no sound, and no signs of life could be felt. Wu Zhe's gaze swept back and forth within the desolate factory, attempting to capture any trace of suspicious activity. But aside from the cold machinery and scattered debris, he found nothing. Subconsciously, he rubbed the area where his sniper rifle should have been. At that moment, a wave of inexplicable dread surged within him, causing beads of cold sweat to break out upon his skin. What was happening? Wu Zhe was astonished to discover that his sniper rifle had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 47. At this very moment, He Qiao was in her space, caressing the sniper rifle she had taken from Wu Zhe. In her hands, the rifle felt exceptionally comfortable, as if it had been custom-made for her. She could not help but admire its deep black hue, its sleek and elegant lines exuding an aura of cold, lethal beauty. Gently stroking the cool surface of the rifle, she relished the heavy sense of security it provided. From this point forward, she would harbor no reservations. In this apocalyptic world, she was certain she would emerge unscathed. Moments ago, just as Wu Zhe noted the anomaly with the body, she had silently extended a hand from her space to snatch the sniper rifle from his grasp. Wu Zhe's overconfidence had become the root of his failure. Indeed, there were no living beings within the factory. But who could have anticipated that He Qiao possessed such a spatial ability? This confrontation had been destined from the outset to be an asymmetric battle. Outside the space, Wu Zhe drew his handgun from the small of his back. Yet, as time passed, he began to harbor deep doubts about his once prized reconnaissance skills. His brain insisted there were no living creatures within 100 meters, yet his sniper rifle had inexplicably disappeared. With no one around, he dared not act rashly, instead opting to observe his surroundings with utmost caution, as if every rustle of the wind could trigger his nerves. Meanwhile, within the spatial realm, He Qiao had made ample preparations. She not only loaded her submachine gun with ammunition, but also readied a series of grenades for unforeseen circumstances. At last, Wu Zhe detected something unusual not far away. Yet, when he looked up, he was met with the sight of a gun barrel suspended in midair and a torrential downpour of bullets raining down upon him. The ferocity of the firepower forced him to take cover inside the off-road vehicle. This vehicle, already battered by the ravages of war, now appeared even more riddled with holes, as if it were on the verge of falling apart, emitting pitiful cries. He Qiao observed the four men cowering beneath her gunfire, unwilling to show themselves. She emerged from her space, continuing to shoot while slowly retreating until she reached the modified off-road vehicle that Wu Zhe and the others had arrived in. This vehicle had long caught her eye, and without hesitation, she stowed it away in her space. Subsequently, with one hand gripping her weapon and the other holding a grenade, she pulled the pin and hurled it without a moment's hesitation. Something fell off. Wu Zhe instinctively raised his handgun and pulled the trigger, the bullet whistling through the air, striking the grenade with unerring accuracy. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the grenade detonated midair, a dazzling flash of fire and shockwave instantaneously consuming the surrounding atmosphere. The dilapidated off-road vehicle trembled in the aftermath of the explosion, as if it too felt the intensity of this life-and-death struggle. Yet this was merely the beginning. Grenades flew in, dense as shooting stars. No matter how precise Wu Zhe's marksmanship, he could not withstand this relentless tide of assault. He repeatedly squeezed the trigger, bullets cascading like a relentless downpour, yet the rounds in his magazine dwindled rapidly. The three individuals behind him, aware of their own inept shooting skills, hastily handed their handguns to Wu Zhe, hoping to buy a moment longer with his superior aim. But bullets have their limits. In this apocalyptic world, ammunition was exceedingly scarce. Of course, he had never encountered a monster like the one across from him, one seemingly with an endless supply of bullets. He glanced at the last bullet in the magazine. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. He understood that there was no retreat left for him. He aimed the gun at his throat, his eyes filled with resolute determination. In this world, only he could dictate his fate. He, Wu Zhe, would never concede defeat. With a thunderous roar, He Qiao deftly retreated into her spatial realm. In that moment, she profoundly grasped the significance of possessing such an extraordinary ability. Without it, she would have surely perished. Through the portal, she witnessed her battered off-road vehicle disintegrate into dust amidst the flames and fire of the explosion. The magnitude of the blast exceeded her imagination. It mercilessly consumed Wu Zhe and the other three, their forms twisting and dissipating in the inferno, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. Not even a complete corpse remained. He Qiao understood without needing to confirm. There were no survivors to be found. Moreover, the factory trembled violently in the wake of the explosion, heralding the brutal and harrowing nature of this battle. Debris flew, dust enveloped the area, leaving chaos in its wake. She remained hidden within her space, taking a moment to catch her breath. Outside the factory, distant gunfire erupted suddenly, weaving a chaotic symphony of conflict. The evidence of both sides engaged in combat. Following closely were the thunderous booms of bombs, breathtaking and shaking every inch of the air. 5 minutes slipped by quietly, the gunfire gradually waning, replaced by the deafening sound of something being torn apart by an explosion. Within the spatial realm, He Qiao clenched her fists, her heart tumultuous. Gu Qianhan's appearance, along with his firm command for her to leave first, was akin to a stone cast into her previously tranquil heart, creating ripples of turmoil. He sought her out. She did not ask for this. She murmured to herself, attempting to convince her mind. Do not think. Do not look. Do not listen. She repeatedly admonished herself. Rationality dictated a retreat from danger. Without him, she could easily handle these adversaries herself. Yet, every time she recalled Gu Qianhan's insistence for her to go, the conflict surged like a tidal wave. He would be the future head of the Gu family. He could not possibly die. She used this reasoning to console herself. But he had not encountered her in his past life, nor faced the present circumstances. The memories of her previous life flooded back, deepening her internal struggle. Ugh, how vexing. She could not help but tug at her hair, a tumult of conflict filling her heart. Gu Qianhan was exceedingly dangerous. If he were to perish here today, would it not alleviate one of her troubles? Chapter 48. He cannot die regardless of her inner turmoil. He Qiao recognized that she could not turn a blind eye to Gu Qianhan's predicament. Since she could not harden her heart, she resolved not to waste time in vain. With determination, she stepped out of her space. Through the shattered glass window, she beheld the battlefield outside. Gu Qianhan was maneuvering a military off-road vehicle, bravely weaving through a hail of gunfire. However, the firepower from the two black SUVs was exceptionally fierce. His vehicle had sustained multiple hits, and the rear was even struck by a bomb, the situation dire. The previously overturned off-road vehicle had caught up once more. Inside the black SUVs, the driver was wholly concentrated on steering while the others relentlessly attacked Gu Qianhan. This was not a 2-on-1 battle, it was an uneven 8-on-1 confrontation. Moreover, Gu Qianhan had to split his focus between driving and countering the enemy's assaults. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Considering Gu Qianhan's future role as the leader of the M-City base, a position from which he would benefit many, he could not die here. He should not die here. She swiftly tied together a substantial number of bombs, totaling over 10, and created 4 copies for emergencies. He Qiao released her vehicle from the spatial realm, pressing the accelerator as she charged towards the 3 entangled enemy vehicles. Gu Qianhan's gaze flickered upon seeing He Qiao return, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. She had come back. Her willingness to return signified that she still held him in her heart. He Qiao drove alongside Gu Qianhan, raising the bombs in her hand. In a moment, I will throw the bombs, and you will provide cover fire. Gu Qianhan looked at the seemingly inconspicuous, yet explosively powerful bombs, his lips twitching slightly, a mix of surprise and amusement at He Qiao's audacious plan. Just as he intended to offer a caution, He Qiao interrupted him. She accelerated, showcasing the agility of her small car. The enemy's SUVs matched her vehicle in size. Yet due to their violent modifications, they were considerably heavier. They could rapidly accelerate in pursuit, but in close-quarters entanglement, they lacked the nimbleness of He Qiao's car. Seizing the opportunity, He Qiao hurled a series of bombs over one of the SUVs. Observing this, Gu Qianhan raised his handgun and aimed at the target. Prior to the apocalypse, he often frequented shooting ranges to vent his emotions, and during occasional overseas business trips, he would seize the chance to hunt legally. His marksmanship was naturally precise. The gunfire rang out, and the bomb detonated instantly. Flames erupted, and one SUV was reduced to countless fragments amidst the explosion's roar. Bodies, weapons, and vehicle parts were torn asunder, scattering across the ground. A finger even flew onto He Qiao's windshield, which she disdainfully flicked away. The remaining black SUV, witnessing this, quickly turned to flee. But Gu Qianhan would not let this opportunity slip away easily. He aimed for the SUV's tire, a single shot striking true, causing the vehicle to lose balance. Seizing the moment, He Qiao tossed a grenade, which seemed to possess a will of its own, slipping through the SUV's window and igniting a violent explosion. He Qiao did not relent, continuing to throw bombs. Gu Qianhan wished to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as vehicles, weapons, and personnel were obliterated in a relentless cascade of explosions. Yet, there was no trace of regret on Gu Qianhan's face. Instead,
a fond smile émergea.
In truth, he had also set his sights on that modified SUV and the weapons within. However, upon reflection, obtaining them would likely be a challenge. Rather than exhausting himself in a struggle, it was far more gratifying to obliterate them entirely. With the threats neutralized, Gu Qianhan intended to exit the vehicle and join He Qiao. A distance of several dozen meters lay between them. His gaze pierced through the swirling debris of explosions, ultimately resting upon He Qiao seated in her SUV, her expression tranquil amidst the chaos of destruction surrounding her. On that fateful night, after He Qiao had finished off Li Wanhao and his group, he remained in the living room, seemingly engrossed in a book. In fact, his demeanor was even more composed than before. After all, this time, he had witnessed the events unfold with his own eyes. He pondered to himself, it was over. He had truly fallen for this woman. Had anyone told him in the past that he would fall in love with a woman, even willing to take risks for her, he would have scoffed at the notion. Yet, at this moment, he found himself entirely at odds with his initial resolve. He disregarded his own safety, disrupted the carefully laid plans to evade the Gu family's surveillance, and without hesitation, dashed out of the community in search of her. In the face of the enemy's overwhelming firepower, he remained undeterred, intent on rescuing her from danger. A surge of intense emotion roiled within him. He had never felt such a blend of hope and fear before. Confronted by a contract worth millions, his father's bias, and the schemes of his half-brother, he had never experienced such anxiety and unrest. Just as Gu Qianhan stepped forward, preparing to exit the vehicle, He Qiao's urgent shout rang out like thunder, "Run! Their main force is right behind us, armed to the teeth." Gu Qianhan abruptly looked up, spotting a massive convoy rapidly approaching on the distant horizon. Chapter 49. The confession space. In his previous focus on escaping, he had neglected to take note of their surroundings. Now, as he surveyed the area, the traces of M City had vanished, leaving only a vast expanse of snow with no discernible direction. He Qiao anxiously inquired, "Do you know where we are? How far are we from M City?" M City was protected by the military. Only by returning there could they find temporary safety. Gu Qianhan scanned the area and spotted an abandoned factory standing desolately in the snow, its doors and signage buried by the wind and snow, rendering it unidentifiable. "I have no idea. It's unfamiliar to me," Gu Qianhan replied with a hint of resignation. He Qiao, in a state of desperation, had no choice but to turn the vehicle around, seeking an escape route. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Gu Qianhan's arm and shoulder. Upon his black winter coat, faint traces of blood were visible, nearly imperceptible at first glance. He must have been injured during the recent confrontation. "How many bullets did you take?" He Qiao asked. Gu Qianhan merely responded coolly, "It's nothing." He Qiao sighed inwardly, finding his response utterly incongruous. Was this how a domineering CEO spoke? As the enemy convoy closed in relentlessly, Gu Qianhan, suppressing his intense pain, calmly instructed, "He Qiao, drive your off-road vehicle in front of mine." Though He Qiao was puzzled, she recognized Gu Qianhan's extensive combat experience and complied. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Gu Qianhan swiftly exited. With a wave of his hand, He Qiao's off-road vehicle vanished into thin air. Puzzled, He Qiao wondered, was this a space? Did Gu Qianhan possess a space as well? Was it now commonplace to have such abilities? Gu Qianhan, sensing her astonishment, remarked, "The situation is urgent. I'll explain later." My gunshot wounds need immediate attention, or my entire arm will be rendered useless. With that, he quickly took his seat in the passenger side. He Qiao, unable to dwell on her thoughts, climbed into the spacious military off-road vehicle and sped away. Gu Qianhan's large vehicle successfully obscured the enemy's line of sight, preventing them from seeing that he had concealed the vehicle in his face. Understanding Gu Qianhan's intent, He Qiao's realization dawned upon her. Simultaneously, Gu Qianhan retrieved bandages, alcohol, tweezers, and other medical supplies from the space. At that moment, the driver's side window shattered, and the frigid wind howled. He Qiao swiftly grabbed clothing from the back seat, tightly stuffing it into the gap, attempting to create a relatively warm environment for Gu Qianhan's treatment. In the biting cold of -50 degrees, Gu Qianhan's gunshot wound was located on his arm and shoulder, making it impossible to treat without removing his clothing. Thus, he first took out a portable power source and an electric heater, placing them inside the vehicle to dispel the surrounding chill before beginning to loosen his clothing. He Qiao adjusted the vehicle's heating to maximum, while intermittently glancing in the rearview mirror, vigilantly monitoring the relentless pursuers behind them. Although their heavy equipment limited their speed, He Qiao dared not let her guard down. The weapons in the hands of those enemies were formidable enough to instill fear. Furthermore, they were in an unfamiliar location, unsure of whether the enemy had accomplices nearby or had set up ambushes. Additionally, M City was now under the firm protection of the military. Those once rampant criminal forces had fled from this stage, resembling startled birds. Yet, amidst the seemingly tranquil snowfield, who could guarantee that no other similar organizations lurked in the shadows, poised to strike? As He Qiao wrestled with these complex circumstances, her peripheral vision caught an undeniable sight: Gu Qianhan, partially undressed, revealing his well-defined physique. His honey-toned torso was exposed to the air, muscles taut and defined, with a tantalizing V-line and smooth abdominal contours devoid of any excess flesh. Gu Qianhan moved with remarkable speed and precision, using tweezers to extract the bullet embedded within his body. His left arm and shoulder bore gruesome gunshot wounds, blood seeping from the injuries and staining his waist. Yet, he appeared impervious to pain, ruthlessly tending to his own wounds. Without any anesthetic, he dug out the bullet with an expression that betrayed no discomfort. His resilience and determination evoked a sense of admiration. Even though the pain was not inflicted upon her, He Qiao felt an unbearable ache in her heart. She focused intently on driving, striving for a smooth ride to minimize the jolting that could exacerbate Gu Qianhan's suffering. The blood oozing from his wounds trailed down his well-defined abdominal muscles, disappearing beneath the shirt wrapped around his waist. He Qiao's heart quivered at the sight, forcing her to withdraw from her tumultuous thoughts and redirect her attention to the road ahead. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan, despite enduring excruciating pain, found the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a slight smile. He keenly sensed that He Qiao had stolen glances at him several times during her momentary distraction. Unfortunately, the weather was unbearably cold. Even with the electric heater inside, the shattered window acted as a merciless wind tunnel, continuously flooding the vehicle with icy air. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to prolong the moment, allowing He Qiao to gaze at him a little longer. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful for his unwavering commitment to fitness, for it was this dedication that had bestowed upon him such an enviable physique. He Qiao was so remarkable, seemingly lacking for nothing, and he was at a loss as to how to capture her attention. Finally, Gu Qianhan could no longer endure the biting cold and reluctantly donned his clothing. He gazed at He Qiao, who was intently focused on driving, and pondered his choice of words. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. He never imagined he would feel nervous and fearful one day. Summoning his courage, he finally spoke. "Actually, I possess a space." He Qiao's hand gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly, her heart exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my, why is he suddenly saying this?" She didn't want to know. She could pretend she hadn't heard anything, even feign amnesia. After all, in this world, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. Gu Qianhan seemed to sense her tension but remained resolute in divulging his secret. It's like the kind of space described in novels, where items can be stored. He Qiao was compelled to respond despite her reluctance. "No need. I don't wish to know." However, Gu Qianhan appeared undeterred, continuing, "My space is approximately 200 square meters, about 10 meters high, and time inside is static, though unfortunately, it cannot accommodate people." He Qiao shook her head helplessly, the wind howling outside. She deliberately raised her voice, "I'm driving. The wind is too loud for me to hear you. Chapter 50. Shared space. Gu Qianhan, however, smiled, a hint of indulgence in his expression. My space was open the day I met you. You truly are my lucky goddess. Upon hearing this, He Qiao furrowed her brow. Recalling the peculiar gaze Gu Qianhan had cast upon her at the pharmaceutical factory, she realized that he had opened his space because of her, leading him to suspect that she might possess the same ability. Furthermore, there was that time he had deliberately arranged for her to switch shifts with Lu Chen to test her, fearing she might uncover his secret. Gu Qianhan seemed to see through her thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips. You guessed correctly, that day, I indeed secretly brought a considerable amount of medicine into the space. Your vigilance was too high, so I had to let Lu Chen take your place. The car fell into silence. He Qiao continued to pretend she hadn't heard anything. Yet Gu Qianhan persisted. He Qiao, I chose to be honest with you, because I don't wish to keep anything from you. I hope my world can be completely open to you. He Qiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words, opting to maintain her silence. Behind them, pursuers were ever present. Nevertheless, Gu Qianhan seemed unconcerned. As if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them, he opened his heart to He Qiao, even willing to lay his entire being before her. In fact, he had done just that. He retrieved the ring from his pocket, gently swaying it before her. This is the key to the space. Passed down from my grandfather to my mother, and during her coming-of-age ceremony, she handed it down to me. He Qiao could no longer endure it. Please, can we discuss this once we are out of danger? This is distracting. I still need to drive. Gu Qianhan stubbornly replied. It is precisely because of the imminent danger that I must tell you everything. He continued, I had tried to activate this ring with my blood twice before meeting you, but I failed. On the day I met you, I was nearly ready to give up, but inadvertently let my blood fall upon it, and to my surprise, it worked. The space housed not only medicines but also a variety of snacks. He had even collected numerous feminine items specifically for her, placing them in a separate corner. He Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself, the usually aloof man is quite chatty today. However, Gu Qianhan shifted his tone. Once we are out of danger, you should also try to bond with it through your blood. I wish to share this space with you. Upon hearing this, He Qiao lightly tilted her head, their gazes silently meeting in the air. The man's eyes remained steady, but beneath that calm exterior lay a passion as fierce as molten lava, as if it could break free from its constraints at any moment. Their eye contact did not last long, merely a fleeting moment. He Qiao quickly turned her head back to the road, responding softly, no need. The responsibility of sharing the space was too burdensome. She would not accept it. Moreover, if she were to bond with it through her blood, what implications would that have for her own space? She had never been greedy. She had no desire for what belonged to others. Nor did she wish to share her own possessions. Gu Qianhan was perplexed by He Qiao's silence. In his mind, the space was an invaluable existence. In this apocalyptic world, possessing a space and resources meant having hope for survival. He was willing to share that hope with her. Why would she refuse? He clearly saw the intense desire for survival in her eyes. Yet, he did not wish to continue in this muddled state. The military off-road vehicle he drove had been borrowed from the military, thus revealing his identity. Upon returning to M City, he feared he would not be able to return to Mingri Jiyuan for the time being and would first need to go back to his family. The Gu family's situation was complex and ever-changing, fraught with peril. His father's mistress and illegitimate son lurked like venomous snakes ready to strike. His father showed favoritism, while his mother was neglectful, not to mention those so-called relatives, each harboring ulterior motives, none of whom could be trusted. Around him, those once loyal subordinates of the Gu family had likely succumbed to temptation and become pawns in the hands of others. He fully understood that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the Gu family lay turbulent undercurrents. He did not want He Qiao to be swept into the storm or to suffer harm. He needed to eliminate the dangers posed by the Gu family before he could bring He Qiao home. Thus, he was eager to clarify everything to her, to make her understand his intentions. He longed for her response. He Qiao, if you have any doubts, feel free to voice them. I will certainly answer truthfully. Gu Qianhan sincerely stated, clutching his injured arm. He Qiao gently shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. I have no doubts. Gu Qianhan, unwilling to give up, pressed, you just left. Why did you suddenly return? Is it not because you were worried about me, because you care about me? He Qiao longed to shout, heavens! Where is the aloof and guarded Gu Qianhan of before? She took a deep breath and calmly replied, I returned only because you came to save me. I am not cowardly enough to let you die for me. Once again, the car fell into an awkward silence. After a moment of contemplation, He Qiao finally broke the stillness. Gu Qianhan, your feelings are too apparent for me to ignore. Gu Qianhan's eyes flickered. He Qiao was finally confronting their feelings. Yet, moments later, his expression turned cold again. But your love comes too suddenly for me to accept. And I cannot possibly respond to you. You are the legitimate heir of the Gu family, the one who held power in the family business before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, with your family's strength, you will hold an essential position in the M City base. I am just an ordinary person. We come from two different worlds. I only wish to survive, and do not want to be entangled with the elite. He Qiao's words were candid, yet Gu Qianhan feigned ignorance. The wind outside is too loud. I can't hear what you're saying. This was the very line He Qiao had used to evade him earlier. Now returned to her by the man. He Qiao, helpless, closed her mouth, unwilling to continue their entanglement. She knew that Gu Qianhan would soon return to the Gu family. His driving the military vehicle to find her was tantamount to announcing his identity as the heir of the Gu family to others. He would undoubtedly return to the Gu family. By then, perhaps they would never see each other again. In this apocalypse, it was exceedingly difficult for two separated individuals to reunite. His feelings for her would, naturally, fade with the passage of time. They were from two different worlds, one a scion of wealth who had briefly tasted the life of a commoner and had fallen for a common girl. This was merely a transient novelty. The pursuing convoy behind them gradually shrank from view until it became a distant, ultimately swallowed by the vast road ahead. After driving several kilometers, He Qiao's tense emotions found a moment of release. She exhaled softly. In this rare tranquility, a familiar outline quietly came into view. Gu Qianhan. Is this the pharmaceutical factory we visited before? Gu Qianhan nodded reluctantly, wishing that this road would stretch on indefinitely. Chapter 51. Boyfriend and girlfriend from the pharmaceutical factory to Mingri Jiyuan, He Qiao was familiar with the route and knew how to return. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan sat quietly in the passenger seat, silent and with an inscrutable expression. He Qiao pretended not to notice his abnormality. Yet she pondered inwardly. The lofty heir of the Gu family, rejected in his confession, would inevitably be in a foul mood. Once he returned to the Gu family, he would soon forget about her, an ordinary person. At that point, she could resume her unremarkable life. When asked how she felt about the bold declaration from the domineering CEO, her answer was clear. Not at all. In this lifetime, she would no longer easily place her trust in anyone. Given today's experiences, she had to proceed with caution, planning to leave the city once the dust settled. In contrast, the two brothers, Zhao Bin, despite their grievances towards her due to Wan Mingyue, were far more manageable than the band of desperate rogues she had encountered today. At worst, she could resolve the matter once and for all, eliminating them entirely. Now, armed not only with a gun but also with explosives, she felt invincible. However, she needed to tread carefully, ensuring she did not attract the attention of the military. In this apocalyptic world, the military was focused on establishing an official base in City M, maintaining stability and order. She had no desire to become a sacrificial pawn in their quest for authority. Meanwhile, Gu Qianhan was silently replaying everything in his mind. Before the apocalypse, he was the true helmsman of the Gu family's vast fortune, involved in countless strategic decisions. Whenever a partnership faltered, he would calmly review the situation, extracting valuable lessons from the experience. He never wallowed in despair over failures. Instead, he became more resolute. Those formidable challenges were, to him, akin to the journey of climbing a peak. Each conquest brought him immense satisfaction and exhilaration. For him, He Qiao was not merely a business partner or a contract. She was the only woman who had stirred his heart in over 20 years. He would never let her slip away easily. In the midst of a jarring vehicle jolt, he let out a painful groan. As the outline of City M became vaguely visible, He Qiao thought they must have distanced themselves from danger. She halted the vehicle and suggested to Gu Qianhan, "Let us take a break here." Considering that Gu Qianhan had been injured while rescuing her, she added, "Should we check your wound to see if it has reopened?" Yet Gu Qianhan playfully retorted, "Are you eager to see my muscles?" He Qiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking that he was truly insufferable. The Gu Qianhan before her was a stark contrast to the composed and reserved figure she remembered. She struggled to reconcile this smooth-talking man with the Gu Qianhan of her past. However, Gu Qianhan had already devised a strategy in his heart. Aware of He Qiao's aloof nature, he knew that if he remained distant, they might never grow closer. As a man, he was willing to change himself to accommodate her. He saw nothing wrong with this. Observing He Qiao's speechlessness brought him amusement. It was far better than seeing her alone, perpetually wearing that indifferent expression, as if she could withdraw from the world at any moment. Each time he witnessed that look on her face, a pang of sorrow struck him. After teasing her enough, Gu Qianhan's demeanor shifted to serious as he began to address her earlier rejections. Let me clarify the reasons you just gave me. First, you said my affection was too sudden. I cannot agree with this. That night we first met, you stood on the van, wielding a spiked club. Your face smeared with blood. Your bravery left a profound impression on me. The next day, you took down 2 men on the rooftop. My true feelings emerged on the 3rd day of our acquaintance, when you single-handedly eliminated 12 individuals, including Li Wanhao, yet remained composed enough to read calmly in the adjacent room. I truly fell in love with you today. While many experience infatuation at first sight, that is not my case. Infatuation often stems from mere physical attraction. I was captivated by your character. He further added, of course, I am a normal man. Seeing how beautiful you are, it is only natural that I wish to draw closer to you. He Qiao remained silent, not truly absorbing Gu Qianhan's explanations. She had once harbored feelings for Wan Weibao, but that affection was born from a debt of gratitude. Yet, what was the outcome? That so-called debt of gratitude turned out to be a ruse concocted by Wan Mingyue and Wan Weibao. In the end, she not only lost her pendant but also her life. Now, Gu Qianhan risked his life to save her, but her heart had hardened. No amount of gratitude could penetrate its walls. Regarding Gu Qianhan's injuries, she would offer an appropriate response, but it would only be on a material level. Gu Qianhan continued. Secondly, you stated that our social standings do not align. I can somewhat agree with this, as I am 7 years your senior, which could be deemed as an older bull courting a tender heifer. He Qiao could not help but roll her eyes. Do not misunderstand me. I meant your family, Gu Qianhan interrupted. You said it yourself, that is the Gu family. Yet, even if I were born into the Gu family, we are still ordinary people, sharing the same human anatomy. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. In this apocalyptic world, we are all the same. Surviving is the greatest victory. There are no longer any distinctions in social status. You are conflating concepts, He Qiao retorted. Gu Qianhan chose not to argue and continued. Thirdly, you expressed a desire to avoid associations with the elite. This is easily resolved. My family is emotionally detached. My grandfather has long ceased to concern himself with family matters. My father is biased, and my mother is infatuated, with only eyes for my father. I have even been schemed against by my father's mistress and her son. Left uncertain of my fate, yet they did not send anyone to seek me out. Upon hearing this, He Qiao felt a flicker of sympathy for Gu Qianhan. It turned out that even the exalted CEO Gu faced his own dilemmas. Noticing the glimmer of compassion in He Qiao's eyes, Gu Qianhan silently recorded her softening heart. He raised his gaze. Once we marry, you need not even meet them. He Qiao was taken aback. Marry? Who agreed to marry you? We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend. What a peculiar man he was. Gu Qianhan raised an eyebrow. We can begin as friends. He Qiao fell silent, realizing she could not outmatch this man in debate. Gu Qianhan recognized he had perhaps taken the jest too far. After a moment of silence, he looked earnestly at He Qiao. I will not pressure you. However, the world beyond City M is far more perilous than you can imagine.
For now,
let us stay at number 13, Mingri Garden. I have confirmed with the military that they will provide protection there, ensuring safety. He turned, his tone softening with a subtle plea. Promise me, will you? Chapter 52. Safeguarding the space ring. He Qiao nodded obediently. All right. But her legs were her own, and no one could stop her from leaving. At that moment, she did not wish to engage with Gu Qianhan, merely responding nonchalantly. Gu Qianhan, however, saw through her thoughts but chose to remain silent, maintaining this fragile and delicate balance. At worst, he could simply assign more personnel to protect her. Gu Qianhan's voice was low. Why do you want to leave the neighborhood? Would you share your reasons with me? After a moment's hesitation, He Qiao finally spoke. Someone informed me that there are supplies hidden outside the neighborhood, and I wanted to investigate. Did Ruan Mingyue tell you? Gu Qianhan's tone bore a hint of sharpness. He Qiao looked up in surprise, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his words. Gu Qianhan sighed lightly. That woman is cunning and far from benevolent. You are too trusting of others. He Qiao did not argue. Her excuse was merely a spontaneous fabrication, and she had no intention of clarifying. She could not very well admit that she wanted to leave City M. Could she? Curiously, she inquired, how did you know she was the one who informed me? Gu Qianhan felt an endless reservoir of patience whenever he was with He Qiao. He recounted, you went downstairs to collect supplies but did not return for an extended period. When I inquired, I learned you had been taken out of the neighborhood by Wan Mingyue. Subsequently, I found out that Jiao Chun and others were also searching for her whereabouts. After their fruitless return, I borrowed a vehicle from the military and came to find you myself. Gu Qianhan recounted his actions with a casual air, yet within a few short hours. He had swiftly investigated, analyzed, and acted, even utilizing military resources. This detective work and decisiveness left He Qiao secretly admiring him. He Qiao remained silent, and this silence undoubtedly served as tacit acknowledgement of Gu Qianhan's question. Gu Qianhan gazed at her, a surge of indescribable tenderness swelling in his heart. Is it because of me that you left the community with that woman? He Qiao shook her head, secretly amused. How could that be possible? Yet, Gu Qianhan was not easily deterred. You don't even know each other. The only connection between you is me. How can you claim it's not for my sake? It was then that He Qiao recalled their previous encounter in the basement, where Wan Mingyue had not recognized her. At that moment, she had not introduced herself either, so Gu Qianhan remained unaware of their acquaintance. However, He Qiao was acutely aware that once Gu Qianhan returned to the Gu family, a little investigation would reveal that they were classmates. Thus, she resolved to no longer conceal the truth. More importantly, she did not wish to deceive the formidable young master of the Gu family. After all, the human heart is capricious and unpredictable. One moment he may be intrigued by her, even moved by her sacrifices, but the next, he could harbor murderous intentions due to her deceit. After all, the world of the powerful is starkly different from that of ordinary people. In the realm of commoners, grievances may be merely trivial skirmishes, yet in the world of the powerful, once scorned, one might face life and death crises. After careful consideration, He Qiao finally spoke slowly. Actually, Wan Mingyue and I were classmates in university, and she was even my class monitor. She has a hometown boyfriend named Wan Weibao, and they always refer to each other as cousins in public. Before the apocalypse, they conspired to have Wan Weibao approach me with the intention of marrying me to seize my property and savings. After the apocalypse, she remained undeterred, persistently searching for my whereabouts. On that day, when I was downstairs collecting supplies, Wan Mingyue recognized me and forcibly dragged me out of the community, intending to take me to meet Wan Weibao. Remembering their past actions, I killed her in a fit of rage. As for the information about the supplies, it was what Wan Mingyue revealed to me in her dying moments in a desperate attempt to escape. Gu Qianhan listened quietly, a profound light flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that He Qiao had suffered not only bullying from local tyrants before the apocalypse, but had nearly been schemed into ruin by that pair. He slowly lifted his gaze, resting it upon He Qiao's calm countenance. The woman's voice was low and detached, coldly recounting those painful memories. An indescribable ache surged from the depths of Gu Qianhan's heart, overwhelming him like a tidal wave, culminating in a deep, short sigh lodged in his throat. Unutterable. How much suffering must his girl endure to face the world's injustices and perils with such equanimity? He longed to draw He Qiao into his embrace, to offer her warmth and solace, yet he feared that his actions might disturb her inner tranquility. His hands clenched painfully. He restrained himself, determined not to startle her. He endeavored to quell the wrath boiling within him. After a moment, he composed himself, transforming back into the calm man he usually was. He inquired, "Where is Wan Mingyue's body? I need to have someone handle it." He Qiao replied nonchalantly, "There's no need. I've already taken care of it." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan did not press further. "Jiao Chun and his brother will eventually uncover that you left the community with Wan Mingyue," he cautioned. A glint of coldness flickered in He Qiao's eyes. "I will handle it myself." Gu Qianhan's gaze brimmed with tenderness and understanding. "I know you are capable of managing everything, but I wish to protect you. That is my desire." He Qiao's tone remained icy. "It's really unnecessary." Gu Qianhan chuckled lightly, fully aware of He Qiao's stubbornness and independence, which were among her most captivating traits. She never relied on anyone and held no illusions about anyone. Yet he also understood that sometimes protecting someone doesn't require their knowledge of it. Thus, he gently nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. However, in his heart, he had already devised a plan to deal with Jiao Chun and his brother, intending to eliminate all obstacles for He Qiao. Hours later, the two slowly approached the vicinity of Mingri Jiyuan, concealed about 1,000 meters from the community. They peered through binoculars to see a group of strangers clad in matching black combat attire gathered outside. They stood in orderly formation, their gazes sharp, seemingly awaiting the arrival of an important figure. He Qiao surmised that these individuals were likely sent by the Gu family specifically to retrieve Gu Qianhan. Gu Qianhan softly instructed, "Let us stop," his voice tinged with reluctance. He slowly removed the precious spatial ring, his gaze tenderly resting on He Qiao as hand placed on the steering wheel. Those hands, slender yet strong, were about to be touched when Gu Qianhan abruptly halted his movement. He knew that He Qiao disliked being touched by others. He Qiao keenly sensed his intention and quickly withdrew her hand into her sleeve. One cannot casually wear another's spatial ring. Gu Qianhan understood her refusal. His hand lingered in the air for a moment. They faced each other in silence. Ultimately, it was Gu Qianhan who retracted his hand. With a weary and helpless sigh, he rubbed his brow and said, "In this world, besides you, I have no one else to trust." He gazed at He Qiao with deep affection and continued, "Please help me keep this ring. It is my lifeline." Chapter 53. Parting. He Qiao understood that Gu Qianhan was hinting at the dangers lurking within the Gu family. Yet, she was merely an ordinary person yearning for a peaceful existence in the apocalypse. How could she easily entangle herself in such conflicts? Gu Qianhan seemed to see through her hesitation and sighed softly. Leaning back against the passenger seat, his voice was low and sorrowful. Upon returning to the Gu family, I will be surrounded by countless eyes. My father favors that illegitimate son, and my mother, she will not only fail to protect me but will also aid in my persecution. I am utterly isolated within the Gu family. He paused briefly before continuing. The secret of this ring's spatial capabilities is known to no one, and the supplies inside are sufficient for me to weather the storm. If you help me keep it for 2 months, and I have not returned by then, all the supplies inside will belong to you. Without waiting for He Qiao's response, he gently placed the ring on the seat and prepared to exit the vehicle. He Qiao sighed helplessly. What a predicament.
Wait.
Her voice held a note of resolve. No more than 2 months, not a day longer. Gu Qianhan smiled at her words. Yet, when he turned to face He Qiao again, his expression reverted to one of coldness, tinged with unacknowledged grievance. Thank you for being willing to help me, he said in a low voice. Then he added, you are too naive, always easily trusting others. In the future, do not offer help so readily. He Qiao was speechless. Your eyesight is not great. I am not as naive as you think. Gu Qianhan, I wish you were less naive, perhaps a bit more cunning, so I could be at ease. He Qiao did not wish to continue this topic. She stated, since you are willing to risk yourself to save me, I cannot be too stingy. I will give you a significant gift. Perhaps it will be of use when you return to the Gu family. She paused before continuing. Beneath the elevated highway on Yokohama Avenue lies a cache of supplies hidden by the Jiao brothers. Gu Qianhan gazed deeply at He Qiao. At last, he saw a response from her, however minuscule, and it filled him with overwhelming joy. If it were not for the Gu family members watching nearby, he would have wanted to pull He Qiao into his embrace and capture her lips fiercely. However, that was not an option. The Gu family was unsafe, and he could not allow He Qiao to be exposed to even a hint of danger. He restrained himself. Remember, you and I are not familiar. We merely reside in the same building temporarily. His gaze lingered on He Qiao's face, tracing from her eyes to the tip of her nose and then to her shoulders, before reluctantly drifting away. He did nothing, yet it seemed he accomplished everything. He Qiao felt her cheeks flush. Abruptly, she called out to Gu Qianhan. He Qianhan turned sharply, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, He Qiao could only manage a wry smile. This is the vehicle you borrowed from the military. You must return it to the community. As she spoke, she tossed a heavy backpack towards him. Inside are a pistol and ammunition which I just seized from those thugs before you arrived. You might find them useful. A sense of gratitude washed over Gu Qianhan, his lips curling into a smile that rivaled the brightness of an AK. She generously offered him the weapons she had painstakingly acquired, fully aware of his desire for them. Back when they were discussing Lu Chen's injury in Building 13, the usually indifferent He Qiao had murmured, If only I had a real gun. Once he returned to the Gu family, opportunities to procure such items would abound. He recognized that as a girl, He Qiao needed those weapons to protect herself even more. He gently removed the little bear charm from the backpack, declaring, "With this protection, I am enough." He Qiao retorted, "You really are something. Don't be ridiculous. I can't bear to part with them." The thought of trading the weapons for supplies and possibly obtaining a good amount of food crossed her mind. Stealthily, she hid in a corner, watching Gu Qianhan drive away. She had never doubted his abilities. He would surely survive within the Gu family. After all, he was destined to become the true power holder of the M-City base. She had no intention of parting with the ring on her finger. She intended to keep it safe and return it to him in due time. 2 months were not to be taken lightly. The malevolent forces surrounding M-City would inevitably show signs of weakness one day. When that time came, she could return the ring without a care, letting her spirit soar freely as birds and fish. The thought of entering the M-City base flickered momentarily in her mind before being dismissed. In her previous life, she had endured countless trials within the M-City base, ultimately meeting her demise there. Now, armed with sufficient supplies, why would she immerse herself in endless conflicts again? She preferred to head to the Taiwei Mountain restricted area, a place untouched by human presence and free from strife. There, she could quietly await the end of the apocalypse. Perhaps after a decade or 8 years, this calamity would finally subside. Before her death, Wan Mingyue had revealed all she knew to survive, including the transition from extreme heat to perpetual night. Due to years of lack of sunlight, many plants would mutate and release deadly gases. Yet, He Qiao felt no fear regarding this. She understood that most fragile plants would have perished under the scorching sun long ago. Even if toxic plants survived in Taiwei Mountain, she was undaunted. All she needed was to find a high, sparsely vegetated area to settle down and weather this challenging period. Moreover, her storage held ample supplies of gas masks and protective suits, sufficient to face any danger. The only regret was that Wan Mingyue had only lived until the 5th year of the apocalypse, unaware of the disasters that followed. Upon returning to Mingri Jiyuan, it was already 4 in the afternoon. A subtle atmosphere enveloped the air, a blend of tranquility after the hustle and bustle and the hope of rebirth. The military personnel continued their busy tasks, their figures elongated by the waning sunlight, forming a solid line of defense to safeguard this home. The distribution of supplies proceeded in an orderly manner. The faces of those collecting supplies bore less of the previous numbness and fear, replaced by a glimmer of hope for the future. He Qiao stepped into this vibrant scene, her gaze sweeping over the queue. Noting that the number of people was not as overwhelming as she had anticipated, she speculated that perhaps most had already received their necessary supplies. The arrival of the military undoubtedly injected new vitality into this land, reassuring the people that the nation had not forsaken any ordinary citizen. She approached the registration desk. Holding her identification card, the middle-aged man in charge of the registration, with a kind demeanor, informed her that M-City's official base was under construction. Located in the heart of a university town. Once the base is established, we will need young talents like you. You can participate in the construction ahead of time, earning construction credits, and upon completion of the base, you will have priority access. Furthermore, you could hold a teaching position there, with salaries settled in credits, alongside the benefits of regular personnel, including free accommodation. She thought of Lu Chen and Lin Feifei and inquired, do out-of-town university students enjoy these benefits? The man smiled and nodded, of course. Not only university students, but any vital talent with special skills, such as electrical engineers, welders, agricultural experts, etc., can report to the base and receive special talent allowances. We welcome everyone willing to contribute to the rebuilding of our homeland. He Qiao pressed on, what about graduate students? Are there similar policies for them? The man pondered for a moment before responding, graduate students certainly have corresponding policies, but you may need to inquire for specific details when you register at the base. After all, every category of talent holds unique value and contributions. After collecting her supplies and thanking the staff, she returned to Building 13 to switch with Lin Feifei for the supply collection. On her way back, her attention was drawn to Building 2, her heart secretly keeping watch. Jiao Chun and the others were nowhere to be found. The supply collection area showed no sign of them. The windows were tightly shut, heavy curtains shielding against prying eyes, and the usually heavily guarded entrance to Building 3 was eerily silent and empty. Could it be that they were still outside the community, braving the cold in their relentless pursuit of Wan Mingyue? With the military's arrival, they should have been laying low or fleeing M-City. Yet they chose this critical moment to make a grand exit from the community, solely to search for one person. Jiao Bin's indulgence towards his brother had reached such an extent that it was almost tragic. However, He Qiao's speculation was far from the truth. At that moment, Jiao Chun lay unconscious in the back seat of a van, while Jiao Bin sat in the passenger seat, his unwavering gaze fixed on his brother, whom he had rendered unconscious. Leading a group of underlings, they sped towards the outskirts of M-City. Nightfall arrived as expected. Gu Qianhan stepped through the doors of the Gu residence. This was not the old mansion steeped in family history and memories, but a temporary structure erected on the land designated for the base. The base had yet to be formally named, yet the Gu family had already taken up residence. This was a desperate measure by the military to establish a base in M-City amidst resource scarcity, relying on influential families like the Gu clan to share this burden. In the face of the apocalypse and the collapse of order, every powerful family represented an undeniable force. Concurrently, other families that provided crucial resources for the establishment of the base, such as the Zhou, Qin, and Hai families, were also included in the list of early residents. In the dining hall, the elder Gu Yelin, a once formidable figure who had transitioned from darkness to light, sat at the head of the table. He simply stated, "It's good that you're back." He adhered to a strict and unwavering approach to education, never indulging his descendants, allowing them to grow freely. The elder Gu had more than just Gu Qianhan as a son. He had 3 sons, yet in the bloody competition for inheritance, the other 2 had been eliminated by Gu Qianhan's father. During the property dispute, he remained an observer, believing that those lacking strength were destined to perish. Thus, when Gu Qianhan went missing for an extended period, he did not dispatch anyone to search for him. Gu Hongxin sat at the elder's side. Upon the long-absent return of her son, there was no flicker of joy upon her countenance. Instead, she greeted him with cold words. "Have you enjoyed your wild escapades outside? Finally willing to come home?" Gu Qianhan merely called out father with indifference. Only Shun Ruochu's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice choked. "Son, it is good that you are back. You must have endured much hardship out there." She hurriedly lifted a bowl of fish soup from the table and offered it to Gu Qianhan, urging him, "Drink this fish soup, it will nourish you." Gu Qianhan accepted the soup with a blank expression, offering thanks, yet he did not take even a sip. Astonishingly, no one in the Gu household noticed the gunshot wound upon him. The fish soup, being a stimulating food, would undoubtedly exacerbate his injury. Following a brief reunion, the atmosphere at the dining table grew cold again, filled only with the soft clinking of cutlery. Shun Ruochu persistently served dishes to Gu Hongxin, striving to create a semblance of familial warmth. "Hongxin, you have grown thin from the recent busy days with the military on base construction. Eat more." However, Gu Hongxin disregarded Shun Ruochu's kindness, not even touching the food she served. After a hasty meal, he rose to leave. Shun Ruochu understood in her heart that he was off to see that mother and son again, yet she could only endure in silence, as if not inquiring would preserve the fragile illusion of happiness. Gu Qianhan returned to his room, followed closely by a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a square face, who respectfully reported, "Young master, the Jiao brothers have quietly departed from M-City. Shall we continue to track their whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan pressed his lips tightly together and replied, "No need. They will not dare return in the near future. Immediately arrange for personnel to secretly protect He Qiao. Remember, conceal your movements well. Do not let He Qiao perceive anything, and certainly do not allow Gu Qiancheng and Gu Hongxin's people to discover your presence." The middle-aged man hesitated. "I can understand keeping it from Gu Heir's people, but after all, the son-in-law is your father. He should not." A cold glint flickered in Gu Qianhan's eyes. "I suspect my attempted murder is related to him." Finishing his statement, he swiftly scribbled an address on a piece of paper and handed it to the man. "Uncle Hai, you personally lead a team to this location to procure supplies. This matter must create a stir throughout the city. It must be widely known." Uncle Hai, a legacy from his grandfather, was not one of the Gu family. Thus, he addressed him as young master, rather than eldest young master, while referring to Gu Qiancheng as Gu Heir. Chapter 55, reported meanwhile. He Qiao and Lin Feifei dined together in room 1001, consuming the provisions they had received free from the military that day: canned foods, military rations, compressed biscuits, and purification tablets. Upon obtaining these supplies, He Qiao made duplicates for future use to avoid drawing attention. Lu Chan had regained some strength and had managed to accompany Lin Feifei to guard the door that afternoon, though he remained weak and could not stand for long. He Qiao gazed at Lu Chen, recalling how he had needed several days to recover from a single gunshot wound, and could not help but compare him to Gu Qianhan, who bore 2 wounds yet remained vigorous, battling enemies for hours. The stark contrast was striking. Lin Feifei was in high spirits today. Sister Qiao. When I confirmed the supply collection with the military, I learned they will station personnel near our community for security. We are safe now and need not live in constant fear. However, He Qiao was less optimistic. In her previous life, the military's arrival in M City had indeed brought a period of stability, but it did not last long. The location of Mingri Jiayuan was at the city's edge. The military's primary focus was the construction of the M City base and the salvaging of national assets. They would not have the surplus manpower to guard every neighborhood. Additionally, many criminal elements along the city's periphery were testing the waters. Once the national assets were sufficiently secured, the military would gradually withdraw from various communities, concentrating their efforts on base construction. As Lin Feifei chatted animatedly while eating, she expressed her hopes. Once Lu Chen's injury heals, we want to visit the M City base, primarily to catch a ride back to K City with the military. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for just the 2 of us to return safely. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, only to have her eyes moisten soon after. We owe our survival to Brother Han and Sister Qiao. Thank you both. I wonder how my parents and Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin are faring. They are getting old, and I worry whether they can withstand the extreme cold. In this damned apocalypse, Lin Feifei could no longer hold back her tears. He Qiao silently observed her venting her grievances and fears, feeling a pang in her heart. She remembered her own feelings of anxiety and fear in her past life, living in constant dread. Back then, she had suggested participating in base construction, if only for the meals provided. But Wan Mingyue had vehemently opposed her. In retrospect, Wan Mingyue's reluctance stemmed from her fear of hardship and the concern that separating accommodations by gender would prevent her from continuing her dalliance with Wan Weibao. After dinner, Lin Feifei and He Qiao returned to their respective homes to rest. Within and outside the community, the military stood like guardians. Those neighbors who once took advantage of the night to pry doors and loot now curled up in their own little worlds, no longer daring to act rashly. Many were finally able to lay down their burdens and sleep peacefully, no longer fearing uninvited guests bursting through their doors at midnight. In these extraordinary times, the military implemented decisive and effective measures, rooting out those criminal elements unable to escape M City and dealing with them according to military law. This was not only to restore order, but also to safeguard the precious resources that stood out amidst the ruins. Every grain of food, every drop of clean water. The military confiscated all supplies seized from the criminal elements. Though their origins were unclear, in this era of extreme scarcity, they became an indispensable part of base construction and vital sustenance for the survivors. He Qiao quietly remained in her small room, repeating a simple and orderly routine. Whether exercising, immersing herself in books, or indulging in novels and variety shows, she maintained her daily life. There was also good news. In her glass greenhouse, the strawberries were now ripe for picking. These seemingly unremarkable strawberries were rich in juice and sweetness, surpassing even the imported strawberries she had enjoyed before the apocalypse. Moreover, the small green vegetables she had planted had yielded a second bountiful harvest, their vibrant leaves bursting with life. Unfortunately, she lacked the mood to cook now, storing everything in her space. The pumpkin was also thriving, its large form glowing softly, gradually acquiring a golden hue, signaling that maturity was near. With just a few more days of patience, the pumpkin would be fully ripe. When the time came, whether it was fragrant pumpkin porridge or tender pumpkin cakes, they would grace her dining table as delightful dishes. However, this rare tranquility lasted but a few days. Suddenly, the sliding door on the 10th floor was subjected to a fierce pounding, accompanied by deafening shouts. "Comrade, please open the door immediately." Then came another round of banging. The sliding door, already prone to making noise, created an unbearable clamor throughout the entire unit. "We have received a real-name report accusing you of armed murder and the possession of a substantial stash of illegal supplies." At this moment, He Qiao sat leisurely on the sofa of room 1101, savoring strawberries while watching a comedic variety show. She quickly scanned her surroundings, confirming that all weapons and supplies were safely concealed before taking a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions as she descended the stairs. Just as she stepped out of room 1101, She turned back, retrieving all the supplies she had acquired since meeting Gu Qianhan and the others, releasing them from her space. To ensure authenticity, she reduced the quantity of each type of supply, as if she had been relying solely on these provisions for survival during this time. Upon arriving at the security gate, several soldiers clad in camouflage and fully armed stood resolutely, their keen gazes revealing a profound vigilance and seriousness regarding this operation. Upon noticing He Qiao's arrival, one soldier stepped forward. "Hello, please cooperate with our duties and open the sliding door." He Qiao silently assessed the situation. These individuals appeared relatively amicable, suggesting they could be communicated with. She endeavored to soften her demeanor, striving to appear less aloof. "May I inquire who lodged the complaint? We are law-abiding citizens, and this misunderstanding is quite significant." An officer approached her, presenting his credentials with a serious yet calm expression. "I am the leader of this operation, Zhou Qingye." He tucked away his credentials. "I apologize, but the identity of the informant is confidential, as per regulations. Please open the door promptly, so we can conduct a routine inspection." He Qiao offered a faint smile, feigning ease as she replied, "Of course, Captain Zhou, I completely understand. As citizens, it is our duty to cooperate with the government." However, she felt compelled to remind him, "I assure you, there are no illegal materials here, let alone weapons for murder. This is entirely a misunderstanding." With that, she opened the sliding door, stepped aside, and even gestured invitingly. Chapter 56. Raiding the home, the soldiers entered swiftly and methodically, dividing into teams to conduct thorough searches. He Qiao stood by, seemingly relaxed, yet her eyes were sharp, closely monitoring their every movement. These individuals exhibited strict discipline. There were no outbursts or arbitrary arrests of ordinary survivors. She was merely asked basic questions, handed over the keys to her residence, and was temporarily restricted to the entrance. The soldiers proceeded to inspect various rooms. He Qiao felt an unusual calm, for she was acutely aware that nothing was amiss within her home. Before his departure, Gu Qianhan had entrusted her with the keys to his house. She had quietly entered to inspect, finding nothing of significance, particularly regarding supplies. It was likely that Gu Qianhan had already stored them in his spatial pocket. Among their group, perhaps only Lu Chen and Lin Feifei in room 1102 possessed a relatively greater quantity of supplies, as their previous distribution had been based on headcount. However, even then, when divided among the three households, it paled in comparison to the plundering marauders. As for the soldiers' claims of armed murder, He Qiao remained entirely unfazed. In her possession were only a black dog and a wolf fawn club. Furthermore, those whom she had killed were all in self-defense. She had never instigated conflict. She was not afraid. Outside the sliding door, two soldiers remained on guard. He Qiao heard the door of room 1102 open and Lin Feifei stepped out, confronting the soldiers. She stood her ground, firmly believing that the soldiers would not easily impose unfounded charges. This heavy trust had been cultivated over decades through the military's unwavering dedication to the people, embodying loyalty and a commitment to protect their homeland, even in this apocalyptic reality. This trust, undiminished despite the chaos, extended not only to He Qiao but to all ordinary survivors. The soldiers shone like a beacon, illuminating the dark corners of the human heart, bestowing courage and strength for the journey ahead. Through the gap of the sliding door, He Qiao glimpsed several figures peeking from the 9th floor, behaving furtively. The boldest among them, an elderly woman from the 8th floor, was the first to speak up, asking the military, "Is this a raid?" The two soldiers on guard remained silent. The elderly woman, feeling foolish, ceased her inquiries. The Chinese have a penchant for excitement. This enthusiasm, even in the face of the apocalypse and the collapse of order, had not waned. Perhaps, amidst despair, people could always find a flicker of enthusiasm for life, even if it meant merely observing a commotion, providing a glimmer of brightness in their dreary existence. Among the onlookers, a familiar figure inadvertently revealed a corner of herself, prompting He Qiao's recognition. Soon after, another woman pulled her away. He Qiao instantly recalled the two sisters residing in room 901. About 10 minutes later, the leading soldier descended, holding the black dog and wolf fawn club that He Qiao had deliberately left in her living room. She had intended for them to find these items, otherwise they would have been stored in her spatial pocket from the outset. Not to mention, she had backups in her spatial realm and felt no regret. After all, she had already acquired firearms and had grown somewhat indifferent to the black dog and wolf fawn club. She truly was a woman who craved novelty, especially with that sniper rifle, which she had secretly practiced with a few times in her spatial pocket. It was exhilarating. Time in the spatial realm was precious. She hesitated to spend it all on sniper practice. The soldiers behind her were empty-handed, but they were reporting to Captain Zhou, "We have discovered a significant amount of supplies, including many pharmaceuticals." He Qiao smiled inwardly, fully aware that the reported supplies were merely everyday necessities, devoid of anything illicit. In this tumultuous world, who wasn't striving to stockpile essential goods for peace of mind? Her gaze shifted toward Lin Feifei, who was patiently explaining something to the soldiers. Her expression a mix of helplessness and urgency. He Qiao refrained from intervening, confident that Lin Feifei could manage the situation. After all, in this apocalyptic era, everyone had their own survival strategies, and Lin Feifei was certainly clever. Captain Zhou, holding a walkie-talkie, listened gravely to the instructions coming through. A sense of unease crept into He Qiao's heart, foreboding that she might soon be taken away. After all, her hands were indeed stained with blood. Just at Mingri Jieyuan, no fewer than 20 lives had ended at her hands. Although all of this had been in self-defense during the apocalypse, she understood that undergoing an investigation was an unavoidable process. However, she also realized that as long as the investigators were just and incorruptible, she would soon clear her name and regain her freedom. But if anyone harbored ill intentions and attempted to pin unfounded charges on her, she would have no choice but to resort to fleeing as her best course of action. She would retreat deep into Taiwei Mountain, forsaking the world henceforth. The outside world was far too tumultuous, and the malice of humanity had wearied her spirit. She was truly tired of dealing with others and longed for a quiet corner to spend her remaining days. As for the ring she had promised to guard for Gu Qianhan, she would have to take it one step at a time. He Qiao was acutely aware that she had never been a person of integrity. In this world of chaos, her sole objective was survival. At that moment, Captain Zhou abruptly switched off the walkie-talkie and announced solemnly, "Everyone must be taken back for questioning. As for these supplies, we will assign 2 individuals to guard them until the investigation is complete." He Qiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. The military had chosen not to confiscate the discovered supplies immediately, but opted to investigate thoroughly first. This indicated that they were indeed upright individuals who would not hastily assign blame. They would not recklessly round up ordinary survivors in a blind rush for supplies. However, Lin Feifei grew anxious. "My boyfriend has a gunshot wound and can't endure much more. Can he stay in the house? I will go with you. And I promise to speak freely about anything you wish to inquire." Captain Zhou remained silent, his meaning unmistakable. It was not permissible. The higher-ups had instructed that everyone must be taken. Lu Chen grasped Lin Feifei's hand, signaling her to remain calm. "Let Captain Zhou finish." He Qiao interjected, "We will cooperate with the military's questioning, but the weather outside is too cold. May we please go upstairs to put on some warm coats?" Captain Zhou looked at the 2 delicate women, then at Lu Chen, who stood pale and unsteady. He felt that these 3 did not resemble the desperate individuals described in the report. Currently, the military is making a concerted effort to combat the malevolent forces that have emerged in the early days of this apocalypse, showing no tolerance. Moreover, over the past 2 months of this calamity, he has been deceived by seemingly fragile women and innocent children more times than he can count. In this dire world, many have changed. One cannot judge solely by appearances. At this moment, Lu Chen lightly cleared his throat. Captain Zhou finally nodded, indicating the need for swift action. Without any tricks. Chapter 57 concludes as He Qiao steps through her front door, followed closely by the soldiers, who do not permit the door to close. She retrieves a large black men's down jacket from her wardrobe and dons it over her polar weather gear. Uncertain of how many days she might be detained, she meticulously fills every pocket with non-perishable supplies such as compressed biscuits, beef jerky, and dried sweet potatoes. After a moment of contemplation, He Qiao also grabs a thermos filled with steaming ginger tea. Moments later, He Qiao, Lin Feifei, and Lu Chen, under military escort, slowly descend the stairs. Each step is laden with the complex and subtle gazes of their neighbors, a mixture of schadenfreude and secret satisfaction. With the apocalypse upon them, survival has become the paramount law. People are tightening their belts, struggling in the biting cold and the omnipresent threat of death, all in a desperate bid for the exceedingly scarce resources. Their eyes are filled with despair and longing, as if every morsel of food and every drop of warmth is a continuation of life itself. However, on the 10th and 11th floors, two entirely different worlds exist. The four individuals there, like monarchs on isolated islands, possess abundant resources and formidable strength, residing in a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. They have ample medicines to fend off illness, sharp weapons to repel marauders, a blazing charcoal fire to ward off the chill, and a generator to supply them with a continuous flow of electricity. Clad in warm attire, they sit around a hot pot, laughing and chatting, as if the crises outside hold no relevance for them. Yet, they have never extended a hand to their neighbors below, sharing neither warmth nor sustenance. Those neighbors, struggling in despair, have knocked on the sliding door of the 10th floor countless times, filled with hope and pleas. They sought to borrow supplies to weather the storm, desired shelter to evade risks, and some even proposed moving upstairs to weather the storm together. But their responses have always been met with cold silence and haughty indifference, like an invisible wall separating them from hope. Now, these individuals have finally faced the consequences, taken away by the military. Those once turned away from the door now feel a mix of relief and venomous curses within. Why must we endure such hardship, teetering on the brink of life and death, while you revel in abundance and ease, as if the apocalypse has never arrived? This sense of injustice and anger silently spreads in everyone's hearts, finally unleashed today. However, they are not entirely ignorant. Those with discerning eyes know that the four individuals on the 10th and 11th floors, though seemingly aloof, have never bullied others nor instigated conflict. In this community, they are considered remarkably generous. Furthermore, they have eradicated the gang led by Li Wanhao, who terrorized the neighborhood, imposing arbitrary protection fees. They demanded 5 kilograms of grain from each household weekly, meting out violence to any who resisted, and in extreme cases, forcing families to pay with their wives and daughters. Their actions heinous beyond measure. Yet, the darker side of humanity led the victims to choose silence. With no one stepping forward to voice justice or testify on behalf of He Qiao and her companions. Among the crowd, the two sisters from room 901 stand out, particularly the younger sister, Xia Xiyu, whose schadenfreude is nearly palpable, as if celebrating a long-awaited victory. The military will show no mercy to you murderers, she declares with pride, as if she can already envision the downfall of He Qiao and the others. He Qiao merely casts a faint glance at her, her heart unperturbed. Engaging in verbal sparring does not interest her. Lin Feifei, usually sharp-tongued, is now engulfed in extreme anxiety, her gaze frequently drifting to the gravely injured Lu Qin. Filled with concern, leaving no room to heed Xia Xiyu's provocations. Sensing this, Xia Xiyu misinterprets their silence as guilt, becoming even more brazen. What does it matter if you hoard supplies? In the end, they will be confiscated. Haha, perhaps tomorrow we will divide your resources. Her laughter rings out sharply, echoing in the crowd. He Qiao's gaze sharpens. She harbors a growing disdain for this woman. From their first encounter, she had not been impressed. And now her dislike has intensified. An instinct tells her that Xia Xiyu may have had a hand in the report against them, though she lacks proof. The moment Xia Xiyu feels He Qiao's stare, an inexplicable chill sweeps over her, causing her to shiver involuntarily, yet she quickly rallies herself. Humph. The strongest among them has gone missing, likely dead outside. The remaining 3 are either women or injured. They are hardly a threat. Just as she prepares to speak again, her sister Xia Xue timely intervenes, covering her mouth and pulling her back into the crowd, her eyes filled with warning. Don't seek death. He Qiao observes the scene, keeping pace with the military. She still dislikes crowded places. They are fraught with complications. Tai Mountain, she finds herself longing for that place increasingly. Upon exiting the neighborhood and trekking for about an hour, they finally arrive at the military's temporary command post. This command post is rather rudimentary, merely a repurposed abandoned office building. He Qiao muses silently that this is likely not the main command center of City M, which should be situated near the university town. Fully engaged in the construction of the base, this temporary branch likely serves to pacify local residents, safeguard national property in the area, and eradicate nearby criminal elements. Captain Zhou gently lowers Lu Chen, whose complexion has grown increasingly pale, and turns to a young soldier behind him, instructing Zhang Tao, hurry and fetch the military doctor. This fellow's condition seems off. Lu Chen had been struggling even before leaving the neighborhood. Captain Zhou, though stern in appearance, is compassionate. He does not hastily urge Lu Chen to move faster, nor berate him for being slow. Instead, he quietly carries Lu Chen on his back. Though Lu Chen appears frail, he weighs over 130 pounds. Throughout the journey, Captain Zhou and his team take turns carrying Lu Chun, with Captain Zhou bearing the lion's share of the burden. Lin Feifei, unable to contain her curiosity along the way, inquires about the distance remaining and whether they can take a vehicle, but Captain Zhou and his team remain silent, likely adhering to strict military discipline. Lin Feifei suggests they have vehicles and fuel, but Captain Zhou merely continues forward in silence. Having spent only a few hours with Captain Zhou, He Qiao grows increasingly confident about the impending interrogation. How should one put it? Though he speaks little, the unwavering discipline of Captain Zhou and his team instills a sense of security reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Presumably, the soldiers assigned to conduct the interrogation will be similarly disciplined. Lu Chun is taken away for medical treatment. Lin Feifei wishes to accompany him, but is refused. She clings tightly to Lu Chun's clothing, her face etched with worry. Ultimately, it is Lu Chun who reassures her, stating that they are all within the military's care. And there is no place safer than here. Subsequently, He Qiao and Lin Feifei are led to separate interrogation rooms for independent questioning. Upon entering her interrogation room, He Qiao's gaze lands on the man in the center of the room, and her heart sinks. She thinks to herself, this is it. Chapter 58. Framing in the interrogation room where He Qiao is located, two individuals were already seated in the questioning positions. Both were dressed in civilian attire, clearly not of military origin. One was a woman, wielding a pen, with sheets of paper spread before her, evidently tasked with the role of recording. The other was a corpulent middle-aged man with a sinister expression. An indefinable aura of gloom emanated from him, instilling an instinctive wariness in He Qiao. She harbored a foreboding feeling. The man before her radiated an unsettling energy from every angle. What are you dawdling for? Sit up straight. The middle-aged man's thunderous reprimand shattered He Qiao's thoughts. She mused that perhaps Tai Weishan could depart today. He Qiao understood that confrontation here was ill-advised. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Even if she were to leave, it would be under the cover of darkness, silently slipping away. Seeing that He Qiao remained unfazed, the man's expression darkened further. Name, age, place of origin, occupation, report them. He Qiao, 21 years old, a local from M City. Currently a third-year student at M Normal University. The man sneered coldly. Do you admit to the crimes you have committed? He Qiao retorted, what crimes have I committed? The man's voice escalated several decibels. Over 10 people have simultaneously reported you and your accomplices for murder in the neighborhood, and you still refuse to speak the truth. He Qiao narrowed her eyes, secretly astonished. The scale of the accusations was indeed considerable. No wonder the military was so tense, treating the search as if facing a formidable enemy. However, they likely did not expect to confront three seemingly inconspicuous young individuals. He Qiao refrained from responding immediately, contemplating her defense. The middle-aged man grew increasingly impatient, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You, a university student, could commit murder and theft. I wonder how your teachers have educated you. He Qiao's brow furrowed as she keenly sensed that the man was manipulating concepts, intent on pinning a charge on her. Whether it was for the sake of a glittering political achievement or a covetous desire for her resources, she could not ascertain. She bravely met his menacing gaze, without flinching. Those I have killed were all in self-defense. I never initiated conflict. It was Li Wanhao and his cohorts who first blocked our way, intending to seize our supplies. When we refused, they attacked, and we merely defended ourselves. As for those supplies, in this apocalyptic world, everyone is scrambling for survival. Gathering resources is the most ordinary thing. I do not believe I have done anything wrong. A wicked smile curled at the corners of the man's mouth. You now admit to murder and concede that the supplies were stolen. He disregarded the actions of Li Wanhao and others, caring little for whether He Qiao was acting in self-defense. He Qiao's heart was as clear as glass. She understood that the man had already made up his mind, labeling her guilty. No matter how she explained, it would be in vain. Thus, she coldly uttered 3 words, I do not admit. Subsequently, she chose silence, refraining from further defense. At this moment, she had no idea what was happening with Lin Feifei, but she suspected it was not much better. He Qiao had come to understand that the middle-aged man before her was certainly not benevolent, and she had no intention of engaging in futile explanations. Let him decide her guilt as he pleased. She had her own strategies. However, her silence did not procure even a moment of respite. The middle-aged man pressed on relentlessly, denying it is useless. This is an apocalyptic world. In extraordinary times, We must resort to extraordinary measures. He threatened He Qiao, his voice laced with cruelty. Soon, I shall douse you with cold water and throw you outside. In this frigid temperature of -55 degrees, within minutes, you will become a lifelike ice sculpture, shattering into countless fragments with a mere touch. I am eager to see whether your defiance is stronger than your frozen corpse. The woman responsible for recording, upon hearing this, turned pale, biting her lip as if she wished to speak but hesitated. She quietly called out, "Director Ma," yet before she could finish, she was silenced by the man's piercing gaze. Terrified, she quickly amended, "Director Ma, it is strictly prohibited by higher authorities to abuse power." The man sneered dismissively, as if he had not taken her words to heart. Forget about the torture part. Who would know? He then turned his contemptuous eyes toward He Qiao. So, will you speak, or will you remain silent? Director Ma, full name Ma Chengren, was once an inconspicuous section chief before the apocalypse, who had aspired to ascend through connections to enjoy the sweet fruits of power. However, the onset of the apocalypse struck him down from his lofty perch into an abyss. The world descended into chaos, rendering the power and wealth of yesteryear as worthless as waste paper, unable to procure even a loaf of bread for survival. The riches he had embezzled were now merely a pile of valueless scraps. He was forced to struggle for survival in the biting cold, scavenging for resources like the ordinary people he once looked down upon, enduring beatings, wearing the clothes of the deceased, eating leftover scraps, and even robbing the supplies of children and the elderly, living in abject misery. Those days were a scar on his heart, a dark history he wished to forget. Just as he was on the brink of despair, the military finally arrived. They established a base in M City, and he was inexplicably recognized in his former role. Thus, when he saw He Qiao thriving in the apocalypse, possessing the very resources he coveted, his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. It was as if He Qiao's existence mocked his incompetence and failure. He Qiao did not believe that the man before her would actually throw her out. He wouldn't dare. Such a person only dares to be cruel to the lower classes while fearing the powerful. After all, both downstairs and outside were military personnel who would not stand idly by. However, this interrogation room had a window, and beside it was a basin of cold water. He Qiao realized that Ma Chengren was employing intimidation tactics, trying to force her to bear false accusations. He Qiao was unafraid. With her skills, she did not believe that this corpulent Director Ma could approach her with the basin of water. I will never admit to something I did not do. Ma Chengren's gaze turned increasingly menacing, as if he intended to devour He Qiao whole. He stood up, lifted the cold water from the window, and advanced step by step toward her. He Qiao was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. She thought that once Director Ma came closer, she would strike. To deal with this man, she didn't even need to draw a weapon. She could simply snap his neck with her bare hands. 10 steps. 8 steps. 3 steps. He Qiao twisted her wrist, preparing to act. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was abruptly pushed open. Chapter 59. Stealing from home. Captain Zhou stood at the doorway, tightly clutching an urgent report that had just been delivered. Ms. He Qiao, our side has received notification from the head of Huaheng Group that the supplies you have hidden are all acquired from Huaheng Group's subsidiaries. Furthermore, Huaheng Group has issued a statement that during this apocalyptic period, any survivor who obtains supplies out of necessity for survival will not be held accountable. He Qiao was secretly astonished. Huaheng Group? Isn't that the company of Gu Qianhan's family? She anticipated that this individual had been stealing from home all along. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she simply replied, I am grateful for Huaheng Group's understanding. She was not foolish. She naturally understood that this was all covertly aided by Gu Qianhan. However, Captain Zhou regarded He Qiao with a complex gaze. The timing of this announcement was so fortuitous that it aroused his suspicions. The supplies in their unit were already dwindling, and the higher-ups had ordered them to prioritize ordinary survivors. He was uncertain where his soldiers would find their rations for tomorrow, believing that today would yield fruitful results. One was taken aback by the turn of events. He further added that numerous witnesses could attest to their acts of self-defense concerning the incidents involving weapons. However, the modified toy guns and spiked clubs found within their residence would be confiscated in accordance with the law. At this moment, He Qiao's doubts intensified. When she was taken by the military, her seemingly benevolent neighbors wore expressions of schadenfreude, lacking any indication that anyone would step forward to vouch for them. As for Gu Qianhan, he had returned home only recently, too preoccupied with his own affairs to be present at such a time. While she firmly believed he had incited the Gu family to issue that disclaimer, the notion of him covertly placing his own people in Mingri Jiyuan to testify on their behalf seemed exceedingly reckless, risking exposure of his own strategies. He was not one to act impulsively. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor as soldiers escorted several survivors into the adjacent interrogation room. He Qiao squinted and was astonished to see that the individuals included the well-known neighbors from Mingri Jiyuan, among whom was Xia Xue, the elder sister of the pair residing in room 901. He Qiao could not help but chuckle in disbelief. The informant must have been her sister, Xia Xiu. Yet now the elder sister stood to exonerate them. What was the meaning of this? In the study of the Gu family, Uncle Hai expressed his disapproval, stating, "Young master, you ought not to act out of emotion. Our reliable personnel are already scarce, and yet you choose to protect an inconsequential woman." He sighed, his tone laced with resignation. "On your first day back at the Gu family, you dispatched someone to covertly protect He Qiao. I presumed she possessed some crucial information, hence I did not intervene. Yet now it appears you bear a resemblance to the young lady's reckless pursuit of love in the past. Have you forgotten your own aspirations?" Gu Qianhan, gazing at the documents in hand, slowly replied, "Uncle Hai, I understand your concerns. You fear I may follow in my mother's footsteps, losing myself for the sake of one individual while neglecting my responsibilities. This was precisely why my grandfather entrusted the heavy burdens of the Shin family to me rather than my mother before his passing. However, He Qiao is different. Her capabilities far exceed those of an average person. Were it not for her background, her achievements might even surpass mine." Uncle Hai hesitated, yet Gu Qianhan interrupted. "What are they doing over there?" Uncle Hai understood that over there referred to the son-in-law, Gu heir, and that old mistress.
Unso Hai Diplit.
The son-in-law is currently occupied with the construction of the base, with Gu heir closely following. They seem intent on attributing all the merits to Gu heir. Meanwhile, that old mistress is assisting in distributing supplies at the base, seizing the opportunity to enhance her visibility and cultivate a favorable image for Gu heir. Half of the supplies they are using belong to you. Gu Qianhan thought of his mother, who was likely in the kitchen preparing porridge for his biased father, showing him no support whatsoever. What should he do? He found himself longing for He Qiao. He yearned to see her, even if they did nothing. Simply being in the same house with her brought him peace. Reflecting back, the happiest days of his life had surprisingly been during his time at Mingri Jiyuan. Uncle Hai hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, "Young master, perhaps we should."
No.
Gu Qianhan interjected coldly. The authority built upon a foundation of supplies is as fragile as a bubble, easily burst. The survivors require genuine guardians, those capable of resolving their issues and safeguarding their lives, not a mere bowl of porridge or loaf of bread. What good will it do to win their hearts with supplies now? I am eager to see how long their resources can endure. In recent days, Gu Qianhan had been leading his subordinates to assist the military in salvaging national assets while simultaneously utilizing military resources to protect the heavy machinery and electronic technology left behind by his grandfather. He was exceedingly busy, with only a few hours of rest each day. Were it not for He Qiao's detention by the military, he would have already been out with them instead of remaining in his study. Fortunately, he had arranged for personnel at Mingri Jiyuan to relay timely information back to him. He feared for He Qiao's well-being amidst potential unjust treatment. After all, the military strength was limited, and those responsible for the interrogations were often individuals with intricate connections in M City. Thus, he acted decisively, compelling all shareholders of the Gu family to sign a disclaimer and swiftly dispatching it to various temporary military command posts. Simultaneously, he instructed his subordinates to use supplies to appease several neighbors, persuading them to testify on behalf of He Qiao, asserting that her actions in the apocalypse were merely acts of self-defense. Nevertheless, he harbored lingering worries. He Qiao was exceptionally talented, and he feared she might not withstand the interrogator's harsh treatment, potentially reacting in a moment of impulse. He Qiao was too innocent. In her world, there existed only black and white, utterly oblivious to life's complexities. He did not believe there was anything wrong with self-defense, but within the military's domain, should He Qiao harm an interrogator, she would be branded a criminal, rendering her unable to establish a foothold within the M City base. He must stabilize the Gu family's position and solidify their presence at the M City base to better protect He Qiao. He would eliminate the unseen shadows lurking in her world, such as that village bully, Godajwang, whom he had already dispatched someone to deal with. ensuring He Qiao would be spared further distress. Time was of the essence, and he needed to hasten his actions. Uncle Hai, we need only assign someone to monitor the situation over there. There is no need to squander unnecessary manpower. Our primary task now is to intensify efforts in gathering supplies while establishing connections with factions that could be advantageous to us. We must swiftly build our own network of influence within the M-City base. With our limited personnel, we shall attract survivors to assist in clearing the snow using supplies. Uncle Hai displayed signs of doubt. Involving ordinary survivors could expose our supply reserves. Gu Qianhan gently shook his head. We are already in an open phase. There is no need for excessive concern. Uncle Hai hesitated momentarily, but could not resist asking, Young Master, you and Gu Heir are the only two sons. Should Gu Heir be eliminated, you would become the sole heir, rendering the young master's favoritism moot. Chapter 60. The old mistress Gu Qianhan's expression tightened. The construction of the base is a national matter, pertaining to the lives of countless survivors. In the face of such significant issues, personal grievances can be set aside for the time being. Uncle Hai sighed. Young master, you possess a sense of righteousness. Gu Qianhan explained, Uncle Hai, you overestimate me. I merely seek greater power. Uncle Hai shook his head. You are too kind-hearted. They do not show you any mercy. As for the illegitimate child and her mother, it is one thing, but the young master's heart is truly ruthless, allowing them to harm you without intervention. On the day of the blizzard, our people were moved, thinking the young master's men were also on the helicopter. Who could have anticipated this? Sometimes, I question whether you are truly the young master's biological son. How could he be so callous? Gu Qianhan waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? The Gu family has always operated thus. He killed his own brother to seize control of the Gu family. My grandfather never intervened, did he? Uncle Hai furrowed his brow. That is not the same at all. The late Gu patriarch merely watched the tigers fight from the mountain, neither assisting nor favoring anyone. But the young master is actively aiding Gu Heir in harming you. I sometimes find it incomprehensible how you can remain so calm. Gu Qianhan replied with indifference. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Uncle Hai looked upon the young man with pity. He had witnessed the boy grow up. But it was only after the passing of old Master Shin that he realized what the young master endured within the Gu family. The young master truly had no conscience. And the young lady, too, was a poor excuse for a mother. Within the temporary office building of the M-City base, a bustling scene unfolded. Gu Hongxin was overwhelmed by a mountain of work, his brow furrowed, his eyes betraying a sense of anxiety. The materials required for the base's construction, although nominally provided by the Gu, Qin, and Zhou families, were being supplied by the Qin and Zhou families in a manner akin to squeezing toothpaste, stingily, with resources woefully inadequate to meet demand. As the chief commander of the base construction, Gu Hongxin found himself increasingly reliant on the resources of the Gu family. However, ever since Gu Qianhan's return, matters appeared to have grown more complicated. The board members began to shift their stances, their attitudes towards him no longer as straightforward and resolute as before. Why couldn't that brat just perish outside? Gu Hongxin's countenance was clouded with gloom. At that moment, his secretary, Jian Bai, gently pushed the door open, holding a thermos and respectfully said, Mr. Gu, Madam has sent lotus seed porridge, claiming it can calm the heart and reduce internal heat, urging you to take care of your health. Gu Hongxin merely waved his hand in irritation, too disinterested to lift his head. You drink it, he muttered, and replied to Madam as per usual. Jian Bai, understanding the unspoken sentiment, retreated, though inwardly he was puzzled. Each time Madam sent something over, Mr. Gu always responded with such impatience. He truly could not fathom why the gentle and virtuous Madam, who held deep affection for Mr. Gu, would elicit such aversion from him. Jian Bai opened the thermos, poured the lotus seed porridge into a container, and sampled a spoonful. The texture was dense and delicate, evidently slow-cooked for a long time, and the flavor was exquisite. Truly a treat for him. Just then, a woman dressed in mink, exuding elegance, approached, also carrying a thermos. Though she appeared to be in her 30s due to her well-maintained appearance, Jian Bai knew she was actually over 40. She was Qin Riyun, Gu Hongxin's mistress, and the mother of Gu Qianhan's younger brother, Gu Qiancheng. As Qin Riyun passed by Jian Bai's desk, her gaze lingered momentarily on the thermos, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Internally, she dismissed, here comes Shen Ruochu with her food again. Yet, her face adorned a gentle smile as she inquired in a pinching tone, Secretary Jian, is the lotus seed porridge tasty? Jian Bai hastily rose, offering an awkward smile. It's just average. Qin Ruyun feigned surprise. If it's so average, why have you eaten so much? Jian Bai forced a smile in response, given the scarcity of resources. Having anything to eat is fortunate. A flicker of triumph crossed Qin Ruyun's eyes as she remarked, when you return the thermos, tell Shin Ruochu that Mr. Gu is craving. Buddha jumps over the wall and asks Madam to personally prepare a portion. It must be simmered for the entire day to achieve the right flavor. Jian Bai hesitated for a moment but maintained his smile. Understood, I will convey that. Having vented her frustrations, Qin Ruyun's mood brightened. She lightly knocked on Gu Hongxin's office door, announcing, Hongxin, I've brought you chicken soup. After receiving a response, she sauntered in, swaying her figure as she closed the door behind her. Jian Bai watched in bewilderment as the woman entered Mr. Gu's office and locked the door. He was increasingly confused. Why would Mr. Gu forsake his legitimate wife at home, favoring this mistress instead? He was not Mr. Gu's original secretary. The previous one had perished in the harsh cold during the onset of the apocalypse. He had been temporarily promoted and had only been with Mr. Gu for half a month. Yet, in this brief period, he had already deeply felt the complexities and chaos within the Gu family. Furthermore, as far as he knew, Mr. Gu held little regard for his legitimate son, Gu Qianhan, but doted on his mistress's son, Gu Qiancheng. Although he was Mr. Gu's man, it was evident to all that Gu Qiancheng was merely a facade, utterly incompetent. Everything he possessed was a result of Mr. Gu's behind-the-scenes efforts. Why then did Mr. Gu favor the second son over the capable first son, Gu Qianhan? After Gu Hongxin finished the chicken soup, Qin Ruyun whispered a few affectionate words before gracefully exiting the office, claiming not to want to disturb his work. Upon stepping out of the temporary office building, she settled into the back seat of a car. At that moment, Gu Qiancheng leaned in eagerly, anxiety etched on his face. Mom, how is Dad feeling right now? Qin Ruyun's expression darkened instantly, her sharp voice brimming with complaint. How could he be in a good mood? If it weren't for your insatiable greed, hoarding the construction materials sent to the base, and the board members discovering it, would your father be so overwhelmed? She tossed the thermos aside. I saw the blisters forming on his lips. Hearing this, Gu Qiancheng asked urgently, should I go up and apologize? But as soon as he spoke, he began to complain again. Why are those board members also surnamed Gu always targeting me? Qin Ruyun reminded him, don't forget, Gu Qianhan also shares the Gu surname. Gu Qiancheng slammed his fist against the seat, gritting his teeth. Why can't he just die out there? He fell from a helicopter and got shot. How is he still alive? Qin Ruyun sighed. It was pointless to discuss it now that he had returned. Before his arrival, you are the only heir of the Gu family, and thus the board members were lenient towards you. But now that Gu Qianhan is back, as the legitimate heir, he naturally prompts those old foxes to reassess their interests. Qin Ruyun's words carried a depth of meaning. Gu Qiancheng scoffed, legitimate heir or not, his mother, Shin Ruochu, is already forgotten. Besides, you're still from the Qin family. At least the Qin family still exists and holds some power at the base. Qin Ruyun shook her head. Though Gu Qianhan's grandfather, Old Master Shin, has passed, his legacy and connections should not be underestimated. As for me, I am merely an illegitimate daughter of the Qin family. As long as Gu Qianhan is around, the Qin family will not intervene easily. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Qiancheng's eyes. Gu Qianhan cannot be allowed to live. We must take action again. However, Qin Ruyun appeared relatively calm. Do not rush. He is currently preoccupied with searching for resources. Once he is sufficiently occupied, we can act to eliminate him, and then all those resources will belong to us. Gu Qiancheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Mom, you truly think ahead. Chapter 61. Reporting a little secret, He Qiao emerged from the interrogation room, successfully reuniting with Lin Feifei. At that moment, Lin Feifei was evidently still shaken, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with lingering fear. Upon seeing He Qiao, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she cried out, Sister Qiao they. Before she could finish, her voice broke into sobs, filled with endless grievance and terror. He Qiao remained silent for a moment, gently placing a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. Feeling the comfort from He Qiao, Lin Feifei dared to lean on her, as if drawing endless safety from her presence. She was terrified, truly terrified of being wrongfully accused and sentenced. She feared never being able to emerge again and seeing Sister Qiao and Lu Chen Captain Zhou had already informed He Qiao that during the interrogation, Lin Feifei had not shifted all the blame onto her, but rather insisted that they acted together. This revelation genuinely surprised He Qiao. She had prepared for the worst, expecting Lin Feifei to place all the murder charges on her own shoulders for the sake of self-preservation. After all, during their time at Mingri Jiyuan, both she and Gu Qianhan had been stained with blood, while Lin Feifei and Lu Chen's hands were undoubtedly clean. A moment later, the two were escorted to the medical room by Captain Zhou. Lu Chen, under the careful treatment of the military doctor, showed signs of clear improvement. His wound has become infected. He needs to be particularly cautious after returning, the military doctor advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Feifei, still shaken, suddenly realized, "It's my fault for being careless. I thought Lu Chen could get out of bed and move around, so I didn't properly check his wound." Lu Chen quickly reassured her. However, He Qiao's attention was drawn to the dense crowd gathered downstairs. Captain Zhou, noticing her gaze, explained, "These are survivors from the nearby area. As noon approaches, they are gathered here hoping to receive some food." He Qiao observed closely, seeing the frail bodies shivering in the cold wind. They were clad in heavy garments, layered upon one another, as if enveloping themselves in every morsel of warmth they could muster to fend off the biting cold. Nevertheless, the skin exposed to the frigid air appeared exceedingly pale, revealing the harshness of their existence. What was even more poignant was the sight of worn bowls cradled in their hands, their eyes brimming with expectation and yearning. Among the throng, the elderly were conspicuously absent. Alas, the bitter chill of the apocalypse had ravaged for over 2 months, and this land was rife with the struggles and hardships of survival. He Qiao inquired, "Will you provide food for those gathered here?" Captain Zhou, with reluctance evident in his gaze, shook his head resolutely. "If we offer assistance once, the number of survivors surrounding us will only increase. We distribute provisions in our community every 3 days, and we must adhere strictly to the rules." Upon descending the stairs, He Qiao observed that the pot used for cooking over the fire contained only a meager amount of rice, resulting in a porridge that would undoubtedly be watery and insubstantial. She also noted that each soldier's lunch consisted solely of a bun and a bowl of thin gruel. Yet, these young warriors were tasked not only with maintaining order, but also with digging through the thick snow in search of supplies during this harsh winter, where the snow had already solidified into an unyielding mass. Despite the burden of such labor, their meager rations indicated a dire scarcity of resources. It was no wonder that Captain Zhou had appeared so agitated that morning. He must have hoped for new supplies to arrive. Even so, Captain Zhou did not exploit his authority to seize the provisions meant for them. He Qiao asked, "Captain Zhou, how many people will return with us?" Zhou Qingye, somewhat puzzled, replied, "You have already cleared your suspicions. Director Ma and the others will no longer pursue the matter. I will assign a soldier to accompany you back and call back the 2 soldiers stationed at your entrance." He Qiao suggested, "I propose we be driven back." Captain Zhou frowned, "I apologize, but gasoline is in short supply. We must prioritize its use for the construction of the base and cannot provide transport." He Qiao shook her head, "I personally intend to donate 3/4 of our supplies to the military. At the very least, we should ensure those diligent soldiers have enough to eat." Captain Zhou's eyes glistened with moisture. He understood that He Qiao's family possessed ample resources, and if she truly intended to donate such a substantial portion, it would provide sustenance for the soldiers for 2 days, allowing them to endure until the next shipment arrived from headquarters. He expressed his gratitude fervently. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei exchanged glances, and Lu Chen spoke up. "We too are willing to contribute supplies, though we can only donate half, as there are 2 of us." While awaiting Captain Zhou's arrangements for transportation, He Qiao noticed Lin Feifei persistently inquiring about news from K-City, realizing their true intention behind the donation of supplies. These 2 sought to return to K-City with a military convoy. How had she not thought of this? Although K-City lay in the opposite direction of Taiwei Mountain, they could first leave M-City with the military vehicle. Once distanced from the surrounding criminal elements, she could go wherever she pleased. Yet, she resolved to keep this plan to herself, intending to follow behind when the time came. In truth, He Qiao's initiative to donate supplies was not born of altruism. Her compassion had long since vanished. Her motivation lay in fostering goodwill with the military, seeking a semblance of peace amidst chaos. Moreover, the resources at her home were acquired at no cost, easily replicable without limit. Donating some to the military caused her no distress. However, there was a deeper reason behind her actions. Not only had the neighbors of Mingri Jiayuan become aware of their abundant supplies, but even figures like Director Ma had begun to take notice. She had witnessed the resentment and avarice in Director Ma's eyes when he learned of their release. Such expressions were all too familiar to her from her past life. Those consumed by greed would stop at nothing for resources. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative, displaying her generosity through the donation of supplies, thereby signaling to any ill-intentioned observers that she had already been magnanimous, leaving little behind. She had grown weary of the prying eyes and endless disturbances, hoping this would afford her a few days of tranquility. Before long, Captain Zhou dispatched a small cargo truck. As He Qiao and her companions climbed aboard, they discovered that Hong Dandan, the woman responsible for recording during interrogations, was also present, seemingly summoned by Director Ma. She wore thick gloves and clutched a notebook tightly. Sensing He Qiao's gaze, Hong Dandan raised her notebook slightly, her voice tinged with explanation. "I will accompany you back to the community to document the supplies you intend to donate." He Qiao merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further response. Lin Feifei, however, recognized Hong Dandan at once, her tone laced with displeasure. "What? Do you wish to follow us home to spy on how many supplies we possess? Then report back to your Director Ma?" Chapter 62. Green tea. Hong Dandan bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of defending herself, but ultimately choosing silence. She understood well that, at this moment, no matter what she said, trust would be hard to earn. She had not anticipated encountering her former superior, Ma Chungren, here. Before the apocalypse, they had worked in the same unit, and she had been a mere newcomer. In the early days of the calamity, she had stolen supplies from the unit to survive. Later, she found herself in a precarious situation with a man of ill intent, and she had killed him. Unfortunately, both incidents had been witnessed by Ma Chungren. Now, with the military's arrival, he held leverage over her, compelling her to comply with his demands. Even as he referred to himself as Director Ma, she could only helplessly assist him in concealing his identity. At that moment, several others climbed into the back of the small truck, crowding the once spacious cargo area. These individuals were the neighbors from Mingri Jiayuan. Enticed by Gu Qianhan's offer of supplies, there to vouch for He Qiao and her companions. However, Lu Chen and Lin Feifei were oblivious to this. Gratefully, they gazed at these neighbors, promising to provide them with supplies upon their return to the community as a gesture of thanks. Yet, the neighbors waved their hands, indicating it was unnecessary, their expressions somewhat awkward. They had come not only lured by Gu Qianhan's provisions but also because some among them had received special favors. Thus they dared not accept anything from Lu Chen and Lin Feifei. Despite the crowded conditions in the truck, a miraculous space cleared around He Qiao. Everyone recalled her terrifying demeanor when she had mercilessly dispatched foes atop the van. None dared to venture close. Only Xia Shui, after much hesitation, finally mustered the courage to sit beside He Qiao. As the vehicle began to move, He Qiao wrapped herself in her scarf, closing her eyes to rest. This was an open cargo truck, and in such frigid temperatures, the experience was undoubtedly harsh. Lin Feifei seemed to have emerged from the shadow of the interrogation, her face radiating a carefree smile. Lu Chen's injury had been properly treated, and they had established a positive rapport with the military. Even more exhilarating was the news that the military would send personnel to the capital, passing near K City next month. This meant they would soon embark on their journey home. In high spirits, Lin Feifei's chatter flowed freely as she excitedly pointed out the scenery outside. "Darling, look at the snow over there. How pristine it is. Sister Qiao, behold the sky. It's so blue it's intoxicating." Lu Chen patiently responded to each of Lin Feifei's remarks, while He Qiao merely offered brief acknowledgments. The neighbors in the truck observed this interaction with surprise. They had anticipated He Qiao to be a difficult and fearsome individual, yet here she was, remarkably serene. However, her image had long been ingrained in their minds, and they could only cautiously observe, occasionally summoning the courage to engage Lin Feifei in conversation. Grateful for the neighbors' willingness to vouch for them at a critical moment, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, for those attempting to inquire about their supplies, Gu Qianhan's whereabouts, or Captain Zhou's relationship, Lin Feifei skillfully evaded the questions. This seemingly carefree girl possessed an exceptionally delicate mind. Xia Shui, hesitating several times, finally summoned the courage in a congenial atmosphere. She quietly leaned toward He Qiao, nearly resting against her shoulder. "Sister Qiao." Before she could finish, He Qiao's eyes snapped open, filled with wariness. Her body instinctively recoiled a short distance, a reflex born from 4 years of existence in a post-apocalyptic world, rendering her acutely sensitive to the presence of any living being. Even after a period of adjustment following her rebirth, she struggled to completely shed this vigilance. What is it? He Qiao's tone carried a hint of impatience. Xia Shui displayed embarrassment and hesitation, as if she had resolved to muster immense determination before she stammered, "Sister Qiao, my younger sister is naive and did not intend to report you. I hope you can forgive her capriciousness in light of my willingness to testify for you." He Qiao fixed her gaze on Xia Shui, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she awaited the continuation of her words. Xia Shui seemed oblivious to He Qiao's indifference and continued, "She simply wanted to move to the 10th floor, to befriend you. She is young, spoiled by our family before the apocalypse, and would always get what she wanted, hence resorted to the wrong methods. She's always been beautiful and sweet-tongued. Not only do our parents favor her more, but even my boyfriend thinks we aren't real sisters." He Qiao replied nonchalantly, "So?" She had overestimated this woman, realizing that it was merely idle chatter. Regrettably, she had no taste for such trivialities, particularly in the current extreme cold. Xia Shui appeared bewildered, based on her experience. He Qiao should sympathize with her plight of parental favoritism and understand her frustration in continually cleaning up after her sister. She looked up at He Qiao, only to find her eyes devoid of anything but indifference. He Qiao slowly articulated, "First, we are not acquainted. You may simply call me by my name. Secondly, I am unaware of who reported us, yet you willingly admit it was your sister? How amusing." Internally, she scoffed, having encountered too many individuals like her in her previous life. Xia Shui seemed honest but was, in truth, quite cunning. She had previously believed this woman possessed a strong will to survive, capable of enduring in the apocalypse. Yet now it was evident that this woman had begun to exploit her younger sister to ascend the social ladder. Are you attempting to use your sister's ignorance to highlight your own sensibility? Or do you wish to move to the 10th floor? Perhaps you have developed some notion regarding Gu Qianhan? Regardless, do not trouble me. My patience is rather limited. He Qiao's tone bore a warning laced with impatience.
No.
You misunderstood. I harbor no ill intentions. Xia Shui attempted further explanation, but was interrupted by He Qiao. Your sister relies solely on her words to boast, yet lacks any true resolve. She must have informed you before reporting, so you were aware beforehand. Furthermore, you were present when we were taken by the military.
Why did you not step forward then?
As for your appearance at the military's temporary command center, do you not know the reason? A wave of irritation surged within her. He Qiao refrained from voicing a further suspicion that Xia Shui's sister was likely incited by her. Nevertheless, reason dictated that she could not act impulsively. They were in a vehicle, surrounded by neighbors and military personnel. She needed to remain composed and wait for the right opportunity. Xia Shui wished to say more but was elbowed aside by Lin Feifei. With a smile, Lin Feifei said, "Sister Shui, are you all right? The vehicle is moving. You must ensure you are steady." Yet, internally, she had already berated Xia Shui for being an annoyance, daring to disturb her sister Qiao's rest. Xia Shui dismissed Lin Feifei's diminutive presence, but was quickly reminded of He Qiao's icy gaze. Memories of blood-soaked hallways and the mountain of corpses from that night flooded her mind. How could she forget? He Qiao was a ruthless demon, unafraid to kill. She should not provoke her. Hastily retreating, she nestled into a small group of neighbors, no longer daring to show her face. He Qiao's gaze fell upon the van trailing closely behind the small truck. Gu Qianhan's reaction speed was indeed remarkable. Even from afar, he was able to assist them without leaving a trace. This was no longer the pre-apocalyptic era, where information could be transmitted through networks. He had rendered her a significant favor, and when she departed M-City with the military, she must return the spatial ring to Gu Qianhan. Chapter 63. The turn of events. The manner in which He Qiao and her companions were taken by the military was particularly striking, akin to a public display as they exited the community, slowly passing by each building. Every resident witnessed them being escorted by the military. Rumors swiftly spread throughout the community, growing progressively more outrageous. With embellishments, the narratives became increasingly bizarre. Some claimed they had been convicted and faced imminent execution. After all, in this apocalypse, food was scarce. Who had the excess provisions to sustain these so-called criminals? Some uninformed survivors, who had never even seen He Qiao and her companions, blindly joined the chorus of curses, weaving malicious speculations about them. The military should have acted long ago. During the previous 2 distributions of supplies, it was sheer waste. Where will they be executed? I want to see if they will soil themselves in fear when they are killed. Haha. I heard they found several trucks of supplies in their home, all of which were stolen from ordinary people like us. That's outdated news. Not only did they have supplies, but there were also dozens of corpses.
What?
They even consumed human flesh. However, He Qiao and her companions had not harmed the innocent. Many had not even laid eyes on them yet were unjustly accused and reviled, as if they had committed unforgivable crimes. Yet at this moment, the tides had turned. He Qiao and her companions returned to the community not only unscathed but also in the military's vehicle, returning in a grand manner. They were unharmed, their hands free, unbound by handcuffs. The military personnel treated them with utmost respect. The survivors in the community observed the small truck slowly entering, their hearts filled with trepidation. Although few had witnessed He Qiao's act of murder, the mountain of corpses beneath Building 13 and the blood-soaked ground remained an indelible shadow in their minds. Who did not know that the individuals on the 10th and 11th floors of Building 13 were bloodthirsty murderers? The small truck came to a steady halt beneath Building 13, enveloped in silence, with no one daring to take a step forward. These individuals had been arrogant and domineering. Now, having killed so many, they returned safely, with such close ties to the military. The entire community refrained from any rash actions, fearing to offend them, terrified that their faces would be remembered, lest they be confronted with vengeance for their previous ridicule and curses. He Qiao walked directly upstairs. The neighbors in the building heard the commotion and saw He Qiao and her companions return, yet no one dared to open the door to witness the spectacle. After all, many had gloatingly watched when He Qiao and her companions were taken away, some even voicing their opinions loudly, especially Xia Xiu, who, hiding behind the door, glimpsed He Qiao return unscathed. Jealousy and rage ignited within her, nearly crushing her nails.
Why?
That woman had clearly killed so many, seized so many supplies. Why could she escape execution? Endless resentment and unwillingness filled her heart. Xia Xiu bit her lip until it turned pale. Her eyes filled with malice fixated on He Qiao outside the peephole. The intertwining anger and frustration nearly suffocated her. He Qiao seemed to sense the venomous gaze emanating from room 901, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. As the military personnel transported supplies downstairs, the so-called friendly neighbors re-emerged, clamoring to assist. Particularly, the men from room 902 and the matron from the 8th floor were exceedingly enthusiastic. Comrades in uniform, allow my partner and me to lend a hand. With just a handful of you, how long will it take to move all this? The eagerness in the matron's voice carried an underlying provocation as she cast a challenging glance at He Qiao, as if to say, no matter how capable you are, once the military arrives, you can no longer flaunt your power over us. With the military's backing, her gaze towards He Qiao became even more audacious. She had initially believed that once He Qiao and the others were released, their supplies would be returned intact. To her astonishment, the military had taken it upon themselves to handle the logistics. This indicated that despite having escaped execution, the residents of the 10th and 11th floors had seen their supplies confiscated by the military. Such confiscation was welcome to her. The military would surely distribute those resources to ordinary survivors like herself. Together with her partner and grandson, they could claim 3 shares. Moreover, if their supplies were indeed seized, they would be left with nothing, leaving them at a disadvantage compared to her own household, an outcome that delighted her. She relished the thought of seeing them humbled. Her so-called offer of assistance was merely a guise for personal gain. At this moment, the men from room 902 also gathered around. Indeed, comrades in uniform, let us do our part. We have benefited from your generosity and feel compelled to reciprocate. As ordinary survivors, we wish to contribute to this post-apocalyptic world. Their words, though grandiose, rang hollow to the military, who had encountered far too much insincerity in the wasteland. Zhang Tao stepped forward. We have strict protocols in place. We cannot allow the public to assist. We appreciate your goodwill. He paused, glancing over at He Qiao, Lin Feifei, and Lu Chen before continuing. It is important to clarify that the supplies belonging to Ms. He Qiao, Ms. Lin Feifei, and Mr. Lu Chen were not forcibly seized by the military. Rather, they voluntarily donated them out of a sense of duty. At this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming nuanced and complex. The neighbors, who had intended to exploit the situation for personal gain, now exhibited expressions of surprise and disappointment. They had not anticipated that He Qiao and her companions would be so magnanimous as to donate their precious resources to the military without compensation. The matron from the 8th floor suddenly wore a sullen expression. Her plan to seize some supplies had gone awry, leaving her with nothing but resentment. She muttered under her breath, "How is that possible? How could they so easily part with their supplies? Are they not concerned about the hardships that lie ahead?" The men from room 902 exchanged glances, having initially aimed to benefit from the pretense of assistance, now left helplessly watching as military personnel loaded boxes upon boxes of supplies onto trucks. Meanwhile, hiding behind the door of room 901, Xiaxiu overheard the military's words, her expression growing increasingly furious. The residents upstairs would rather donate their supplies than share with their neighbors. How cold-hearted. Unbeknownst to her, her sister mirrored her indignation, clearly sharing the same thoughts. Chapter 64. No more soft-heartedness. After bidding farewell to the military personnel, He Qiao retreated into her small room. Having not indulged in hot pot for many days, she felt a craving. Thus, she summoned an electric stove from her storage, along with hot pot broth and a variety of ingredients. To ensure that the tantalizing aroma did not escape, she meticulously sealed every gap in the windows and door with cloth. She also found a food-themed variety show on her iPad and poured herself a glass of cola, savoring her dinner in comfort. Just as she was relishing her meal, a cacophony of crashing and clattering suddenly erupted from downstairs. He Qiao perked up her ears. It seemed to have originated from the 9th floor. Pouring herself another glass of cola, she chose to ignore it. After all, the issue of supplies had received military endorsement, and the actions taken against Li Wanhao and others were deemed self-defense. Everything was in order, and there was no cause for concern. Her mood was buoyant, and she wished not to be disturbed by external turmoil. However, shortly thereafter, the bickering below escalated into a shrill and jarring dispute, penetrating through the walls to reach He Qiao's ears. "Sister, betrayal. You knew all along, pretending to be the good person." She quickly realized that it was the Xia sisters from room 901 engaged in a heated argument. The conversation from the afternoon in the vehicle had likely been overheard by curious neighbors and relate to the younger sister. The elder sister had been overly confident, believing that her pitiful demeanor and testimony would soften He Qiao's heart and secure her a place on the 10th floor, leaving no escape route for herself. Little did she know, He Qiao was impervious to such tactics. Now, it appeared that the bond between the sisters had irrevocably fractured. Uninterested in their quarrel, He Qiao decided to continue enjoying her hot pot in her cozy nook. She even retrieved a lobster from her storage to toss into the pot, a delicacy procured by Gu Qianhan and Lu Chen from a cold storage facility in the suburbs. Reflecting on it now, that cold storage also belonged to the Gu family. Though he bore the Gu surname, Gu Qianhan showed little regard for familial ties. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Gu Qianhan found himself seated in a Hummer speeding across the snowy terrain, leading military personnel to a medical equipment factory under his name. This establishment was not part of the Gu family as assets, but rather an inheritance from his grandfather. Accompanying him was Hai Shu, seated beside him, as 5 heavily laden military trucks trailed in their wake, leaving deep ruts in the snow. As the Hummer jostled over the uneven surface, Gu Qianhan, holding a supply list, suddenly sneezed loudly. Hai Shu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Young master, you need not come tonight. You look exhausted. The military personnel are aware of your presence." He opened a thermos and offered it to Gu Qianhan. "I brought you some ginger tea to warm your body." Gu Qianhan took the thermos and sipped. "The factory is located beyond the city limits. I cannot rest easy unless I see it for myself." With a furrowed brow, he continued to scrutinize the list in his hands, muttering, "That foolish woman. How could she donate all her supplies to the military? What will she eat?" Hai Shu rolled his eyes discreetly. "Not all of it. She has retained a quarter." Gu Qianhan feigned ignorance. "The supplies I left behind, she certainly won't use." Hai Shu, have them secretly deliver some supplies to He Qiao, selecting items that young ladies would enjoy. He referred not only to the supplies from room 1002, but also to those within his spatial ring. For some inexplicable reason, he knew that He Qiao would not be interested in those items. Hai Shu observed Gu Qianhan, resembling a father fretting over a daughter, and felt a desire to face-bomb. Was this man, who had lost his composure over love, truly the once mighty heir of the Gu family in M City? When Hai Shu received the donation list, he happened to have some free time. Out of caution towards He Qiao, he had specifically inquired about her protection detail, particularly from Shun San. a formidable bodyguard who had served the late patriarch of the Shin family. When the young master dispatched Shun San to protect He Qiao, Hai Shu genuinely believed it was an overestimation of her needs. Through Shun San's insights, he had garnered a better understanding of He Qiao. Young master, Miss He Qiao does not require your concern. Gu Qianhan shifted his gaze from the supply list to Hai Shu's face. Did you not always say that He Qiao would be a hindrance to me? Hai Shu smiled apologetically. I was narrow-minded before. It appears that Miss He Qiao is indeed very capable. Suddenly, a thought struck Hai Shu. Young master, since you are so concerned for Miss He Qiao, why not bring her to the Gu family to keep her close? Gu Qianhan's expression turned icy.
Unso hai.
Refrain from such remarks in the future. The Gu family is in peril, and I will not allow her to wade through murky waters at this time. Uncle Hai opened his mouth to protest, but Gu Qianhan interjected, have our men discreetly send some supplies over, but without alerting anyone. Uncle Hai sighed, young master. You are truly ensnared. Please do not follow the same path as the young lady. Gu Qianhan scoffed. How can Gu Hongxin be compared to He Qiao? He no longer even refers to me as father, simply calling me by name. Just yesterday, he uncovered the truth. The attempt on his life had the complicity of his father, Gu Hongxin. When Gu Qiancheng and the treacherous third party plotted against him, Gu Hongxin was not only aware but actively instigating. His own flesh and blood sought his demise. It became evident that some biological fathers indeed wished for their children's demise. Gu Qianhan's heart hardened, and he resolved to show no mercy. Yet one perplexing thought lingered. Gu Qiancheng and the third party seemed oblivious to Gu Hongxin's intent to kill him. If the three of them were to convene openly, without secrets, his life might truly have been forfeit at Mingri Jieyuan. Those three were not united. At Mingri Jieyuan, He Qiao finished preparing the hot pot, intending to recline on the lazy sofa to read a novel. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life with Lin Feifei's vibrant, gossip-laden voice. Sister Qiao, you missed quite the spectacle at dinner. Summer Xue and her sister clashed, nearly bringing out a knife to settle it. Can you guess what happened next? Lin Feifei's tone brimmed with anticipation. Before He Qiao could respond, Lin Feifei eagerly divulged the outcome. Her sister just packed her bags and moved to room 902 across the hall, severing ties with her sister completely. This floor is going to be lively. We have plenty of entertainment ahead. Room 902? He Qiao's heart skipped a beat. If her memory served her right, that room was occupied by several men. Chapter 65. Forced to eavesdrop listening to the cacophony of human noise from below, He Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. It had been 2 or 3 hours. And would they not allow anyone to rest? It seemed this night would not cease. Even on the 11th floor, the noise was unbearable. One could only imagine how the residents below endured it. Generally, when men and women shared a space, there would be some decorum, a fear of disturbing others. Yet the sounds emanating from the 9th floor seemed to proclaim their activities without restraint. Summer Xiu's voice, once laced with merriment, had devolved into pained moans. Cries for mercy echoed, but the men showed no signs of stopping. He Qiao couldn't help but wonder if she regretted impulsively moving into room 902. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. As the clock struck midnight, the ruckus below persisted. Unable to endure any longer, He Qiao donned her coat and stepped outside. The moment she opened the door, a gust of cold air struck her, making her shiver. The temperature difference between indoors and out was stark, and the hallway was unprotected from the biting wind. Just as she shut the door behind her, she was taken aback to hear muffled sounds of suppressed revelry from room 1102 next door, where Lin Feifei and her friends resided. He Qiao sighed inwardly. Young people can easily be led astray by eavesdropping all night, but she recalled the wounds on Lu Qin. Well, that was not her concern. Approaching room 902, she knocked forcefully on the door. Immediately, an angry male voice erupted from within. Who is it? Seeking death? Another man chimed in. This is the 3rd time. If you disturb us again, we won't be so polite. Clearly, they had been interrupted before and had driven the previous visitor away. Just then, Summer Xiu's cries for help pierced through. Help. Save me. I'm going to die. But her voice was swiftly silenced. Following that, the sounds of violent banging and the creaking of the iron bed echoed, as if punishing Summer Xiu for her outburst. He Qiao felt little sympathy for Summer Xiu. As an adult, she ought to understand the consequences of moving into a house full of men. I am on the 11th floor. He Qiao's tone was frigid.
Keep it down.
If there is any more noise, I will not hold back. No sooner had her words left her lips than the commotion within room 902 ceased abruptly. A man opened the door, his jacket haphazardly thrown on, and he hastily smiled. "I apologize for disturbing you. We will stop immediately. Please go back upstairs and rest." He Qiao offered no reply and turned to leave. Passing room 901, she distinctly sensed someone behind the door. Currently, only Summer Shui resided in 901. She wondered how it felt for her to eavesdrop, knowing her sister was being mistreated. Was she pleased or heartbroken? Upon returning home, the noise from the 9th floor had indeed ceased, allowing He Qiao a night of peaceful dreams. The following morning, a series of urgent knocks echoed on her sliding door. He Qiao descended to find Zhou Qingye and Zhang Tao waiting. She opened the door. "Captain Zhou, is there an issue with the supplies from yesterday?" Captain Zhou quickly waved his hand. "No problem at all." He pulled 3 pristine base cards from his pocket, smiling as he presented them to He Qiao. "Madam I visited the base this morning and arranged base cards for the 3 of you. The supplies you donated have been converted into base points." Although He Qiao had resolved not to enter the M-City base, she accepted the cards with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Captain Zhou. You've gone to great lengths. Making a special trip." Captain Zhou wore a sincere smile and shook his head. "Madam I should be thanking you. Our team is short on supplies. And thanks to your generosity, the soldiers will not go hungry." His gaze flicked behind her, seemingly searching for someone. Where are Lu Chen and Lin Feifei? He Qiao stifled a laugh internally. Those two had caused a ruckus until the early hours and were likely still lost in slumber. She could only vaguely respond. "Perhaps they didn't hear the knocking. If you have a message, I can relay it." Captain Zhou nodded, his expression turning serious. "Lu Chen and Lin Feifei are from K-City. I've looked into their plans. They intend to leave M-City with the military next month to avoid the surrounding criminal elements and robbery gangs. I suggest they convert the base points into necessary supplies." He Qiao nodded earnestly. "I will pass the message along." Captain Zhou glanced around to ensure no one was listening, preparing to share more. He Qiao immediately understood and led him into the living room of 1001, the meeting place for the 4-person team. In a hushed tone, Captain Zhou said, "Mingri Jiyuan is located near the city's edge, where resources are scarce and criminal forces are ever watchful. Our temporary command post will relocate closer to the M-City base in a few days. I recommend you 3 report to the base sooner for safety." He paused before continuing. "This way, Lu Chen and Lin Feifei will also find it easier to exchange supplies. Moreover, with these base points, you can participate in the base's development, ensuring a better future." He added, "Many high-ranking individuals who contributed to the base's construction have already settled in, forming their task teams. With your skills, you will have numerous options." Unbeknownst to Captain Zhou, He Qiao also planned to leave M-City with the military next month. As he genuinely wished her well, He Qiao had not anticipated Captain Zhou would share such insights. The information even bordered on violating protocol. After all, the survivors gathered around the temporary command center would undoubtedly hinder their relocation if they were aware of it. After bidding farewell to Captain Zhou, Lin Feifei hurried downstairs. She caught a glimpse of He Qiao's teasing gaze, which made her cheeks flush despite her thick skin. He Qiao conveyed Captain Zhou's message, and Lin Feifei's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Sister Qiao, when will we depart for the M-City base to report in?" He Qiao sighed inwardly. She truly did not wish to enter the base, for where there were people, there were troubles. She only needed to ascertain the exact departure date of the military convoy and follow discreetly behind. Entering the base was not her intention. Moreover, Gu Qianhan was there too, and she did not wish to encounter him too soon. Before she left, she would find an opportunity to return the ring to him, but not now. She desired a few more days of tranquility. "I don't want to enter the base just yet. The matters that follow can be dealt with later," He Qiao replied. Likewise. She was not keen on departing alongside Lu Chen and Lin Feifei. She planned to secretly release her off-road vehicle and trail the military convoy at the back. If it weren't for Gu Qianhan's presence, she would not have chosen to collaborate with the two of them. Once they left M-City, encountering that vicious group would be tantamount to delivering them to their doom. She wished to have no ties with anyone at present. Solitude was her desire. Lin Feifei could hardly fathom He Qiao's response. Stunned, she pressed further. "Did you not heed Captain Zhou's words? It won't be long before this place becomes unsafe." Lin Feifei was filled with confusion. After all, in her eyes, He Qiao, as a local of M-City, was entirely different from them, who were merely outsiders seeking to return to K-City to find their loved ones. "Sister Qiao, I understand your strength, but after Lu Chun and I leave, won't you feel lonely living here, all by yourself? Wouldn't moving to the base be more lively and secure? If she were in He Qiao's position, she would have wasted no time packing her bags and heading to the M-City base without hesitation. However, He Qiao was unwilling to elaborate further. Everyone had their own choices and paths. Having survived for 4 years in the apocalypse in her previous life, she understood that Lin Feifei's words were not merely born of confusion but were laden with ulterior motives, hoping to persuade her to join them. Yet, He Qiao chose not to explain further and turned ahead upstairs for physical training. When you prepare to move, remember to inform me so I can lock the door,
she said.
Lin Feifei grasped the hem of He Qiao's clothing tightly, her eyes filled with urgency. Sister Qiao, Mr. Gu likes you so much. If you enter the base, your life will surely be much better than at Mingri Jiyuan. He Qiao's expression darkened, her tone icy. Lin Feifei let go. From the moment her father and stepmother passed away, she decided not to force herself any longer and to live according to her own desires. After her rebirth, she vowed never to squander her compassion easily again. Lin Feifei was now frantic. Lu Chen's injury had yet to heal, and she herself was but a novice. Filled with trepidation, she pleaded, Sister Qiao, we are teammates. Please help us. He Qiao shook off her hand, her tone resolute. No one will help you forever. You must learn to rely on yourself. Seeing Lin Feifei still bewildered and disbelieving, He Qiao patiently spoke to her as if she were aiding her past self. You two are already quite fortunate. At the onset of the apocalypse, you received help from friends, had a home to stay in, and could collaborate with the formidable Gu Qianhan to gather supplies, due to your off-road vehicle. But fortune will not always favor you. Remember, you insisted on keeping watch alone, even counting Lu Chen's share. At that time, you wondered why we would team up with you if you could not provide us with value.
Now,
why do you think I would alter my plans and accommodate you? Tears shimmered in Lin Feifei's eyes as she looked at He Qiao with hope. After battling together in the apocalypse, facing life and death side by side, doesn't that count as friendship? He Qiao gently pushed her hand away, her voice filled with indifference. It does not. In He Qiao's heart, they could only be regarded as temporary allies. She had long outgrown the yearning for friendship. The experiences of Reborn Minua served as a profound lesson, prompting her to avoid repeating past mistakes. For the sake of an illusory friendship, she had not only lost her space but also her life in her previous life. In this lifetime, she only sought to endure the apocalypse and safeguard herself. Lin Feifei's tears brimmed in her eyes. She had never imagined that her genuine feelings would hold no value in He Qiao's eyes. Seeing her expression, He Qiao felt an inexplicable annoyance rise within her. She could not comprehend why Lin Feifei stubbornly believed that she would take care of them. We are merely a temporary team. It does not mean we must remain bound together. You must look after yourselves. He Qiao opened the door to Gu Qianhan's house and returned the off-road vehicle tires and various parts she had previously removed to Lin Feifei. Lin Feifei's face showed hesitation. I really don't know how to handle these. He Qiao shrugged. Neither do I. Lin Feifei attempted to adopt a coaxing tone. Sister Qiao, Lu Chun is still injured. Could you please help us? He Qiao's expression turned serious. Feifei, this is the apocalypse. It's no longer an era where problems can be resolved through coaxing. I lack supplies and have no need to barter with you. Besides, I dare not venture downstairs casually. The outside world is unpredictable. And what if someone harbors ill intentions and tries to seize my home? Also, stop using Lu Chen's injury as an excuse. He was with you last night, so he must be recovering well. The most I can do is guard the door while you are busy moving, ensuring your supplies remain safe.
With that,
He Qiao disregarded Lin Feifei further and returned to her own home, leaving Lin Feifei standing in place, deep in thought. For the next 2 days, the door next door remained tightly shut, never opening. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Lu Chen and Lin Feifei finally stepped out of their home. Lu Chen's complexion had visibly improved, no longer as pale and weak as before. They approached He Qiao's door and gently knocked. He Qiao slowly opened the door, only to find Lin Feifei looking embarrassed, hiding behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen broke the silence first. Sister Qiao, we need to go to the underground parking garage to install the tires and parts on the vehicle. Please watch over our home. He Qiao responded softly. It was better to clarify matters early, allowing them to abandon their unrealistic fantasies about her. Lu Chen offered a sheepish smile. We have been studying the structure of the off-road vehicle carefully at home these past 2 days. We should be able to reinstall all the removed tires and parts. He Qiao understood that he was explaining why they had not come to apologize sooner. Lu Chen gently tugged at Lin Feifei behind him. Sister Qiao, I am aware of what happened the past 2 days. I can tell you genuinely meant well, and your words were heartfelt. Feifei has been spoiled by me. She has realized her mistakes. Lin Feifei mustered her courage and said softly, Sister Qiao, I have come to understand. My actions were unfairly placing a burden on you to help us. It was moral coercion, and we had no right to do so. I truly never considered your perspective, only seeking to take and rely on you. I am sorry. He Qiao merely replied coolly, I will keep watch over your home. Your supplies will not be lost. If it weren't for the two of them not having bad natures, she would have severed ties long ago. However, in the apocalypse, having one less enemy offered no benefit. She only wished to send them away quickly. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei exchanged a glance, each seeing relief in the other's eyes. It seemed that He Qiao had not truly been angry with them.
Thank you, Sister Qiao.
Lu Chen spoke again, his voice brimming with gratitude, assuring that they would no longer be a burden to you. Chapter 67. No turning back. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei frequently descended to the ground floor to repair their vehicle, which inevitably piqued the curiosity of their neighbors. Unable to approach He Qiao directly, they opted to inquire with Lin Feifei, who appeared more approachable. Faced with their inquisitiveness, Lin Feifei merely mentioned in passing that she was preparing to return to her hometown, K-City, while keeping other details shrouded in silence. The news that the military had entered M-City and planned to construct a base near the university town spread like a gentle breeze, reaching every corner of the city. The survivors of Mingri Jiayuan, too, were not exempt from this information, having learned of it well in advance. When He Qiao collected supplies, she received special attention from the staff. The military placed significant emphasis on highly educated survivors and key talents from various fields. Those who reported to the base would enjoy corresponding subsidies and privileges. Even ordinary citizens could ensure 2 meals a day by participating in the base's construction. It was rumored that each meal would include a steamed bun, although these buns were made from a mixture of coarse grains and bean dregs. No one was inclined to be picky. At this juncture, receiving 2 buns a day was regarded as an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Should one choose not to claim the buns, the food rations could be converted into base points, directly credited to their personal base cards. Even more enticing was the promise that survivors who participated in base construction for 100 days would receive free access to the base, exempting them from the requirement of providing food in exchange for entry. To encourage greater participation in the base's construction, the military intensified its promotional efforts, pledging to offer more job opportunities and improved living conditions for those who excelled. Such prospects were difficult to refuse, prompting some survivors to succumb to their excitement and embark on their journey to the M-City base as early as the day after the military's announcement. Conversely, a segment of the population, harboring a sense of false hope, believed that since the military had arrived, they would not neglect ordinary citizens. They preferred to remain in the comfort of their homes, enjoying the free supplies distributed by the military, rather than braving the extreme cold to toil at the base. In their view, the arduous task of building the base was only suited for fools. They were convinced that, once the base was completed, the military would not turn away the multitude of ordinary survivors. As for the stipulation of providing food in exchange for entry, they scoffed at it, believing that as long as they gathered in large numbers and united, they could compel the military to relent and gain entry to the base. At present, many residents of Mingri Jiayuan had opted to leave for the vicinity of the base, while those who remained largely held the latter sentiment, waiting to observe the unfolding developments. In He Qiao's building, the residents of the 8th floor and 2 families on the 9th floor had chosen not to report to the base for construction, instead deciding to stay put. The elderly woman on the 8th floor had been secretly following Lu Chen and Lin Feifei for several days, only to find them engrossed in their vehicle repairs, with no unusual activities to report. Returning home, she conferred with her husband, Dear, do you think that young couple on the 11th floor truly intends to return to their hometown? There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Her husband, absent-mindedly stroking his jade pipe, replied, What else would they do if not return? They are not locals of M-City. The elderly woman shook her head, her brow furrowed in concern. Something feels off. This situation seems peculiar. What seems peculiar? Her husband questioned, bewildered. Lowering her voice, she spoke conspiratorially. Haven't you heard others in the community mention it? The area around M-City is now rife with gangs and robbers fleeing in terror from the military. How could that young couple on the 11th floor possibly escape such encirclement? Her husband, perplexed, asked, What are you implying? With conviction, she replied, They must feel that fleeing M City is hopeless, so they plan to seek refuge at the base. What's wrong with seeking refuge at the base? He retorted dismissively. What does it have to do with us? That base is merely a foundation, and it doesn't even exist yet. Are we supposed to go there and toil for our old bones? The elderly woman shot him an exasperated glance, lamenting. Why are you so thick-headed? The 11th floor has such good rapport with the military. Just a few days ago, I saw Captain Joe visiting them for a long discussion. As soon as he left, they decided to move to the base. Surely, there is something to that. Her husband scratched his head in confusion. What could possibly be wrong? I refuse to believe the military would disregard the lives of ordinary citizens. The elderly woman sighed, her patience wearing thin. If they're going to the base, we should follow their vehicle. He waved his hands in protest. I don't want to go. We can still receive free supplies here. Once we reach the base, we'll have to work for our food. With earnestness, she urged, the military has already stated that free supplies won't last long. We need to plan ahead. He stubbornly reiterated, I still don't believe the military would abandon us. Frustrated, she scolded, you stubborn fool. What if the military withdraws? What will we do then? Surely not. He exclaimed in disbelief. The elderly woman expressed her worries. How could it not happen? We are in apocalyptic times. Resources are scarce. Why would the military cling to the city's perimeter? It would squander countless manpower and resources. They will undoubtedly concentrate their efforts on safeguarding the city center, especially near the base. Defeated, he asked, what do you plan to do? A resolute glimmer flickered in her eyes. Little you is a child and can enter the base for free. We may need to provide food in exchange for entry, but we can always claim that he cannot be separated from his grandparents, and surely we will find a way to blend in. Right now, the priority is to catch a ride with the vehicle from the 11th floor. Otherwise, with our old legs, we might take an eternity to arrive. He hesitated. What if Xingbing and she return from abroad and I can't find us? The villa is buried under snow, and we might be far away. Impatiently, she interrupted. They are still abroad. Flights are grounded due to the extreme cold. How long will we have to wait for them to return? We should prioritize our own survival. Silence enveloped him as he gazed vacantly into the distance. In recent days, whenever their son and daughter-in-law were mentioned, they had comforted themselves with the belief that they were merely traveling abroad. Yet, he understood better than anyone else that in such harsh weather, they were in an unfamiliar land, equipped only in thin clothing. If conditions were dire here, how much worse could they be overseas? His son and daughter-in-law, far from home, were likely facing grave peril. However, he had been unwilling to confront this harsh reality, continuously evading it. The elderly woman, perceiving his thoughts, sighed deeply. Old man, our son may never return, but we still have little you. We may be nearing the end of our days, but his future is still bright. Very well. He finally conceded, gazing at his grandson playing with toys in the blanket. A note of resignation crept into his voice. We will follow the vehicle from the 11th floor to the base. Whether or not we gain entry is inconsequential. We must ensure little Yu's survival. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman frowned. What do you mean? We all must survive. Otherwise, who will care for little Yu? What if he is bullied? Chapter 68. The Market Lin Feifei knocked on the door of room 1101, two substantial cardboard boxes towering behind her. Each box was nearly half her height. Bulging at the top, the contents obscured by the dimness of the corridor. Xiao Jia, we have a considerable amount of supplies we cannot take with us, and we intend to give them to you. As she spoke, she stepped aside to reveal the boxes behind her. One of the boxes contained an assortment of charcoal and timber. The contents of another box were somewhat disorganized. Atop it lay a thick cotton quilt, beneath which were an electric rice cooker, a cast iron pot, an induction stove, an electric fan, and a variety of other supplies, all of which were essentially brand new and unopened. He Qiao shook her head, stating, I do not require these items. You may take them to the small market and exchange them for more useful supplies. The small market she referred to was a makeshift tent area established by the military not far from Mingri Jiyuan, where numerous survivors congregated, forming an impromptu flea market for resource exchange. In this age where currency had lost its value, people bartered with one another, each obtaining what they needed. He Qiao had observed this scene quietly through binoculars from her window on the 11th floor. In the small market, stalls were haphazardly arranged, with a steady flow of people. Under the bleakness of the apocalypse, life was monotonous and arduous, everything blanketed by the relentless snow, Yet this rare bustle provided solace to many souls. Even without the prospect of trading goods, people were willing to come here for a stroll, to feel that fleeting vitality. Lin Feifei, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of disappointment in her eyes but remained steadfast, saying, "Sister Qiao, please accept this. It is a token of our appreciation, and all items are brand new. In fact, we have some old belongings at home as well. Once we depart, if you are interested, you may take whatever you wish, and the rest can just remain there. We plan to leave early tomorrow, and I cannot bear to give these items to anyone else. I only wish to give them to you. During this time, my survival along with Lu Chen's has been entirely thanks to you and Han Ge. Given Han Ji's status, he likely has no need for these items, so I wish to pass them on to you." Ultimately, He Qiao declined, as her space did not lack for such items. How they chose to handle them was their own affair. She was well aware of the adage about accepting gifts. After finally clarifying her stance, accepting their generosity would only create entanglements, which she preferred to avoid. Lin Feifei, feeling helpless, returned home, only to come back shortly after to knock on the door again. "Sister Qiao, I would like to take some items to the small market to sell. If you wish to accompany me, we can go together while letting Lu Chen stay behind to watch the house. If you do not wish to go, I would appreciate your help in keeping an eye on things while Lu Chen and I make a trip." He Qiao pondered for a moment and replied, "I have items to sell as well. Let us go to the small market together." She returned to her room, retrieved her backpack, filled it with items, and set out with Lin Feifei. Given the short distance, they chose to walk instead of driving. Lin Feifei pushed a small cart filled with larger supplies that could not be carried easily. In the frigid desolation of the apocalypse, the sunlight seemed to have lost its warmth, barely managing to pierce through the heavy clouds, casting a faint, almost negligible light. The small market was located in a clearing blanketed by snow, tightly surrounded by military rescue tents, forming a relatively safe haven. At the entrance, a banner fluttered in the cold wind, bearing the words "Hope Market," handwritten, revealing a faint glimmer of hope for the future. Inside the market, stalls were numerous, but sparse compared to the world that existed before the apocalypse. Each stall was piled with various supplies, yet the quantities were evidently meager, reflecting the scarcity of resources in this era. Some stalls displayed shriveled bags of grain, while others offered heavy winter clothing and worn kitchenware, with some even selling calligraphy and paintings. Occasionally, one could spot yellowed books that had been perused extensively, appearing particularly precious. In an age where few books had survived the extreme cold, most having been burned for warmth, the presence of such literature indicated that the stall owners were indeed lovers of books. People moved swiftly through the market, their expressions tinged with caution and vigilance. The occasional sounds of haggling pierced the cold air, stark yet providing a rare semblance of life amidst the desolation. He Qiao and Lin Feifei strolled through the market, their breaths forming white puffs in the frigid air. Eventually, they found a vacant patch of snow at the edge of the market and came to a halt. Lin Feifei retrieved several pieces of cardboard from her cart, laid them on the snow, and arranged the items they had brought. In addition to the goods He Qiao had previously declined, they also included a small heater, a wooden stool, 2 old quilts, and a blood-stained old down jacket. He Qiao's offerings were comparatively modest. She stood in place, hanging her backpack in front of her, unzipping it to reveal a piece of paper clipped inside. The paper boldly read, "Small umbrellas, various sizes." In this somewhat desolate market, these words were particularly eye-catching. To attract the attention of passers-by further, He Qiao had deliberately chosen a few brightly colored packaging boxes to place atop her backpack. Before long, several groups of curious individuals gathered around, inquiring about her wares. However, when He Qiao proposed the exchange of one small umbrella for a pack of instant noodles, their faces immediately reflected hesitation. In this era of extreme scarcity, each pack of noodles was precious, and such a trade clearly exceeded their expectations. They had merely hoped to secure some comfort during intimate moments to avoid falling ill, not anticipating that the price of a small umbrella would be so steep. Consequently, they shook their heads in resignation and slowly departed, filled with regret. "Sister Qiao, why not lower your price a bit? Most survivors in this market are in dire need of supplies," Lin Feifei gently advised. Yet He Qiao shook her head. Her purpose in coming here was to gauge the market's dynamics, not to rush into transactions. In her previous life, she had endured the agony of resource scarcity, where even basic sustenance became a luxury, let alone having the means to leisurely browse through a trading market. Nonetheless, She was aware that the affluent individuals in the base continued to live extravagantly even in the wake of the apocalypse. During times of extreme heat, ordinary survivors struggled to obtain even half a bottle of water, while the privileged elite residing in the center of the base hosted pool parties, relishing in coolness. It was said that the water in those pools was transported at a high cost from distant shores. Thus, He Qiao firmly believed that her small umbrellas were not overpriced but simply awaited the right buyer. Those wielding power and influence still sought pleasure in the aftermath of the apocalypse, desiring to avoid trouble from indulgences while steering clear of illness. For them, a small umbrella was undoubtedly an essential item. However, as this market was located far from the base, it was relatively quiet, making it genuinely challenging to find suitable buyers. He Qiao quietly contemplated her plans to explore other markets in a few days, lest the small umbrellas she had replicated go to waste. Just then, a pair of black leather boots caught her eye. Looking up, she saw a yellow-haired man clad in a brown leather jacket, his eyes glinting with cunning and shrewdness. "Beautiful lady, how many small umbrellas do you have?" "I'll take them all," he declared, his tone assertive. Chapter 69. Trading small umbrellas. He Qiao felt a surge of joy. The person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. This man was clearly a broker who specialized in reselling supplies in the apocalypse, colloquially known as a second-hand dealer. Though she had brought only a modest amount of goods today, merely to test the market response, she still had at least 100 umbrellas. However, as it was her first time collaborating with this yellow-haired man, she cautiously quoted a number: 30. The man waved his hand dismissively. "I'll take them all." "But are you sure you want 30 packs of instant noodles?" He hurriedly clarified, fearing He Qiao might misunderstand his capabilities. "I have plenty of noodles, but as a woman, carrying 30 packs of noodles away could attract trouble." He Qiao understood his implication and was surprised to find this broker possessed a sense of professionalism. She inquired, "What other supplies do you have available? Preferably items that don't take up as much space as noodles." He produced a sheet of paper from his pocket, densely filled with various recorded supplies. Compressed biscuits, lighters, candles, heating pads, noodles, beef jerky, down jackets, snow boots, snowboards, thermoses, water purification tablets, and mineral water, an array of items that filled 2 entire pages. The variety was extensive, suggesting a seasoned trader. Among these, there were even supplies distributed free of charge by the military to ordinary survivors. However, He Qiao was acutely aware that the goods presented by Huang Mao, given this was their first collaboration, were merely trifles. She scrutinized the offerings, finding nothing of her necessity, as she already possessed all these items in her space. Noticing her hesitation, Huang Mao understood that these goods did not pique her interest. He then produced a sheet of paper, noticeably newer, listing items such as cold medicine, antipyretics, painkillers, alcohol stoves, charcoal, frozen fish, frozen pork, and frozen chicken legs. The supplies on this list were evidently more valuable than those on the previous 2 pages. Yet, He Qiao still did not find anything appealing, though she wished to maintain a facade of interest. Feigning hesitation, she slowly spoke, "Then I shall select the compressed biscuits. They are durable and easy to carry. 30 packs should fit in my backpack." Huang Mao, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I cannot possibly give you 30 packs of compressed biscuits. At most, I can offer you 15. He Qiao pondered silently. The small umbrellas she held were merely taken from the Gu family pharmaceutical factory's showroom and were freely replicated by a copying machine, incurring no cost. However, she did not wish to appear too accommodating, fully aware that Huang Mao would not easily concede. She sought to probe his bottom line. She persisted, "No. 15 packs are too few. I need at least 25. Huang Mao grumbled, "Sister, you're going to make me starve over here. What profit do I have left?" He Qiao smiled faintly, her tone casual. "Then perhaps I should wait until I report to the base in a couple of days to find buyers. After all, this item won't be hard to sell. It has a long shelf life." With that, she reached for the sample in Huang Mao's hands and returned it to her backpack, zipping it up, preparing to leave. Huang Mao cursed internally, finding her difficult to negotiate with. Since he began this trade, most women he encountered displayed fearful, numb expressions. With a little pressure, they would readily agree to transactions, anxious that he would refuse them supplies. Yet, He Qiao was distinctly different. She remained calm, as if she had everything under control. Moreover, if He Qiao truly took these trifles to the base to sell, she would undoubtedly learn that in the black market, a single small umbrella could be exchanged for 2 packs of compressed biscuits. With a clenched jaw, Huang Mao relented. "I'm truly intimidated by you. 20 packs is my final offer. Yet He Xiao feigned indifference, maintaining her stance of unwillingness to bargain further. Just then, Huang Mao caught sight of a fellow trader approaching, his rival, Lan Qi. Fearing he might miss this rare opportunity, he hurriedly interjected, all right, let us finalize the deal. 25 packs of compressed biscuits, it's settled. He Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, sealing the deal in her heart while secretly pondering trying a different individual for the next transaction, aiming to negotiate a higher price. Huang Mao, with a sense of triumph, whistled at Lan Qi, and shortly, 2 of his underlings hurried over with a camping cart. Lan Qi, obscured by a large hoodie that concealed half his face, cast a fierce glance at Huang Mao, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Your business seems to be thriving. Huang Mao, not one to back down, retorted with a slight smirk, of course, unlike some, I don't resort to underhanded tactics. Lan Qi's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure, replying coolly, we shall see who has the last laugh. With that, he turned and melted into the crowd, suggesting a somewhat hasty retreat. Huang Mao, feeling smug, proclaimed, I'm Huang Mao. If you find anything of value, feel free to come to me for a trade. If I'm not around, just seek out these 2. They are the regular overseers of this small market. We adhere to fair dealings. We don't engage in backstabbing. He Xiao chuckled at Huang Mao's straightforward moniker, realizing how aptly named he was. Understood. He Xiao nodded gently, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Through this transaction with Huang Mao, she profoundly comprehended the immense commercial value held by the small umbrellas in this apocalyptic world. They were compact, inconspicuous, and could serve as a medium of exchange for any supplies she desired in the future. Of course, she also possessed cigarettes and liquor, which were even more valuable, but she chose not to reveal those this time. The exchange was swiftly completed, as one hand exchanged the umbrellas for the compressed biscuits. Huang Mao lowered his voice, hinting, did you see that person earlier? His nickname is Lan Qi. He chose a name similar to mine, but alas, his character leaves much to be desired. Many survivors who trade with him end up robbed. You should be cautious. He Xiao, upon hearing this, tightened her gaze, internally on guard. Thank you for the warning, she replied to Huang Mao, before shouldering her backpack and standing beside Lin Feifei. Her backpack was already brimming, and she had no intention of trading further today. So she planned to return home once Lin Feifei finished selling. Huang Mao observed He Xiao's poised stance, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. If he was not mistaken, she seemed to be a skilled practitioner. Chapter 70. Being followed 2 hours later, Lin Feifei had also sold most of what she had brought, swapping them primarily for storable, compact food items like compressed biscuits, noodles, dehydrated vegetables, and a few candles. On their way back, Lin Feifei chirped like a little bird, sharing her plans. I still have some idle items at home. I'm thinking of making another trip to the market tomorrow. He Xiao, surprised, responded, aren't we supposed to head to the base tomorrow? Lin Feifei revealed her small tiger teeth. Plans change, right? I've stumbled upon a treasure trove for supplies. The long trek from M City to K City spans hundreds of kilometers. Traveling light saves on gas. I plan to exchange the remaining items at home for more compressed biscuits and similar dry goods. After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at He Xiao, silently grateful for her presence today, which had spared her much trouble. Xiao Jia, will you come tomorrow? Lin Feifei asked tentatively. Considering that she had already attracted enough attention today, He Xiao decided to rest at home tomorrow. I'll watch over your place. You and Lu Qin can come. Lin Feifei understood that they ultimately needed to learn self-sufficiency. All right, Xiao Jia. The 2 walked side by side, gradually distancing themselves from the bustling market, with the surrounding tents becoming sparse. Suddenly, He Xiao's heart tightened, and she spun around sharply, only to see an empty street, nothing amiss. Lin Feifei, noticing her reaction, asked with concern, Xiao Jia, what's wrong? I feel as though someone is following us. He Xiao's expression grew serious. Lin Feifei, trusting He Xiao's judgment, speculated, could it be because we had a fruitful day? We have 35 packs of compressed biscuits between us. He Xiao shook her head. It's too early to tell. Lin Feifei, feeling anxious, asked, what should we do? Just a few steps further and we'll reach Mingri Jiyuan. Do you think they'll follow us home? He Xiao analyzed. There are not many following us. They likely just want to ascertain our situation, suspecting we have supplies at home and hoping to seize everything at once. Lin Feifei, frightened, inquired, Xiao Jia, do you think they're really that bold? The military hasn't withdrawn yet. They are merely scouting for now. They definitely won T-Act too soon, nor would they dare to be too blatant. Lin Feifei discreetly pulled out a compact mirror from her handbag, attempting to catch a glimpse of any pursuers in the reflection, but found nothing. Qiao Jie, do you have any idea who is following us? Lin Feifei whispered, her voice tense with worry. He Qiao's gaze swept across her surroundings. Amidst the clamor of the small market lay countless pairs of eyes, rendering her judgment difficult. The crowd was vast and varied, making it impossible for her to discern the truth. The image of the yellow-haired man flickered through her mind, as she had just completed a transaction with him. Yet, he was merely one of many suspects. Lan Qi or any face that brushed past her in the market could potentially belong to those elusive observers. Sister Qiao, what shall we do next? Lin Feifei inquired, her eyes fixed on He Qiao, awaiting her directive. He Qiao's gaze transcended the throng, landing on the resolute figure of a sentinel stationed nearby. Indeed, she had donated numerous supplies, and now was the time to seek military protection. Thus, she and Lin Feifei hastened their steps toward the soldier on duty. The young sentinel, barely 20, bore the marks of hardship upon his visage. Young soldier, we have something to report to you, He Qiao announced, relaying the matter of being followed after her transaction at the small market. The sentinel's expression turned grave. Please wait here for a moment. I will change shifts in half an hour and escort you home. If they dare to follow, I will ensure their capture and hand them over to the command center. He Qiao recognized this as the best course of action. The sentinel could not abandon his post to apprehend the so-called pursuers. Even if they were truthful, those individuals could easily claim it was a misunderstanding, as the streets were open to all. Such incidents had become commonplace, and the military was already weary of dealing with them. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of a tent, Lan Qi observed the scene, a cold smirk curling at his lips. He had thoroughly acquainted himself with everything beyond the small market. He knew the sentinel's duties and shift times, and could even anticipate that this soldier would escort the two women home after his shift ended. But so what? He exchanged a subtle glance with his two subordinates behind him. In a moment, we will split up. Jia Yu, be clever and attract the sentinel's attention, become his target. Sun Yang, you will cover for me. I must locate the lair of these two women. The goods they possess are undoubtedly more than meets the eye. Judging by their appearance, they have never known hunger, suggesting their home harbors considerable supplies. Greed shimmered in Lan Qi's eyes. He relished the chaos of the apocalypse. The world had unraveled, laws had ceased to exist, and by the time the military arrived, it was already too late. He had navigated this dark world for quite some time, well-versed in seizing opportunities amidst turmoil and snatching resources from others. Jia Yu and Sun Yang nodded silently. They had followed Lan Qi for several months and were well aware of his methods. As time passed, the sentinel's shift finally arrived. He fulfilled his promise, escorting He Qiao and Lin Feifei toward Mingri Jieyuan. Lan Qi and his companions trailed closely behind, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. The young soldier, alert and observant, frequently glanced back but remained oblivious to the lurking shadow. Despite his doubts, he refrained from rashly admonishing the two girls for being overly sensitive, instead displaying an unexpected maturity and composure for his age. Here's what we'll do. After you safely reach home, I will wait downstairs for a while, ensuring that no one is following before I leave. Upon entering Mingri Jieyuan, Jia Yu, following Lan Qi's instructions, deliberately loitered in plain sight, attempting to attract the sentinel's attention. Indeed, the young soldier was drawn to Jia Yu's seemingly casual actions. He swiftly approached, seizing Jia Yu with the intent of taking him to the military's temporary command center. Witnessing this, Lin Feifei felt a weight lift from her heart. She gratefully bid farewell to the young soldier, even considering offering him 2 packets of compressed biscuits as a token of appreciation. However, the young soldier resolutely shook his head, politely declining her gesture with a reminder of discipline. As they watched him depart, Lin Feifei and He Qiao ascended the stairs to their home. Lin Feifei chuckled lightly. At last, we can sleep peacefully. Yet, unease stirred within He Qiao. Something felt amiss. Why had that previously concealed figure suddenly revealed itself within the community? With her suspicions lingering, she stealthily positioned herself by the window of the 9th floor's corridor, peering down through a crack. Below, 2 unfamiliar figures lurked stealthily in the snow. One was none other than Lan Qi, as mentioned by the yellow-haired man. Chapter 71. Betrayal. Lan Qi and his accomplice did not hasten to ascend the building. Instead, they busied themselves in the community, inquiring about He Qiao and Lin Feifei. However, upon hearing that it concerned the two women from Building 13, the survivors recoiled as if confronted by a plague, shaking their heads and expressing ignorance, terrified of any association with them. At that moment, a familiar face caught their attention, Xia Xue from room 901. She seemed to have just returned from scavenging for supplies. Her camping cart, missing a wheel, was covered with an old bedsheet, piquing curiosity about its concealed contents. Lan Qi and his companion wore insidious smiles as they blocked Xia Xue's path. Alarmed, she felt a tightening in her chest. I didn't find any supplies. Please don't rob me. However, upon learning that these men were inquiring about the residents of the upper floors, a flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. To her, it seemed that He Qiao and her companions had finally entangled themselves with formidable adversaries. Hey, we're asking you a question. There are two women who appear quite fierce, with rosy complexions, who entered this unit. Do you know which floor they reside on?
Lan Qi question.
Xia Xue instinctively looked up towards the upper floors. He Qiao and Lin Feifei quickly concealed themselves behind the wall, ensuring Xia Xue couldn't spot them from the corridor window. Once she confirmed that no one was visible from the corridor window or the windows on the 10th and 11th floors, she cautiously replied, You must mean He Qiao and Lin Feifei, who live on the 11th floor. Lan Qi exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate. This woman was aware of the individuals they sought. His cunning nature allowed him to perceive, with just a glance, the flicker of recognition in Xia Xue's eyes, suggesting a significant grudge between her and the two women. He had initially planned to resort to force if Xia Xue remained uncooperative, but to his surprise, she voluntarily spoke.
Oh.
Are there just the two of them? Lan Qi pressed further. He Qiao lives alone in room 1102. Lin Feifei has a boyfriend. They live next door. But there are only 3 of them in total, Xia Xue responded, intentionally omitting the fact that Gu Qianhan had already moved out. She did not wish for the presence of Gu Qianhan to instill fear in these 2 men. She added, Those 3 individuals are quite capable in this apocalyptic world. They've collected a substantial amount of supplies, and I've heard their home is overflowing with them. Lan Qi's lips curled into a greedy smile upon hearing this. What kind of supplies do they possess? He inquired. Xia Xue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, I'm not entirely sure. As I Haven-T had the chance to enter their home. However, they are extremely cautious, even installing sliding doors in the stairwell. I once saw them transporting a whole truckload of medicines, as well as canned goods and frozen pork. The more Lan Qi listened, the more intense the greed in his eyes became. Yet, with military personnel still present, he could not act recklessly. Do they possess any weapons? Lan Qi asked. Xia Xue felt a surge of satisfaction. These 2 men were indeed plotting a robbery. Previously, they had a Wolf Fong club and a modified toy gun with metal bullets. But those were confiscated by the military. Now, they probably only have some kitchen knives and fruit knives left, she replied. Lan Qi scrutinized Xia Xue's anxious yet expectant expression, confirming that she indeed had a past with those residing above. The enemy's enemy, could that not be considered a friend?
Yet.
As he gazed upon Xia Xue's subtly calculating visage, a thought unexpectedly blossomed within him. Though this woman was not strikingly beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. He retrieved a compressed biscuit from his pocket and, while extending it towards Xia Xue, inadvertently brushed his hand against hers. Her hands, somewhat rough, led Lan Qi to ponder that, with proper care, they could indeed be quite appealing. Xia Xue, gripped by fear, could only suppress her revulsion as Lan Qi's repugnant hands roamed over her knuckles, with a couple of fingers daring to slip into her sleeve. What do you mean by this? She inquired, her voice barely a whisper. She feared Lan Qi's sudden wrath and the potential scrutiny from above, worried that He Qiao might discover her betrayal. Observing her guarded demeanor, Lan Qi felt a surge of satisfaction. This woman was clearly naive and inexperienced. Fortune smiled upon him. He chuckled, saying, Keep an eye on the movements of those 2 women for me. If anything arises, seek me out at the Hope Market. He then glanced at his subordinate. Bring it out. The subordinate produced a packet of biscuits and an instant noodle cup, offering them to Xia Xue. Lan Qi placed the items in her embrace, asserting, You needn't venture out for supplies anymore. Stay with me, and your needs will be met. As he caressed her face once more, Xia Xue could hardly regard Lan Qi with any admiration. Yet, her singular focus was on eliminating the few individuals on the 11th floor, compelling her to endure this current indignity. She had urged her sister to expose them, but upon learning the truth, her sister turned against her. While she was indifferent to that, she wondered if He Qiao would hold a grudge against her. The thought that once the military departed, He Qiao might turn on her was a source of dread. Thus, she resolved to strike first. Meanwhile, Lan Qi, relishing the sight of Xia Xue's restrained expression, found himself increasingly exhilarated. He had always delighted in forcing others into submission, particularly those women who, compelled by their kin or lovers, felt obliged to cater to him. The expressions of resentment mingled with a need to appease him brought him immense gratification. Yet, he had more pressing matters at hand. Remember, if you hear anything, come find me at the small market. My name is Lan Qi. He added a menacing warning. If you dare to leak information or report me to the military, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. With that, Lan Qi departed with his subordinate. Xia Xue watched as they retreated, hastily concealing the food they had provided. She understood all too well that dealing with someone like Lan Qi was akin to courting danger. But she had no avenue of retreat. At that moment, Lin Feifei stood above, witnessing the scene unfold. A smirk of disdain curling her lips. Those two sisters on the 9th floor are sharper than ever. I once felt grateful, believing she genuinely aided us. But now I realize my feelings were wasted. He Qiao remarked, let us return home and discuss things with Lu Chen. As they reached the sliding door on the 10th floor, they spotted Lu Chen laboriously shifting supplies to the 11th floor. Chapter 72. Are you hungry? Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Chen turned, his worry easing slightly upon seeing the two figures. He meticulously checked Lin Feifei, relieved to find her unharmed, before exhaling a sigh of relief. His gaze then fell upon the supplies behind Lin Feifei. A flicker of surprise crossing his features as he hurriedly accepted the boxes and carefully transported them into the sliding door. Feifei, you're becoming increasingly capable, he praised while transporting the items. Lin Feifei, however, inquired, what else with these supplies? Where did they come from? The items Lu Chen carried were packed in unmarked cardboard boxes, firmly sealed with tape, concealing their contents from view. Noticing her curiosity, Lu Chen produced a note from his pocket, which bore a few hasty strokes, but was unmistakably in He Qiao's handwriting. I was guarding the living room in room 1001 when I heard a commotion at the sliding door. I stepped out and found these 5 large boxes left outside with this note on top, he explained. I felt they were too conspicuous left out there. And not knowing when you would return, I took the liberty of bringing them in. Lu Chen glanced at He Qiao with trepidation, anxious that his actions might incite disapproval. Sister Qiao, should I continue moving them? He Qiao pulled out the key to Gu Qianhan's unit, unlocking the door to room 1002. Move them in here. Downstairs. Xia Xue, feeling a twinge of guilt, meandered through the community before returning home. She cautiously opened the door, intent on not drawing the attention of those on the 10th and 11th floors. Unexpectedly, a sharp derision rang out from behind her. Oh, isn't that my dear sister? Back from your latest scheming escapade? Or have you, like me, found a few new benefactors? Xia Xue turned to see her sister, Xia Xiyu, leaning against the doorframe. Her appearance drastically altered. Her clothes were disheveled, hair in disarray, and her pants stained with splotches of blood and repulsive yellow substances. The once vibrant face was now marred with bitterness. Is this worth it? Xia Xue remained silent, her gaze betraying a hint of compassion. Xia Xiyu, sensing this emotion, transformed her expression, eyes aflame with hatred and resentment. Spare me your feigned concern. Who do you think is responsible for my state? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You destroyed everything. Xia Xue was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, her words teetering on the edge before finally emerging as a simple inquiry. Xiyu, are you hungry? Xia Xiyu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. What is this? A performance? Spare me. Yet, Xia Xue persisted, recalling the provisions she had obtained from Lan Qi, gently repeating, are you hungry? I have food. This phrase appeared to strike a chord deep within Xia Xiyu. Before the apocalypse, whenever she entered their home and Xia Xue was present, she would always ask with genuine concern if she was hungry and what she desired to eat. But how had it come to this? Stop pretending. Our accounts will be settled in due time, Xia Xiyu declared, slamming the door shut, severing any warmth that lingered. The sky quietly dimmed. Lan Qi, accompanied by his subordinate Sun Yang, returned to their hideout under the cloak of night. It was a solitary abandoned office building, standing behind the military's temporary command center. The windows had long been shattered, and the cold wind howled through the interior, rendering the place a forgotten corner. Yet, it had become Lan Chi's treasure. He claimed the entire building for himself and tirelessly led his men in replacing the glass, crafting a warm refuge against the biting winds. Aside from 2 designated bedrooms, the rest of the space was a veritable treasure trove of supplies. Those they had painstakingly collected, along with items acquired through theft, deceit, or traded at the small market, filled the rooms. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, noodles, rice, flour, bottled water, snow boots, skis, kayaks, induction cookers, down jackets, and blankets were all present, resembling a miniature supermarket. They even intentionally left one room without windows, brimming with frozen pork, beef, chicken, and various meatballs, serving as a cold storage. Choosing this location as their lair had been a carefully considered decision by Lan Chi. Its unique geography placed it beneath the military's very noses, embodying the saying, "Darkness under the lamp." The most perilous places often proved the safest, due to the military and other factions often overlooking this seemingly improbable hideout. Blue 7 leads his subordinates out during the day in search of business opportunities. He has 4 followers who take turns accompanying him on these outings.
Today,
He is accompanied by Sun Yang and Jiayu, while Zhou Jun and Sun Yao remain at the base. At this moment, Zhou Jun is busy starting a fire to prepare a meal, with a pot of mixed vegetables bubbling away. This so-called mixed dish involves tossing all available ingredients into the pot, adding a spoonful of hot pot base, and sprinkling a bit of salt. Once the ingredients are thoroughly cooked, a few packets of instant noodles are tossed in, resulting in a simple yet delectable meal. They are rugged men with modest culinary expectations. As long as they are full, they are content. Blue 7 has established a rule for his subordinates, including himself. They may indulge in women, but they must not bring anyone back, nor disclose their hiding place. Those who violate this rule face dire consequences. Therefore, when he took a liking to Xia Shui today, he did not reveal the location to her, instead instructing her to find him at Hope Market. Meanwhile, Sun Yao is busily working in a makeshift partition. Surrounding him are blankets forming a barrier, and through the gaps, flickering flames can be seen. Sun Yao, an exceptional student in his 2nd year of high school, excels in physics and chemistry. Any broken items received by Blue 7 are repaired by Sun Yao. The young man has even managed to assemble solar-powered generators and electric heaters from scrap materials, which have proven invaluable in the frigid conditions, earning Blue 7 a considerable profit. Additionally, Sun Yao is the cousin of Sun Yang, which is why Blue 7 never allows Sun Yang to partake in dangerous tasks. Consequently, today, Jiayu has been tasked with acting as bait to attract the military's attention. The prospect of acquiring resources makes losing Jiayu a worthwhile sacrifice. In this apocalyptic world, human life has become exceedingly cheap. As Blue 7 observes Zhou Jun about to add the instant noodles to the pot, he quickly intervenes. "Hey, wait a moment before adding those." Zhou Jun, puzzled, asks, "Boss, why?" Blue 7, fluctuating between joy and anger, initially elated about the resources, now flares up at his subordinate's question. "Just do as you're told, you fool." At that moment, a middle-aged man's gloomy voice interrupts. "Brother Blue, who has upset you? Why the frown?" Turning around, Blue 7 sees the middle-aged man returning with his subordinate Jiayu. He promptly adopts a cheerful demeanor. "Director Ma, you've arrived. We've been waiting for you." He then calls out to Zhou Jun, "Add more meat. Let us treat Director Ma well today." Chapter 73. The smiling tiger Director Ma strides into the room, wearing his usual dark, enigmatic smile, his eyes betraying a hint of cunning. He exchanges a glance with Blue 7, their unspoken understanding palpable. Jiayu enters behind Director Ma, greeting Blue 7 with a shout of "Boss, I'm back," and joins Zhou Jun in preparing the meal. "Brother Blue, your place is looking more and more impressive," Director Ma remarks, feigning surprise as he surveys the surroundings, secretly memorizing the layout and supplies. He slowly approaches the fire, warming his hands as if savoring the rare warmth while probing Blue 7's reaction. Observing this, Blue 7 feels a surge of pride but maintains a neutral expression as he approaches. "Not at all. It's all thanks to your support, Director Ma. Without it, our small business wouldn't be flourishing." He then personally retrieves a bottle of liquor, uncapping it and respectfully offering it to Director Ma. "Here, Director Ma. On this cold day, have a drink to warm yourself." Director Ma accepts the drink, taking a small sip, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. Lowering his voice so only Blue 7 can hear, he confides, "It took a great deal of effort to get Jiayu out. He has already been interrogated twice. If it happens a 3rd time, the military will become suspicious." Director Ma is not exaggerating. Had he not possessed leverage over jury member Hong Dandan, Jiayu might have faced dire consequences. He personally altered the interrogation records, replacing Jiayu's name to facilitate his release. Blue 7 glances at Jiayu, who is heading to the cold storage for meat, and nonchalantly whispers, "If that is the case, next time, don't waste your efforts. Just let the military deal with him, and I can easily find a new subordinate." Director Ma chuckles. "You're quite ruthless." He then bursts into hearty laughter, adding, "But I like it." Blue 7 rises and approaches a safe, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. "However, this time, since you've brought him out, I must thank you." He presents the cigarettes with both hands. Although Director Ma internally scoffs at Blue 7's stinginess for only offering one pack, he replies, "Brother Blue is truly generous." These days, a pack of cigarettes can be traded for 20 pounds of food. As a subordinate brings in the pot, Blue 7 and Director Ma share drinks and meals, while the others gather around the fire, starting a separate pot to enjoy their dinner by the warmth of the flames. Once Director Ma is satiated, he hands Blue 7 a note. This contains 5 addresses from which the military has recently brought supplies to the temporary command center, and I am responsible for the interrogations. They pose no issues, and the military has released them, but there remains a substantial amount of supplies at their homes.
Director Magrins greedily.
Pointing to the first address, especially this one, the homeowner is He Chiao, and her household has the most supplies. He laments, "It's a pity that the woman voluntarily donated 3/4 of her supplies to the military. Otherwise, we could have struck it rich." He pulls out another sheet. This details the supplies, noted discreetly by my people when they accompanied the military to transport them. He adds, "The neighboring 1102 room also has supplies. It's all on this list." Director Ma further stipulates, "As usual, I'll take half of the supplies." Blue 7, however, realizes that the first address is one he had scouted earlier that day. He anticipated that these 2 women would harbor such a wealth of supplies, particularly medicines, which are invaluable in this apocalypse. Additionally, there's gasoline, which brings him even greater delight. Gazing at Director Ma, Blue 7 speaks slowly. "I've already scouted the first address today. Those 2 women are ones I encountered at Hope Market and cannot be counted as your information." Director Ma's expression darkens instantly. "Blue 7, what do you mean? Are you looking to part ways?" Seeing this, Blue 7 quickly rises, respectfully lighting a cigarette for Director Ma and smiling. "Director Ma, how could you say such a thing? I, Blue 7, am not one to bite the hand that feeds me. Moreover, I've placed an informant named Xia Xue in room 901 below them. After our long cooperation, you know my character well. How could I deceive you over a small amount of supplies?" However, Director Ma's expression does not improve. Among the 5 addresses provided, the supplies at He Chiao's home are the most abundant, particularly the coveted medicines. These medicines are precisely what he intends to use to cultivate connections with the high-ranking officials of M-City's base, serving as a stepping stone for his ambitions. At this moment, Director Ma begins to contemplate whether he should seek new partners. Yet, Blue 7, being astute, quickly senses the subtle shift in Director Ma's demeanor. Therefore, he swiftly adjusts his strategy, backtracking. "Director Ma, we've been partners for so long, and I have always remembered that. For the supplies at the first address, I will, as before, split them with you." Although Director Ma still harbors doubts, suspecting Blue 7 of stalling or feigning cooperation, he feigns a smile, praising, "Brother Blue, your generosity has always been evident to me." Though both men wear smiles, their hearts are filled with ulterior motives as they continue to enjoy their meal. The night is as dark as ink. Although the lights within the room are bright, they fail to mask the desolation and silence characteristic of the apocalypse that lies beyond the window. Between Lan Shi and Director Ma, an undercurrent was stirring. Suddenly, Lan Shi set down his wine glass, his expression growing grave. "Director Ma, do you have any new information regarding when the military's temporary command post will be withdrawn?" Director Ma's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons, and after a moment, he slowly replied, "The specific withdrawal date has yet to be determined. But tell me, is the military's withdrawal really that significant to you?" Lan Shi remained silent. He did not wish to offend the military at this juncture. In truth, Director Ma was well aware of the withdrawal date, but he chose to withhold that information. Lan Shi's earlier hesitation regarding the first address had already sown seeds of dissatisfaction in him. He knew it was time to seek new partners, and he had long coveted the abundant supplies Lan Shi possessed. Taking another sip of his drink, Director Ma made what seemed to be a compliment. yet was truly a test. Lan, the weapon in your hand is enough to render you fearless. Even with the military present, you could quietly see supplies at night. And He Qiao and her group would not even know who you are or what you have done. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi felt a surge of caution. He did not directly respond to Director Ma's insinuation but shot a glare at the side, where Jiayu was seated. It was undoubtedly this young man who had been drawn into Director Ma's web of manipulation. Fortunately, Jiayu was unaware of the precise location of his firearm or how many bullets it contained. Lan Qi managed to force a smile, while in his heart, he cursed Director Ma vehemently. This cunning Ma Qingren was indeed a wily old fox. Merely providing a bit of information, he attempted to claim half of the supplies. All while spinning lies, truly untrustworthy. The two exchanged smiles, yet behind those smiles lay endless schemes. Chapter 74. A well-planned strategy in the office of the M-City base. The atmosphere was so tense it seemed one could freeze water. Gu Qiancheng knelt before the expansive desk, his body rigid, each breath cautious, fearful of provoking his father, who sat before him. He lowered his head but could not resist stealing glances at his mother, Qin Riyun, seated on the sofa. He silently prayed for her to intercede, hoping to ease the charged tension in the room. Qin Riyun sat on the sofa, subtly shaking her head, signaling her son to endure a little longer. Now is the moment for your father to vent his anger. Be obedient. However, their subtle exchange of glances was abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. Do you know where you went wrong? Gu Hongxin set down the documents in his hands, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on his younger son on the floor. Noticing this, Qin Riyun quickly sent a signal to Gu Qiancheng, urging him to speak, quickly. Admit you were wrong. Receiving his mother's hint, Gu Qiancheng hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling. Father, I was wrong. I will never make the same mistake again. Oh. Gu Hongxin leaned back in his leather chair, then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? Gu Qiancheng took a deep breath and began reciting the lines he had meticulously prepared with his mother's help, rehearsed on his way to his father's office. I was wrong. I should not have foolishly contemplated the base's construction materials. The construction of the base pertains to national interests and affects the safety of hundreds of thousands of people. I truly realize my mistake. Before he could finish, a glass ashtray came hurtling towards him, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, striking Gu Qiancheng's forehead. He was caught off guard, and blood instantly flowed from the wound. Qin Riyun gasped, instinctively wanting to rush to her son's side, but she halted herself. She understood that Gu Hongxin was furious, already facing criticism from the family's hardliners due to her son's embezzlement of construction materials. Perhaps it would be better for him to release his anger. Thus, she suppressed her worries and resumed her seat on the sofa. Yet Gu Hongxin's tone shifted. No, try again. Both Gu Qiancheng and Qin Riyun were momentarily taken aback, confused. Gu Qiancheng, now anxious, cast desperate glances at his mother for assistance. Gu Hongxin noticed this and turned to Qin Riyun. Riyun, I suddenly feel like having tea made by you. Could you brew me a cup? Before the children, he always made sure to show respect to Qin Riyun. Understanding this was an attempt to dismiss her, she forced a smile. Of course, I'll go right now. You've been so busy lately. I haven't made you tea in ages. As the door closed behind her, Gu Hongxin's countenance darkened immediately. Gu Qiancheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had the matter of his aggression towards Gu Qianhan been exposed? But his mother had instructed him never to admit to anything. Looking at his father's fearsome expression, Gu Qiancheng was gripped by terror. Gradually, his legs began to weaken, nearly giving way beneath him. Regarding the matter with his elder brother, he had barely begun to speak when Gu Hongxin interrupted. The Gu family's ancestral teachings dictate that those capable should take charge. I will not intervene in your grievances. There's no need for you to explain. Gu Qiancheng's heart raced. If it was not about Gu Qianhan, then it had to be regarding the embezzlement of materials. After a long pause, he mustered the courage to cautiously propose, Father, what if I visit the board members this afternoon, especially the elder relatives of the Gu family, and prepare some generous gifts to apologize? Gu Hongxin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. You are the second young master of the Gu family, a legitimate descendant. What reason do you have to visit them? They should be the ones paying their respects to you. How could my son, Gu Hongxin, bow to outsiders? Gu Hongxin stood up. Your issue isn't merely about taking that batch of materials. It lies in your lack of decisiveness, allowing others to grasp your vulnerabilities. Gu Qiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his father. Gu Hongxin seemed to see through his thoughts and scoffed. What? Did you think I was angry for no reason? Gu Qiancheng found himself momentarily speechless, unable to fathom. Reflecting on the pre-apocalyptic times, his father had been renowned for his generosity, donating money to build roads and schools, earning widespread praise. Gu Hongxin seemed to sense his thoughts and explained, back then, doing good deeds served two purposes. It provided tax deductions and helped cultivate a good reputation, facilitating dealings with the government. But times have changed. The apocalypse has come. And everything is different now. Power is what truly matters. What angers me is that you failed to clean up after yourself and allowed those old hardliners on the board to use your mistakes as leverage against me. Father. Gu Qiancheng's voice dropped to a whisper, filled with shame and defeat. If only my elder brother Gu Qianhan were here, he would have left no trace. Gu Hongxin approached him, crouching to meet his gaze, his eyes deep and imbued with a hint of instruction. Qiancheng, remember, you must always maintain a clear mind. In this world, there are no eternal enemies or friends, only everlasting interests. Yet beyond interests, there exists humanity. Your mistake this time was not solely due to greed. You overlooked these fundamentals. Gu Qiancheng lifted his head, softly saying, Father, I realize my mistake. Gu Hongxin helped him up, gently touching the wound on his forehead. That must have hurt. Gu Qiancheng shook his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Gu Hongxin resumed his affectionate fatherly demeanor. Silly boy, next time remember to keep your distance. Gu Qiancheng wiped the blood with a tissue. Understood. Such tender moments between father and son were experiences Gu Qianhan had never known. Gu Hongxin inquired further. How are things between you and that young lady from the Zhou family? Gu Qiancheng sighed. Zhou Qingyan doesn't even regard me. She won't even acknowledge me. Gu Hongxin chuckled. You're quite adept at charming women, are you not? Gu Qiancheng replied helplessly, but she was originally intended to be my elder brother's fiancée. She doesn't like me, and I don't fancy her either. Gu Hongxin retrieved some alcohol and gauze, disinfecting his son's wound while advising, I'm not insisting you must love her. I just want you to consider the opportunities. She is the only daughter of Zhou Desho, the head of the Zhou family, and the younger sister of the future head, Zhou Ziang. Her position is of utmost importance to your stability. After tending to her wounds, Gu Hongxin spoke earnestly. Marry her, have a child to bind her, and you will secure the Zhou family. Later, you can pursue someone you truly desire. Your father will not interfere. Gu Qiancheng softly inquired. Just like you and Aunt? Gu Hongxin's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal as he simply replied with an affirmative sound. Although Gu Qiancheng was reluctant, he reluctantly agreed. Very well. I shall attempt to approach Zhou Qingyan tomorrow. Gu Hongxin advised. Before meeting Zhou Qingyan, it would be wise to pay a visit to her father. He is the key figure you truly need to win over. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Gu Qiancheng's face.
Indeed.
Whether Zhou Qingyan marries him or not ultimately rests with her father. Well, considering her decent looks, he would begrudgingly accept this union. Chapter 75. I will not marry you. In the living room of the Zhou residence in City M, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Desho, was earnestly persuading his daughter, Zhou Qingyan, the next time Qiancheng comes to see you, you must amend that cold demeanor. Zhou Qingyan expressed her disdain. If that second-generation heir comes again, just tell him I'm not home. Zhou Desho sighed helplessly. What second-generation heir? Gu Qiancheng is destined to inherit the Gu family and become its leader. Just him? Zhou Qingyan scoffed. Merely a shameful illegitimate child. Zhou Desho shook his head. In this apocalypse, why still concern yourself with the status of an illegitimate child? Zhou Qingyan countered. Even if we disregard his background, he is still a second son, with an elder brother above him. It is hardly his turn. Zhou Desho explained. You do not understand. Gu Hongxin shows clear favoritism, leaning towards making Gu Qiancheng the successor. Zhou Qingyan retorted angrily. Uncle Gu truly is blind. Clearly, my elder brother Qianhan is far more capable. Zhou Desho asserted. How can you speak so? Gu Hongxin will be your father-in-law in the future. He paused before continuing. I admit, Gu Qianhan excels in business. Within a few short years, he has expanded the Gu family's Huaheng group tenfold, with enterprises spanning the globe. But in this apocalypse, mere business acumen is woefully insufficient. Gu Qiancheng is different. Since the base's establishment, he has been active in every corner of it, and with his father's backing, he has already made a name for himself. Zhou Qingyan was unconvinced. I do not care. It was agreed that my betrothed would be Gu Qianhan, and I wish to marry him, not Gu Qiancheng. Father, As your own daughter, how could you push me into the fire? Gu Qianqing toys with women, just in these few days at the base. He has already swapped out several women. Zhou Desho dismissively remarked, men who toy with women only prove their capability. Those women are the ones eagerly approaching him. If you marry him, you will be the legitimate mistress of the Gu family, and you can easily send those women away. Zhou Qingyan stubbornly replied, no matter what you say, I simply do not like Gu Qianqing. If you want to marry me off, then do so. I refuse to comply. With that, she stormed upstairs. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou entered with a glass of milk. Where's Qingyan? She should drink her milk. Zhou Desho snorted. It's all your indulgence. She has gone upstairs. Mrs. Zhou, having overheard part of the conversation, set down the milk and sat down. Dear, must we really proceed this way? Qingyan has liked Gu Qianhan for several years. Upon hearing he was to be her betrothed, she was overjoyed. During that fierce blizzard, when she heard Gu Qianhan was missing, she even sent people out to search for him. Zhou Desho, impatient, replied, what do you know? Although Gu Qianhan is the legitimate firstborn, he is not favored by his father. You know the Gu family's teachings. These two brothers will inevitably have their reckoning. His father's bias will surely support the younger son, and Gu Qianhan's fate will not be much better. Mrs. Zhou inquired, puzzled. If that is the case, why did you initially agree to Qingyan marrying him? Zhou Desho sighed. Times have changed. When I agreed to the union, it was before the apocalypse. Then, we were still in a lawful society. The brothers vying for the family fortune would merely be a matter of who would gain control over the company, without risking lives. At that time, Gu Qianhan had been managing the company for many years and had a voice. I naturally believed he would prevail, hence, I consented to the marriage. But now, Mrs. Zhou pressed, how is it different now? Gu Qianhan has safely returned to the base. Zhou Desho, how can it be the same? Have you seen Gu Qianhan's face in these days? I hear he is mingling with the lowest-ranking soldiers, scavenging for supplies, hardly returning home, devoid of any vision. It appears he has become so immersed among those bottom-tier survivors that his perspective and demeanor have been dulled. Mrs. Zhou hesitated. If that is the case, wouldn't he sometime help? Help with what? Zhou Desho shook his head. Moreover, Gu Qianhan's mother, although the only daughter of the Shin family, has been of no benefit to him. Gu Qianhan has been missing for so long, and his mother has shown no concern, merely delivering meals to Gu Hongxin daily. We outsiders see it as a sign of her losing her mind. Gu Qianqing, though an illegitimate child, has a mother from the Qin family, shrewd and capable, otherwise. How could she have kept Gu Hongxin in the palm of her hand for so many years? Once Qingyan marries him, the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families will stand united. And in this base, we will have the final say. Mrs. Zhou's expression grew complex. She felt both pity for her daughter and the weight of family destiny. She sighed softly, as if grappling with a difficult decision. But Qingyan, Zhou Desho interrupted. I know you care for Qingyan, but as a member of the Zhou family, she must consider the family's interests. With the apocalypse upon us and order collapsed, our family had to donate half of our medical supplies to the military to attain our current standing. Yet the raw materials and production lines have all been buried. We cannot produce any more supplies in the future. We must plan for what is to come. Gu Qianqing may have a questionable private life, but the power behind him cannot be overlooked. Mrs. Zhou remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I will attempt to persuade Qingyan. But you must promise me to ensure her safety and happiness, no matter what. Zhou Desho patted his wife's shoulder, promising, rest assured, I will. I will also give Gu Qianqing a gentle reminder, making him understand that marrying Qingyan means he can no longer act as he did before. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhou Qingyan was hiding in her room, tears silently streaming down her face. She could not comprehend why fate had to mock her so, pushing her towards a man she did not love at all. Chapter 76. What is conscience? In Mingri Jiyuan, outside the quiet 10th floor sliding door, a figure appeared. Hong Dandan had wrapped herself tightly, her scarf concealing most of her face, leaving only a pair of vigilant eyes exposed. She softly knocked on the door, fearful of disturbing the neighbors below. He Qiao, with heightened alertness, immediately sensed the subtle noise. Who is it? Hong Dandan slowly unveiled her scarf, revealing a slightly anxious countenance. It's me. However, He Qiao did not open the sliding door but stood behind the safety door, maintaining a certain distance, his expression cautious. What do you want here? Hong Dandan's voice was low, as if afraid of something. Can you let me in to talk? I fear being seen. He Qiao crossed his arms, his attitude resolute. Speak your piece here. There is no way I will let you inside. After a moment of silence, Hong Dandan finally spoke. Director Ma has set his sights on the supplies at your home. He has a long-term accomplice, whose identity remains unknown to me. Yet that person possesses considerable skills, so you must exercise caution. He Qiao raised an eyebrow, questioning, on what grounds should I trust you? You disclosed my family's resources to Director Ma, did you not? Hong Dandan was rendered speechless, for the accusation held truth. While assisting the military in transporting supplies, she had discreetly noted down the information and relayed it to Director Ma. However, with leverage against her in his possession, she was compelled to comply. Taking a deep breath, she continued, earlier today at work, I witnessed that young man being taken into the interrogation room again. This marks my second encounter with him at the military's temporary command center. Director Ma seized the interrogation records, manipulated the young man's information, and then took him away. I know he intends to confront that young man's superior. Hong Dandan's voice quivered slightly. She was unaware of the young man's name or the identity of his superior. Yet, she had once unintentionally observed a conversation between Director Ma and that individual, whose menacing demeanor still haunted her. I am certain Director Ma will target you, she added. In fact, it is not just you. Recently, for others have been interrogated by Director Ma and subsequently released by the military. I have taken note of their addresses and plan to inform them one by one. Following the proximity of the addresses, she arrived at He Qiao's location, the third destination. Regrettably, everyone regarded her with suspicion and wariness. She glanced at He Qiao, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness and despair. Regardless, I have already notified you. Should anything transpire, it is no longer my concern. He Qiao scoffed. Is this how you seek solace for your conscience? Hong Dandan widened her eyes. Seemingly baffled and indignant by He Qiao's words, what else would you have me do? He Qiao countered, you are fully aware of the nature of Director Ma, and you know he exploits his authority to harm ordinary survivors. Why not report him to the military instead of aiding and abetting his tyranny? Tears welled in Hong Dandan's eyes, her voice trembling. I have my reasons. Slowly lifting her gaze, her eyes filled with resignation, she added, not everyone possesses your fortune. Collecting resources and fostering connections with the Gu family. He Qiao remained impassive, merely uttering, you should leave. Hong Dandan's lips moved as if she wished to say more but ultimately sighed softly, wrapping her scarf before turning away. Just as her figure vanished around the staircase corner, Lin Feifei descended from the 11th floor. It was evident that she had overheard their entire conversation. Their gazes met, and no words were necessary. The weight of their shared concern was palpable. With Lan Shihu lurking ahead and Director Ma's treachery looming, the situation grew increasingly perilous. Lin Feifei, without further delay, dashed back upstairs, evidently to confer with Lu Qian about their strategy. He Qiao did not rush to ascend, instead ambled toward the living room of room 1001. She activated the electric heater, allowing warmth to gradually envelop the space, then retrieved the Huangdi Neijing to continue her studies. She knew Lin Feifei would return to Seeker Council. Meanwhile, within the Gu residence's study, Gu Qianhan handed evidence to Uncle Hai.
Unso Hai.
Please make multiple copies of these documents to ensure that every member of the Gu family board receives them. Uncle Hai appeared perplexed regarding Gu heir's embezzlement of base materials. Many board members are already aware. Is this action not superfluous? Gu Qianhan's gaze deepened. Disclosing this matter serves to compel these obstinate individuals to choose sides.
Unso Hai.
Upon hearing this, suddenly comprehended, the base, in name, was under military control. However, amid the shadows of the apocalypse, the military's establishment in M City depended heavily on the unwavering support of the Gu, Zhou, and Qin families. The three families, wielding substantial influence beneath the military, engaged in covert rivalry, each striving to outmaneuver the others and seize power. The Gu family held dominion over 70% of M City's construction materials. The Zhou family controlled 60% of medical resources, while the Qin family hoarded vast quantities of food. Within the base, their open and covert battles created a convoluted landscape. To maintain a foothold in this chaotic world, the Gu family could not tolerate a corrupt leader in their midst. Otherwise, how could they establish authority and secure a lasting presence? Naturally, the cunning members of the board would not be foolish enough to endorse a disreputable figure to lead the Gu family. Thus, Gu heir forfeited his eligibility to vie for power within the Gu family, regardless of any favoritism from his father-in-law, which would prove futile. Uncle Hai gazed at Gu Qianhan, filled with profound emotions. The young master had finally cast aside his unwarranted reservations regarding family ties and began to reveal his potential, orchestrating strategies with finesse. Uncle Hai's impression of Gu Qianhan lingered on the memory of a youth who once pursued him to learn horseback riding.
Now,
Those once naive eyes had transformed into deep and piercing ones, seemingly capable of unraveling all schemes and machinations. Young master, is this action also intended to demonstrate to the outside world that the Gu family upholds an ironclad discipline and principles that are inviolable?
un sổ hai tentative in quid.
Gu Qianhan nodded, his gaze drifting through the window as if peering into the distance. Indeed, I wish for all to recognize that the Gu family is not easily shaken. Regardless of external turmoil, the internal order and regulations of the Gu family must remain unassailable. At Mingri Jieyuan, He Qiao had yet to finish the second page when Lu Chen and Lin Feifei appeared at the entrance of the living room together. Observing He Qiao's tranquil demeanor, Lin Feifei felt a surge of admiration. In this perilous moment, how could Sister Qiao remain so composed, even finding time to read? Meanwhile, she herself was already fraught with anxiety, struggling to maintain her composure. Encountering Lan Qi during the day, aware of their covetousness towards their resources, she managed to stay calm. Yet, the mere thought of Director Ma instilled an indescribable dread within her. Although that man was not the one responsible for her interrogation, she could sense his cunning and ruthlessness with just a glance. He was no benevolent figure. Fear gripped her genuinely. Sister Qiao, Lu Chen and I have discussed it and decided to report to the base early tomorrow morning. Lin Feifei's voice trembled with unease. Chapter 77. Do not call out. He Qiao closed her book. Since you have made a decision, it is best for you to begin moving your belongings downstairs now. By dawn, when everyone is asleep, you can set out. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. That is precisely our intention, which is why we came to bid you farewell. He Qiao understood. I will remain here reading. You may proceed with your packing, and I shall look after the house.
Thank you, Sister Qiao.
Lin Feifei stepped forward, embracing He Qiao tightly. Are you truly not coming with us? Fearing a misunderstanding, she quickly added, Lan Qi and Director Ma are both watching our resources and are aware of this address. Once the military withdraws from the vicinity, they will undoubtedly come knocking. You should come with us. At least the three of us can look out for each other. He Qiao teased, your vehicle is already filled with supplies. If I join you, what will happen to your resources? And what of my own? Lin Feifei momentarily fell silent, but soon resolutely replied, resources can be earned again, but life is singular. We can spare a seat for you. With your abilities, you need not worry about supplies once we reach the base. Lin Feifei had intended to mention Gu Qianhan at the base, knowing he would ensure He Qiao's safety. But understanding He Qiao's nature, she ultimately refrained from voicing it. He Qiao recognized that in this apocalyptic world, Lin Feifei's offer of a seat was a remarkable gesture. I still do not wish to leave. You should depart first. He Qiao's stance remained unwavering. She was not obstinate, intent on remaining in this perilous location. However, she was acutely aware of the tenacity exhibited by individuals like Director Ma. Once entangled, they would cling like a parasite. Moreover, given his cunning tactics, it was inevitable that he would follow closely behind the military's withdrawal, even if he chose not to accompany the military. The numerous temporary military accommodation points and command centers within M City provided ample opportunities for him to appear. With the base yet to be established, he would not be assuming a position there anytime soon. Thus, rather than remaining oblivious to his whereabouts, it would be prudent to resolve the matter while he was within reach. Wasn't Director Ma coveting her supplies? Sooner or later, that so-called partner of his would come knocking. Director Ma was exceedingly shrewd and would undoubtedly hide in the shadows or remain inactive. Yet, if she could capture that partner, she would uncover everything about Director Ma. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei exchanged glances, understanding that He Qiao had made up her mind. Lin Feifei spoke, Sister Qiao, since you are unwilling to leave, everything we cannot take will belong to you. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. You have taken care of our homes several times. Consider it compensation. Once we depart, we will leave the key to you, and you can manage things as you see fit. As He Qiao turned to the next page, Lu Chen and Lin Feifei had already begun moving supplies downstairs. Soon, only Lu Chen returned, while Lin Feifei remained in the underground garage to safeguard the vehicle. Even with military personnel patrolling outside the community, they dared not relax their vigilance in the slightest. The supplies and vehicle were their lifeline. and none could afford to be careless. At that moment, an elderly woman on the 8th floor quietly leaned against her door, witnessing the entire scene. She hurriedly shook her husband awake, who was cradling their sleeping grandson. "Old man, something feels off. The people on the 11th floor are moving things downstairs. They've already made 2 trips." The husband, roused from his slumber and initially ready to scold her, sensed her urgency. He tucked the blanket around their grandson and donned his cotton coat, peeking from behind the door. After observing for a few minutes, he stated solemnly, "You are right. They are indeed moving. I even saw an electric heater." The elderly woman, hearing this, grew more anxious. "What are we waiting for? We should hurry and pack our things." When Lu Chen next descended with supplies, the elderly woman suddenly stood in his path, gripping his arm tightly with a hint of desperation in her voice. "Young man, are you heading to the M City base?
Take us with you."
Lu Chen was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He felt a chill run down his spine, fearing the elderly woman's loud voice might awaken the other sleeping neighbors. He attempted to reassure her. "Ma'am, you are mistaken. We are not leaving. We are merely transporting some surplus supplies to the vehicle in hopes of trading them for food at the market tomorrow." However, the elderly woman wore a skeptical expression. "We saw you moving even instant noodles. Do you really expect us to believe you're not going to the base? Who are you trying to fool?" Her voice echoed in the empty corridor, and Lu Chen felt his heart race. If she continued to shout, the entire building would awaken. He patiently coaxed her. "Ma'am, look at the time. Where could we possibly go at this hour? Besides, we are outsiders. What business do we have at the M City base? We truly just want to exchange these large items for more portable ones. The instant noodles you saw are meant to trade for gasoline. M City was several hundred kilometers from K City. They needed ample fuel to make the journey." Seeing that the elderly woman remained unconvinced, Lu Chen reluctantly mentioned He Qiao. "Ma'am, look, it's just me moving things. He Qiao from room 1101 hasn't even come out." "What does that indicate?" The elderly woman, however, appeared confused. "What does that prove?" Her voice rose once more. "It shows that the 3 of you have clearly defined roles, one at home, one in the garage, and one handling the supplies." Lu Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Her insight was spot on. He felt increasingly helpless and glanced towards the 10th floor, hoping He Qiao might come to his aid. Yet, although He Qiao had heard the commotion below, she chose to remain uninvolved. What could she do? Either assist Lu Chen in distracting the elderly woman to allow their escape or eliminate her to prevent future complications. Yet, either choice would lead to endless trouble for her. Silence felt far more prudent. After all, the base was not yet completed. If Lu Chen and Lin Feifei required assistance to deal with a single elderly woman, how could they possibly safeguard their supplies amidst the chaos of a tent? At that moment, all He Qiao could do was ensure the door remained secure. That was the only support she could offer. The elderly woman's voice grew louder, and Lu Chen finally reached his breaking point. He feared the elderly woman would genuinely awaken the residents. In the dead of night, if the neighbors swarmed in to seize their supplies, he would be unable to manage the situation adequately. Even if they complained to the military the following day, with no fatalities involved, how could the military intervene? The pilfered supplies would likely have been consumed or hidden by then, never to be retrieved. "All right, ma'am, please stop shouting," Lu Chen conceded helplessly. "I promise to take you along." As soon as Lu Chen's words left his lips, the elderly woman's anxiety was instantly replaced with joy. She grasped his hand tightly. "Thank you so much, young man. You are our savior." Lu Chen forced a smile, secretly regretting not having left sooner. With no alternative,
He could only comply.
he gently withdrew his hand from her grasp, trying to sound casual. "Ma'am, don't rush. We will find a way to take you. But first, you must help me keep this a secret. Do not let anyone else know." The elderly woman nodded vigorously, as if she had found a treasure. "Rest assured. I will keep it to myself." Tears of gratitude shimmered in her eyes. "Our family of 3, old and young, if we had to walk to the base, we would have perished from the cold long ago. Oh dear young man, you have truly saved our lives." The elderly woman clutched Lu Chen's arm tightly, as if fearing he might escape. "Hush." Lu Chen quickly gestured for silence, anxiety flickering in his eyes. "Do you want the entire building to know our plans? How could that vehicle possibly accommodate so many people?" The elderly woman suddenly understood, lowering her voice. "Oh, right, I'll go home and pack." Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Chen slipped away from her grasp and swiftly moved the supplies to the underground garage. When he returned to the 10th floor, He found the elderly man from the 8th floor sitting by the sliding door, cradling his sleeping grandson, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Chen felt a wave of irritation but maintained his composure. "Sir, why are you sitting out here in this cold?" The elderly man's face beamed with a smile. "I heard from my wife that you are willing to take our family of 3 with you, and we couldn't be happier." "You have no idea." Lu Chen interjected. "We are setting off tomorrow morning. Once I finish this trip, I will head home to sleep. So you should hurry back as well. We will gather here in the morning." However, the elderly man was shrewd and feared Lu Chen would back out, thinking he was merely placating his wife. Therefore, he insisted on remaining there to ensure everything went smoothly. After all, his wife had already informed him that on the 11th floor, the 3 of them had clearly defined roles: one to watch the house, one to guard the vehicle downstairs, and one to manage the supplies. As long as he remained at the door, they would not be able to shake them off. Lu Chen, unable to dissuade the elderly man, resigned himself to continue moving supplies. This time, he carried a suitcase in each hand and a heavy backpack on his back. Outside the small living room on the 10th floor, he paused for a moment before turning to descend the stairs. However, the elder waited anxiously. But Lu Chen did not return. Growing increasingly worried, he caught a glimpse through the gap in the sliding door and saw He Qiao quietly engrossed in her book, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Half an hour later, the elder's wife hastily finished packing their belongings and rushed to find him. "Why haven't they come back up yet?" she asked anxiously. The elder furrowed his brow. "Indeed, why has this trip taken so long?" They exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Something was amiss. The elder quickly handed the child to his wife and hurried downstairs to investigate. Meanwhile, the elder's wife waited anxiously outside the sliding door, observing the warm glow emanating from room 1001. Unable to restrain herself, she knocked on the door, saying, "Let us in for a moment. It's so cold out here." However, He Qiao remained undeterred, continuing to read. The elder's wife snorted disdainfully and remarked, "What else with the attitude? I knew that off-road vehicle belonged to the young couple and not to you. We are merely borrowing it. Why must you be so indifferent?" He Qiao continued to ignore her. The elder's wife felt the urge to lash out but remembered Lu Chen's instructions and suppressed her anger. Just then, the elder rushed back, panting, "This is bad. They've run away. The car is no longer in the underground garage." Upon hearing this, the elder's wife was instantly furious, slamming her thigh. "How dare they deceive us?" She turned and pounded on the sliding door, shouting, "He Qiao, come out. You conspired to trick us elderly folks. I will report you to the military." He Qiao had already anticipated that Lu Chen and the others would leave early. In a final act, Lu Chen had discreetly tossed the key to the front door into the small living room. Watching the elder's wife wail dramatically, He Qiao couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She gazed coldly at the elder's wife. "You just said they left. What can you do by waking up the entire building? Are they coming to witness your tears?" The elder's wife was momentarily at a loss for words. With eyes wide in indignation, she exclaimed, "You are lying. You clearly promised to take us along." He Qiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Who made such a promise? Go find them." The elder's wife was once again rendered speechless, gritting her teeth. "You are in cahoots with them. Since they have left, I can only turn to you." He Qiao feigned a pitiful expression of abandonment. "You know I have no car. I rely on Lu Chen and Lin Feifei's off-road vehicle to leave here. Have I not also been abandoned?" She lamented. "If it weren't for your insistence on leaving together, Lu Chen and Lin Feifei would never have left me behind. I want to cry too, boo-hoo." Upon hearing this, the elder's wife's expression froze. But in an instant, a calculating glint flickered in her eyes as she pounded on the sliding door. "Humph, with them gone, doesn't this house become vacant? We can move in." He Qiao, growing increasingly impatient, simply wanted to rid herself of these two and return home for some rest. Thus, her expression darkened, and she retorted without mercy, "Don't even think about it. Get lost." Without waiting for the elder's wife to react, she swiftly locked the door to room 1001 and turned to return home to sleep. The elder's wife remained outside, wailing to the heavens, ignored by all. As He Qiao's door slammed shut with a loud thud, the door to room 902 opened from within. 6 men, armed with clubs and bearing fierce expressions, marched out in a line, striding purposefully towards the underground garage. Meanwhile, the elder's wife on the 8th floor, finally exhausted from her tirade, stumbled back to her home with the aid of her husband. At that moment in room 901, Xia Shui cautiously opened her front door once the corridor returned to tranquility. She first paced to the entrance of room 902, hesitantly raising her hand to knock, but ultimately lowered it again. Only after confirming that the men from room 902 had left did she dare to emerge. But upon knocking and seeing her sister, what could she possibly say? Earlier, she had heard her sister's pained cries from outside, yet felt powerless to intervene. Finally, she steeled herself, donned her scarf, and resolutely descended the stairs. She needed to find Lan Qi and inform him that 2 people had already departed from the 11th floor. As dawn broke, Gu Qianhan was roused by Uncle Hai's urgent calls. "Young master, you must get up." The young master, Gu Qianhan lazily threw on his robe and slowly opened the bedroom door, a smirk forming on his lips. "What is it? Has Gu Hongxin died?"
Unso hai pauset?
Clearly taken aback by Gu Qianhan's sharp tongue since learning the truth behind the helicopter incident. Almost forgetting the matter at hand, Uncle Hai quickly replied, "Young master, we just reported last night about Gu Air embezzling construction materials to the shareholders, and before dawn, the young master issued a statement claiming he was solely responsible, with no connection to Gu Air whatsoever." Uncle Hai spoke through clenched teeth, evidently furious, his chest heaving. "The young master is exceptionally biased, striking at you with such ferocity while indulging Gu Air, even resigning from his position at the base for him." Gu Qianhan merely smiled faintly, as if everything was already within his expectations. Gu Hongxin is truly committed to Gu Air's cause. However, this maneuver is indeed clever. By taking the blame for the embezzlement, the old guard of the Gu family, in their efforts to preserve the family's reputation and the base's prestige, will surely refrain from publicizing this matter. With a knowing glint in his eye, Gu Qianhan continued, "Next, Gu Hongxin will undoubtedly nominate Gu Air to take his place." Uncle Hai frowned, "Surely not? The board members are all too aware of Gu Air's character." Gu Qianhan smirked coldly. "Do not forget, during this time, that old mistress has been actively distributing supplies under Gu Air's banner, winning over hearts, coupled with Gu Hongxin bestowing small favors upon the old guard. This plan is bound to succeed." Uncle Hai, feeling disheartened, lamented, "So our efforts were in vain?" Gu Qianhan, undeterred, retrieved a folder from the drawer and placed it on the table. This document need not be shown to the board members. It should simply circulate within the base. Uncle Hai, puzzled, opened the folder to reveal shocking evidence. Gu Air had abused his power after entering the base, leading to the tragic demise of several young women, including survivors from the base, staff members, and even 2 graduate students. Their mentor had recently reported their disappearance, and Uncle Hai's voice turned somber and indignant. Having a young granddaughter himself, he could hardly bear such occurrences. Once this news spreads, the Gu family's reputation will be ruined. Uncle Hai worriedly looked at Gu Qianhan. "Gu Air may have lost his chance, but you too will be implicated. Will those lower-tier survivors still trust and support you?" Gu Qianhan remained unfazed. "It matters not. Proceed with it." The morning light fully emerged, dispelling the night's stillness. Lu Chun and Lin Feifei awoke amidst the surrounding tumult, witnessing soldiers bustling about at the military's temporary command post, busily preparing meals as smoke wafted upwards. Reflecting on the previous night, they had fled from Mingri Jiyuan in a panic, the darkness palpable and tension mounting. Shortly after exiting the community, they keenly sensed a van tailing them. Fortunately, their off-road vehicle's superior performance allowed them to easily shake off their pursuers. However, the heavily laden vehicle felt cumbersome. While it could manage short distances, long journeys became arduous. Moreover, on that desolate road, the night cloaked unknown dangers lurking in the shadows, sending shivers down their spines. After careful consideration, they decided to seek refuge at the military's temporary command post. After a round of negotiations and inspections, their vehicle was granted access to the courtyard of the command center, while the trailing vehicles loitered outside in vain before eventually departing. With the first rays of sunlight breaking through, they had spent a relatively peaceful night. Glancing around, the mysterious van had vanished, as if it had never existed. Seizing the opportunity of the early morning light and the deserted streets, the two decided to set off toward the base. Just as they were about to embark, a gentle knock sounded on the window. Captain Zhou stood outside, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. "I received a report last night about survivors wishing to stay at the command center for a night, but I didn't expect it to be you two. Why didn't you come upstairs to find me?" They quickly exited the vehicle. Lu Chun politely responded, "We didn't want to disturb you so late at night, Captain Zhou." Lin Feifei added, You have a heavy workload, balancing the rescue of supplies and maintaining order. We truly didn't wish to trouble you further. Captain Joe had already learned about their situation from the duty soldier. He suggested, if you're not in a hurry, why not stay here for the night? Tomorrow, the supply convoy from the base will arrive, and you can return with them. Lu Chen and Lin Feifei exchanged grateful smiles. That would be splendid. However, Captain Joe noticed that their group seemed incomplete. What about Miss He Qiao? ISN Tishu with you? Lin Feifei's expression dimmed. Sister Qiao decided to stay at Tomorrow's Garden. She said she wasn't ready to enter the base just yet. Captain Joe furrowed his brow. You two are leaving her alone at Tomorrow's Garden? ISN that quite dangerous? Lin Feifei spoke up. Speaking of danger, I have something to tell you. There's a guy named Lan Qi, who returned to Tomorrow's Garden with me and Sister Qiao from Hope Market. He wants to steal our supplies. She had intended to mention the conspiracy possibly involving Director Ma, but hesitated, swallowing her words. Firstly, she was uncertain about who Director Ma's accomplices were. Secondly, lacking solid evidence to prove Director Ma's malevolence, Hong Dandan might not stand up to testify against him. More importantly, she and her boyfriend needed to remain at the command center for another day to avoid incurring Director Ma's wrath and being expelled. Captain Zhou, noticing her hesitance, asked with concern, "Is there more to this?" Lin Feifei bit her lip, struggling internally. At that moment, Lu Qin deftly interjected. "Captain Zhou, Feifei actually wanted to say that Lan Qi has many subordinates, and we are genuinely worried for Sister Qiao's safety." Captain Zhou's gaze became piercing, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Protecting the safety of the populace is our sacred duty. This will never change, regardless of whether we are facing the apocalypse or not. I will immediately dispatch soldiers to conduct a thorough investigation at Hope Market, and should any wrongdoers be discovered, they will be brought to justice, without leniency." Meanwhile, in a room upstairs, Director Ma was hiding behind the curtains. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed on Lu Chen and Lin Feifei below, as well as the cargo-laden off-road vehicle, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. He was racking his brain for ways to seize those supplies, never expecting that these two would deliver themselves right to him. Truly, it was a case of finding what one sought without expending any effort. Chapter 80. Did you miss me? Xia Shui had waited in the small market throughout a frigid night, yet she had not caught sight of Lan Qi. To fend off the biting cold of over -50 degrees, she had to take refuge inside a military booth, barely escaping the lethal chill. What a deceiver. She inquired around, only to learn that Lan Qi did not reside there and only appeared during the day. During this time, she had nearly been dragged into a tent by a stranger and dared not wander aimlessly anymore. As dawn broke, she dragged her weary body onto the path back to Tomorrow's Garden. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her: to return home, sip a bowl of steaming hot water, and cast aside the turmoil of vengeance, betrayal, and the struggle for supplies. The bitter cold of the night had nearly numbed her face, leaving her legs feeling heavy and unresponsive. However, just as she stepped out of the small market, she unexpectedly encountered Lan Qi and his subordinates. Unlike the previous day, the men surrounding Lan Qi had changed. Spotting Xia Shui, he dismissed his men and approached her, pulling her into an embrace, his hands roaming. "How is it? Missing me after just one night?" Xia Shui glanced around the bustling market, attempting to break free from his hold. Yet, after a night of enduring the cold, she found herself lacking the strength. To Lan Qi, her struggles appeared futile, even imbued with a flirtatious shyness. Noticing her lips turning purple, a sign of hypothermia, Lan Qi swiftly produced a thermos. "Drink this, it's ginger tea." Xia Shui caught sight of the thermos, its mouth covered in grime, rendering the stainless steel unrecognizable, and a wave of nausea washed over her.
Fígado, Lan Qi insist.
Pouring the ginger tea into her mouth. "What are you being picky about at a time like this?" After swallowing the ginger tea and consuming the 2 biscuits he had offered, Xia Shui gradually regained some strength. She glared at Lan Qi, complaining, "You told me to find you, yet you don't even live here, making me wait all night for nothing. What a liar." Lan Qi's expression darkened instantly. "What? You think you can talk to me like that just because I showed you some kindness?" Xia Shui felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing her tone had been inappropriate, she meekly replied, "I want to do it again." Lan Qi's demeanor softened slightly. "What exactly do you need me for?" Xia Shui quickly responded, "The The couple in room 1102 moved out last night, taking all the valuable supplies and driving away in the off-road vehicle.
Now.
Only He Xiao is left on the 11th floor.
What?
Lan Qi asked in surprise. Do you know where they went? Xia Shui explained. The criminal elements and robbery gangs around M-City haven't dispersed yet. They are likely headed for the M-City base. Lan Qi glanced at her. I didn't expect you to have some brains. Although Xia Shui looked down upon Lan Qi, she dared not retort. This man was capricious. Difficult to decipher. She continued. After they left, I saw 6 men from across the hall chase after them in a van. I'm not sure if they'll catch up. Lan Qi assessed. They probably won't catch up, given that their vehicle is an off-road one. In this extreme cold, a van lacks the power. He then shifted the topic. But why did they suddenly move out overnight? Xia Shui recalled. I saw a woman go upstairs. And it seemed she said something to them, but their voices were too low for me to hear. Lan Qi pressed. What did the woman look like? Xia Shui shook her head. She was wrapped up tightly, and I couldn't make out her face at all. Lan Qi's anger flared as he slapped her. How could you be so useless? Didn't you think to secretly follow her to see where she lives or who she meets? Xia Shui covered her stinging cheek, not daring to retort. Lan Qi had no time for her and, after whispering to his subordinates, sent them off in different directions. He turned back to the dazed Xia Shui, fuming. What are you still standing there for? Hurry back and keep an eye on He Xiao. If she runs off again, I'll strip you bare and toss you into the rescue tent. Xia Shui knew all too well what kind of people resided in the rescue tent, lazy men who never ventured out to search for supplies. Unkempt and prone to harassing female survivors. Terrified, she fled from Lan Qi, sprinting towards Tomorrow's garden. The outline of the military temporary command center gradually emerged in the morning light. Not far away, a van stood quietly parked, resembling a lurking leopard waiting for its prey to appear. Inside were the men from room 902 of Tomorrow's garden. He Yuan clutched the Soul telescope tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the off-road vehicle occupied by Lu Chen and Lin Feifei. He observed as they alighted in the morning light, engaging in conversation with military officers. Unexpectedly, the pair drove deep into the command compound, vanishing from his sight. Damn it, were they planning to stay hidden? In a fit of rage, He Yuan slammed the telescope down, his fury seeking an outlet. The others inside the vehicle had waited for what felt like an eternity, until noon. Yet the off-road vehicle still did not emerge. Instead, they witnessed Lu Chen and Lin Feifei assisting the military in preparing lunch. The young man in the driver's seat could no longer contain himself. Brother Yuan, it seems they really don't intend to come out. The others in the back seat chimed in. Indeed, they've already donated half their supplies to the military. Now that danger has arisen, the military certainly won't stand idly by. The vehicle fell into a heavy silence. Just then, a worried voice from the back seat piped up. We've been out for so long. That little wench Xia Shu, trying to escape, is she? He Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Her? She can't escape. When I left, I stripped her bare and locked her in the bedroom, leaving her only a blanket. Even if she wished to flee, she has no shoes and lacks the means. The other men in the vehicle erupted in laughter, praising He Yuan's cleverness. His expression hardened, and he decisively commanded, return to Mingri Jieyuan. They may have run off, but He Xiao is still there. She is alone. With so many supplies, she cannot possibly escape. We must hurry back. We cannot allow others to get ahead of us. The men nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to hurry back. The military has confiscated her weapons. This is our golden opportunity. Exactly, let us make haste. I can't wait to deal with that little wench, Xia Shiyu. It'll be quite entertaining. Accompanied by fits of lewd laughter, the van roared to life and sped towards Mingri Jieyuan. Chapter 81. Escaping is not my style. On the journey back to Mingri Jieyuan, He Yuan and his companions were enveloped in an inexplicable excitement and urgency. The buildings along the roadside flickered through the windows, casting mottled shadows on their faces, yet failing to conceal the greed and ruthlessness glimmering in their eyes. Seated in the passenger seat, He Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, contemplating their next move. He Xiao, though formidable, appeared to him at this moment as a lamb awaiting slaughter, helpless and fragile, without her weapons and devoid of allies. She resembled a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, no longer a threat to them. After all, they were 6 men, enjoying an overwhelming numerical advantage. Moreover, They were not like the mindless rabble of Li Wanhao's group. Those individuals had formed a makeshift alliance out of self-interest in the apocalypse. They were once colleagues from the same unit, sharing close relationships and often engaging in playful antics. Before the onset of the apocalypse, He Yuan had not been a leader of this small group. That role had belonged to Hula Kun, who was responsible for driving. Hula Kun was a salesman within the unit, well-connected, possessing outstanding sales abilities, earning a handsome salary, and fond of treating others. Thus, everyone had looked up to him prior to the apocalypse. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, everything underwent a dramatic transformation. Drawing from his memory of delivering goods for the company, He Yuan accurately recalled the locations of several small food processing plants. He led his comrades to gather ample supplies ahead of time amidst the blizzard and decisively directed everyone away from the bustling city center, relocating to the sparsely populated Mingri Jiyuan. This decision not only allowed them to evade the chaos of resource plundering in the early days of the apocalypse, preserving their supplies and lives, but also serendipitously positioned them beneath the apartments of several strong individuals in the community. Previously, several groups had attempted to cause trouble on the 10th floor, and the other colleagues had been eager to act. Especially when Li Wanhao brought dozens from the community to provoke them, Hula Kun insisted on joining to display his decisiveness, eyeing the medication stored above, claiming that fortune favors the bold. However, He Yuan had strongly discouraged the impulsive actions of his fellow colleagues. The outcome was predictable. Li Wanhao's group was utterly annihilated. From that point on, the other members of the small group held He Yuan in even greater esteem, regarding him as their true leader. Even Hula Kun had tempered his ambitions, no longer vying for the previous leadership position, instead following He Yuan and referring to him as Brother Yuan, just like the others. Brother Yuan, do you think He Qiao might have already fled? Hula Kun, the driver, suddenly inquired, his tone tinged with concern. He Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly, followed by a cold smirk, as if he had everything under control. No, she has no vehicle, he asserted confidently, unless she discards all her supplies at home and makes a run for it. Yet everyone understood that no one would willingly abandon their supplies. In an apocalypse, resources equated to life. Meanwhile, He Qiao, whom they were concerned about, was basking in leisure. She reclined with her legs crossed, cradling a warm cup of milk tea, her gaze drifting through the window to the eager approach of the van belonging to the men from room 902. Escape? Ha, that is not my style. She playfully bit into a tapioca pearl, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she remarked, so chewy. I have no intention of fleeing. Instead, I eagerly await the military's swift withdrawal so that I may indulge in a thrilling game. Reflecting on the previous night, as Lu Chen and Lin Feifei had driven away in their off-road vehicle, she had keenly noticed the group from room 902 departing the community in their van. Grabbing the telescope, she meticulously tracked the paths of both vehicles. A fleeting thought had crossed her mind about using her sniper rifle to assist Lin Feifei and the others. After all, if those two failed to exit the community smoothly, the trouble would eventually fall upon her. She perhaps was inherently more suited to solitude, as interacting with others always left her feeling uneasy. However, upon realizing that the off-road vehicle was not heading towards the M-City base, but rather towards the temporary military command post where Captain Zhou was stationed, she secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, the 902 was an old van, and within half an hour's drive, it could never catch up to the off-road vehicle. Thus, she felt secure enough to electrify the sliding door downstairs and then drifted into a deep sleep. Now, the van from room 902 had returned. By observing the tire tracks, she deduced that it carried only a few people and no supplies, identical to their departure. Therefore, their venture must have been fruitless. This also signified that Lu Chen and Lin Feifei had safely arrived at the military command post. Although she was reluctant to team up with those two, she did not wish to witness their misfortune. He Qiao drained her milk tea in one go and then commenced her daily physical training. At this moment, the 6 strong men from room 902, along with the sisters from room 901, Lan Qi, Director Ma, and others, all eyed her with keen interest. Furthermore, lurking in the shadows might be other unknown threats, poised to strike. Contemplating these matters, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. This excitement rendered her incapable of focusing on her reading. She found it far better to immerse herself in training. He Qiao's figure danced gracefully within the spacious living room. Sweat dripped like a fine rain, soaking the carpet. Her breath quickened, yet her gaze grew ever more resolute.
Bang!
With a resounding crash, He Qiao struck the sandbag affixed to the wall, which swayed violently before succumbing to the force, bursting apart. She swiftly replaced it with a new sandbag, and the training continued, seemingly without end. In the stairwell, He Yuan paused at the turning point between the 9th and 10th floors, his ears attuned to the faint sounds emanating from above. The indistinct noises from the upper floor served as a balm to his nerves, confirming that He Qiao was still at home and had not fled. He turned and made his way back to room 902. Upon entering, he was greeted by the unbearable sounds of low laughter and whispers. It was his good colleagues, indulging in their pleasures within the master bedroom. Such impatience, their minds consumed by trivial pursuits. A smile tugged at He Yuan's lips as he called into the room, advising them to take it easy and not to overexert themselves, for the outside world was far less pristine, cautioning them against the risk of disease. Despite his words, there was no genuine reproach in his tone. He found joy in witnessing their infatuation with women, for it kept their eyes from coveting his position. Inside, the woman's gasps intermittently pierced through the door crack, unsettling He Yuan's thoughts. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he strode purposefully towards the master bedroom. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he clutched a belt and a candle tightly in his grasp. 3 hours later, the curtains in the master bedroom of room 902 were tightly drawn. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with a nauseating blend of sourness and hormones. On the expansive double bed lay 3 exhausted men, their faces drawn with fatigue. Others were sprawled across the sofas in the guest room and living room, equally lost in slumber. They had spent the entire night in frantic revelry, deprived of rest. And now, their indulgent desires had plunged them into a deep sleep. In this shadowy chamber, a woman curled up alone on the cold floor. Barefoot and wrapped only in a blanket, she was Xia Xiu. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes swollen and devoid of life, staring blankly ahead. Her back bore the marks of abuse, each bruise a testament to her torment. Her neck was not spared either, displaying the imprints left by those who had choked her in moments of excitement, leading her to faint from lack of oxygen on several occasions. After being discarded like refuse from the bed, she sat helplessly on the freezing floor, abandoned to her own fate. Silence enveloped the room. However, the men's snores resounded like thunder, rousing her from her stupor. Struggling to her feet, she hastily slipped on a pair of shoes that lay on the floor. Staggering towards the kitchen, a knife gripped tightly in her hand, her eyes glinted with vengeful intent. Her primary target was He Yuan, who had brought the whip into the bedroom. He was also the one who had cast her into the abyss. It had all begun with an argument with her sister, during which she had stepped outside to walk off her anger. At that moment, He Yuan had approached her, feigning concern beneath a facade of benevolence, inquiring whether she had been wronged. Although the military maintained order nearby, it was still perilous for a pretty young girl to be alone outside, he warned, for the men in the neighborhood were surely watching her. His words easily stirred her feelings of grievance and fear. She confided in He Yuan about her plight, including the pain of being betrayed by her sister after reporting He Qiao. Seizing the opportunity, He Yuan added fuel to the fire. He had long suspected her sister was not to be trusted. She was cunning and would do anything for her own gain. Today, she could betray her for a move to the 10th floor, and tomorrow, she might stab her in the back for supplies. Xia Xiu was skeptical. Surely, she wouldn't go that far. She was my own sister. He Yuan scoffed, asserting that in a world gone mad, human hearts were inscrutable, and her innocence made her an easy target. He suggested that she move in with them, since they were all men who couldn't cook. She could prepare their meals while they ensured she was well fed. Though wary, Xia Xiu hesitated in the face of his apparent goodwill. Just then, He Yuan played his trump card. He had long harbored disdain for the people living above, who hoarded supplies without sharing with their neighbors, instead donating everything to the military and distributing it to strangers among the survivors. He noted the shift in her expression and continued to manipulate her, particularly that one named He Qiao. He could not abide her. Sooner or later, he vowed, he would make her kneel and apologize before the neighbors. His words acted like a potent drug, tilting the scales in Xia Xiu's heart. Ultimately, she was lured into moving into room 902 through a combination of coaxing and deceit. Yet what awaited her was a ceaseless cycle of torment and humiliation. Now, clutching the knife, her mind was consumed with a singular thought: to kill these men. Xia Xiu stood outside the door of the guest room. She inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tremors of anger coursing through her body. She understood that at this moment, she could not retreat, nor could she allow fear to overwhelm her. Her fingers gently rested on the doorknob, slowly turning it. She pushed the door open softly, revealing Hee-Yuan sprawled on the bed, snoring thunderously. Utterly oblivious to the impending confrontation, gripping the knife tightly, she approached him step by step. Standing at the bedside, she gazed down at the man who had deceived her with sweet words, pushing her into the abyss. A satisfied smile adorned his face, as if he were still lost in dreams, relishing the sordid memories. Her fury reignited, she raised the knife high, poised to deliver a fatal blow to this demon. However, at that critical moment, Hee-Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, rolling swiftly to the other side of the bed. Xia Xiu could not allow him to escape easily. She swung the knife with all her might. Yet, after days of torment, her strength was depleted, and she faltered, collapsing onto the bed, struggling to rise, but finding herself utterly drained. Hee-Yuan swiftly seized a wooden stick from beneath the pillow, striking fiercely at Xia Xiu's knife-wielding hand. A loud crash echoed as the knife clattered to the floor, glinting ominously on the tiles. Xia Xiu cried out in agony, but Hee-Yuan quickly covered her mouth. Silence. Do you wish to alert everyone? They would not be as merciful as I am. They would make you wish for death. Xia Xiu dared not make another sound. Her gaze fixed on Hee-Yuan with hatred. After this brief respite, Hee-Yuan appeared revitalized, brimming with strength. Meanwhile, the blanket had slipped away during her struggles, revealing her shoulders and the marks on her back, each a testament to his handiwork. He grasped her neck tightly, a cold smile curling at his lips. What's this? You want to kill me? Aren't you living quite well? No need to scavenge for supplies, you have food, and a few brothers to attend to your every need. What more could you possibly desire? He yanked her hair, dragging her to the window, his voice laced with malice. Look at those women on the outskirts of the market. They must entertain dozens of men each day just to fill their stomachs. In comparison, how fortunate you are. Xia Xiu felt the painful tug on her scalp. Yet she had no strength to resist, silently enduring it all. He tossed her back onto the bed, climbing on top of her once again. But Xia Xiu lay there like a marionette, numb and unresponsive to his every touch. This behavior greatly displeased Hee-Yuan. He sneered, if you feel lonely, how about I bring your sister over to keep you company? At last, a flicker of emotion crossed Xia Xiu's eyes, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Yes. Why should she bear this suffering alone? Her dear sister should experience this torment as well. Seeing Xia Xiu's reaction, Hee-Yuan's confidence swelled. Aren't you the one who loathes He Qiao the most? Once the military withdraws, I'll bring her here to accompany you. In an instant, a fervent light ignited in Xia Xiu's eyes. Hee-Yuan playfully patted her backside, chuckling, give me some response. If it brings me joy, I shall make you the primary wife and let them be the secondary ones. You will be their leader, and you can command them as you please. If you direct them east, they would not dare venture west, for I shall support you. To his surprise, Xia Xiu began to comply, even wrapping her arms around Hee-Yuan's neck, a cruel smile teasing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 83. Chaos again as dawn broke. The supply convoy from headquarters arrived as scheduled, slowly coming into view of the temporary command center. However, when the eager crowd lifted the tarpaulin, they were met with a pitifully scant amount of provisions. The order from higher-ups came swiftly, effective immediately. The distribution of supplies to ordinary survivors would cease. The officer announced. Shortly thereafter, another message dropped like a stone into a tranquil lake. Around City M, dark forces were stirring, frequently probing the area. Our unit is ordered to evacuate its current position within the day and relocate 10 kilometers towards the city center, establishing a temporary command center near Anyang community. Captain Zhou felt a tremor of unease as he received this succession of new orders. He had anticipated a withdrawal only after the final distribution of supplies. Never expecting such an abrupt change, many displaced citizens remained in the rescue tents. Neglecting them could negatively impact other survivors. Captain Zhou voiced his concerns, anxiety clawing at his heart. The officer responded impassively. Since the military first entered City M, it has been announced throughout the city to encourage the establishment of bases and provide preferential treatment to survivors. Those who chose to remain behind did so of their own volition. Captain Zhou hesitated, his gaze drifting over the kind-hearted survivors who, for various reasons, had been unable to evacuate in time, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just as he was about to argue further, another captain beside him gently placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking gravely. In this apocalypse, The military's manpower and resources are limited. We cannot guarantee that every survivor can keep pace with the group. This is the harsh reality. In that moment, it felt as if a heavy stone pressed down upon everyone's hearts, suffocating them.
Meanwhile,
Lu Chun and Lin Feifei's off-road vehicle did not follow the military supply convoy, as they still needed to relay orders to other temporary command centers. If they were to accompany the supply truck, they would likely not reach the base before nightfall, wasting precious fuel. Ultimately, under Captain Zhou's suggestion, the two decided to evacuate with him to Anyang Community, waiting for the next supply truck from headquarters to return to the base. Though reluctant, Lu Chun and Lin Feifei had no choice but to acquiesce, for it was indeed a stroke of fortune that Captain Zhou permitted them to follow. In Mingri Jieyuan, He Qiao was awakened by a cacophony of noise. She had stayed up late the previous night watching a horror film and had expected some commotion on the day the military distributed supplies every 3 days. However, as time went on, she sensed something amiss. It was already 10 in the morning, yet the military personnel had yet to arrive. The residents of the community had formed long lines, yet the military figures remained absent. The survivors within the community began to grow impatient, the noise escalating. He Qiao rose to look towards the sentry in front of the Hope Market, astonished to find that no military personnel were on duty today. Even the sentry outside the community was deserted. She recalled that just the night before, the sentries had been manned. Suddenly, it dawned upon her. The military likely received a sudden evacuation order and had retreated from the city's edge, moving closer to the base. She remembered that in her past life, during the second year of the apocalypse, once the base in City M was established, the military had entirely withdrawn within the base, no longer concerned with the chaos outside. At this moment, He Qiao's emotions became complex. The brief order that the military had brought to the outskirts of City M would soon dissolve into the previous disarray and darkness. She chose not to descend but instead continued her physical training at home, preparing for this unpredictable world. By noon, the clamor outside intensified. We just returned from the military's temporary command center. It's completely deserted. A man's voice pierced through the noise, reaching He Qiao's ears. The military has withdrawn. His companion added, someone arrived at the command center at 9 o'clock only to find it empty. They must have left at dawn. The crowd's emotions ignited. A tumultuous mix of anger and confusion, weaving a complex web. How outrageous. They didn't give us a heads up before leaving. Today was supposed to be a supply distribution day. They should have distributed supplies before departing. Did they truly leave? Have they really abandoned us? I refuse to believe it. I must see for myself. He Qiao listened to the uproar below, feeling speechless. Hadn't the military made it clear on their very first day in City M? The military's focus would shift to the base, urging survivors to participate in its construction and collectively withstand the challenges of the apocalypse. Yet, these individuals seemed as if they were hearing this news for the first time, shocked and puzzled by the military's withdrawal. In this apocalypse, who would coddle them? They neither wished to venture out for supplies nor to partake in base construction, preferring instead to lounge at home, awaiting free aid. How long could such a life persist? Who would bear the responsibility of caring for them forever? In room 902 below, He Yuan and his companions gathered around, having just learned of the military's withdrawal. After a brief exchange of glances, their gazes instinctively shifted upwards. A glimmer of greed spread silently in their eyes. No words were necessary for mutual understanding. At last, a cruel smile crept across He Yuan's lips as he excitedly declared, "Everyone, gather your strength. Tonight, let us pay a visit to He Qiao." Meanwhile, in room 901, Xia Shui curled up in a corner of the sofa. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from the door, causing her heart to clench tightly. Peering through the peephole, she saw a small-time thug of Lan Qi standing outside, vaguely recalling that Lan Qi had mentioned his name was Sun Yang. He bore a heavy backpack and wielded a spiked club, his expression dark as he tersely commanded, "Open the door." Xia Shui, filled with dread at the thought of Lan Qi's gang, dared not delay and quickly opened the door with trembling hands. Sun Yang strode in, pulling over a chair and sitting heavily behind the door. "You, don't be a nuisance," he ordered. He tossed 2 packets of instant noodles at Xia Shui. "Boil these for me, I'm hungry." Although panic and helplessness surged within her, she could only suppress her emotions and obey Sun Yang's commands. Chapter 84. Farewell. The base in City M was shrouded in ominous clouds. After a long day and night, Gu Qianqing's scandal spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the base. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he shamelessly exploited numerous women, from ordinary survivors to medical students rescued by the military, to base staff, and even to a few notable celebrities. Most appallingly, some of the victims were underage girls. His heinous acts were so depraved that they defied description. Behind it all was his mother, Chin Ruyun, who not only failed to stop his misdeeds but actively facilitated them, personally seeking out targets for him. These events sparked fervent discussions among ordinary survivors, and even the higher-ups who had settled in the base were aware of the situation. At this moment, in a hidden villa deep within the base, the atmosphere was tense. Chin Ruyun stood rigidly in the center of the living room while Gu Qiancheng knelt on the floor. The two individuals appeared pallid, their eyes shimmering with a mix of hope and trepidation as they collectively gazed at the silent man seated on the sofa. Gu Hongxin, his brow tightly knit, sat upright like a frozen statue, having remained mute for an extended period. Just as Gu Qiancheng was about to offer a defense, he was halted by a piercing glance from Chin Ruyun. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she slowly approached the coffee table, attempting to offer the warm tea to Gu Hongxin. However, upon meeting his gaze, her heart quivered. In those eyes lay an abyss of anger and disappointment, akin to a ferocious beast ready to break free, sending chills down her spine. Though her hand trembled slightly, she forced herself to maintain composure for the sake of her son. "Hongxin, please take a sip of water to soothe your throat," she said softly. Before she could finish her sentence, the teacup in her hand was abruptly knocked to the ground, shattering with a sharp clink. The scalding tea splashed onto her hand. Yet Chin Ruyun gritted her teeth, daring not to utter a sound, nor to tend to her wound. It was the first time Gu Hongxin had displayed such brutality towards her in front of their son. The warmth of their past seemed to have evaporated overnight. Chin Ruyun stood frozen, caught in a dilemma. Observing this, Gu Qiancheng finally summoned the courage to rise. "It is my fault. It has nothing to do with my mother. How could you treat her this way?" He hurried to Chin Ruyun's side, checking her injury. This scene only deepened Gu Hongxin's despair. He looked at the son he had always held high hopes for, who, at such a critical moment, was more concerned about a woman's injury than his own future and reputation. He helplessly shut his eyes, pondering, is this truly my blood? Why is he so inept? Having just resolved the turmoil surrounding the embezzlement of construction materials, now this scandal erupted. The embezzlement issue was manageable, known only within the Gu family, but this latest incident had become a public spectacle, widely known among the base's personnel. Were those young stars not enough for his amusement? Why provoke students from the medical school? And those underage children? Gu Hongxin finally spoke, his voice laced with profound fatigue and resignation. Yet Gu Qiancheng felt no remorse. Merely believing his lack of caution led to his discovery. He carelessly replied, "I've recently developed a taste for innocence. Why was I found out?" Gu Hongxin pressed. "How could this happen?" Gu Qiancheng retorted defiantly, "How should I know? I specifically instructed to bury the body." Gu Hongxin no longer wished to waste words on this foolish son and began contemplating how to quell the uproar. At that moment, his secretary, Jian Bai, knocked and entered. "Mr. Gu, the board requests your presence at a meeting. Is Gu Qianhan attending?" Gu Hongxin inquired. "Yes, the young master has already arrived," Jian Bai replied. Gu Hongxin snorted coldly. He is rather eager. In truth, he had his suspicions that Gu Qianhan was behind this mess. Yet there was no time to dwell on these thoughts. Safeguarding Gu Qiancheng was the immediate priority. He stood to leave. Seeing this, Chin Ruyun rushed forward, clutching his arm. "Hongxin, the board's calling you to discuss how to handle our son. You must protect him." Gu Hongxin pried her hand away, his tone resolute. "Pack his belongings. I have arranged for him to be sent to the central base in Huashi to start anew." Tears streamed down Chin Ruyun's face. Must it be this way? Gu Hongxin remained expressionless. The M-City base is now under military control. With such a significant incident, if we don't send him away now, once the military comes knocking, he will have no chance to escape. Chin Ruyun wanted to protest, but upon hearing Gu Hongxin's chilling words, she fell silent. She was struck by the gravity of the situation. She had thought that in this dire world, the law had become obsolete, and her precious son could play with the lives of several women without consequence. Yet at this moment, she finally comprehended the enormity of her errors. She realized she could not provoke Gu Hongxin, lest they be left with nothing. Thus, she quickly composed herself, adopting a gentle and understanding demeanor.
All right.
"I will do as you say." However, Gu Qianqing was far from as restrained as Qin Riyun. He abruptly stood up, shouting, "I refuse to leave. Why should I go? The central base is unfamiliar to me. How will I survive?" He glared at Gu Hongxin, questioning, "Are you planning to return to Shinruochu? Do you no longer want us?" Gu Hongxin's expression turned icy in an instant as he directed his gaze at Jianbai. "What are you waiting for? Call for someone to take this ungrateful child away immediately." In the conference room, Gu Qianhan observed his so-called father, Gu Hongxin, skillfully playing a game of verbal tactics in the board meeting. Gu Hongxin adamantly claimed ignorance regarding Gu Qianqing's actions, even invoking the family motto as a shield. He insinuated that this entire affair was a meticulously crafted scheme by Gu Qianhan, aimed at usurping the family's power and ensnaring his own brother. The board members, however, feigned detachment, evading the core of the issue. The Gu family had rotted from its roots. A faint smile graced Gu Qianhan's lips as he quietly watched the farce unfold. Suddenly, a series of 5 sharp knocks echoed through his earpiece. This was the prearranged signal with Uncle Hai, indicating that the plan had succeeded. A triumphant smile spread across his face, embodying a sense of inevitability. Yet, Gu Hongxin, who had been covertly observing Gu Qianhan, felt a surge of intense unease, realizing something was amiss. Chapter 85. At most, stay overnight. The meeting, which had lasted 2 hours, saw over 20 individuals outwardly engaged in heated debate, yet ultimately achieved no progress. Gu Hongxin repeated a singular phrase, "I know nothing." The board members were roughly divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that time would dull the impact, and the base's survivors would eventually forget the incident. The other faction advocated handing Gu Qianqing over to the military for resolution, trusting that the military would show leniency towards the Gu family, who were the primary force behind the base's construction. Thus, both the board and Gu Hongxin harbored the same objective, to protect Gu Qianqing. Surprisingly, Gu Qianhan not only refrained from opposition but also raised both hands in approval. "After all, he is my brother. I do not wish to see him perish." The so-called elders of the board praised Gu Qianhan for his brotherly affection and righteousness. Yet, Gu Hongxin understood that his son was far from benevolent, and he would not repay kindness with kindness. He sensed that something was amiss. After the meeting concluded, Gu Qianhan learned from Uncle Hai that the military had preemptively withdrawn from the outskirts of M City, advancing the safety line by 10 kilometers towards the base's location. "Why was I not informed?" Gu Qianhan anxiously inquired. "He Qiao is still at Mingri Jieyuan. The military's withdrawal was originally scheduled for 5 days from now. Why has it suddenly been moved up?" Uncle Hai explained, "Young master, you have been occupied with Gu Qianqing's affairs, which are of utmost importance. So we did not want to disturb you. Moreover, the military's retreat was a last-minute decision. We only learned of it this morning. However, you need not worry. Shen San and the others are still at Mingri Jieyuan, ensuring Miss He Qiao's safety." Gu Qianhan immediately ordered quickly, "Inform Shen San to protect He Qiao and evacuate from Mingri Jieyuan. Do not worry about the supplies at home. Everything will be provided at the base. I will arrange for everything." According to the original plan, he intended to deal with Gu Qianqing, quell the scandal, and firmly take control of the Gu family before retrieving He Qiao, which could be accomplished within 4 days, certainly before the military's withdrawal from the city's outskirts.
Now,
He merely hoped that He Qiao would heed Shin San's arrangements and swiftly rendezvous with him at the base. The conference room door slowly closed, isolating the outside clamor and leaving only a profound silence and Gu Hongxin's solitary figure. The others had dispersed, yet he remained lost in contemplation of Gu Qianhan's fleeting silhouette. Gu Qianhan's unusual demeanor during the meeting had aroused Gu Hongxin's suspicions. He gently lifted his hand, his gaze drifting over the exquisite watch on his wrist, mentally calculating that Qianqing should have already been sent out of the base. How could he possibly abandon his own son? In Huashi, he possessed a secret enterprise unknown even to the old master, a meticulously laid escape route. With this asset, Qianqing could enjoy a life of ease in the central base of Huashi. Once he dealt with the scandal and allowed time to wash away the turmoil. In a year or so, he would leverage his connections to secure Qianqing a diplomatic position in the central base of Huashi, enabling him to return to the M City base in glory. He rose, contemplating a visit to the old Gu residence. He intended to have a serious discussion with Shinruochu, persuading her to manage Gu Qianhan and to cease her relentless pursuit of Qianqing. Shinruochu was quite impressionable. A few bites of her home-cooked meal and some gentle words would likely sway her. If all else failed, He could stay the night at the old residence. He would find a way to secure her agreement. Before he could exit the office, he heard Jianbai rush in. President Gu, the second young master, is in trouble. Gu Hongxin's heart sank. Yet, years of experience in the business world allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Has he been taken by the military? Even if he was taken by the military, it was not a grave concern. He had ways to secure his release, albeit with some hardship and a few days in confinement. Jianbai shook his head repeatedly, his expression increasingly frantic, swallowing hard as if struggling to speak. Gu Hongxin's heart tightened, pressing for clarity. Was he taken by Gu Qianhan's people? Jianbai continued to shake his head, his face as pale as a sheet, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage, his voice trembling as he spoke. We do not know who leaked the information about the second young master's departure from the base. As soon as we exited the villa area, our vehicle was surrounded by a throng of people. Leading the charge were students from the medical school, along with many ordinary survivors and base staff, all shouting for us to hand over the second young master. There were hundreds of them, 300 or 400 at least, and our vehicle could not break free. Gu Hongxin's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes seeming to emit a chilling light. He anxiously inquired, "So you handed over Qiansheng?" Jianbai shook his head, his voice still quaking. We fought desperately, but the crowd was agitated, and someone shattered the car window, forcibly dragging the second young master and the second madam out. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongxin's face changed drastically. He sprang to his feet, his fists clenched, his voice trembling as he demanded, "What happened next? What is Qiansheng's condition now?" Gu Hongxin had no time to consider Qin Ryun's state. Jianbai took a deep breath. Steeling himself, when we finally pushed through the crowd and found the second young master, he had already been slashed across the throat and was gone. Gu Hongxin felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his legs giving way as he collapsed back into his chair. His eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, as if his soul had been extracted, and the entire world crumbled in that instant. Jianbai sighed inwardly, withholding a grim detail he feared to share. Some of the second young master's male organs had mysteriously vanished, seemingly severed by a sharp scalpel, and were found in the hands of the second madam, the sight too gruesome to bear. He refrained from mentioning it, fearing that the president could not handle such a brutal reality all at once. However, Gu Hongxin appeared to snap back from his shock, suddenly rising, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he pressed, "Did they capture those responsible?" Jianbai shook his head, his expression somber. By the time we reacted, they had already scattered, vanishing without a trace. Gu Hongxin seethed with rage, his fists pounding on the desk. What about the military? With such an uproar, why did they not show up? Jianbai shook his head once more. Only after the crowd dispersed did they arrive, tardily taking the second young master's body, claiming they needed to provide an explanation to the other victims' families. At this, Gu Hongxin's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he roared, "Gu Qianhan, you shall pay for this." His voice echoed within the office, filled with boundless anger and sorrow. Chapter 86. Deserved fate. On the afternoon of the military's withdrawal, He Qiao gazed down from the upper floors. The world outside the Mingri Jiyuan was more chaotic than she had envisioned. Abandoned vehicles cluttered the streets, and many buildings bore signs of vandalism, with sporadic traces of battle still visible. The turmoil had arrived with a swiftness and ferocity beyond her expectations. Just then, it seemed the sky itself sensed the suppression, and the wind began to rise, carrying a chill that rendered the world even darker. Within the community, some survivors, slow to realize their predicament, finally awoke from their stupor, frantically packing their belongings in an attempt to escape to the new safety line established by the military. They had been lethargic, reluctant to venture out in search of supplies or to participate in the reconstruction of the base, preferring to take the easy path. Yet, in the face of life and death, that inertia seemed minuscule. On the 8th floor, an elderly couple exchanged glances, the atmosphere tense. The elderly woman mustered her courage. "How about we ask He Qiao to escort us to the military?" The elderly man chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "Do you dare provoke that female demon?" However, the elderly woman had her own plans. "You don't understand. No matter how cold she is, she's just an inexperienced college student. Young girls like her fear nothing more than the tears of children. We can use Xiaoyu as leverage. No matter how hard-hearted she is, she can't resist that." The elderly man still shook his head. "That girl harbors a chilling indifference. She won't care about us." The elderly woman tried to argue further, but the elderly man interrupted. Quickly, while the military has just left and M City hasn't descended into complete chaos. Before those dark forces take over, we must hurry. The elderly woman hesitated, but in this weather, how can our old bones manage to leave? The elderly man, unwavering, scooped up his little grandson. Bring only a few things, enough to last a day on the road. Survival is paramount. Let's go. The elderly woman remained uncertain, but the elderly man's resolute demeanor left her at a loss. He glanced out the window, spotting what seemed to be a convoy approaching in the distance. His anxiety mounting. Quickly, grab your bags. We leave now. Dress Xiao Yu warmly. Meanwhile, Director Ma had retreated to a relocation point near Anyang Community, now designated as the 12th Safety Line Military Post, alongside Captain Zhou and others. As he disembarked, he eagerly sought out his informants. A subtle glance signaled one to stealthily follow him to a concealed corner. You must leave the city immediately, find Sun Bangyu, and deliver this letter to him. Director Ma instructed, handing over a letter along with a packet of cigarettes. The man hesitated, his face betraying doubt. The city outside is in utter chaos. How can I find him? And this cigarette? Director Ma's brow furrowed, displeased with the man's greed. I heard he is aligned with Boss Xie. Find Xie's convoy, and you'll locate him. He produced another packet of cigarettes and pressed it into the man's hands, urging, make haste. The man, seeing no alternative, snatched the cigarettes and hurried away. Not long after, at the back door of the 12th Safety Line Military Post, a man rode a bicycle, his demeanor furtive, racing toward the city outskirts. Director Ma watched the departing figure, then turned to search for Lu Chen and Lin Feifei. Indeed, they were driving a fully loaded off-road vehicle, slowly entering the courtyard. As he gazed at the packed vehicle, a cold smirk crept upon his lips, his eyes glinting with calculation. In the Tomorrow's Joy community, He Qiao observed familiar faces through her binoculars. The elderly couple on the 8th floor cautiously shielded their child, slowly making their way towards the center of M City. She shook her head in disbelief. Where had they been all this time? When the military called for public participation in the construction of the base, providing transportation for survivors to report, they stubbornly chose to remain behind. Now, they were forced to rely on their own feet to navigate this apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, their departure was a blessing. Tomorrow's Joy community would only descend into further chaos. Particularly in Building 13, the restless forces had long been unable to contain their agitation. With the old couple gone, they had at least preserved their lives. Her gaze shifted to the edge of the city. There, trucks, SUVs, and vans appeared like tiny black dots, rushing in from outside the city, gradually enlarging in her line of sight. These were the nefarious forces previously expelled by the military, now emboldened by the military's retreat, eager to reclaim this territory. In a few days, these dark forces might engage in infighting, vying for territory and resources. However, in a matter of months, they would stabilize, intertwining and even collaborating, surrounding M City entirely, especially after the establishment of the M City base. When the military retreated into the confines of the base, these malevolent forces would roam freely around its perimeter, lying in wait to ambush survivors venturing out in search of supplies. They, along with those unwilling to enter the base, would ultimately transform into marauders, subsisting on the resources and lives plundered from the base. He Qiao vividly remembered that in her previous life, she had fallen victim to these very marauders. And Wan Mingyue was the traitor who had opened the gates from within. Although these marauders were eventually eradicated by the forces within the base, she had already lost her life. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of two dark figures stealthily approaching the elderly couple on the 8th floor. It appeared they were preparing to snatch their bag. She initially had no intention of intervening. The old couple deserved their fate. Their grandson was also ensnared by their selfishness and folly. Yet, she considered it an opportunity to practice her shooting skills. Previously, when the military was present, she had only dared to practice secretly in her designated space. The space was filled with supplies, limited in area, and she was reluctant to waste time and resources, resulting in little practice. She retrieved her sniper rifle from her space and set it up at the window. This was her first time targeting a living being. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her mind and aimed the scope at one of the men preparing to seize the bag.
Bang!
The sharp crack of the gun echoed, and the man fell to the ground. He Qiao clicked her tongue. She had aimed for his back, but struck his thigh instead. The other man, seeing this, turned pale with fear and hurriedly fled. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger again, but this shot missed. However, as a novice, this was to be expected. Undeterred, she quickly adjusted her aim and locked onto the fleeing man once more. This time, the bullet hit his back, eliciting a pained scream as he collapsed. He Qiao's lips twitched. She had aimed for his thigh, but hit his back instead. The elderly couple, startled by the gunfire, turned around in surprise. Finally noticing the danger behind them, they quickened their pace, eager to escape this perilous situation. Meanwhile, He Qiao silently took 2 more shots before stowing her rifle. Her shooting had an alarming precision, striking where it shouldn't, but still managing to inflict harm. She reassured herself that any marksmanship capable of taking a life was commendable, regardless of its quality. As she fired, the rifle felt cumbersome in her grip. She rummaged through her space for a ring to wear on her right index finger, finding one that fit perfectly. This ring was a simple black band, about a centimeter wide, discovered in a packaging bag from a street vendor. It appeared ordinary, likely left behind by the vendor during packing, carelessly tossed onto the coffee table at the villa. Once she donned the ring and tightened her grip on the sniper rifle, it no longer felt awkward. Chapter 87. How dare you deceive me? Seeking death. Downstairs at He Qiao's residence, in room 902, several men gathered around the dining table, relishing their dinner. Suddenly, a series of muffled, short sounds shattered the tranquility of the room. They instinctively paused their chopsticks, straining to listen intently. Then, the strange sounds echoed again twice, raising their alertness. Could it be gunfire? Hu Li-kun spoke first. Impossible. He Yuan immediately countered. Tomorrow's Joy community has been thoroughly searched by the military. How could there still be a gun? Moreover, the nefarious forces around M City haven't approached yet. Their convoy stopped several miles away. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with skepticism towards the notion of gunfire. Hu Li-kun, have you been too on edge lately? Someone jested. Exactly, Hu Li-kun, your fear is quite unbecoming. What an embarrassment. Hu Li-kun glanced at those who once followed him but now mocked him to curry favor with He Yuan, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. Yet, he managed a strained smile. Perhaps I misheard. My nerves have indeed been frayed lately. He Yuan patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Don't worry. Tonight we will surely capture He Qiao and seize her supplies. Once we secure the goods, we will retreat into the city, avoiding those troublesome characters on the edge of M City. As long as we stick to the military safety perimeter, they won't interfere with us. And those ruffians won't dare approach easily. That will be our territory. Hu Li-kun nodded, but felt an undercurrent of unease. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, Brother Yuan, do you think He Qiao might have a gun? After all, Gu Qianhan used to live above us. He Yuan frowned, slightly impatient. Why are you so timid? So what if Gu Qianhan lived there? He is the young master of the Gu family. If he had any lingering feelings, he would have taken the people from above. How could He Qiao still reside here? Hu Li-kun fell silent, but the weight of unease pressed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, in room 901, Sun Yang, behind the door, also heard the unusual sounds. Having spent time with Lan Qi, he had encountered numerous firearms and heard their reports. Moreover, Lan Qi had shown them various videos to enhance their survival skills. Sun Yang's heart tightened. He deduced that the strange sounds were from a silenced sniper rifle. He abruptly stood and rushed to the window. He saw the convoy of nefarious forces approaching the city had come to a halt, seemingly awaiting some signal. In tomorrow's Joy community, someone possessed a sniper rifle. Sun Yang was taken aback. Could it be He Qiao's? After all, that woman was extraordinary. Capable of amassing so many supplies, she might indeed have a means to acquire a sniper rifle. He turned fiercely to question Xia Xue. Curled up in the corner of the sofa, didn't you say He Qiao had no weapons? How could she have a gun? He was uncertain if the gunfire originated from He Qiao's residence. He merely sought to provoke Xia Xue. To his surprise, her complexion shifted. During the military's previous search, they only found a Wolf Fong club and modified toy guns, all confiscated. I've never seen her with a real gun. Could it possibly be something Gu Qianhan left for her? Her voice trembled with panic and uncertainty. As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized she had misspoken. She had been meticulously concealing the secret of Gu Qianhan's prior residence and the connection between He Qiao and Gu Qianhan, fearing that Lan Qi and the others would hesitate to act if they caught wind of it. Xia Xue, in a state of panic, clamped her hand over her mouth. But it was too late. Sun Yang lunged towards her, his hands gripping her throat like iron pincers. You wretched woman! How dare you deceive us? Sun Yang's eyes were ablaze with fury. In M City, who was unaware of Gu Qianhan's illustrious name. He was the heir of the Gu family, mysteriously missing at the onset of the apocalypse, and only recently returned to the Gu household. The Gu family wielded immense power. Now one of the most influential families in M City, second only to the military. Sun Yang tightened his grip further, and Xia Shui found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The flame of her life flickering perilously. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she managed to utter, "I am your leader's woman. You cannot kill me." At her words, Sun Yang's heart wavered slightly. He recalled that Lan Qi had shown a particular fondness for this woman. He glared fiercely at Xia Shui, released his hold, and barked, "Stay put. I will report to the boss and let him deal with you personally." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Xia Shui gasping for breath. Sun Yang tidied his backpack and approached the door, peering through the peephole. The door of room 902 was ajar, a sliver of light spilling through, indicating that someone was keeping a watchful eye on He Qiao's residence above. He dismissed those individuals from his mind, intent on reporting to Lan Qi first. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, a searing pain exploded in the back of his head, struck by a heavy object. Before he could react, his body toppled backward like a marionette with severed strings. Xia Shui stood behind him, wielding a bench, panting heavily, her eyes gleaming with determination and ferocity. She did not relent, continuing to swing the bench until Sun Yang's head was a bloody pulp. Only then did she gradually cease her assault. She understood that if Sun Yang escaped, Lan Qi would not only abandon his plans to seize and eliminate He Qiao, but would also unleash his wrath upon her. She did not wish to die. She yearned to survive. She sought the resources of the He family and wished to witness He Qiao's downfall with her own eyes. Trembling, she used her sleeve to wipe the blood from her face and struggled to drag Sun Yang's corpse into the kitchen. The kitchen floor was tiled, ensuring the blood would not seep through. She closed the kitchen door, ensuring the situation inside remained hidden. Using snow collected from outside, she meticulously cleaned the bloodstains on the floor. Once she had completed this task, she opened Sun Yang's backpack and ravenously consumed the bread within. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of fear and resolve. Yet, she knew there was no turning back. Chapter 88. Come with us. Shen San received a directive from the Gu family, instructing him to escort He Qiao to the M City base. He silently organized the supplies, while the two accompanying brothers could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming, "At last, we can escape this cursed place." The youngest among them, Shen Shi, barely 19, was brimming with youthful exuberance. He had been assigned to protect a woman confined to her home, allowed only brief outings to deliver messages, and was growing increasingly discontent. "I wonder what the young master is thinking, sending us to guard a woman," Shen Shi complained. Shen San immediately interjected, "The young master has his reasons. We must simply carry out the orders without question." At that moment, Shen San noticed the convoy outside was slowly approaching M City, but had halted several kilometers from Mingri Jiyuan. Perhaps they were assessing the situation, he speculated. Retracting to the base might not be a bad thing after all. He glanced up at Building 13, where He Qiao's room 1101 stood quietly. Suddenly, a black circular object protruded from the window, capturing his attention. "Shun Ba, you're the most adept with machinery. Take a look at that," Shen San called out. Shun Ba quickly retrieved binoculars, but before he could examine it closely, a faint gunshot echoed in the air, the muted sound of a silenced weapon. That's a sniper rifle. Following the direction of the shot, Shun Ba observed a man collapsing to the ground, struck by He Qiao's bullet. He could not help but gasp. The young master had indeed mentioned that He Qiao possessed a firearm, but he had not indicated she had a sniper rifle. This woman seemed rather unusual. Moments later, 2 more shots rang out and another man fell. Shenba noticed that the men He Qiao targeted were attempting to rob an elderly couple who were shielding a child. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the elderly couple as neighbors whom He Qiao had repeatedly refused to assist. Shenba fell silent. He had always thought of He Qiao as heartless for ignoring her neighbors and indifferent towards the young master, feeling pity for him. How could the young master be interested in such a cold-blooded woman? However, witnessing this scene today complicated Shenba's feelings. Shen Shi snatched the binoculars, exclaiming, "Wow, that gun is so cool. I want one too." He turned to Shen San, third brother. "Can you ask the young master to get me a sniper rifle?" Shen San shook his head. The young master did not provide Miss He with any firearms. She acquired those herself outside the city. When the young master arrived outside, He Qiao was single-handedly battling dozens of men. Upon hearing this, Shunshi leaped up in excitement. Miss He is amazing. She's my idol. Shunba was similarly impacted. He had always believed He Qiao to be inept, that the young master was merely attracted to her appearance. Little did he know she possessed such extraordinary courage and capability. Furthermore, given how precious bullets were, she had chosen to use them to save others, even those who had been of no help to her. Subsequently, the three descended and drove to the base of Building 13. Shun San instructed, "You two stay downstairs to watch the car. I will go up to call Missy down." Shunba opened his mouth to speak, but Shunshi preempted him. "Third brother, I want to go with you. I want to meet our future young mistress soon." Shun San replied sternly, "Do not speak out of turn. The young master has yet to decide how to arrange for Miss He." Shunba, being a few years older than Shunshi, was already accustomed to the intricacies of high society. No matter how good Miss He is, she will likely only be a mistress. Given the young master's status, he is probably destined to form an alliance with the Qin or Zhou family. Shunshi, you should just call her Sister Qiao. It will save you trouble when the real young mistress marries the young master. Although he said this, Shunba believed He Qiao should not be confined within the Gu family's inner sanctum. He had witnessed the plight of the young master's mistresses. It was hardly a desirable position, as they could not even venture out openly. During holidays, regardless of how much the young master favored his mistress, he still returned to the Gu residence to be with his legitimate wife. Shun San said gravely, "Enough. The young master's decisions are beyond our influence. We must simply execute the orders. Shunba, you are responsible for the guard downstairs. Shunshi and I will go upstairs." As they passed the 9th floor, an inexplicable intuition prompted both to halt simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and without a word, understanding passed between them. Behind each of the two doors, a pair of eyes were watching them. Shun San and Shunshi gripped their guns tightly, cautiously proceeding forward. Behind the door of room 902, He Yuan was nervously observing the two uninvited guests. Dressed in black combat gear, they led him to believe that the nefarious forces from outside had found their way here. Watching the supplies within his grasp slip away, he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, the guns they held were glaringly visible, and he dared not make a move, choosing instead to remain hidden behind the door. Shunshi walked ahead, brimming with excitement, eager to knock on the sliding door of the 10th floor. However, at the moment his hand was about to touch the door, Shun San keenly noticed the electric wires connected to the sliding door. He swiftly seized Shunshi and gently tapped the sliding door with his backpack. Shun San internally marveled at Miss He's caution, compelling admiration. Meanwhile, He Qiao, in her home on the 11th floor, heard the commotion below and promptly grasped her submachine gun, confidently making her way toward the staircase. However, she did not rush downstairs. Instead, she stood at the staircase entrance, observing the situation outside through a mirror mounted on the wall. The mirror reflected two men clad in combat gear, armed with firearms. Yet He Qiao was well aware that these two were not foes, but rather subordinates of Gu Qianhan. She recalled how, during her previous abduction by the military, vehicles had followed her discreetly, and this knowledge provided her with reassurance. Once she confirmed that the two posed no threat, she slowly descended the stairs. Clad in a sturdy black polar expedition suit, her boots made a crisp sound against the stairs. Her posture was upright, each step exuding strength, evidently the result of rigorous training. Her gaze was cold and profound, as if capable of perceiving everything while remaining indifferent to her surroundings. It was the first time Shun San had seen He Qiao up close, and he couldn't help but silently praise the young master's discernment. In contrast, Shunshi's attention was entirely captivated by the submachine gun in He Qiao's hands. His eyes widened in envy as he gazed at the weapon. It was simply too cool. Shun San studied his emotions and respectfully greeted He Qiao. "Miss He, greetings. I am Shun San, a subordinate of the young master Gu Qianhan. The young master has sent me to escort you to the base. Time is of the essence. He instructed that you need only accompany us, and there is no need to bring supplies. He will arrange everything for you at the base." However, He Qiao's response took Shun San by surprise. She merely cast him a cold glance and succinctly replied, "No need, you may leave." Shunshi's thoughts, so cool. Unwilling to concede defeat, Shun San attempted once more to persuade He Qiao. "Miss He, You may not be aware, but the situation at Tomorrow's Garden is dire. The military has withdrawn, and the malevolent forces outside the city are gradually encroaching. The young master has made all the arrangements for you. Please, you must leave with us as soon as possible. With that, Shun San produced a sealed letter from his pocket and handed it to He Qiao. This is a letter personally written by the young master for you. He said that after you read it, you would willingly accompany us. Chapter 89. Where does this confidence come from? Ultimately, He Qiao accepted the letter. Upon unfolding the paper, one line of writing immediately caught her eye. Gu Qiancheng and his mother have been eliminated. The Gu family is safe. He Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qianhan had returned to the Gu family for such a short time, yet he had swiftly resolved the issue with Gu Qiancheng and his mother, his decisiveness astonishing. If that were the case, why did it take him until the third year of the apocalypse to gain full control of the Gu family? He Qiao still felt that the aristocratic world was overly complex and had no desire to involve herself in it. Moreover, she would soon leave M City with the military in a vehicle delivering messages to the central base in Huashe. There was no possibility between her and Gu Qianhan. It was better not to meet. She opened the sliding door. Shun San's eyes instantly brightened. He Qiao was finally willing to leave with them. He Qiao retrieved her keys and opened room 1002, where Gu Qianhan had once resided, stating coolly, "Move the supplies inside to your vehicle." Shun San hesitated. "Miss He, time is pressing. The young master instructed that there is no need to consider the supplies. You need only accompany us." He Qiao retorted with a single word, "Move." Just as Shun San was still in doubt, Shinshi eagerly dashed into room 1002, tightly clutching a box taller than his head and sprinting downstairs. Whatever Miss Qiao instructed, he would comply. Perhaps, once Miss Qiao was in a better mood, she might allow him to play with the submachine gun and sniper rifle for a while. When Shen Ba received the several boxes of supplies he and Shinshi had secretly delivered 2 days prior, he was astonished to find them completely intact and unopened. His expression became nuanced, and he began to entertain a bold thought. It seemed that He Qiao held little regard for their young master. Otherwise, why would she refuse to utilize the supplies personally sent by him? At that moment, Shen Ba began to brim with anticipation, eager to meet her soon. However, He Qiao upstairs addressed Shun San. "The supplies you are moving belong to Gu Qianhan. Take care of them." "Take care?" Shun San asked, puzzled. "Are you not planning to return to the base with us?" He Qiao shook her head. "No." Shun San urged urgently. "The outside is fraught with danger. The malevolent forces are quietly closing in. If you do not believe me, open the window and see. Their vehicles are already faintly visible." He Qiao had naturally already noticed. Yet, she understood that those malevolent forces would not recklessly initiate an attack. They would proceed cautiously, gradually surrounding M City rather than charging blindly. She had matters and people to address, and once resolved, she would leave. She would not be foolish enough to sit idly by here, awaiting the arrival of the plunderers who had taken her life in her previous existence. At this moment, confronting so many would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. "You should leave Tomorrow's Garden quickly to avoid being targeted," He Qiao instructed, handing a letter to Shun San. "Deliver this letter to your young master. He will not make things difficult for you." In truth, He Qiao wished to give Shun San the spatial ring to return to Gu Qianhan, thus sparing herself the trip to the Gu family. Yet Gu Qianhan had arranged for her extraction from the military, a favor she would remember. In the future, when she returned the spatial ring to Gu Qianhan in perfect condition, they would be even, thereafter leading separate lives without interference. Shun San took the letter, a conflicted expression on his face. "Miss He, if you do not go to the base now, you will still have to go once it is established, correct? It would be better to secure a position first." The position he referred to encompassed not only a place at the base but also proximity to Gu Qianhan. He Qiao had no interest in such convoluted matters and did not wish to waste thought on them. She intended to close the sliding door and return upstairs to continue her training. Just then, Shun San produced an electric baton, intending to incapacitate He Qiao and take her away. He had to fulfill the young master's orders, and the method of bringing her back had not been specifically detailed, which he assumed was unimportant. Shinshi was also prepared to catch the falling He Qiao, ensuring she did not hit the ground directly, but rather landed securely on him. However, just as he was ready, he noticed Shun San's actions had suddenly halted, as if pressed by a pause button. Looking up, he saw He Qiao aiming a gun at Shun San's head with one hand while holding a bomb near her mouth with the other, ready to pull the pin at any moment. He couldn't help but think, so cool. But upon glancing at Shin San, he saw that his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He Qiao's expression had also changed. No longer the indifference of before, but now filled with a terrifying killing intent. If it were not for the fact that you are Gu Qianhan's people, you would have already perished. He Qiao's voice was not loud, yet each word dripped with coldness.
Get out.
At that moment, she truly regretted agreeing to help Gu Qianhan safeguard the ring. It was quite troublesome. Shun San and Shun Shi exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated that He Qiao would be so resolute, armed not only with a gun but also a bomb. This life-and-death determination rendered them hesitant to act rashly. Shun San took a deep breath, striving to keep his tone calm. Miss He, we mean no offense. We are merely following orders. Please understand. He Qiao scoffed coldly. Following orders? Following orders to kidnap me? Return and inform your master that I am not a mere pawn to be manipulated. With that, He Qiao gently rested her fingers on the bomb's safety latch, as if to convey to Shin San and the others that she truly meant to follow through on her words. Observing this, Shin San could only shake his head in resignation and retreat once more. He recalled the master's orders and spoke again. Miss He, the master is quite busy and cannot personally come to meet you. I advise you to take the opportunity to leave. He assumed that He Qiao felt their identities were insufficient, desiring the master to come in person for her. He also believed that she was akin to those women from before the apocalypse who sought to ingratiate themselves with the master. He Qiao was both amused and infuriated. How could Shin San possess such misplaced confidence, much like his master? She demanded, return the letter I just gave you. Although surprised, Shin San complied. However, He Qiao took the letter and tore it into pieces. As Shin San remained in a daze, He Qiao tossed him a signet ring, instructing him to deliver it to Gu Qianhan and tell him not to bother her again. Shin San recognized the ring. It originally belonged to the old master and was later passed down to the eldest daughter, symbolizing the head of the Shin family. He was taken aback that the master would entrust such a significant item to He Qiao. An unsettling premonition began to brew in his mind. Miss He Qiao's status seemed to be more than just that of a lover.
Yet,
with the grenade still firmly in her grasp, he could only retreat for now. He exchanged a glance with Shun Shi, and the two cautiously backed away until they were out of He Qiao's sight before hastening their escape. Meanwhile, Shun Ba waited anxiously in the car. Upon seeing only Shin San and Shin Shi return, he inquired, perplexed, "Where's Miss He? Why hasn't she come down?" Shin San wore a grim expression and remained silent, while Shin Shi stifled a laugh, recalling how formidable third brother appeared during training, now held at gunpoint by a woman, which he found amusing. However, he recognized that this was neither the time nor place for laughter, and thus he urged Shinba, stop asking questions. We must hurry back to the base to report to the master. As time passed, evening descended quietly, and darkness enveloped the outside world. He Yuan in room 902 experienced a roller coaster of emotions throughout the day. Initially, the military personnel withdrew, planning to seize He Qiao's abundant resources. However, at that moment, two armed individuals ascended the stairs ahead of them, absconding with a significant amount of supplies. He Yuan felt a pang of heartache, fearing another lost opportunity. Yet, he soon observed that these two men discreetly departed without taking He Qiao, leading him to deduce that they were likely Gu Qianhan's subordinates, merely retrieving supplies that belonged to him. This realization sparked a newfound hope within He Yuan, as it indicated that Gu Qianhan did not intend to involve himself with He Qiao, allowing them to act freely. Just as He Yuan's spirits lifted in anticipation of darkness falling, three men entered room 901 across the hall, one wielding a firearm. The leader, whom He Yuan recognized from the small market as Lan Qi, was known for his bullying of the weak and forceful acquisition of resources, making him a formidable opponent. He quickly instructed his subordinates to keep watch at the door and gathered the others in the living room to strategize. Let us share our thoughts, He Yuan proposed. Hu Li Kun, having learned from past experiences, kept silent. The others began to voice their opinions excitedly. I say we should not fear Lan Qi. We are all here to seize resources, and may the best man win, one suggested. Indeed, if we all charge together, our success rate will surely be high. No matter how formidable He Qiao is, she cannot contend with so many of us. Another chimed in, they have only 4 men, and with Xia Xue, that makes 5. We outnumber them, and our odds of victory are greater. With so many of us acting together, Lan Qi wouldn't dare fire his weapon for fear of hitting his own. The group buzzed with excitement, as if victory was already in their grasp. He Yuan turned to the silent Hu Li-kun, inquiring, "Why do you not speak, Xiao Hu?" Despite his initial reluctance, Hu Li-kun eventually voiced his concern. Those two in black combat gear, who took the supplies, were armed. "Do you think they left a weapon for He Qiao?" His words were met with derision. "You really know how to dampen the mood," someone complained. He Yuan shook his head. "Impossible. Gu Qianhan would never leave a weapon for He Qiao. Guns are far too precious. If he were willing to leave a weapon for her, he would have sent his men to take her away instead of merely relocating supplies and leaving her at Mingri Jiayuan." Hu Li-kun fell silent once more, opting not to speak again. At that moment, someone proposed, "What if we collaborate with Lan Qi?" "Yes, we could negotiate first," another agreed. A woman's cold chuckle suddenly interrupted their plotting. He Yuan turned to see the disheveled Xia Xiu leaning against the doorframe. "What are you laughing at?" A man snapped. "This is no place for you to speak. Go back inside." Yet, He Yuan looked at Xia Xiu and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Xia Xiu nodded. "Actually, we need not complicate matters. Let us remain still and wait until Lan Qi's group has seized the resources. Then, we can take advantage of their complacency to snatch their firearms and supplies." He Yuan fell silent, simply gazing at Xia Xiu, until he finally clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Well done. You are indeed a clever woman." Xia Xiu smiled faintly. "Do not forget your promise." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in He Yuan's eyes. "Rest assured, I will ensure you can deal with both your sister and He Qiao." Meanwhile, in room 901, the door remained tightly shut, shrouded in silence. Lan Qi glared intently at Xia Xue, asking, "Where is Sun Yang? Where is he?" Xia Xue struggled to maintain her composure, replying softly, "Sun Yang said you were delayed. And he was worried something happened, so he went to meet you himself. Before leaving, he entrusted his bag to me and told me to guard the door." Lan Qi was skeptical. He stood up and began to inspect the room meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. The air was tinged with a faint, barely perceptible scent of blood, causing discomfort to Lan Qi. Following the scent, he approached the kitchen door, which was firmly shut. Lan Qi glanced back at Xia Xue, who stood there, timid and seemingly unperturbed. Just as she thought he might relent, he suddenly pushed open the kitchen door with force. The squeak of the hinges pierced the stillness. However, upon entering the kitchen, a look of confusion crossed Lan Qi's face. It was entirely empty, devoid of anything. Xia Xue silently rejoiced, relieved that she had managed to clean up so thoroughly. She had consumed all the food from Sun Yang's bag and, regaining her strength, had disposed of Sun Yang's body through the kitchen window. The kitchen was well hidden in a corner, and from the window, one could not discern the situation below. Moreover, with nightfall, it was even more difficult to detect anything amiss. She had also thoughtfully cleaned the kitchen floor and opened the window for ventilation, making it appear just as it always had, with no signs of disturbance. Lan Qi, unwilling to give up, instructed Zhou Jun and Jiayu to conduct a thorough search of the entire house, leaving no corner unchecked, even under the beds and inside the wardrobes. Yet, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing. Jiayu asked, "Boss, should we go look for Sun Yang?" Lan Qi shook his head. "No need. The three of us are sufficient." In his mind, Lan Qi had already formed a hypothesis. Perhaps Sun Yang had encountered more formidable adversaries on his way back to find them and had fallen victim to a black market betrayal. In this apocalyptic world, such occurrences are all too common. Being outmatched and subsequently killed is an all too familiar reality. Here, human life holds little value. Jiayu wished to articulate further, but was interrupted by Lan Qi. "When we return, if Sun Yao inquires about Sun Yang's whereabouts, what shall we say?" Jiayu was momentarily at a loss for words, until Zhou Jun provided him with a suggestive glance. It dawned on Jiayu. "We will say that during the raid for supplies, Sun Yang was killed by He Qiao." Lan Qi nodded, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. "Yes, we shall ascend the floors, eliminate He Qiao, seize the supplies, and avenge Sun Yang." Chapter 91. Deceived, He Qiao felt a significant weight lifted as she returned the ring to Gu Qianhan. From this point onward, their paths would diverge, which was for the best. At that moment, she was preparing at her home. She carefully rolled up the living room carpet and stored the 2 rows of sandbags behind the door into her space. She gathered her possessions, supplies, mattresses, sandbags, targets, everything that belonged to her, to prevent damage should a conflict arise. Subsequently, She entered the adjacent room and transported all the supplies left to her by Lu Chen and Lin Feifei into her living room. However, gazing at the amassed items, her brow furrowed slightly, as if feeling that the quantity was somewhat lacking. Thus, an idea took root in her mind. She procured an empty bag originally intended for rice, filled it with sand, and replicated 10 identical bags, neatly stacking them in her living room. When the others arrived, they would undoubtedly mistake these for piles of rice. Next, she hurried to the small lounge on the 10th floor and included a generator in her space. With everything in place, she returned to the 11th floor. She extinguished all the lights, refrained from using the charcoal stove and electric heater, and simply affixed several heat packs inside her clothing, awaiting the arrival of her guests. The night descended, and the clock silently approached 10 o'clock. In the stillness, Lan Qi's heart raced with anticipation. He instructed a subordinate to venture downstairs. He Qiao's home was devoid of light, suggesting she had succumbed to slumber. Gripping his handgun tightly, he led the way. Jiayu followed closely behind, wielding a modified chainsaw that glinted ominously. Zhou Jun, carrying homemade explosives crafted by Sun Yao, cautiously trailed behind Lan Qi. At last, they arrived before the sliding door on the 10th floor. The darkness within was palpable, silence so profound it was unsettling, as if even a breath could disturb something. Lan Qi gently switched on his flashlight, illuminating the path for his subordinates. Jiayu swiftly stepped forward, deftly donning insulated gloves, and began to demonstrate his lockpicking skills. His movements were nimble, barely producing a sound. In less than 5 minutes, he had effortlessly unlocked 2 bolts. When the door swung open, Lan Qi's group was the first to survey the 10th floor, but their eyes met only emptiness. There were no supplies to be found. They exchanged glances, resolute to delve deeper. They ascended to the 11th floor, unaware that He Qiao was not asleep, but instead waiting for them. As Lan Qi's group approached room 1101, they unhesitatingly chose to force their way in. Upon hearing the faint sounds at the door, He Qiao felt a surge of excitement and quickly slipped into her hidden space behind the door. The door creaked open, and Lan Qi concealed himself, allowing Jiayu and Zhou Jun to enter first. He awaited patiently, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, nothing transpired. Everything seemed firmly under their control. With night vision goggles on, Lan Qi clearly observed the living room brimming with supplies. Rice, canned goods, charcoal, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits, an abundance of life essentials. To their astonishment, there was even a medicine cabinet towering at a meter high, emblazoned with the name of a fever-reducing medication. They had struck gold, far surpassing the supply list provided by Director Ma. Just the thought of having to share half with Director Ma caused him anguish. Eagerly, Jiayu sought to open the cabinet, yearning to uncover the quantity of medications within. Zhou Jun, meanwhile, approached a small umbrella box beneath the television, its contents seemingly infinite. He understood that these items could be exchanged for a wealth of supplies, and more importantly, possessing them would grant him peace of mind in his pursuits with women, free from the fear of illness. Unbeknownst to them, however, most of these supplies were mere empty packages, with only a handful being genuine goods taken from next door. Observing their excitement, Lan Qi felt compelled to lower his voice and remind them, "You two fools, focus on the task at hand." They quickly regained their composure and commenced a meticulous search for any trace of He Qiao. Yet, after thoroughly scouring the entire room, they found no sign of her. Zhou Jun, perplexed, inquired, "Boss, where is she?" Lan Qi struck him hard. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Meanwhile, He Qiao had initially intended to confront them directly with her submachine gun, but was momentarily halted by Jiayu's words. Could it be that Director Ma has already found someone else and taken He Qiao away? This statement caused He Qiao to pause. She had not anticipated that Lan Qi was acquainted with Director Ma. Recollections of what Hong Dandan had once told her flooded her mind. Hong Dandan had mentioned that the individual who collaborated closely with Director Ma was a young man with a brooding demeanor, known for his cunning ways. These characteristics mirrored Lan Qi to a T. Adding to this was the incident in which Jiayu was apprehended by the military after being exposed in the community, coinciding with the day when the man mentioned by Hong Dandan appeared in the military interrogation room. All these threads seemed to weave a silent narrative revealing a truth. The man who had been working with Director Ma for an extended period was none other than Lan Qi. With this realization, He Qiao couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Fate had indeed placed her adversary in her path. At that moment, Lan Qi spoke. "Ma Qingren is well-connected and greedy. It's entirely possible he has sought out someone else to take He Qiao away." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. No. We may have fallen into a trap. He hastily opened the medicine box, only to find it empty. One by one, he opened the boxes of instant noodles and compressed biscuits, all similarly devoid of contents. Zhou also opened the small umbrella box. Boss, this one is empty too. Jiayu, unwilling to accept defeat, tore open a bag of rice. This is just sand. Lan Qi's face turned a shade of fury. Damn it. We've been played by Ma Chengren. He must have sent someone else ahead. He bellowed. Let us return to our lair quickly. I fear Ma Chengren has revealed our hideout to others, and we could be ambushed. Upon hearing this, He Qiao felt a stirring in her heart. She stowed her submachine gun, deciding to let them go for the moment and accompany them to their lair. After all, it was certain to house ample supplies. And she could use this opportunity to discern the depths of Director Ma's schemes. Like a whirlwind, Lan Qi dashed down the stairs, forcefully kicking open the door to room 901. Xia Xue, taken by surprise, was completely engrossed in listening to the sounds from above, puzzled by the prolonged silence from Lan Qi and his companions. Suddenly, a tremendous force knocked her to the ground. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lan Qi had seized her by the throat, lifting her entirely off the ground. Tell me, has anyone been up to the floors today? Xia Xue struggled for breath, her face paling as she could only shake her head in a desperate attempt to deny the truth. She understood that revealing the facts might lead to her quicker demise. Lan Qi's expression darkened ominously. He had little faith in her deceitful words. This woman had become expendable to him, and with his urgency to return to their lair, a murderous intent began to rise within him. Chapter 92. Do not fear. At that moment, the door to room 902 swung open, and He Yuan along with Xia Xiu emerged. Xia Xiu, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly shouted, "Stop. Please." She sprinted over. "I saw it. I truly did. I beg you. Spare my sister." Blue 7 continued to grip Xia Xue's neck, while the gun in his other hand was aimed at He Yuan and Xia Xiu.
Speak. What did you see?
He Yuan hurriedly raised his hands to indicate that he was unarmed. Trembling, Xia Xiu stuttered. This afternoon, two men dressed in black combat gear came. They were armed and came looking for He Qiao, taking away a lot of supplies. At this, Blue 7 glared furiously at Xia Xue. Clearly, someone has been here and taken away supplies, yet you claim otherwise. Xia Xue's features twisted in pain, her eyes bloodshot as she desperately battered Blue 7's hand, on the verge of losing consciousness. Just then, Xia Xiu approached and knelt before Blue 7. "I beg you, spare my sister. She must not have seen anything. She wouldn't lie to you." After a moment of contemplation, Blue 7 questioned Xia Xiu again. "Did you see He Qiao come downstairs?" Xia Xiu shook her head.
No.
"I did not." Blue 7 then directed his gun at He Yuan. "What about you?" He Yuan quickly shook his head as well. "I didn't see her either." He was equally astonished. From Blue 7's demeanor, it was evident that He Qiao was not upstairs. Could it be that she had already escaped? Blue 7 finally released Xia Xue. She collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath, each inhalation accompanied by violent coughing. Blue 7 kicked her, demanding, "Stop playing dead, speak." Xia Xue groaned in agony. "I truly didn't see anything." Perhaps at that time, Sun Yang was guarding behind the door. Blue 7 paused,
Considering this possibility.
Yet, Sun Yang was already missing, and he was eager to return to his lair, unwilling to waste any more time. He signaled to Jiayu and Zhou to retreat and turned to leave. He Yuan called out from behind, "Blue 7, I am He Yuan. I wish to make your acquaintance." However, Blue 7 appeared not to hear, continuing on his way. Watching Blue 7's disappearing figure, He Yuan spat on the ground in frustration, cursing inwardly. He then turned to his comrades in room 902 and said, "Let's go check upstairs." The group armed themselves and swiftly ascended the staircase. The sliding door on the 10th floor stood ajar, seemingly welcoming their arrival. They effortlessly passed through the door and reached the 11th floor. Meanwhile, Xia Xiu was intently crouched before Xia Xue, her eyes filled with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" Xia Xue, still gasping for air, could only helplessly lay on the ground. Deep within, she felt grateful that, in her direst moment, her sister had chosen to come to her aid. This blood bond, after all, could not be severed. She struggled to lift her head to express her apologies to her sister, but at that moment, she was taken aback to see a cruel smile appear on Xia Xiu's face. Xia Xiu suddenly exerted force, grabbing Xia Xue's hair and dragging her forcibly into room 902. Dear sister, I want you to experience how I've been enduring these times. Xia Xiu's voice echoed ominously within the room. Do not be afraid, my dear sister. I will always be by your side. Elsewhere, He Qiao was hidden in a small study, closely monitoring Blue Seven and his companions through binoculars. She observed as they left the community and boarded a dilapidated van, which lacked even functioning headlights, speeding down the main road. She realized this road led to the military's temporary command center. A series of fragmented memories flashed through her mind. She recalled that not far behind the command center stood an abandoned building, long neglected, having been deserted for 7 or 8 years even before the apocalypse. With windows long gone. After the world ended, it had transformed into an uninhabited wasteland, unlikely to attract any survivors seeking refuge. However, when she had previously seen that building from the interrogation room in the command center, she vaguely remembered a room on one of the floors had windows. In retrospect, those windows must have been installed after the apocalypse. In that instant, she realized the building behind the military's temporary command center was likely Blue Seven's hideout. This would explain why the reclusive Director Ma could so conveniently communicate with them. They were colluding to share the spoils of supplies, which is why Director Ma was aware of their lair. This also elucidated Blue Seven's anxiety regarding a potential betrayal by Director Ma. Now that she knew the location of Blue Seven's hideout, she felt no urgency. She could first eliminate the individuals downstairs. At that moment, He Yuan and his group brazenly intruded into He Qiao's territory. Their eyes gleamed with greed, as the supplies abandoned by Blue Seven appeared to them as treasures beyond value. Confident that the place was deserted, they let their guard down. Without any caution, they surged into the living room like hungry wolves, rummaging through everything in search of anything that might hold value. He Qiao, within the small study, listened intently to the commotion outside. The moment they entered the living room, she cautiously concealed herself for safety. To her astonishment, these intruders were so careless that they neglected to check their surroundings, solely focused on scavenging. Concerned about Blue Seven's hideout, she knew she could not linger here. Thus, she swiftly exited the small study, gripping her submachine gun tightly. The gunfire erupted suddenly. Bullets rained down like hail, striking each of the greedy intruders, eliminating them one by one. Flames erupted, smoke billowed. In her heart, He Qiao felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, in room 902, Xia Xue was ruthlessly stripped of her clothing by her own sister, Xia Xiu, and locked in the master bedroom. Initially, Xia Xiu had intended to wait for He Yuan and the others to return to enjoy Xia Xue, but the sudden gunfire shattered her dreams. Startled, she quickly regained her composure, realizing the gunfire was coming from upstairs, likely a counterattack by He Qiao. Those fools, He Yuan and his companions, were unarmed. She had no time for revenge. Her only thought was to escape this perilous place. Rushing to the wardrobe in the second bedroom, she retrieved the backpack He Yuan had previously hidden. The bag contained food and water, essentials for her escape. Without hesitation, she dashed downstairs, filled with anxiety. She knew that once He Qiao had eliminated He Yuan and the others, she would likely come looking for her. She had to leave this cursed place quickly to save her life. She sprinted down the stairs, bursting out of Building 13, racing across the snow. Chapter 93. The deadly shot missed again in the dead of night. The cold wind howled. Yet, Xia Xiu's heart was consumed by fear and the instinct to survive. Her feet pounded forward, never pausing. However, fate seemed unkind to her. An unknown object suddenly fell from the sky, grazing her arm and leaving a burning pain. She had no time to dwell on it. Her desperation to escape this danger only intensified. In a corner upstairs, He Qiao, armed with a sniper rifle, pressed tightly against the window ledge, her gaze icy. The deadly shot missed again. She muttered to herself, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, realizing she needed more practice. Adjusting her breath, she aimed once more. This time, the bullet struck Xia Xiu's thigh with precision. Though her target had been Xia Xiu's back, it mattered not. Any gun that could kill was a good gun. Without hesitation, He Qiao fired again, ensuring Xia Xiu had no chance of survival. Subsequently, stepping over the bodies in the living room, she made her way to room 902, her footsteps crunching over the dirty tiles, producing a soft rustling sound. Behind the door, Xia Xue cowered beneath the bedcovers, which were stained with oil, tightly wrapping herself in their embrace. She held her breath, her heart pounding like a drum, attempting to conceal her presence in the enveloping darkness. However, the gunfire reverberating from above struck her like a death knell, shattering any semblance of calm. She surmised that He Qiao had already eliminated He Yuan and his associates. In her heart, she silently prayed that He Qiao's wrath would be directed solely at her sister, Xia Xiyu, and not at herself. After all, it was her sister who had betrayed the military, not her innocent elder sibling. Yet, as the footsteps outside drew nearer, she realized her prayers had been in vain. In a trembling voice, she hastily declared, "I am not Xia Xiyu. I am her elder sister, Xia Xue. My sister has fled downstairs. Please spare me." However, the chilling response from He Qiao pierced through the air. "I am well aware that Xia Xiyu is not here, for she has already met her demise downstairs."
Dead?
Xia Xue whispered, terror surging within her like a tidal wave. She attempted to plead for mercy. "Could you possibly let me go? I am not the one who informed the military." Yet, He Qiao merely scoffed, "And what of Lan Qi? How will you explain that?" At the mention of Lan Qi, Xia Xue's complexion paled. She had never anticipated that He Qiao would uncover her connection with Lan Qi. With a quavering voice, she begged, "I am sorry. I promise I will never do it again. Please grant me a chance." Nevertheless, He Qiao remained unmoved. Without hesitation, she raised her submachine gun and unleashed a volley of bullets through the door. The anguished cries that ensued echoed throughout the room. The door, unable to withstand the onslaught, slowly creaked open, revealing Xia Xue lying in a pool of her own blood. M City Base. Gu Residence. Second floor study. Shen San handed the ring to Gu Qianhan. The man, known for his calm demeanor, abruptly stood from the sofa, exclaiming, "How did this ring end up with you?" This space ring had been entrusted to He Qiao for safekeeping. She had promised to return it personally. Yet, he was astonished to see it appear in the Gu residence ahead of time. Shen San, feeling a tinge of guilt, replied, "Miss, he instructed me to bring it to you. She refused to return to the base with us."
What?
Gu Qianhan could hardly believe his ears. The military had retreated, and the future of Mingri Jieyuan was fraught with peril. His expression darkened, threatening to unleash a storm, as he glared at his subordinates, both furious and anxious. "He Qiao hasn't returned, so why did you come back? Why did you not stay to protect her?" Shen San was taken aback by the barrage of questions, realizing that the master's concern for He Qiao exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that He Qiao was merely a fleeting fancy for his master. Delivering the ring was merely a ploy to appease a woman, a trivial gesture. Shun Shi, straightforward and blunt, spoke candidly, "Young master, the supplies you secretly sent were returned untouched." She didn't even glance at them. He cast a furtive glance at Shen San, lowering his voice with a hint of embarrassment. "Moreover, she told us to leave." Gu Qianhan's brow furrowed, as if it could crush a fly. He Qiao. With her gentle disposition, how could she suddenly become so resolute? Unless she was truly provoked. After all, she rarely uttered harsh words. "What exactly did you say to her?" Gu Qianhan's tone was laced with urgency and reproach. Shen San, steeling himself, recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing that his subordinates had contemplated forcibly bringing He Qiao back with a stun baton, Gu Qianhan's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. He himself could barely muster the courage to speak loudly in front of He Qiao, yet these men dared to treat her in such a manner. No wonder she had resorted to exclaiming such words. However, reflecting on it, the fact that He Qiao had refrained from hurting Shen San and had returned the ring suggested that she still held some feelings for him. Gu Qianhan had no time for further contemplation. The immediate priority was to bring He Qiao back. He swiftly donned practical gear and retrieved a gleaming handgun from the cabinet. Instructing Uncle Hai, "Quickly arrange for a helicopter. I am heading to Mingri Jieyuan." Initially intending to bring someone else along, he reconsidered. Knowing that Shen San and Shen Ba were the most familiar with Mingri Jieyuan and thus commanded, "You two, accompany me. I will take you to retrieve the future young madam. From now on, you are not to show her any disrespect." The future young madam? Shen San and Shen Ba's eyes widened in shock, their expressions incredulous. Was the young master serious? Shen San nodded inwardly. He Qiao's poise and strength indeed suited the young master. However, Shen Ba internally mused, "Young master, this may be unrequited love. He Qiao doesn't seem to harbor any feelings for you." Yet he dared not voice this thought. With He Qiao still unaccounted for and having upset the future young madam during the day, voicing such sentiments would certainly invite scorn. Uncle Hai, perceptive as ever, caught the implication of young madam. He abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Gu Qianhan. Young master, have you forgotten our grand plan? After speaking, he turned to Shin Ba and the others. You three, leave for now. Chapter 94. Consider it a plea. Uncle Hai, usually affable, now wore an unusually serious expression. Shin Ba and the others stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Especially Shin Shi, still young, appeared somewhat intimidated. It was Gu Qianhan who finally broke the silence. You all go prepare. I will join you shortly. Once the study door closed, Uncle Hai's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he earnestly addressed Gu Qianhan. Young master, the Zhou and Qin families have sent word, expressing their intention to form a marriage alliance with you. Whichever family you choose will greatly benefit the future situation. Particularly, Miss Zhou Qingyan of the Zhou family, who holds an esteemed position as a close relative of the current and future head of the family. Moreover, you had previously expressed favor towards her before the apocalypse and had agreed to this union. Miss Zhou is exceptionally filial, frequently visiting the Gu residence to accompany the madam, bringing her rare moments of joy. Even during your absence, she never gave up on you, nearly embarking on a journey to find you herself. Were it not for your secret messages, we would have assumed you were no longer in this world, yet Miss Zhou remained steadfast in her affections. Gu Qianhan listened intently to Uncle Hai's account without interruption. Once Uncle Hai finished, he spoke slowly. Indeed, I yearn to stand atop the pinnacle of power. I have never denied this. Only from such heights can I wield influence and pursue my true desires. A marriage alliance with either the Zhou or Qin family would undoubtedly expedite my ambitions. However, upon hearing news of He Qiao, I realized I cannot marry anyone else. My previous desires for He Qiao were more lustful than affectionate. I even contemplated keeping her as a mistress. But just now, I understood that she is alone in Mingri Jiyuan, surrounded by enemies, and I have finally clarified my feelings. At present, my sole thought is to ensure her safety. This desire surpasses even my thirst for power, do you understand? I regret not having realized this sooner. For if I had made it clear to Shin-san and the others that He Qiao is my one and only young madam, they would never have dared to treat her unjustly. Uncle Hai sighed inwardly, recognizing the depth of the young master's feelings, reminiscent of the late young lady's unwavering devotion. Once their hearts were engaged, they would stop at nothing. He attempted to counsel, a marriage alliance is merely a pragmatic measure. If Miss He truly loves you, she will understand. Gu Qianhan's brow furrowed. What is there for her to understand? To become my mistress? To live a nameless existence like Qin Ryun? Uncle Hai continued to persuade. If you are unwilling to compromise her dignity, you might feign a marriage alliance, postponing it for a year or two. Once you gain power, you can annul the engagement. This is all for the greater good. The situation at the base is unpredictable. You have just dealt with Gu Air, and our goal remains distant. Early in the morning, Gu Qianhan abruptly slammed his fist onto the office desk, interrupting Uncle Hai's words. I have witnessed the entire lives of my mother and father, and I shall not allow my children to endure such a convoluted family environment. I, Gu Qianhan, will one day attain everything I desire through my own strength. Uncle Hai gazed at the young master before him, reflecting on the encounters of the young lady and the grievances suffered by the young master within the Gu family, rendered momentarily speechless. He produced a folder and placed it on the desk. This contains the investigation on He Qiao. I refrained from presenting it to you earlier, fearing it might cloud your judgment. Gu Qianhan did not reach for it, firmly believing in his own observations, unwilling to be swayed by mere words. Observing this,
Uncle Hai sighed in resignation.
He Qiao possesses a reclusive nature and struggles with social interactions. If she were to truly become the young mistress of the Gu family, or even the future matriarch, how could she manage the household? How would she navigate relationships with other ladies? How could she be your steadfast support? Gu Qianhan remained undeterred. My mother did not accomplish these things either, yet she lived quite well. Uncle Hai shook his head. The young lady was the sole daughter of the Shin family, and had the covert protection of old Master Gu. This cannot be compared. Gu Qianhan's resolve was unwavering. I have made my decision. If Uncle Hai truly cares, he should assist He Qiao in sharing these burdens. With that, Gu Qianhan strode out of the study. Uncle Hai felt a sense of unease. wishing to persuade the young master against venturing out at this moment, yet he understood the young master's temperament all too well. Once a decision was made, it was as if 9 oxen could not pull it back. Now that Gu heir and that old third party were no longer present, the young master had effectively eliminated his greatest adversaries. No one would dare to act against him lightly. Therefore, he could only sigh in resignation and instruct Shinsan and others, ensure the young master is well protected. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Gu residence, Gu Hongxin sat in the dark study, unlit. The urgent reports from his subordinates echoed in his ears. The eldest young master has ordered preparations for a helicopter, seemingly intending to leave the base. Gu Hongxin's gaze sharpened instantly. He spoke in a low voice, "Send someone to follow him discreetly. I wish to see what tricks he intends to play." Half an hour earlier, Gu Hongxin had just returned from the military, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. After enduring numerous hardships, he had finally brought back Gu Qianqing's remains from the military. A grand funeral was intended, yet due to that scandal, it faced vehement opposition from the entire base. In helplessness, Gu Hongxin could only weep as he ordered his beloved son to be hastily sealed in an ice coffin, awaiting a suitable time for burial. At that moment, Gu Hongxin appeared to have aged 10 years in a single day. He gently caressed Gu Qianqing's photograph. His bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. "Son, I will surely avenge you." Knock, knock, knock. The door of the study was gently rapped, interrupting his thoughts. Outside, Shan Ruochu's gentle voice floated in. "Hongxin, I have prepared Buddha jumps over the wall for you. It took me an entire day. Would you like to taste it?" The tumultuous hatred within Gu Hongxin intensified upon hearing her voice, yet it faded almost instantly. He quickly composed himself and called out to the door, "Come in." Shan Ruochu, already prepared for ejection, felt an indescribable joy swell within her upon hearing those 3 words, as if she had seen the long-lost sun break through the clouds. She firmly believed that there was always a place for her in Hongxin's heart, merely obscured by the enchantment of Qin Ruyun. Now that Qin Ruyun was deceased, their relationship would surely be restored to its former sweetness, akin to the carefree days before marriage. The Gu and Shin families had been close for generations. They had grown up together, sharing innocent childhoods, naturally progressing into marriage. However, after marriage, Hongxin suddenly changed his heart, causing Shan Ruochu immense pain. Gu Hongxin overlooked the overflowing love in Shan Ruochu's eyes, silently finishing a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall before slowly speaking. "Ruochu, death is like a light extinguished. Qianqing is gone. Could you speak to Qianhan and cease obstructing the return of Qianqing's remains to the Gu family ancestral grave?" Chapter 95. A terrifying face He Qiao chose not to drive. She feared that the roaring sound of the vehicle would attract the predatory forces lurking outside the city or possibly alert Lan Qi and his group. That would be troublesome. Instead, she retrieved her snowboard from her storage space. Although her skiing skills could not be described as expert, in this vast expanse with few obstacles, it was sufficient for her to glide freely. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence, and her speed accelerated. Meanwhile, Lan Qi and his companions stealthily returned to their lair. They cautiously circled the exterior of the building twice, confirming that there were no abnormalities before sneaking in through the back door. Sun Yao was responsible for guarding the entrance today, engrossed in his little world, diligently tinkering with various gadgets. He cared little for the accomplishments of his companions, yet his keen eyes quickly noticed Sun Yang had not returned. He casually inquired, "Where's my cousin?" Lan Qi, Jia Yu, and Zhou Jun had already reconvened their accounts on the road, and Jia Yu replied easily, "Things at He Qiao's place are unresolved. Your cousin is still there keeping watch." This situation was not unusual for them. Upon hearing this, Sun Yao did not think much of it and continued to immerse himself in his world. Lan Qi then asked Jia Yu, "How many vehicles do we have left that can be used?" Jia Yu responded, "Boss, only 2 vehicles are still operational, 1 truck and 1 van. The others have had their parts stripped and traded for supplies." Lan Qi furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face. Safety now does not guarantee safety later. Bring out the truck and load it with essential supplies. We must move tonight. Jia Yu was taken aback. Move where? Lan Qi shot him a glare. Why are you asking so many questions? Zhou Jun, sensing the tension, quickly stepped in front of Jia Yu and cautiously asked, "Boss, we have so many supplies. Will 2 vehicles suffice?" Lan Qi contemplated for a moment before making a decision. First load food and essential supplies. Leave the rest here for Sun Yao to watch over. We will come back for them later. Zhou Jun understood this implied sacrificing Sun Yao. The pretext was to have him guard the place. But if Director Ma truly betrayed them and the enemy came knocking, discovering the essential supplies missing would surely put Sun Yao in grave danger. Yet, the naive high schooler Sun Yao knew nothing beyond his little inventions and repairs. However, neither Jia Yu nor Zhou Jun intended to reveal the truth to him. Thus, Lan Qi and his group began to hurriedly pack their belongings, planning to slip away under the cover of night. What weighed most heavily on Lan Qi's mind was the safe that he had painstakingly retrieved from the bank. The safe was quite large, towering over a person, filled to the brim with cigarettes, valuable medicines, salt, sugar, and other items. These were the most valuable commodities in the apocalypse, capable of being exchanged for any resources, effectively serving as hard currency. Lan Qi personally took charge, cautiously transferring the contents of the safe into the van. These were his lifeline, and no mistakes could be afforded. As for the other supplies, he entrusted them to Jia Yu and Zhou Jun. Frozen tuna, caviar, Arctic clams, and king crabs. All these seafood items were unmistakably sourced from some upscale seafood store, each exuding an air of luxury. In the night, a nimble figure stealthily approached. He Qiao appeared like a ghost on the opposite building of Lan Qi's lair. Utilizing the cover of darkness, she adeptly located an excellent sniping point within the now-emptied temporary military command center. Through the scope, she calmly scrutinized every movement within Lan Qi's lair.
Below.
Lan Qi anxiously directed his subordinates as they hurriedly transported supplies, his face etched with unease. He too was not without fear. Meanwhile, at the Tomorrow Jia Garden, Jiao Bin led a group of subordinates, his expression as dark as the depths of a murky pool as he gazed upon the disarray of room 1101 and the bodies strewn across the floor. Having finally managed to attach himself to the formidable figure of Boss Xia, he had hoped to leverage his familiarity with Tomorrow Jia Garden to seize this task and showcase his prowess. Yet, he was met with the unforeseen reality that He Qiao had long since departed, leaving the residence utterly bare of resources. His ambition to make a name for himself had evaporated into thin air. Go, find a survivor and inquire about what transpired here. Where is He Qiao? Jiao Bin commanded his subordinates, with a somber demeanor. Across from Lan Qi's lair, He Qiao had already aimed her cold firearm at Lan Qi. The adage "capture the ringleader" first echoed in her mind. However, at that critical moment, her keen senses detected several shadowy figures emerging silently from the corner of the building opposite her. Swiftly retracting her sniper rifle, she deftly concealed herself behind the curtains, silently observing the unfolding scene. The figures moved with lightning speed, their actions coordinated and precise as they silently approached Lan Qi and his companions. In the blink of an eye, they struck with lethal efficiency, and Lan Qi and his two associates fell to the ground without a sound, their lives extinguished in a pool of blood. Each assailant was heavily armed, some even carrying explosives, fully equipped for a violent confrontation. They quickly dispersed, with a portion advancing towards Lan Qi's stronghold while others approached the temporary command center, where He Qiao was hiding. A shiver ran down her spine. She swiftly retreated into her spatial refuge. The strength of these individuals was formidable, and even with her abilities, facing them alone would be perilous. Evading was the wisest course of action. Yet their methods reminded her of someone Wu Zhe. Before long, individuals arrived to search the room where He Qiao was concealed. They meticulously scoured the entire building, ensuring no threat remained before gradually withdrawing, leaving one person on the rooftop to maintain vigilance. At that moment, He Qiao dared to emerge from her hiding place, continuing to observe cautiously from behind the curtains. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the decrepit building across, carelessly discarding the lifeless body of a frail boy onto the ground like refuse. He Qiao squinted, recognizing that the boy bore a striking resemblance to Sun Yang.
Moments later.
3 heavy trucks roared into view, prompting the individuals to busily load supplies. He Qiao had long abandoned the notion of storing these resources in her spatial realm. She merely awaited the dispersal of the group below before making her own discreet exit. Just then, a familiar face unexpectedly entered her line of sight, akin to a thunderclap. Was this not the visage she had encountered just before her demise in her previous life? That night, the gates of the base had been breached, and the marauders surged in. She had pulled that boy back, only for him to push her towards the oncoming raiders in a bid for self-preservation. In her final moments, she witnessed the boy fall, struck down by another assailant. Now, once again, that cruel smile haunted her vision. He Qiao's heart raced, as if it would leap from her chest. Rationality urged her to flee from these perilous individuals. Preserving her life was paramount. Yet, her feet felt as though they were moving of their own accord. As the Marauders' trucks departed, she took up her snowboard and followed. On the other side, aboard a helicopter, Gu Qianhan was in a state of frantic urgency. The helicopter slowly departed from the base. Within the confines of the safety line lay a tranquil realm, fiercely guarded by the military, a peace so profound it felt as though time had halted. When the aircraft finally broke free from the constraints of safety, it simultaneously shattered the tranquility within Gu Qianhan's heart. Beyond the new safety line, flames soared towards the heavens and smoke permeated the air. Plunder and slaughter spread like a virulent plague as people played out scenes of cruelty upon the ruins. This was merely the first day after the military's withdrawal. The predatory forces lurking outside had yet to fully seize control of the territory. It was not difficult to fathom the darkness that awaited in the days to come. He closed his eyes, the image of He Qiao materializing in his mind. Was that quiet girl, always so serene, now struggling for survival amidst the devastation? In the snowy expanse, He Qiao donned an immaculate white winter coat, her snowboard equally pristine, as though she melded seamlessly with the endless snow. Her snowboard glided across the surface, closely trailing the path of the truck ahead. When selecting her winter gear at the outdoor supply store, she had intentionally chosen both the black and the white piece. The black was for practicality, while the white was for camouflage against the snow. She had silently followed those 3 trucks for hours across the icy terrain. At last, she witnessed the 3 trucks converge with a massive convoy, one she had previously encountered outside the city. She had seized weapons from their smaller squad and stored a modified off-road vehicle in her spatial realm. Now, it seemed this convoy had significantly expanded, with even greater strength. Having previously destroyed several modified off-road vehicles, she noted with dismay that the convoy now boasted 5 new ones, more ostentatious than before. She dared not approach recklessly, opting instead to remain concealed several hundred meters away, hidden behind a snowdrift, observing with her binoculars. The convoy's members exhibited strict discipline, devoid of any disorder. The 3 trucks were halted not far from the convoy, and dozens of personnel swiftly disembarked to conduct thorough inspections and registrations. After a tense 10 minutes, having confirmed that the trucks and their cargo posed no anomalies, they permitted the vehicles to enter the convoy. He Qiao's binoculars scanned the area, suddenly fixating on a recreational vehicle at the convoy's center, heavily guarded. It seemed out of place, moving at a notably slower pace than the surrounding vehicles. She speculated that it might belong to the convoy's leader. Half an hour later, a van and an empty truck slowly returned to the convoy. Even the empty vehicle was not spared from the convoy's rigorous inspection protocols. Soon, the passengers from the van disembarked, one man striding directly towards the mysterious recreational vehicle. However, he was not permitted to enter, instead standing respectfully outside, awaiting instruction from within. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle's door opened slightly, revealing a captivating woman. Without a word, she slapped the man, who showed no resistance, bowing even lower, as if to express boundless humility before her authoritative presence. The woman appeared unfazed by this exchange, returning inside the vehicle with indifference, while the man bowed once more before slowly turning to leave. At that moment, as he turned, a flicker of surprise crossed He Qiao's eyes. She recognized him. It was Zhao Bin. To her astonishment, Zhao Bin had also allied himself with this convoy outside the city. The leader of this group, capable of transforming the once unruly Zhao Bin into such a docile figure, was evidently no ordinary individual. However, a more profound question arose in He Qiao's mind. Where was Zhao Bin's brother, Zhao Chen? Why had he not appeared? This same question lingered in Zhao Bin's thoughts as well. Upon returning to the tent shared with his brother, he discovered that Zhao Chen was absent. He furrowed his brow and inquired of his trusted aide responsible for guarding his younger brother, "Where is Zhao Chen?" The aide responded helplessly, "Little Chen has sneaked away again. Likely to find that woman, Ruan Mingyue." Zhao Bin's expression darkened instantly. This boy, when will he ever give up? The aide, concerned, asked about his gains for the night. But Zhao Bin could only shake his head and sigh. The plan failed. He Qiao is not in Building 13, and her supplies have been cleared out. Hearing this, the aide could not help but worry about their future. What shall we do now? Will Boss Xie be angry? Zhao Bin gritted his teeth and said, "That brat, Sun Bangyu, has successfully acquired 3 truckloads of supplies. Boss Xie is in a decent mood for now and hasn't blamed me yet." At this point, Jiao Bin let out a long sigh. It seems we can only take the supplies hidden in the city to regain Boss Xie's favor. The aide's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. If this gets out, we will truly have no way back. Jiao Bin remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Let me think it through again." Meanwhile, He Qiao was nearly frozen by the biting cold wind. The warmth of her winter gear seemed to have faded during the long wait. She hurriedly drank a cup of ginger tea to warm herself and continued to stand vigil at the telescope, determined not to miss the leader of the convoy. Finally, as she sipped her third cup of ginger tea, the door of the RV swung open again. A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, stepped out, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Clearly, this was the leader of the convoy she had been waiting for. The man walked about 5 meters from the RV before unbuckling his trousers to relieve himself. He Qiao felt no embarrassment. She fixed her gaze on him, wanting to etch his appearance into her memory. He was of average height, approximately 170 centimeters. Neither fat nor thin, and his expression was not fierce or intimidating, but rather friendly, with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. He Qiao silently noted his features, lamenting only that the distance was too great to hear their conversation or learn the man's name. Chapter 97. Missed opportunities. The lights of the convoy flickered out one by one, leaving only the flickering campfire of the night watchman by the roadside, casting shadows into the depths of the night. He Qiao quietly withdrew her gaze, realizing that with her current strength, she lacked the confidence to capture all these individuals. With someone like Jiao Bin already aligning himself with the convoy, there were certainly more similar small factions choosing to affiliate as well. She had no idea how many people were in this convoy, or how many weapons they possessed. Silently, she retreated, calculating how to slip back within the safety line of the military under the cover of darkness. Tomorrow, she could not return to Jiu Garden. Room 902. He Yuan and the others gone. Room 901. The Shui sisters gone. And those who had designs on her, like Lan Qi, gone. The snow beneath her feet became more manageable as she deftly navigated through the night, deliberately avoiding populated areas, gliding towards the tranquil safety line. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades sliced through the night sky ahead. He Qiao quickly concealed herself, pressing against the wall, her gaze piercing through the darkness. The helicopter seemed familiar, reminiscent of the one that had abandoned Gu Qianhan that day. But then, He Qiao couldn't help but chuckle. She had grown accustomed to poverty. How could many wealthy individuals in City M possibly be using the same helicopter? Once the helicopter flew away, she continued her glide. Yet, she had not misjudged. Aboard that helicopter was Gu Qianhan, who was deeply concerned and determined to find her at Jiu Garden. Thus, they missed each other. Just as He Qiao increased her speed, 2 snowmobiles ghosted past her, devoid of headlights, seemingly intent on evading anyone's gaze. He Qiao felt a stir of curiosity. Were they perhaps tracking that helicopter? But she quickly refocused her thoughts and pressed on. At Jiu Garden, the helicopter descended slowly, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. Gu Qianhan gazed at the familiar yet strange Building 13, feeling a pang of homesickness. At the entrance, a female corpse lay quietly in the snow. Gu Qianhan's heart tightened as he hurriedly turned her over. Thankfully, it was not He Qiao. Though he could not name the woman on the ground, he knew she lived on the 9th floor and had shamelessly hoped to move to the 10th floor to be his neighbor. He ascended the stairs, followed closely by Shinba, whose expression was grave. Gu Qianhan possessed an acute sense of smell, detecting a strong and fresh scent of blood in the air, evidently left behind within the last few hours. He stopped Gu Qianhan, saying, "Young master, please wait here for a moment while we scout ahead." However, Gu Qianhan did not pause. Instead, he quickened his pace. The 2 doors on the 9th floor stood wide open, and Shin San and Shin Ba swiftly searched. Finding no survivors, the trio pressed onto the 10th floor, where the sliding door was also ajar, and the doors to the 2 residences stood open, revealing empty rooms. Silence hanging heavily in the air. Without hesitation, they rushed to the 11th floor. He Qiao's door was wide open, riddled with bullet holes, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired within. The living room was in disarray, bodies sprawled haphazardly, supplies strewn everywhere. This scene plunged Gu Qianhan's heart into despair. Shun Ba and Shin Sen quickly checked each bedroom and reported, "The young mistress is not here. All the bodies are men." Gu Qianhan pressed his lips together, scanning the wreckage of the house for any hint of He Qiao. Yet, apart from the chaos and the lingering scent of blood in the air, there was nothing else. His voice trembled as he called out, unwilling to contemplate the worst. Shun Ba and Shin Sand exchanged anxious glances, both seeing the unease reflected in each other's eyes. They had followed Gu Qianhan for many years and had never seen him so uncomposed. At this moment, they could only silently stand by, awaiting Gu Qianhan's decision. Finally, Gu Qianhan spoke. The helicopter circled around, commencing a thorough search centered on Jiyu Garden. They must find He Qiao. Time ticked away, and the night deepened, enveloping the world like an invisible net. Yet the results of the search remained disheartening. He Qiao seemed to have vanished without a trace. Shun San had to persuade him. Young master, Guer has just died, and there are many matters at the base needing your attention. Perhaps we should return to the base. Shun Ba concurred. Indeed. Young master. With the young mistress's capabilities, she should be fine. The reason she stayed behind today was to personally deal with those neighbors who have been eyeing her covetously, and those people have likely been dealt with. She should have safely retreated by now. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianhan felt a weight lift from his heart. Yes. He had been too flustered to consider this. He was certain that He Qiao had already retreated within the military safety line. Return to the base. Gu Qianhan finally made his decision. Inform our people that if they discover He Qiao entering the base or using the base card anywhere, they must report it immediately. Elsewhere, at the military outpost of Safety Line 9, He Qiao gazed at the words not far away. She had finally arrived. In a concealed location. She released an old van from her space. The moment the wheels touched the safety line, He Qiao felt a slight easing of the heavy burden in her heart. She parked the vehicle in an abandoned building about 800 meters from the military outpost. She did not choose to approach the nearby neighborhood of the outpost. Even though it was safe and comfortable, at this moment, she only sought tranquility, a respite from excessive interactions with others. Thus, she ultimately opted for the Forsaken building, where even the windows were missing. This building had originally stood 9 stories tall. After a fierce snowstorm, the floors beneath the 5th level were deeply buried beneath the pristine white snow. He Qiao discovered an empty room on the 8th floor. This had once been the office of a manager, with a nameplate still adorning the door. The layout was spacious, and the view extraordinary. The entrance, somewhat dilapidated, was still functional. He Qiao added an additional lock for extra security. The window frames hung forlornly, the glass long since vanished. Uncertain of how long she would stay, she did not intend to tidy up meticulously. She pretended to unload her suitcase and large travel bag from a van and brought them into the building. Subsequently, she retrieved plastic sheeting from her belongings and firmly sealed the window with nails. She then hung a sheet behind the plastic, both to retain warmth and shield against prying eyes. The sheet was secured only at the top, allowing for easy lifting to observe the outside world at any moment. She laid wooden planks across the entire room and set up a bed with a mattress, finally turning on an electric heater. At that moment, He Qiao felt a surge of excitement. Despite her exhaustion, sleep eluded her. After all, this was a brand new beginning, and she needed time to adjust and ascertain whether this place was indeed safe. Surrounded by a sense of security and with military patrols nearby, the cautious He Qiao resolved to remain vigilant for the night. Chapter 98. Brother Qianhan. Morning broke. The faint light of dawn pierced through the night, gradually painting the horizon with a pale glow. He Qiao's ears were first graced by the resounding sounds of morning exercises not far away. The powerful echoes signified the soldiers of the number 9 security line, diligently training as they perspired in the early light. Who could understand? This sound, though faint, served as a formidable barrier, granting her an extra measure of reassurance. She rose from the bed, lifting a corner of the sheet. Her gaze fell upon the figures of soldiers jogging at the military outpost, their movements strong and vigorous. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that several ordinary survivors were also exercising alongside them. Within the security line, a sense of tranquility and peace reigned. People were melting snow for water and cooking meals over fires. She observed an elderly woman carrying an empty water bucket, walking towards an open space beside the military outpost. There, several stalls formed a small flea market. The woman produced a lighter from her pocket and exchanged it for a pack of instant noodles at one of the stalls. Then, she found a clean patch of ground by the roadside and began collecting snow. However, beyond the safety line, the world presented a starkly different scene. After a day and night of turmoil, the outside world had become increasingly chaotic. Fights, brawls, and robberies were rampant, as if every corner concealed endless crises and darkness. He Qiao's gaze drifted downstairs. The battered van remained unharmed in its place. She dropped the sheet in her hand and burrowed into the warmth of her blankets, closing her eyes and allowing her weary body to succumb to slumber. In the Gu residence, Gu Qianhan did not rise until noon. He had returned to the base at 4 in the morning. Yet, he did not rush to sleep. Instead, he organized matters concerning the establishment of the Cold Wind Squad. The base was bustling with construction, and many young individuals were participating in the efforts. It was the perfect opportunity to form his own team. Previously, when Gu Qiancheng was still alive, he had proclaimed early on his intention to establish the Gu family combat team, attracting numerous members from the Gu clan and former associates of the Huaheng group. Observing from the sidelines, Gu Qianhan had refrained from hastily assembling his own team, seeking to eliminate those who were superficial and had ulterior motives. Now, with Gu Qiancheng's demise, those who had once sought to join the Gu family combat team turned their attention to ingratiating themselves with Gu Qianhan. However, he did not accept any of them, preferring to select genuinely capable individuals from the ordinary survivors. As he descended to the first-floor living room, Gu Qianhan was surprised to find guests in the house, with his mother, Shen Ruochu, warmly entertaining them. A young woman sat on the sofa, and upon a brief glance, Gu Qianhan turned to head towards the dining area. "Qianhan, come and greet the guest," Shen Ruochu called out, her voice tinged with anticipation. Gu Qianhan paused, turning back. He typically made an effort to respect his mother in front of outsiders. If her husband did not honor her, how could he, as her son, show her any less respect? The young woman on the sofa quickly tidied her hair, anxious not to leave a poor impression on Gu Qianhan. As he approached, Shen Ruochu nudged her son, urging him, "Hurry, and say hello to Miss Zhou." Miss Zhou? Connecting the dots from Uncle Hai's earlier remarks, he realized who this woman was. "Hello, Miss Zhou," he said, his voice low and distant. Zhou Qingyan, however, failed to notice the detachment, finding his voice pleasant enough to ease her tension. She smiled in response, "You're too kind, Qianhan.
Just call me Qingyan."
Yet Gu Qianhan coldly replied, "I do not have a sister." Zhou Qingyan misinterpreted this, believing he meant that he considered her his girlfriend. The woman shyly lowered her head. Observing their interaction, Shen Ruochu felt a surge of happiness. She understood Gu Qianhan's disposition. For him to initiate a greeting was already quite commendable. She gently patted his shoulder, signaling for him to sit. However, Gu Qianhan stated, "Mother, there are many matters to attend to at the base. I must leave now." With that, he turned and departed. Shen Ruochu watched her son's hurried retreat with a soft sigh. She then turned to Zhou Qingyan, offering an apologetic smile. "Qingyan, my son is like this. Please don't take it to heart." Zhou Qingyan shook her head, smiling warmly. "Auntie, it's all right. I understand. My father and brother have also been busy working overtime at the base office lately." Hearing this, Shen Ruochu appreciated Zhou Qingyan's understanding even more. She took her hand and said kindly, "Qingyan, I'm truly happy you could come. I've always liked you. You are not only beautiful, but also have a lovely personality. You and Qianhan truly make a good match." Zhou Qingyan blushed slightly, replying, "Auntie, you flatter me. It is my honor to receive your affection." Shen Ruochu, pleased by Zhou Qingyan's modest demeanor, thought to herself, "Qianhan is cold by nature and has never been in a relationship. Once you two become a family, everything will improve." Zhou Qingyan, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks warm. "Auntie, what are you saying?" At this moment, Gu Qianhan had already entered the office, which had formerly belonged to Gu Hongxin. However, due to an embezzlement scandal regarding construction materials, Gu Hongxin had voluntarily taken the blame for Gu Qiancheng and resigned from his post. Now, both the office and the position had fallen into Gu Qianhan's hands.
"Uncle Hai."
"You need to visit the Zhou family personally and inform them that I have no interest in a marriage alliance," Gu Qianhan stated coldly. Uncle Hai's hand momentarily faltered as he realized that the current situation of the base would no longer sway the young master. He could only attempt a different approach. "But your mother, the young lady, truly likes Miss Zhou. I haven't seen her this happy in a long time." Gu Qianhan remained unmoved. "I will speak to my mother about it." Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai sighed softly, knowing that once the young master made a decision, it would be challenging to change. Yet, he couldn't resist adding, "Young master, marriage is a significant matter. You should reconsider." He paused before continuing, "Even I was young once and loved someone, but reality is more important than romance." Gu Qianhan's gaze turned frigid. "Uncle Hai, it would be best if you refrain from questioning my decisions. Simply follow my instructions." As a child, whenever Gu Qianhan visited the Shen family, it was Uncle Hai who looked after him. He has always held a deep respect for Uncle Hai, and this marks the first occasion on which he exerts his authority in Uncle Hai's presence. Uncle Hai, taken aback by Gu Qianhan's piercing gaze, perceives the young master increasingly resembling the formidable and decisive old Master Gu, his aura growing ever more powerful. He dares not utter another word, and can only silently nod in acquiescence.